Had a great time at the Mile High Dreams Gala yesterday. If you were there and we met, very nice to see you. Nelly, a lot of our construction peeps are people who work out on a ranch. Met somebody who's a rancher yesterday. Met some people that, look, you get up early, you wake up early with us. It's very nice to meet you. Hope you got some sleep last night. And it's midweek, so we can sort of turn the page to what this weekend is going to be. And one of the things I was thinking, and I thought this on Monday, after the Broncos lose in that heartbreaking fashion to KC, I think they'll use this as a motivator. I think that this won't be a loss that craters you. I think it'll do the opposite. I think it'll embolden you, give you confidence, and get you pissed off. I think that's going to happen. And sorry, because we were at the Dreams Gala last night, and neither the Avs nor Nuggets played. I wasn't into the sports watching last night. And I just realized that it's in-season tournament time, and I'm looking at some of these wacky courts on television, and I'm like, oh, yeah, that thing's back.
And look, I know that maybe some of us have been doubters of the IST, the NBA Cup presented by Emirates. Got to make sure we get the sponsored read in.
Oh,
but
sure.
those games last night were pretty crazy. That Warriors game came down to Steph going 110%, Steph Curry burying the nations of France and Serbia with a dagger in order for him to beat the Mavericks and spoil Klay Thompson's return to San Francisco. And then on top of that, did you see what happened at the end of the Heat versus Pistons game?
So I'm just seeing the highlights of the Warriors-Mavs right now, which is crazy. But I do know this. Yeah, so Spoelstra, of all people, calls a timeout when they don't have one, which leads to a tech?
In overtime. Here's how it sounded.
So Cunningham, nobody's guarding him. In it comes, Duran dunks it! Oh my! Unbelievable! In 0.7 of a second, they tie the game at 121. The Pistons are walking off the court. Who called timeout?
Oh, no. The referee is saying that Coach Spo has called a timeout, and that's a technical foul as the Heat are out of timeouts.
Oh, boy.
Oh, boy is right.
Incredible execution by the Pistons.
No. That's a
Yet an
technical
uncontested
foul.
dunk for Duran with 1.8 seconds left. Jalen Rose and the rest of us in disbelief. So a technical for taking a timeout they did not have. And Beasley will shoot it on a night where the Pistons are 22 of 25 at the line. The Pistons take a 1-point lead with 1.1 seconds left.
So listen, two things on that. Number one, to call a timeout when the game's tied, because there was a second left in OT when that happened, but you call a timeout when the game is tied. I don't think I've ever seen Eric Spoelstra make a mistake like that in my life. He's like coming up on almost 20 years of being the head coach of Miami. It's a little less than that, probably 17 or 18. But he's been there for a long time. I can't ever remember a mistake like that made from him. By the way, when they said Beasley's at the line, that is Malik Beasley, right?
Does he play for the Pistons now?
I think it is him.
The part...
Yes, that is Malik Beasley.
So I didn't catch that, but the part that I caught, which is hilarious, I'm going to bring up a picture here on Twitch. I don't know if you noticed, they named someone who was in the building. Look at that. Jalen Rose was in the building, and look at the face. The camera's cut to him. Look at the face he's making. That is him getting flashbacks to 1993. That is all coming back to him, of all the people to have in the building.
Well, not to mention, it's just like the fact that it's Spoelstra. Hey, by the way, just for the record, Pistons are 5-7. Remember how bad they were last year? What did it take them, like 3 months to win 5 games last year?
People are actually able to get wings this year. Free wings from Wingstop after Pistons wins. They can actually cash in on that promo.
Anyway, so I missed a lot of the sports last night because we were at the gala thing. So I don't have a whole bunch of information on things that happened yesterday. I'm just looking at this IST court that's on TV, and I was like, oh, yeah. They're a little less loud this year, which I appreciate, at least from what I've seen. But going back to the Broncos, I think that this is the kind of loss that's not going to ruin your season, ruin confidence, do anything like that. I think it's going to maybe galvanize the team. And this was, if we go back to Sunday, the post game, this was Mike McGlinchey in the locker room after the loss.
I mean, if you're hanging your head at this point in the season, I don't think you belong in this league. We're 5-5. We're right in the thick of it, and we kind of control our own destiny here as this goes out. And we have an opportunity to go and win a lot of football games, and with a lot of season left. And that's what we're going to try and do. There's this week's now. We'll watch this tape. We'll get over it, and by Monday night we're on to Atlanta. And that's all we can do, and that's what we're going to do. We're going to put our best foot forward and try to win more ball games.
I think they win this weekend. And Atlanta's a tough team. They got a whole bunch of players on that team that is I don't want to say concerning, but they can be. Here's the thing about Atlanta. Like sort of the more household type of names on that team. Bijan Robinson's having a great year. Drake London's this huge target at wideout. Kyle Pitts obviously is somebody that you've been waiting for his season or his career to kind of take off because of his size and his speed. And it feels like he's getting a little bit closer to that slowly. Their big play threat, and there is no question about this, I thought this was a great move when they made it in the offseason. Because if you've been paying attention to the way that this guy has played, he has been kind of like tucked away on bad offenses for the early part of his career. Darnell Mooney's a problem. This guy makes big plays downfield. He is their big play threat. So there's a category of 20-plus yard receptions. Just to give you context to this, Kyle Pitts has 6 of those this year for Atlanta. Drake London has 3. You know how many Darnell Mooney has? 16. 16 of his 46 catches have gone for more than 20 yards. So he is their big play threat. He's their leader in receiving yards. They have talent. But the Broncos, I said this early, like we all did during training camp. If you were lucky enough to go out to training camp this year and maybe get an early glimpse at this team, something became readily clear about a week prior to their first preseason game. And it's not that the Broncos weren't talented, but they didn't have a lot of super talents. But you looked around the roster and you go, these are a whole bunch of solid players. Like they would play on all these different teams across the league. They might not be their star or they might not be a bona fide starter, but they're good. And we said they have a team of solid players with not a lot of exceptional. PS2 is exceptional. Quinn Miners is exceptional. Everybody else is, They're good. They're solid. But they have so much solid that it makes them a very difficult team to deal with. And you can ask Kansas City about that. I mean, think about these games that the Broncos have played. Even though they lost 5 games this year, they're 500, 5-5 football team. You ask anybody who's had to play against Denver this season, with the exception of the Ravens, they would tell you it hasn't been a fun day. I mean, the Seahawks, the very first game of the year in which you started a rookie quarterback in a weird environment on the road. He throws a couple of picks, doesn't look great, has a tough time completing passes, couldn't run the football. Still wasn't fun for Seattle that day. You look at the Steelers game, which was an offensive slog. Wasn't fun for them. The Chargers game. That one was a little bit closer to the Chargers kind of handling that throughout. But still, it ends up being a 7-point game by the time you lose. And then you have the blowout to the Ravens. And then the game against Kansas City. I don't think the Falcons are looking forward to this. Because the amount of solid that's on the team, it starts to wear on you. John Franklin Myers wears on you. Zach Allen wears on you. Brandon Jones wears on you. Riley Moss wears on you. And now on the offensive side, the question is, can you find enough of those guys on the other side? And here's the thing. What I loved about the game against Kansas City, at least offensively, I love the move that they made in getting Audric Estime a whole bunch of carries, because a back like that can do exactly what I was talking about. It can straight up wear you out. You have somebody at that size hitting you over and over and over again. It is going to start to take a toll as the game goes on. Texture says, this is actually, I think, great. The Broncos are like the Kraken the year they beat the Avs, a deep team of serviceable starters with McCann as the only star. I think that's perfect. You guys remember that? Of course you do. It was the year after the Avs won the Cup. They face off against Seattle in the first round of the postseason. And this was, I believe, the first time that Val had to exit in the middle of a postseason series. But you remember how tough those games were against the Kraken? Every single one of them just felt like you couldn't do anything.
The Avs never scored the first goal the entire series.
In a 7-game series, never scored the first goal. And then what would happen? Seattle would get on the board first, and they would just wear you out. Make the game a mess, and try and capitalize on your mistakes. Like, that's exactly how the Broncos play. And it's tough. It's tough to go up against. When you have to be a team that doesn't make mistakes for an entire game because the other team's pretty good at capitalizing on it, and they're also really good at not making their own mistakes, like, say what you want. You know, the evaluation of Bo Nix is so different depending on who you ask and their perspective on it. But the thing about him is, and I give him full credit, as a rookie, to not be a guy that turns the ball over, and you have a solid defense, you're going to give yourself an opportunity to win every single week. And I've told you, I've seen basically nothing but growth every single week out of him. Still makes mistakes. There's still plays that you wish he had back. But, you know, he's got 6 interceptions on the year, and 4 of them came in the first 2 games. He plays mistake-free football. And when you have a good defense and you put that together, I mean, it's going to give you an opportunity. So 303-504-0925. So some news this morning, or last night, I'm sorry, from Tom Pelissero, that Broncos assistant head coach Mike Westhoff has stepped down from his role to monitor a health issue, the NFL Network has learned. So he's 76. He experienced problems related to his vision last week, underwent testing, including an MRI, and after consulting with doctors in several positive conversations with Sean Payton, he's going to step down and head home. And I know that's somebody that was on this staff that Sean Payton trusted and was, I guess, sort of a confidant in some ways. So a little bit of a blow to the coaching staff. But I want to get to Sean Payton a little bit later, too, because Sean Payton he's changed my perspective on some things in the way that he's handled using a rookie QB. So we'll get to a lot of that as we go along. 303-504-0925. So the Avs back at it tonight as they got one more game until they get Val back. If you can win this one, you can get to 9-8. You can be an above 500 team as people start to trickle back in. Be huge. And you can hear that game right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We're broadcasting from the Backus and Shanker Studios. Their passion is justice. Back after this. College football playoff rankings come out last night, and Deion Sanders and CU are number 17 in the country. Here's the thing. We made this whole open now that we get to at the end of the week that's called CF Peeping, and part of that was based around the idea that you had to keep an eye on big national games around the country, because if those start to go in your direction, then maybe you get an at-large bid. Here's the deal. That's off the table now. There is no more at-large opportunity for CU. They're in position for the Big 12 championship game. They need to win the Big 12 championship to make it. The standards are very, very clear. The second that Iowa State lost last week, that's your path. And what I love about this, because you'll get to know and learn a lot of things about what this team is. They had basically a bad moment at the end of the Kansas State game. They had a good moment at the end of the Baylor game, which cancels it out. But with that, you got a team that has risen to the occasion, I think, every single week. Ever since that Nebraska loss in week 2, which I said at the time, as much as that sucks and you start to doubt some things about maybe what this team can be, it doesn't truly hurt you because it's a non-conference game. So, yeah, you and Iowa State and Kansas State all have 2 losses, but those 2 for Iowa State and Kansas State came within the conference. If you're going to lose a game, you lose a non-conference game. And now you have a path forward to make it to the championship. Deion was talking yesterday at his press conference. One of them was about the way that he goes about the portal process. He said this.
Just say we get 25 high school players. How many is going to play that freshman year at the most? Let's say 4 or 5, right? And so now you got 20 guys redshirted. So when you go through that spring with that 20 guys redshirted, how many are you going to retain after that spring? Or how many are going to jump in the portal on you? Let's just do it. If any one of you going to go statistically and try to calculate this, I already done it. So it's going to be how many? Half. Okay, why don't I just focus on 10? Guys that can, see, when we grab a freshman, we expect that guy to play. We're not looking at, hey, man, we can just redshirt you, develop you. No. We're looking for you to come in and play some football. I don't give a darn if it's a walk-on, if it's a Cash Cleveland. We expect you to play.
I kind of agree with him. And you know what? This, to Deion's credit, he was ahead of the curve on this one. And maybe it was just luck, right? Once the portal opened up, and you could go out and find ready-made players to jump on your roster now, and the frequency in which people use the transfer portal, the players, it would behoove you to try and build your entire team through just high school recruiting. Because he's right. You got a guy on campus, you try and develop him, and if they aren't playing, they'll probably transfer. And it's a tough little balance that you got to make now. Now, the issue that you're going to find yourself in is there is going to be, unless you're at the tippy top of college football, which maybe they can get there, but unless you're a Georgia or a Bama, the ability for you to turn that over every single year is going to be really difficult, and there is going to be a lot of volatility, I think, in your win-loss record if you play the game this way. But it's just kind of the way it is. You'll have a season in which you might go 10-2, and the next year you might go 6-6, and the year after that you might go 11-1, and the year after that you might go 4-8. Like when you're not at the blue chip level of it's almost like you're guaranteed to get a couple of studs a year through the transfer portal, and you can keep things together that way, you're just going to be dealing with an animal that is not domesticated. You ever see those videos? There's one guy that I see all the time. So he's got his own sanctuary for like big cats, like lions and hyenas and tigers. And he runs out there and the lion jumps up and gives him a hug. And the whole time, I'm thinking to myself, yeah, it just takes one bad day. One bad day. And no longer, you don't have an animal sanctuary anymore. You're dinner. That's it. And I think about that like the transfer portal. Like, people are really good at it. They can have the lion that runs up and gives you a hug. And then you have the one lion who was pissed off because he stepped on a thorn, and he's going to take that aggression out on you. I don't know. I don't know how this works, okay? How do you domesticate a lion? People have done it. I don't know
ask
how.
Joe Exotic, I guess.
What I'm trying to think of what the guy's name is. Because, God, it looks like the best life ever. I'm not a huge cat guy, but lions are pretty cool. Tigers are pretty cool. If I could just get one of those to be my friend, I think I would walk around as if I had a domesticated lion at my side, I would think I'm more important than the president. Because all I have to do is just say, get him. And I win.
Would you bring him to the studio?
Are you kidding me? Of course I would. Yeah.
Oh, that'd be awesome.
Imagine me doing the show and I just had a lion who is trained, who is sitting next to me, and I had no worries about it the entire time.
And then when you're trying to make a point about the Broncos-Chiefs game, and Vic and Moj keep cutting you off, you go, "Hey,
yes,
Fluffy, we got something to say about this, huh?"
Now, I can't get my 12-pound Shih Tzu Bichon dog to listen to me, so we're at odds there. But the point is, when you build through the portal, I think he's right about this. You're playing a game that is, I don't think it has a clear method. You know, I don't think it's got a perfect recipe. And he's really good at convincing kids to go there and go play for a year or two and then leave. Go to the draft or whatever. But there's a second part to this, too, where he continues to talk about the portal process.
Our approach is somewhat different, heavily scrutinized, heavily criticized, but we know what we're doing. So if anybody ever did the homework and the statistics of these young men, that people have a class that they say is the number one class in the nation, then 5 of those guys play or 4 of those guys play, then the rest go through the spring, then they jump in the portal. Give me those numbers. Don't give me the numbers of where you rank nationally recruiting, because this is like an NFL team. You always say who won the draft. Then the team gets killed all year. You don't say nothing else about it. Who won the draft last year in the NFL? Nobody care right now, right? Exactly. You see what I'm saying?
There's something to that. Like, you can have 15 5-star recruits, but if 10 of them leave because they aren't playing their freshman year, then that doesn't matter anymore. You know, it was much easier in college football. It's why guys like Nick Saban aren't doing this anymore. You know, who is the other coach? The other coach in college basketball that just stepped down. Oh, Virginia's coach, Bennett. He stepped down because he goes, "This isn't what I signed up for. I didn't get in to coach this way." And it's difficult on people. But Deion's one of the guys, like, if you embrace it, and I think this would have been his plan from the start anyway, it's a big deal. And that's what can make it work. And for all the people that have these fears, in fact, Nelly, I forgot to send you this yesterday. Or maybe it's on the cut sheet. See if you can find it for me. But he was talking about these rumors of him leaving CU, and, you know, the guys on ESPN talking about him going to be a Cowboys quarterback and them taking Shedeur with him and all this. Oh, I'm looking at it right now. How about this? ESPN right now is a headline. Deion Sanders should be the next Cowboys head coach, right or wrong? Dominique Foxworth, right. I don't think people are listening to Deion. Okay? And I just sent you this DM. Let me know when you can pull this up and have it ready for me, Nelly.
Here again, talking about the same things.
Like, maybe you just need some fodder to talk about, or hey, wouldn't it be cool if sort of thing? Because I would be incredibly interested. If Deion made the jump to be an NFL head coach and coach the Cowboys, I'd be incredibly interested. It's just not what he does. Building a team in college football through things like the transfer portal that he was talking about, and then building a team through the draft and free agency, where you don't just get your pick of the litter because there's a salary cap, is incredibly different. And dealing with adults, like adults, as opposed to kid adults, is a much different thing. And here's what's really weird.
With rain.
And I give, again, you guys know this, I've given Deion full credit for this turnaround this year. I mean, overall, he's got an 11-10 record as a coach. He's in year 2 of big-time college football coaching. And people are talking about him being an NFL head coach. All I'm saying is this. How do I put this in a way that is going to sound correct and Deion people won't start yelling at me? All right. If Deion were not Deion, if Deion were Steve Nelson, and he was the head coach of the CU Buffs, and they had this turnaround, and they're 7-2, and they're in a position to make the Big 12 championship game in year 2, would Steve Nelson have the headline on ESPN, Steve Nelson should leave college football to coach the Cowboys, true or false?
You're darn right I plan on winning.
And all of this, remember when people said I was crazy for talking about college football playoff a couple weeks ago and keeping an eye on at-large opportunities? And I said, what you might not want to discount in all of this is the idea of what Deion brings from a outside influence standpoint. Because if I put the same resume down that Deion Sanders has, and I put it on Joe Johnson's name, you might be discussing, hey, should this guy leave to take a little bit bigger role at another college? Like maybe he goes from CU to like an SEC team. He goes and coaches Florida State, Ole Miss, something like that. Then, yeah, I would get it. The Cowboys is not happening. It's only happening because it's Deion.
Hey, you better be careful what you say about my next step, or the Nelly honks are going to come after you.
You know what? I think we need a few Nelly honks in here. I think that needs to happen.
I got one. He's sitting right here behind this microphone, so we got one. I also, by the way, anytime we bring up the Bo honks, the Bo Nix honks, or the Deion honks, I finally added all the honk sound effects to my board.
So do they each have does a Deion honk have a different honk than a Bo honk, or are they both just random honks?
Well, you tell me. We can go through these. All right, here's honk 1. So we got that one, and then second variation of that.
Gotta like that one. The like clown car sound.
Then we got this. Speaking of clowns.
Oh, there you go. Good one.
And then wrap it up with the goose one.
I kind of like all of them. I think we just need to rotate through.
Yeah, we got to mix it up. So when Vic starts honking his honk and talking about honks, yeah, pick your poison. We'll see see what comes up.
By the way, let's get to this audio. So this is on FS1. Deion looks like he's talking to Michael Irvin. And Michael Irvin, obviously former Cowboy, former teammate of Deion's, asking him about rumors of him jumping to the NFL. Here's what Deion said.
When I came to practice, we walked out on practice. I'm your boy. The first person you went and showed to me was that walk-on. You see that right there? That's my hitter. That dude just started, he cranks my practices up. You know what I mean? And that's encouraging kids, encouraging athletes, and really encouraging people to be better than they really are. And can I segue with that? Because no place needs people to encourage people to be better than they really are, besides Jerry Jones and the Dallas Cowboys. Now, I know you focus day-to-day. I know you're a day-to-day man. But can you think about some days?
Let me take the computer here, because you starting to talk that talk. I got to show you where I am. I love it where I am.
What you trying to say? What are you trying to say?
I love it where I am. I love it.
You already know where you going with it.
I love it where I am.
When I
So
came
what
to
you can't
practice,
see-
we walked out.
What you can't see if you're listening and not watching, obviously, is Dion, when he says, I love where I am, he picks up his webcam because he's joining this show via Zoom, and he turns around and he shows the view of the Flatirons and he shows the view of Folsom Field behind him live on TV as he says, I like where I am. So he's being literal and figurative when he says that.
Well, and here's the thing. He's said that from day one. And it's like, nobody takes him seriously. When he says, I like it here, I don't want to be anywhere else. We go, yeah. But the Cowboys job, huh? Oh, yeah, you like it here. Yeah.
Well, let's just address the elephant in the room. For years, CU as a program has just been a stepping stone.
Yep.
Remember Midnight Mel Tucker, who told a room full of boosters and donors, I'm going to stay here. And then like 2 hours later,
he told
was on
this radio station that he wasn't going anywhere like hours before he left.
Yes, and then he hopped on a plane to Lansing before you could say Sco Buffs. So I think a lot of people still have these residual thoughts of, oh boy, Deion's just using this as a stepping stone. I mean, that's what, and day one, when he got hired, everybody said he's going to be here for 2 years and then he's going to Florida State. Like, this has been the narrative since his wheels touched down at DIA. So it doesn't surprise me that the rumors are only heating up, especially since Mike McCarthy is probably on his way out of Dallas.
Well, and it's that combined with the idea that they've had success this year in a way that for them isn't, but for a lot of people is unexpected. That you have a legitimate shot at winning the conference, a legitimate shot at making the college football playoff. Like, I don't know how many people had that on their bingo card before the year if they're being honest about it. So, can get back to this a little bit later. 303-504-0925. Avs and Kings national TV game tonight. 8 o'clock puck drop. Don't we all love the 8 o'clock puck drops? But you can hear it right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. When we return, NFL Stock Up, Stock Down next. God, I love this music. I really do. NFL stock up, stock down. We do it every week following the NFL weekend, and we always start with the quarterbacks. Nelly, stock up. It's going to be weird because when I have these categories, it's typically reserved for players who win and play well. And with the stock up, I'm going to put a quarterback in who lost. But have you guys seen Joe Burrow lately? Joe Burrow had 428 yards and 4 touchdowns in a close loss. Couldn't get the 2-point conversion against Baltimore. Thursday Night Football this past week. He has 9 touchdowns in his last 2 weeks. He's got 24 TDs and 4 picks on the year. He is on pace to set career highs in almost every single category, and Cincinnati's 4-6. I can't make heads or tails of it, but they are not losing because Joe Burrow is not throwing the ball well. That is the biggest certainty that I have of anything surrounding him this season. Like, you can't point to Joe Burrow and say you're not doing enough because he is doing more than enough. And you thought for a second, I know Joe Burrow's dealt with injuries the last couple of years, and it's made Cincinnati maybe a more forgotten or forgettable team since making the Super Bowl recently. But if he continues to play this way, with how bad the AFC is, especially in the middle, like, there is no middle class in the AFC. You're either super rich or incredibly poor. And they're the only team, them and the Broncos, that I feel like fits that middle class category. And they have the ability right now to rattle off a whole bunch of wins in a row. If you look at the way that Cincinnati's schedule sets up, so they got a tough game against the Chargers on the road this weekend. They got a tough game against the Steelers after that. But then it's Cowboys, Titans, Browns, Broncos, Steelers. They got a 3-game stretch in which they should rattle off all 3 wins. And if they get one of these in the next couple of weeks, or hell, both of them against the Chargers and Steelers, they are going to be nipping at the Broncos' heels for that last wild card spot. And if Joe Burrow plays this way, you could easily see that happening. So Joe Burrow gets a stock up. Let's go stock down. This is a quarterback who won last week, which again is weird. Usually these are flipped, but guess what? Sam Darnold looks awful lately. Just terrible. Sam Darnold had 241 passing yards, no touchdowns, and 3 picks in a 12-7 win over Jacksonville. He has 5 interceptions in the last 2 weeks. I did not buy into the Sam Darnold stuff early in the year. I know you could get wrapped up in it because Minnesota still looks like a really good football team. But for him in particular, he's somebody that I just didn't feel like the level of play he had at the beginning of the year was sustainable. And it looks like that's correct because they continue to win, but they lost 2 straight games to the Rams and Lions. That was 4 weeks ago is when that started. And now in the last 2 weeks, even though they've won, it was a very close win at home over Indianapolis, who's terrible, and a 12-7 win over Jacksonville now. Sam Darnold had 6 touchdowns in 7 picks in the last 5 weeks. I think that that carriage is turning into a pumpkin. Now, Minnesota's good enough for them to sustain some winning because their defense is really good and they have super talented players on offense like Justin Jefferson and Jordan Addison and all these different guys. But if he doesn't play better, they're going to be lost in the shuffle. If they want to keep pace in the NFC North, especially with a team like Detroit, they need much better quarterback play than that. And Sam Darnold's got to step up his game. So he's got the stock down this week. Let's go non-quarterback stock up. You might not pay attention to it because he plays for Carolina. But I'm telling you right now, Chuba Hubbard's a really good player. He's maybe the only true, really good piece that the Panthers have on the offensive side of the football. And so much so that he just got a contract extension. But this past week, 28 carries for 153 yards and a touchdown. He's got 818 rushing yards on the year. And that's for a team that's always down and probably finds themselves in difficult positions to really establish rushing games. So for him to get that with the limited opportunities is pretty crazy. Again, just a comparison shot for a second, guys. 818 yards so far for Chuba Hubbard. You know how much Javonte Williams has? 388. I mean, Chuba is having an incredible, incredible year. He's got 5.1 yards per carry. And again, when you're a young team who's really bad, you want to establish some cornerstone pieces of when we get good in a couple of years, this guy's going to be part of it. Chuba Hubbard is without a doubt in that category. And by the way, not for nothing, the Panthers have won 2 straight games, which I didn't think they'd win 2 games the entire season. So them to do that in back-to-back weeks, pretty impressive. Might have been against bad opponents. Do not care. They were, I think, widely seen as the worst team in the league up until the last couple of weeks. But Chuba Hubbard's a big reason why they're able to rattle off some wins. Non-quarterback stock down. So this former first-round pick is finding himself in a very weird situation. Travis Etienne, the running back out of Jacksonville. He started his career with back-to-back 1,000-yard rushing seasons. And now he's been relegated to the number 2 role on his own team. Tank Bigsby has taken over as the starting running back. In Jacksonville this past week, Travis Etienne had 11 carries for 44 yards. He only has 298 yards rushing on the season. And bigger than that, he's only got 70 carries on the season. Again, this guy had back-to-back 1,000-yard rushing seasons, and now he's been relegated to the 2. Jacksonville looks terrible, and they're just trying to find a spark. You would think he would be the one to bring it, but he's not. So he gets the stock down. Let's go to NFL team stock up. Arizona's good, man. I don't know what changed from the beginning of the year. They had a rough start, but they've found themselves in a bit of a rhythm. And they are building their football team, I think, the proper way. They have a, how do I want to put this? A very, very solid group of young, talented players on both sides of the football. I still find the Kyler Murray experience very confusing because sometimes he looks great and other times he looks awful. But James Conner's a really good back. Marvin Harrison, obviously, added to the receiving corps this year, gives him a boost. Trey McBride is having an amazing season. Budda Baker on the opposite side of the football is really good. Like, they got some really talented young pieces on that team that's going to make them, I think, pose a problem for the NFC in the coming years. And they're just starting to build it now because they have won 4 straight. They haven't given up a touchdown at home in 4 games. That's how long it's been. But won 5 straight. I'm sorry, 5 of 6, 4 straight, and have a 6-4 record now, which makes them a contender in the NFC. NFL team stock down. It's Houston. So they had a 26-23 loss to Detroit on Sunday Night Football in which they intercepted Jared Goff 5 times. That just feels impossible. 5 interceptions and a 16-point halftime lead, and you lose that game. It's got to hurt. C.J. Stroud seems to be hitting a year 2 wall a little bit, but they've just found themselves in a really, really difficult stretch here. They started the season 5-1. Since then, they've lost 3 of the last 4 and done so in pretty ugly fashion. Houston, they're going to win their division because their division sucks. But if they want to plan on winning a playoff game, they need to get their stuff turned around in a hurry. Because if they continue to play this way, it doesn't matter that they'll win this crappy division. They're going to get their butts kicked when the postseason starts. MVP stock up. Yeah, I'm going to throw a name out there, and I know he's not going to win it, but I like to highlight guys who should be in the conversation. Jamar Chase has been incredible this year. 253-yard game with 3 touchdowns this past week. He could get to 2,000 yards as a receiver, which has never happened before. He's got 10 touchdowns already. He's going to set career highs in every category, and we know how good Jamar Chase has already been in this league. So he at least gets a shout-out in this. MVP stock down. Yeah, Jared Goff might have won last week, but his entire MVP campaign was around efficiency. And when you throw 5 picks in a game, which is more picks than he had the entire year, I think this ends his MVP chances because the Lions might be really good and he might be somewhat in the conversation at the end of the year, and maybe that game's an anomaly. But when you base it around the efficiency that he's played with all year and you have one of those games, it hurts. Best game of the week?
Settle down just a little bit.
Steelers-Commanders was great. A hell of a game, but I'm going to give it to Ravens and Bengals. I know his Thursday Night Football is way in the rearview mirror, but God, that game was fun. Just touchdowns galore, especially late. Worst game of the week. It's Vikings-Jags. Any game that combines for 19 points, you can get the hell out of my life. Okay? Done. That is NFL Stock Up, Stock Down. Do it every week following the NFL weekend. Moshe Lombardi and Kane next. Big thank you to everybody who said hi last night. The gala was fun. I wore a sport coat and slacks.
Your hair, your exposed hair, your face and hair.
I ran a comb through my hair yesterday.
Moj, I don't know what it did to you, but it sent shockwaves through my system to the point where I was ready to go home upon sight.
Did we really?
It's funny because I said, that's Brett right there. And they're like, that's not Brett.
Nobody recognized him.
I'm like,
Nobody.
that is.
It made me pretty incognito.
That's Brett.
It was
Right,
fun.
it does. Yeah.
I've never seen someone take off articles of clothing and get less. Nobody knew who you were.
Wait, what do you mean take off? What do you mean?
Like you took off your hat.
Oh,
You
yeah.
exposed your head or hair.
That's the equivalent. Like me taking off my hat is like Nelly shaving his beard, right? It's just it's hard to recognize after
It
that.
causes, as Vic says, a shockwave through the sporting community and everybody there last night. I guess I had a little bit too much fun because my voice is not.
Dude, that is such a fun event. I mean, for those of you who attended, you can vouch. For those of you who maybe want to attend in years future, if you hear about it coming up next year, I'm telling you right now,
It's cool.
it is worth your time.
Yeah,
Well,
it's
the
cool.
food is unbelievable. I see. Here's the thing. Anything that says like poached salmon, blah 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 blah. I'm like, I don't deserve that. This is so. I'm pulling. Who was the coach that wouldn't shower because they lost? Is it the head coach of Miami?
Fran something. It's Syracuse coach.
Fran Brown. I don't deserve to have like a poached salmon with a sprinkle of this and a dash of that. I don't deserve that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I deserve. Like if they if they said, "Hey, there's a burger laying on the concourse, on the ground." That's what I feel like I deserve. I don't deserve this filet mignon with the lobster mac and cheese. I'm like, are you kidding me?
Well,
Dude,
I
I
totally
lived at
deserve
the Anthony's Pizza Bin over there.
Dude, I was walking out and I saw people with full pizza boxes leaving. I was like,
yeah,
oh, okay.
yeah.
Anyway,
Yeah, Moj, for you, it's based on syllable count. Once you get past like 3 syllables, when they go, this is a braised bruschetta with a tomato bisque. You're like, no, after 3 syllables, I stopped listening.
Like I don't deserve that kind of food.
you know what's funny is that I saw Christian Brown. He was trying to make his way from one side to the other. I think he was trying to leave. He was not allowed to leave. He would take 2 steps, and then there'd be somebody throwing a phone in his face.
He's
saying,
very popular
picture.
now.
He was
Very,
very,
very
popular.
popular.
Well, he should be because he's really good. So look, fun time last night. Thanks to everybody who said hi. In the meantime,
I don't like this. We don't have a basketball game tonight thing. I don't like that. We have hockey tonight, which is
hockey
good.
tonight.
But this whole week off. Correct me if I'm wrong. Starting Friday, is that this tournament crap?
But started last night.
It started last night.
Yeah, but Friday the Nuggets have their first game of the NBA Cup against a injury-depleted New Orleans team, by the way.
Okay.
New Orleans is missing half of its roster.
Who cares? Do you? And so they'll win, hopefully.
Hopefully.
I'm couching it because you have put that in me over the years.
You know how I feel
I
about
know.
games like this.
I got you, but
Vic, it's the IST.
Yeah, I'm going to make a. What's
No,
that?
it's the NBA Cup.
Go!
What is IST?
Oh, I'm sorry. It's the
This is-
NBA Cup. IST was what it
Used to be.
used to be, which was the in-season tournament.
Yeah, now it's the NBA Cup. They made it a lot easier.
All right, here's the thing. NBA.
Presented by Emirates.
The NBA Cup. So stupid.
Well, did you guys watch last night's finish to the NBA Cup debut game
no,
between
no.
Golden
I was
State?
with you hanging out. Oh,
Well, I got home in
guess I
time.
did. Yeah, I saw Steph Curry go crazy late. He and Clay were kind of dueling all night long. Is that what you're talking about?
Steph Curry scored 12 of their last points, and he was perfect in the fourth quarter and could not miss and rallied them down from 6 down in the final minute 45. That dude is a witch.
Well, one thing's very clear, Vic. Klay Thompson, if he just sees a Golden State Warrior jersey, turns into Klay Thompson of like 10 years ago.
I know.
Because he goes insane.
I know.
Yeah, like Klay Thompson's been bad all year. And then he saw a Warriors jersey and he goes, oh, yeah. Remember when I was on that team and I hit threes all the time?
And what Draymond Green in the final couple minutes of that game did on the defensive side is as equally impressive as what Steph did on the offensive side. People overlook that. They do. But he changed the game with his defense.
Okay, it's called the Emirates NBA Cup.
Yeah.
For some reason, last year it grew on you, Vic. Like you got excited as the.
Well, listen, the overall appeal of it, I get it, why people don't think it's a big deal. But I'm just telling you, the in-game environment, when you're at the game, it feels bigger. Maybe because it's the floor. I don't know.
Who cares? The Warriors floor last night looked cool. I don't know who needs to know this, but it looked pretty damn awesome. It was all gray, and it had like this big crown thing in the middle or something like that. It looked really neat to me. I liked the look of the floor. It almost looked, though, superimposed. It almost looked computer graphic-like.
Too much.
You think so?
Yeah, too much.
It was just different for me. I thought
it's like a Crayola box vomited. It's just calm down.
Okay,
let's calm down here.
I thought it was interesting because it was different. This whole, I'm not going to say IST, and if you even think I'm going to call it the NBA Cup, you're out of your mind.
Well, that's what it's called.
In fact,
it's called
Vic,
the NBA Cup.
If you start to get off on this thing, I'm going to mock you mercilessly.
It's called the NBA Cup.
What's stupid? Nobody cares.
Okay, got it.
The Warriors have a tiny little banner. The Lakers have a tiny little banner hanging up at their joint, and it looks stupid.
That is actually the one reason I love the NBA Cup is the Lakers were forced to put up a tiny little banner next to all these championship banners.
It looks like a little
nailed by the king.
It looks like a little. Oh, here's the thing: you have all these NBA championship banners for the Lakers, and then you have something your kid made at school that you got to put on the fridge.
Listen,
it's just dumb. Just dumb.
I know that game is getting all the headlines because it's Golden State and it's Steph Curry. I'll tell you the most interesting thing from yesterday. I'll tell you. Never seen it before. A guy that I consider like a crown jewel of coaching, Eric Spoelstra, who's been there for 17 years in Miami, lost them a game against Detroit, by the way. That game was tied 120 to 120 in overtime. Bucket was hit by Detroit to tie it. 1 second left. Spoelstra calls a timeout. Here's the problem. They don't have a timeout.
Ugh.
Gets teed up. Malik Beasley hits the free throw. Detroit wins that game.
Wow.
Never seen Spoelstra make a mistake like that. Like, if I told you, out of all the coaches in the league, to make the mistake of calling a timeout to get a tech to lose the game when you don't have one, would Spoelstra be the last guy on the list to do it? Because I never imagined Spoelstra making a mistake like that. By the way, here's what he said in the post game.
I just made a serious mental error, there at the end. That's on my, that's on me. I feel horrible about it. There's really no excuse for that. I'm 17 years in. We had talked about it in the huddle. I knew that we didn't have anything. I just got emotional and reactive on that, and I just made a horrendous mistake there at the end. It's a shame, because we really fought back. We had some great defensive possessions, hustle possessions, those 50-50 balls, and then Tyler was just sensational.
Got it. Detroit, by the way, is 5-7.
Yeah.
Didn't it take them like 2 months to win 5 games last year?
You know what's interesting about the NBA right now, and it's still very early. I really don't pay attention to standings until after the new year.
Look at Jalen Rose's face, by the way. He knows a little something about calling a timeout when you don't have one.
Well, he didn't do it. Chris Webber did, but he knows he was on the court.
Yes, that's what I'm saying, though. That was his face after Spoelstra called the timeout.
Unbelievable. If you look at the Eastern Conference, and everyone said this year, present company included, that the East was really tough. The Eastern Conference has 2 teams with winning records. 2. Boston and Cleveland. That's it. 2 teams with winning records. Compare that to the Western Conference of the NBA that has 10 teams with winning records. What the hell?
Yeah.
I didn't realize.
The mediocrity out East is just wow. Also last night, for those of you wondering, after the start of this season, God, what's up with the Nuggets, right? Hey, folks. Did you see what happened to the Minnesota Timberwolves last night? They lost to Portland. A bad Portland team. Bad Portland team. The Timberwolves are 6-5.
How much more we got to lose?
Yeah. More. See, that doesn't hit as much anymore with Cat over in New York now. But Something else, and let me ask you guys. Moj, I think you're going to be with me on this. I don't like the way that I react to this. I don't enjoy this.
Hold on a second.
I don't like this.
Just real quick. I can't move on. I just found out that Spoelstra married a Heat dancer
Good for him.
back in 2016. Well, they're divorced now, so
Well,
maybe
you remember
it wasn't that good.
You remember what happened, right?
No.
When they got divorced. You don't remember this story? I think this was last year, wasn't it? Vic, do you remember this?
Yes.
Spoelstra was getting a divorce, and the Heat waited until the divorce was finalized
that's
before
right. Then
he
they
got
gave
his
him a new
new
contract. That's right. Yes, I do recall that. I didn't realize she was a dancer.
But listen,
That's all I got. Okay, yeah, let's move on.
I don't like the way that I feel about this. I think this is a personal flaw that I have that I need to get rid of, but I don't know if you guys feel the same way. God, do I enjoy watching the 76ers lose and Joel Embiid going 2 for 11 from the floor. God, do I love that.
Was he?
And
Did he cry last night? Did he cry? Was he crying?
No.
What happened?
What happened? That was an old video that they put up
my
on
bad.
Did you see the flop?
Yes, I saw.
Yeah.
Yes,
Did you see
I saw
the flop?
Yes.
Give it to Nelly so we can put it on behind Brett for those who didn't see the flop. It was a, that's typical. One of those kind of flops.
Why do I feel that way? Why do I feel this way about Embiid, though? Why do I take so much joy in that yesterday?
Just
Because he cost your player an MVP.
He did, but because the Sixers' house is burning down. This is an old Irvin Jones.
No,
thing.
because it hit home. It's nothing against him. Nothing against him personally as much as the fact that the campaign behind him cost your player a most valuable player award that he should have won. Look at this. Shot out of a cannon.
What are we doing here, man?
That's Deuce McBride, who's half his size.
Like that. I thought they were doing something about this. Wasn't the NBA doing something about this? A man half his size casually walked in front of him, and he took 4 steps back and fell down.
I need some FIBA. You know what I need? I need to go to my doctor, and I need a FIBA injection. Mm-hmm. And just give it to me straight. I mean, take that big old horse needle, right? The one that could pump motor oil, stick it in me wherever you want to, and inject me with FIBA. I can't do this anymore. I can't do Luka faking like he got hit in the face anymore.
It is so annoying.
I can't do campaign acting like he should be in a coma anymore. I can't do it. I can't do Harden. I can't do it, Vic. I don't want to do it anymore.
Okay, understand. But
just as a man, how are you going to do that?
If you're going to have this drum roll, and I agree with you, don't act like your own team, like the Nuggets don't do it too, because they do. Every team does it.
Not a single
Not like
time
that,
has
but
a
they
Nugget
do.
done that. Not a single time.
But there is acting involved.
And show me video evidence of a Nugget doing that.
Moj.
Vic.
No. To that extent, Vic, I've never seen a Nugget do that.
Never to that extent.
KCP was maybe the closest guy when he'd come off he'd get screened and try and sell a call. Like that's the closest I saw to something like that.
I've always believed the solution to fixing flopping is based on players policing themselves. It's never on the league. It's got to be the players. The players have to police it.
I got an idea. I know we can fix this. You guys remember, this is really old. You guys remember Terry Tate, office linebacker?
Sure. Love those commercials.
If we deem
that's not your cake, Philip.
if we deem that you have flopped, Terry Tate has to come out and actually hit you. So then you have to feel what it's like to actually be hit. I need a Terry Tate NBA flop official.
What about Joe Mazzulla's idea? And he's actually experimented with this idea and said, why doesn't the NBA have a power play like the NHL? Well, the only time I would institute a power play is if you are guilty of flopping. If you flop, 1 minute power play. 1 minute, 4 on 5.
I'll tell you this, though. Watching the reaction of, Miles McBride. Could you pick Miles McBride out of a lineup?
Sure.
If you wanted
Deuce
to.
McBride's turned into a great player.
Okay. Well, maybe because of his hair. He's got that hair going on. But he's just a kid. He's 24 years old. His reaction to the officials like, are you... come on. He's like, you got to be kidding me. And I don't blame the young man. It's a joke. Either way, Philly, I don't know. Philly's house is burning down, and I love it. I absolutely love watching it.
303-504-0925. So I think at least me and Vic are on the same page on this. Maybe you, Moj. I think that this weekend, it's Wednesday, we can turn the page, look to the games this weekend. A loss suffered by the Broncos can do one of two things. It can crush you or it can sort of galvanize you. And I'm more in the galvanized category, and I'll explain with some audio next. How do you handle adversity? How do you do it? Well, here's the question. Oh, yes, texters are very upset. There's no, our British man is not doing traffic today. He's not. Yep, our British guys, he's done.
I feel bad for Spataro because he did nothing but his job.
Yeah.
He's nothing but a pro and does it well. And yet people are going to want to squish him, and I don't like that.
Yeah, Spataro is the...
It's because Vic D is going back to Big Ben.
Dude, it's funny how listeners listen and then sort of parrot things we say. Last night at the event, do you know how many people came up to me in a British accent for no apparent reason?
But seriously, though, Moj, Spataro is just like, you guys ever seen that meme from 50 Cent where he goes, "What'd you say bleep me for?"
Yeah,
like he's just standing there. And it's just like, you don't have an accent,
because
buddy.
that's when we got our butts kicked.
Anyway, how you handle adversity matters. And the Broncos were dealt a healthy dose this past weekend with the way that they lost blocked field goal to win the game at Arrowhead. And you wonder, well, how do you respond to a game like that? Some teams would crumble. Other teams would use that as some sort of springboard, some light a fire type situation. Well, here was Mike McGlinchey right after the game in the locker room.
I mean, if you're hanging your head at this point in the season, I don't think you belong in this league. We're 5-5. We're right in the thick of it, and we kind of control our own destiny here as this goes out. And you know, we have an opportunity to go and win a lot of football games, and with a lot of season left. And that's what we're going to try and do. There's, this week's now. We'll watch this tape. We'll get over it, and by Monday night we're on to Atlanta. So, and that's all we can do, and that's what we're going to do. We're going to put our best foot forward and try to win more ball games.
That was immediately after the loss in the locker room. And I don't know if you guys agree with this or not, but I've heard enough from Mike McGlinchey. Like, I don't know what you think of him as a player. As a leader, though, that guy is a very, very good leader.
Yeah, he'll be a future governor of some state somewhere.
Yeah.
He's got that leadership
Governor
approach.
McGlinchey?
Yeah. I could tell you, I don't know if you guys saw what transpired yesterday, late in the afternoon. Mike Westhoff, 76-year-old assistant coach. He also played a huge role in special teams, was partially a special teams guru. He did that for Sean Payton for years in New Orleans. Came out of retirement to join Sean Payton's staff last year. After one of the biggest gaffes in special teams units, he up and left yesterday. Now, according to the team, it's health reasons. Mm-hmm. He has gone home to deal with a health issue. So he's out. He's no longer coaching the Broncos. He's out. I am not at all suggesting that he left because of that game. It's just a curious coincidence that 2 days after, again, the biggest gaffe of the weekend,
right,
he's no longer assisting at that level. I don't know if that's a scapegoat thing. I don't know if he's pushed. I don't know if it's just crazy coincidence. It is what it is. So they have a major change at that position.
So he's been through a lot in his life, though. He survived cancer. He had cancer in his femur.
Yes.
They said he had vision problems, that sort of thing. He's 76 years old. I mean, he's got a lot of life left, but he's no spring chicken. I mean, maybe it's just a big coincidence, Vic.
Could be. That's why. I mean, that's why I'm not suggesting anything. It's just, wow, for that to unfold 2 days after this,
it is weird. Yeah, if he was, the fact that he's a special teams coach too is odd. And I'm with you, Vic. You're not alleging anything. It's just that's some pretty weird coincidence timing stuff. Now, at the same time, I still don't understand, and I don't want to go back and relitigate this whole thing again. But what do you think they were saying this week? Because this wasn't new. This wasn't some outside weird mistake that just was a one-off. This was all season long, and then it burned you. I
think they were saying we have to coach that better or get a bigger person to play that position because it was exposed too many times, and they were close too many times, and they finally got us at the most important time. If they're not saying that, they're not doing their jobs. That's exactly what they should be saying. I'm not putting this all on Alex Forsyth, nor should we. We've heard from enough former players to say he's doing exactly what he's taught to do, to fall back, to do that, dying slowly is what they call that move. Die slowly. Fall on your back. Well, that seems like a freaking Stupid way to approach that. Whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, it didn't work in that situation, so fix it.
Is that how I'm going to go out? Am I going to die slowly?
Moj, we're slowly dying every day, buddy.
But don't.
I mean, that is life, isn't it? Aren't you just like slowly dying every day?
Well, no. I mean, when do you start turning the corner? Like 25?
About 15 years ago for you.
Well, Moj, again, I was at my athletic peak at 46.
Anyway.
And then it's all downhill.
What were you getting at?
Moj, you're like on the 16th fairway, buddy.
Moj.
Yeah, but you know what I'm
Moj,
doing?
You're punting for double on 18 right now.
It's a par 5.
Yeah,
it's a par 5.
But you know what I'm doing? I'm making birdies the whole way home, baby. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Three to the green, Moj. 3 to the green. You're in good shape still.
We'll give you a couple of mollies.
What if God did that? That's the way, like, people have near-death experiences. It's God just saying,
That's a mulligan?
take a mulligan on
Yeah,
this.
that's a mulligan. Yeah.
You made a mistake. It's all right. I got you. Take a molly. All right.
Hey, but in regards
Breakfast
to
ball.
Breakfast ball. In regards to this Falcons game, though, what were you getting at? I mean, you're looking at it in a positive way. I mean,
here's what I'm getting at.
I'm trying to figure out what you're saying about it.
I think the Broncos are going to come out, and I think they're going to kick ass on Sunday.
So do I. I think you're going to see an angry team and a committed team and a team, especially from the coaching standpoint, they're going to push the envelope. I am very eager, though, back to our original point. What do you think that field goal unit looks like now?
I don't know.
Do you think they make a change
I don't
there?
know. I don't know. It hasn't been a problem really until
you never
now.
noticed that stuff. What
I
did
know
you
you
ever
don't.
notice? Has any Bronco fan ever paid close attention to
No.
who the hell is blocking on the field goal
I said that
unit?
yesterday, Vic. I said, when was the last time you actually paid attention to the blocking scheme on a field goal? You don't, because you feel like it's automatic, and usually it is. I mean, it happens once in a blue moon, and everybody wants to freak out about it. You got to enact new laws because something went down once in a blue moon weirdness?
What's the equivalent to that? What's an equivalent of that situation?
To me, it's
where the same mistake was made, it hasn't burned you, but
Okay.
then it burns you in a really, really, really bad way.
To me, it's like...
And then you freak out about it.
To me, it's like you don't contest the inbound, and a guy hits a three-quarter
I'll
court
tell you a mistake
shot,
like
and,
that.
and
No, I'll
you
tell you a
lose,
mistake
and you're
like
like,
that.
oh, God, we got to defend the inbound from now on.
I'll tell you a mistake like that.
What?
2009 Western Conference Finals, the inability to inbound a basketball for the Denver Nuggets.
But was that like a problem all year that just showed its face in that moment, or
They never
what?
really worked on inbound plays.
Okay. Then, yeah, that's fair. But to Mosier's point, like, are we got this under a microscope that's under a telescope that's under the Hubble, and we're just looking at this so closely when it's not really a huge problem. It was just a problem once, you know?
If it happens in the first quarter, nobody's really talking about it.
Yeah.
It happened in the final seconds of the game.
If that happened on the 60-yarder at halftime that they missed
Nobody
anyway,
cares.
but
Nobody cares.
I don't think we're sitting here this morning saying they need to
Nobody
make a
cares.
change of this, this, and this.
Nobody cares.
Yeah.
If it happens on the 60-yarder, we're like, they took a shot. You're so right. It's when it happens. It's when. When is everything, especially with special teams. That's why you can't make mistakes. You know, the Tony Romo play in Seattle when he dropped the field goal. Remember he dropped the hole?
Oh, my God. I that was in the playoffs, though.
Yeah. But
That was in the postseason,
again,
so it's
when
magnified.
it happens.
Yeah,
it's
you're
when
right.
it happens.
Yeah, you're right.
Norwood missing in the Super Bowl. When it happens.
Yeah.
I just don't want to be freaking out over all of this.
You're probably right, Moj.
It sucks. And listen, I don't know what to make of the Atlanta Falcons because their offense is pretty damn good. They're fifth in the league in total yards. You know that, right? Like, they move the ball up and down the field. I think they're outside the top 10 in terms of points per game, which means they really can't convert that well. But they move that ball up and down the field. I put my faith in the Broncos defense to slow them down, and their defense is not great. So this could be, and by the way, for the first time in a long time, the Broncos over-under is 43.5, which seems huge compared to the way it has been.
I'm telling you guys right now, Wednesday. On Wednesday, I'm telling you to keep an eye on this on Sunday. Okay?
All right, okay.
When you look at the Falcons offense, they do have a whole bunch of really young, exciting players on there. Bijan Robinson, Kyle Pitts, Drake London, all really good, young.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know who their biggest big play threat is? And it's a guy who's flown under the radar all year. Darnell Mooney, coming over from Chicago, is their biggest big play threat out of all the people on the team. I actually looked this up because I kept watching like NFL Red Zone and be like, Darnell Mooney, 30-yard catch. And I'm like, that's happened quite a bit this year. So the Atlanta Falcons, they signed Mooney in the offseason from Chicago. And Mooney was a good wideout, but playing in Chicago with Justin Fields, his numbers just weren't great. So Kyle Pitts this year has 6 catches over 20 yards.
Mm-hmm.
Drake London has 3. Mooney is 16. 16 catches of 20 yards or more. And it's got to be, I don't know what that ranks in the NFL, but it's got to be near the top. They got threats kind of everywhere on offense. Even they got a 2-headed monster in the backfield between Bijan Robinson and Tyler Algier. Like, this is a very difficult offense to kind of keep at bay. You're going to have to put up some points this weekend. But that's why I think the motivating factor of how that game ended is really going to help him. I do. And I think that Sean Payton's going to – you might see one of those Tampa game plans this weekend where it's like you win the coin toss, you take the football, and you throw the ball like 4 times to start the game. Like, I think that it just could feel like one of those weekends.
And I know how you guys feel about this game. I mean, you just laid it out there. You feel like the Broncos are going to come out raging.
I do, yeah.
And, the Falcons – I don't even know how to categorize this, but they have a cushion inside their division. I mean, it's sort of them. They're the only team above 500 inside their division. And the second-place team, Tampa, is 2 games under. They've got themselves a cushion inside the division.
Yep.
But that loss for them, getting pushed around by the Saints, I'll say this about Atlanta. They've got a good offense. It's a pretty good football team overall. They're going to be in the postseason. Do not look at this as, the Broncos are going to steamroll these guys. These guys can play the game. I'm a little, to me, they're almost like, in terms of their overall team ability, they're almost like the Denver Broncos. They're not the same team with the way they play the game, but they're the same team with kind of where they are in the overall NFL structure. That's what I look at. So don't take this for granted, dudes.
Are you guys surprised? I just want you to do some self-inventory here because I'm doing some for myself. I am pleasantly surprised at how I view Bo Nix today after the Kansas City game versus after the Baltimore game. Both losses, but I look at the growth in the Kansas City game that he displayed, and I saw it. And I think the thing that upsets me most about the result of that Kansas City game is that it denied a young rookie quarterback the opportunity to achieve his first comeback win in the NFL.
And especially in that environment and against that team in particular.
Yeah, that would have been one notch on the belt that every quarterback looks for. There are growth moments for quarterbacks. There are, clean games. There are wins, obviously, but comebacks, right? The comeback is a big notch. And when you achieve one of those and you can do it on the road,
that's a good point.
In that place?
Well, here's the thing, too. The day in Kansas City was beautiful. It was sunny. It was warm. Right? He was playing some football. A perfect fall day in Kansas City.
Mm-hmm.
You don't get the opportunity for that kind of weather at that stadium very often if you're the Denver Broncos. And number 2, you don't get the opportunity. I mean, think of the young man. How many more chances will he get to win a game at Arrowhead in his career? It's always a pain in the butt. I don't care.
But
I don't
do
care
it in that fashion.
Yeah, I don't care if the Witch is your quarterback. I don't care who it is. That building is hard.
Yeah.
That weather is typically freezing rain that stings your body as it hits you. It's just everything lined up in their favor, and they didn't do it. It just sucks.
And you know what? Comeback wins, that's a quarterback stat. You can say whatever you want. You can say whatever you want. You look at all the great ones. Look at Elway's stats as a comeback player. Comeback stats are quarterback stats. And they denied Bo Nix his first.
Well, and a texter says, what are we talking about if the Broncos don't drive down the field in the last possession? My vote is the disappearance of the offense for 3/4 of the game. They scored 14 points. That's not good.
Kansas City scored 16.
That's what I wanted to get
for
at.
everybody who blames the Broncos offense, what did Kansas City do? They scored 16. That's vaunted Kansas City. That's Patrick Mahomes, Kelsey and company. They scored 16. Big deal. Low-scoring game.
I'm not just going to discount the last drive because the last drive was the most important thing that happened in the entire game. Like, you put yourself in a position for a chip shot field goal to win against Kansas City. It's huge, number one. Number two is exactly what you said, Vic. Like, if you did any type of research before this game started, you would have known this game was not going to be 35-31.
Not only that, we like to rewrite history about how things happen. Oh, well, by the way, if you look at the all-22 of that call they made when Benito sacked Mahomes, the illegal contact, it looks worse at the all-22. It's such a bad call.
Terrible call.
Such a bad call. And it results in a Kansas City touchdown. And people are like, well, Denver wins. If you never know, because if Kansas City has to score more, they may change the way they play. They may change their play calls. So you can't change. The only thing I look at is the last opportunity. And the last opportunity, you had the ball in perfect position to win a game, and you couldn't do it.
One more text here. So because Denver has a good defense, it's okay that their offense sucks. I want to explain something to you guys. I will fully admit that their offense isn't great this year. I didn't think they had the chance to be great because you had a rookie quarterback with not a whole bunch of super talented players on the offensive side. But, Mose, you know this as well as anybody. Sometimes when you play hockey games, you know the score is going to be 2-1. You just know it's going to be a low-scoring game because that's what the matchup dictates. It's the same thing in football. Sometimes you're going to have games like, hey, Baltimore, we're going to have to score this weekend because you can't hold Baltimore to 7 points.
Yeah,
okay?
totally.
You're going to have to do it. But you go into a game with a plan of how you think the game is going to sort of play out. And you game plan to that. That's what people do. Vic, is it a different game when you're playing the Golden State Warriors from 4 years ago as opposed to playing, the Detroit Bad Boy Pistons?
Of course.
Yeah. So you game plan differently. I have no issues with the offense. Do you want to see them put together a couple more drives in the second half? Yeah, of course. But you know what? It happens sometimes. And you did enough to win the football game. 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. Back after this. Mosier has said, I need to make a
Quiet time for
proclamation.
1 second, please. Hold on. This groove right here, on this groove right here, but this groove, Nelly, give me some. Oh, yeah. Okay. Here's my proclamation. Boys, we have a problem in the Central Division in the National Hockey League. We've got ourselves a big problem.
Enough with Winnipeg winning. My God, what are you doing, Winnipeg?
It's the first team in history to win 14 of their first 15 games. Again, the Avs lost 1-0 at the Peg. When was it? Saturday? No, last weekend?
Yeah.
Last week? So my proclamation is this. From this point on, let's not talk about Winnipeg. They've checked out already. As far as I'm concerned, they've probably won the Central Division already. They got 30 flipping points, bro. Bro, 30 points.
Peak early.
They've won 7 in a row, bro.
Peak early.
We're 16 games into the season.
We're not even Christmas yet. Calm down.
Bro.
And the Avs are 14
Calm
points
down.
back.
They will come back down to earth. Guaranteed.
Okay, well, I don't think they'll come back down to earth that much.
They will come back down at least. They're not going to lap the field like this all year. There's no way. And you know what? Even if they do, who cares? You saw the game in Winnipeg. You saw it. And the Avs were not even at full staff. Come on.
They've scored 73 goals this year already. They've given up 34. It's a pretty dang good hockey club. I don't want to talk about them. I'm going to let them check out. Okay? Let them just go do their old Winnipeg thing, whatever that is. And we'll focus on Minnie and Dallas. How about that?
Totally
I'm not
fair.
worried about the, quote, Utah Hockey Club. I'm not worried about the St. Louis Blues, Chicago, Nashville's a mess. I'm not worried about them. I'm worried about the teams right in front in Dallas and Minnie. Minnie, I think, is a team that's going to come back down to reality sometime soon, eventually, whatever. But that team is 7-1-2 on the road. What are they doing away from St. Paul? Stop it. Stop that crap.
Well, we will talk to Jared Bednar at 8 o'clock this morning.
That's about 14 minutes from now, bro.
14 minutes, yes. In the meantime, last night, college football playoff rankings come out. CU sits at 17th, which makes sense. 3 teams ahead of them lost. It was Pitt, it was Iowa State, and I forget the other team. Louisville? Somebody else who was ahead of them lost. So they jumped from 20 to 17 in the second college football playoff rankings. And here's the deal. Me and Nelly made this whole open about CF peeping, and that was all around the idea of, hey, you can get to an at-large bid if these teams lose and this one, and keep an eye on this team. And now there is no at-large possibility. It's you win the Big 12 or you're out.
If they had to play Nebraska today, what's the story?
I think it's a different result.
Yeah, I do too.
Not only is it a different result, I think they win by 20 points.
Yeah, maybe. The K-State loss is killing me because K-State comes in at 16. That just kills me.
See, but you got to remember, Moj.
None of that matters. Just win out.
I know, you're right.
None of that matters.
Right,
if you win out, you're good. I mean, where you are in the rankings matters nothing. Nothing. Win out, and you're in.
That's it. And they got at least a decent opportunity to do so, to get to the Big 12 title game anyway. Like, these last 3 games should be ones that you're able to handle. But it's funny. I listened to a couple of different things from Deion yesterday. And one of them was just about the philosophy on how to build a team, especially in the transfer portal era. And he made the case to why he doesn't worry all that much about high school recruiting.
And you know what? He's making those of us, and I think all 3 of us can raise our hand here, because we were a bit suspicious about how he approached this when he landed here, right?
Mm-hmm.
How he referred to players, how he ignored high school prospects. And a lot of people were shaking their heads saying, what are you doing? What is this? What is this thing you're bringing here? He's been right all along. His method to this madness has been the correct method to the new landscape of college football. It works.
I heard him say this yesterday, and I'll play it in a second, but when he got done talking, I was like, all right, if this was a debate stage and I had to counter this argument, how would I do it? And I had a really tough time finding a counter argument for this. But this is what he said.
Just say we get 25 high school players. How many's going to play that freshman year at the most? Let's say 4 or 5, right? And so now you got 20 guys redshirted. So when you go through that spring with that 20 guys redshirted, how many are you going to retain after that spring? Or how many are going to jump in the portal on you? Let's just do it. If any one of you going to go statistically and try to calculate this, I already done it. So it's going to be how many? Half. Okay, why don't I just focus on 10? Guys that can – see, when we grab a freshman, we expect that guy to play. We're not looking at, hey, man, we can just redshirt you, develop you. No. We're looking for you to come in and play some football. I don't give a darn if it's a walk-on, if it's a Cash Cleveland. We expect you to play.
By the way, Cash Cleveland is a great story.
What he's saying is simple. We, in today's version of college football, do not have the time to develop young freshmen. We have to go get people who can contribute because those freshmen – it's a gamble whether or not they'll stay in your program. They may look at other opportunities and leave. You can't stock up on 2025 freshmen because you're not guaranteed that they'll remain on your team. And he's right.
He's totally right.
He's right.
He's been ahead of the game the entire time.
We've all been wrong. And he deserves all the credit in the world. Prime, you're ahead of the curve on this.
So does that mean that these other programs, non-Power Fives, are just going to be the developers and then the kids will transfer to the Power Fives?
Or among teams. You know, there are teams. Is it OU who still takes stock in development in high school?
Clemson.
Is it Clemson?
Clemson.
Yeah, Dabo's big on that.
Well, it ain't going to work. It ain't going to work not like this. Not in today's climate because there will be players who just like, hey, man, I am sick of not playing. Wake Forest, you got an opening at left guard. Okay, I'm going there. That's what's going to happen.
Yeah.
And it's not the fault of the school. It's the system.
By the way, Moj, you say, so what, are these other programs just going to be feeders to the bigger ones? I mean, I don't know. Are they? Indiana's the 5th-ranked team in the country. BYU's 6.
Yeah, but yes.
Boise State's 13. SMU is 14.
All of those are Power Fives except BYU.
Okay, but Moj, when we're talking about Power Fives, is somebody really going to leave Tulane to go jump over to SMU?
If they're good enough and they get the bread, they probably would. Yeah. I mean, but look,
but SMU's not the team you're talking about. You're talking about like Ohio State.
So if the Buffs can't afford to let's just call it draft and develop freshmen. Well, then who can?
But that's the thing. He's saying nobody is. Like, nobody can do that.
So then there's no freshmen anymore in college football.
College football.
They're going to come in someplace and play somewhere.
College football has turned into the stock market. It is a giant flea market. It is traffic congested change on an annual basis.
I thought you liked a good flea market.
I do like a good flea market, but it's also hard to follow prices and teams when things are changing so rapidly. This is what it's become. In the NFL, you have to play a few years to gain free agency, right? You have to put in time to become a free agency. You have to earn it. College football, you're a free agent every year.
Exactly.
You're a free agent the moment you step foot on campus. I'm going to school today. I am officially a free agent.
But, Moj, I think you confused one thing. It's not that you don't bring in high school recruits and develop guys. You can't make that, I don't think, anymore. You can't make that your main way of having a productive football team. Think about, I'll take it more micro. It's a little bit easier with the numbers. In college basketball, do you think that you can have a team that has virtually no transfers in college basketball anymore?
No.
Like, I don't even think you could field a full roster by the end of 4 years if you try to do that.
Okay, so how do you manage this?
Vic, I don't know.
How do you do this?
That is the impossibility.
Question, yeah. I don't know.
That's why these teams are hiring. Remember we mentioned they're hiring general managers.
Yeah.
Literal general managers to operate their personnel.
I feel like everybody right now is just they're navigating through this the best they possibly can, and the ones with the most resources can do it the best. But I feel like everybody's probably navigating right now through uncharted waters and trying to figure out exactly how it's going to work 5 years down the road.
But most guys don't want to deal with it. Like, remember Virginia's coach, Bennett?
He just got the heck out.
He was like, dude, I didn't sign up for this.
I'm out.
I'm not doing this thing.
No.
Like, what am I going to beg everybody to stay every 5 days?
And that's where we have to give Prime credit because he's willing to swim through the chaos. Those muddy waters don't bother him.
But this is where he gets criticized for the non-high school recruiting. I think part of this is to keep him sane. He's like, if I'm going to go full in on the transfer portal, I'm just cutting out high school stuff. I'll leave that to somebody else. I'm not doing that thing.
Something's got to pay the price. Liked him to handle the transfer of talent with a little more bedside manner? Yes. But his thought process, that was crystal clear, and it's proved worthy.
It's, college football, I know this is now a used-to-be thing, but it was so tradition-rich, and there was a certain way you did business in college football. And if you were a top 10 recruiting team in the rankings, then guess what? You're going to be playing in your conference championship game, and you're going to be in a big bowl game or national title. And now, I don't know what you base this off of. I mean, the transfer portal has kind of changed a lot, but here's what I'm expecting. Outside of like the tippy-top blue chip programs, Georgia's, Bama's, Ohio State's, teams like that, I think there's going to be a lot of volatility year to year with a lot of these teams.
Can you imagine, though?
A lot of teams that are like 11-1 one year and 6-6 the next.
Picture yourself as you're a high school player and you want to play at the next level. Does your future, you want to hopscotch around the country? Or like when you were a kid, did you say, I want to go to this school and I want to play this sport at this school? Did you ever have the image of, well, I'm going to go wherever they let me play? It's just so weird. The climate's changed so much now. The entire country's open to you. The entire system. Yeah. It used to be where, hey, man, I had a dream of playing at this school.
Yeah,
I want to be this player at this school.
Dude, my dream came true. I dreamt badminton at Sac State.
But you know what I mean by that?
I can't think of anything else.
Every young athlete in high school sports today has a dream. I want to play at this school. Well, that dream it's sort of foolish now because the whole country's in your dream. There's no one stop.
Right. Get back to this a little bit later. Let's get to the head coach of the Avs, Jared Bednar, next.
Guys, as you get older, your body is going to change. Mine did, and yours will too. It's just the way life works. And low testosterone, well, that happens. But there's something you can do about it. Call the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic like I did. You putting on a little extra weight, you got some brain fog, you're waking up tired, maybe even your workouts not as good as they used to be. It's fixable. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. They have a 10-question, 2-minute test. I did that. Sought treatment. It's been great. They're experts at getting you back to being you. And there's nothing to be ashamed of. Low testosterone just happens to everybody. My doctor told me, yeah, you're getting older. I said, well, I'm going to do something about it. Most men wait a year to get tested. Don't do that. Fight back now. Appointments are easy. Just $99 includes medical consult, low T, and PSA test. And if you sign up that day, your appointment is free. So don't wait. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com or call 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900.
All right, let's head out to the Ramos Law Hotline and have our weekly chat with the head coach of the Avs, Jared Bednar. And all conversations with the coach are brought to you by Quantum Fiber. Internet that's everything you imagine and then some. Visit quantumfiber.com. Coach, good to talk to you this morning. Got a big game tonight. National TV. I just got one question out of the gates. Can you do something about Winnipeg winning 15 of 16 games to start this season? Because that's ridiculous.
Yeah, it is ridiculous. They're playing out of their mind, well, but that happens. It happens from time to time. The team gets hot and runs away. They're obviously sitting securely in first place, and our focus has to remain more on what we're doing. But they are playing really well, which I think makes our game the other night in there and the way we played. Should give us a little bit of a confidence boost. I think it did. We've won 2 since, and just knowing that they're tops of the league right now. Carolina, who I think was second, and we played 2 of our best games of the year against those 2 teams, and probably could have had 4 points out of it. But they were both really hard fought games, and we feel good about that and where we're going. We're going to continue to build here.
Vic, I thought you were going to go, but I'm going to go instead. Because typically he goes, he's just sitting there, coach, with a blank stare on his face.
Well, the reason I didn't go is because I tried to coach last night, but I tried to talk to coach. He had so much food in his mouth. How much did you eat at that event, by the way?
That's a lie. That's a lie. I tried to eat a couple things and never got the opportunity. I pulled a couple things when I was walking by, and then ended up setting him down. So I went home hungry.
Poor guy. Hey, Coach, I was listening to Dan Heino talk last night, or no, sorry, the other night, and he was asked about, overtime as a coach, and he's like, when I'm not involved, it's kind of fun to watch. He says, but as a coach, and I never really thought about it this way, you talk about structure all the time, and 5-on-5 hockey, and even penalty killing, and so on and so forth, but it's about structure. And things break down, and then it's easy to identify and so on. But in overtime hockey, is there even a structure whatsoever, or is it just, hey, boys, go freewheel, and let's see what happens? To me, for a coach who loves that structure, it would seem like overtime could just maybe drive you crazy.
Yeah, no question. There is a structure to it, no doubt. Everyone's got a forecheck, rush coverage, D-zone coverage structure, and then you have things that you implement into O-zone play that I think can help you produce scoring chances. And ultimately, you need the skill on the ice, the speed on the ice in order to create those things. So we study all the metrics from 3-on-3 over the past 5 years, say, and then narrow it down to the last year and take what we like out of it and have some video support of it. I think they can go either way. Right? It's easy to identify the breakdown because a lot of it, when you're defending in zone, is man-on-man. It has to be. And it's pretty easy to identify, like, when someone gets beat on the rush because you've got your structure in place and what guys are supposed to do. The reality of it is that there's a lot of hard work involved to get back above the puck all the time and make sure there's no odd man situations coming at your net. So I see overtimes going one of 2 ways. Everyone's really disciplined in their structure. There's a lot of just hanging on to the puck by one team for a minute straight. Then you might steal it back. Then you're hanging on to it for a minute straight. You don't see any dangerous scoring chances, and it's kind of boring. And that could go on for a couple minutes, and then one team will catch a break and get an odd man situation to go into the net, and the puck pops out, and there's another one going the other way, and it just continues back and forth. So you're like trading chances, which makes it super exciting. But we try to hedge the odds a little bit and do a good job defending and take our shots when we get them. And if we don't like what we see up ice, sometimes we wheel it back. And you really have to take care of the puck in overtime and not drive it into situations and on the ice where you can get outnumbered and lose the puck, because you have to take care of it. You have to have it in order to win the game. You know how much ice is out there when the other team gets it, so it just makes the job more difficult. So sometimes there's a caution to it, but we like our guys to get up and go and take their chances with their skill, but make sure we're defending it the right way when we don't have the puck.
Coach, that game featured a pair of things for firsts. Taser gets his first. Gerard gets on the board. How important is that moving forward to finally get a taste for those players, and how does it help them moving into the next game?
Yeah, it's a good question because we've been talking with our team. Like our forward group has drastically changed with all the injuries. The one thing we have is our group of D that we really like. We think it's as strong and as deep as it's been. I think we got a lot of guys in there that can help us on the offensive side. We have some good metrics on our team now, getting to the 16-game mark that says we're doing okay. We're doing really good in some areas, and we can get more involved in others. Taser in particular, he's played the bulk of this season not feeling 100% out of training camp. Then he missed time, and he's been back for a little bit. Is still hampered by the injury. Now he's starting to feel better. We've talked about his game. It's been just okay so far to this year, which is understandable when you're dealing with something that's hampering your game. And wanted him to get more involved on the offensive side of it. He's really kind of done that, and the defensive side of it, really, because he's an elite defenseman when it comes to taking away pucks and cutting off passes, which then gets us possession. And then we want him to get dangerous with our group of forwards going up the ice. And he's done a nice job of it. I love seeing him get rewarded, because that should help jumpstart him and his mentality. And he had it going into that game, and he played real well. And same kind of thing for Sam. Like we want him to be involved. He's been involved quite a bit. It's been snake bit a little bit. The last little bit of execution has hurt him at times. But we want him to shoot the puck. He's got a dangerous shot. When he gets into some tight areas, he's got to make the decision to shoot it earlier. And, the other night, no hesitation on that break, and you see what can happen. It was an amazing shot.
Head coach of the Avs, Jared Bednar, with us. Coach, let me go through my Rolodex of weekly questions. Yes, goaltending. So you guys have waived Kakkonen. But do you guys have a number one right now between Juice and Georgiev, or is it still kind of wait and see?
We are playing it day to day, because Gorgie had a slow start, and Juice comes in and in relief a couple times. He wasn't very good, and then when he got the starts, he's played really well for us and gave us a chance to win. And so we rode him for a while, and we're giving the same respect to Gorgie. They're the last handful of games from Gorgie have been outstanding, and not just the results, but just like I've loved his competitiveness in the net, side-to-side plays. He's getting over there, giving himself a chance to make the saves. He's making lots of them. He's finding pucks through traffic. He's making timely saves, and had a great start to the game the other night when we weren't very good, and held us in the game, gave us a chance to come back and win. Like that sort of mentality of you're going to keep everything out of the net regardless of how dangerous it is. I've liked it from both guys. So we're just going to ride the hot goalie, make sure that we're not playing a tired goalie, that he's rested. We look into a little bit of background on the opposing teams, what's coming, how have they played against those teams historically, try to put them in the right situations. But we're gonna we don't want to use Gorgie as much as we did last year. 60 games is a lot. It's tops of the league. So we want to balance it a little bit. So might as well do it while you got to, if Juice goes in and plays well, then he can keep the net for a little bit. But it's going to be results-based here for a little bit and watching these two guys compete. And I think it's a good, healthy competition right now. We got both guys starting to look really good. Hence the Kakkonen waiver decision, right? We can't carry three. We picked them up when both of our guys weren't playing that well. Then both of our guys started to play really well, so we don't really have room for them. We've got some guys hopefully coming back in the lineup here on Friday.
So you're essentially a two-goalie team now. I mean, some teams, they got that number one, that traditional. You throw them out there as much as you can. You've decided that these are the waters we're going to wade through right now. We are a two-goalie system, and we're going to work with that as long as we can. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I think for now, both guys have done a really nice job, right? They're basically equal in time now from the start of the year, and like currently, I like the way both guys are playing, so we're going to keep them both active.
Gotcha. Coach, how important is it mentally to be back to 500, to be 8-8 and say, okay, we got there, now let's go?
Yeah, I think it's important. It's the second time we've gotten back to 500 after going under for a couple games. And ultimately, like you know that you have to build and keep building those games above 500 higher and higher in order to get yourself a playoff spot. We knew it was going to be difficult early. Certainly we've had our share of adversity with the injuries so far this year. So it's about finding out what type of digging your team has, what type of habits that we can create, how high we can kind of push that standard. And we know it's important that we got to carve out results and sort of survive some of these injuries and keep ourselves in contention here. And we've done that to this point, but with bodies coming back here soon, and the way that our team has played recently, it's really encouraging. And I think we can continue to grind out wins and start building this thing to where we want to go, and I think our guys feel it, and I think they understand it. I think they've really dug in from a competitive standpoint, and they're committed on the defensive side of things. Our offense, we're still generating the chances we want to, but we just haven't finished like we can. I think the skill coming into the lineup will help that. And away we go. We're in a good spot. We feel comfortable in the spot we are. Obviously, we know it could be better, but it could also be a lot worse.
So on top of that, I noticed you put a plural at the end of guy. You said guys, and I want to get to that in just a second. But before that, just quickly, with how many guys have been missing from the lineup this year, how would you grade your team on handling this adversity in the meantime while you await these guys coming back?
But you know what? Like now, when we're at the point where we are at 8-8, I'm really happy with it. I would have liked to see it come around a little bit earlier. But to be fair, I think we've played some games. There's three things for me that stand out, right? Our goaltending wasn't as good as it needed to be early. We played some great games that I think that we could have won. In some of those games, we were committed, but then we gave up the big mistake. You can't give up the big mistake in this league because the finishing on other teams is just too good, right? So you leave games to chance if you give up too many big mistakes. You leave games to chance if your goaltending hasn't been great. And then the goaltending really came around, and we started to play some good hockey, and we had trouble finishing, So when we kind of are above average in all three of those things, we're winning hockey games. It's taken a bigger effort from our guys, a bigger commitment, more competitiveness, and through the group. But I'm really happy with some of the young guys that have come in the lineup. And obviously, you look at the production and the play of our top guns, and they've been trying to carry it with not a lot of scoring beneath them. And so to be at 8-8 and kind of where we're at now after the last 4 or 5 games, I think they've handled it well. It's not going to be perfect. And the team you are in the first 10 games of the season certainly doesn't dictate how you're going to finish the year. So we're optimistic.
So who are the guys that you expect to come back Friday?
Guys.
Yeah. So we know Landy doesn't have a timeline. Colton is a 6 to 8 week injury, right?
But he's walking. I saw him last night. He's walking around. That's good, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is good. Yeah. He's still in the boot, but he's got a 2-week doctor's appointment that they're going to keep imaging him. But hopefully that's closer to the 6-week mark. But Val is Friday for sure. Drouin and Wood are both making great progress. Won't go tonight, but we're hoping they could be in Friday. So we could get 3 guys. We could get Nichushkin, Drouin, and Wood, which can make a big difference. And it's just Colton and Landy on the IR yet. So it could be a big add to our team here and a big boost for our team before we head out on the road for this long road trip.
Coach, has the reinsertion of Val, has that been weird at all, or has that been easy to manage?
It's been pretty easy to manage. A lot of time has passed. He's been around. Our guys obviously are interacting with him. They've talked. The guys are just they know how good of a player Val is. Everyone really likes him as a person. We know he's gone through some things and put us in some tough situations, but I think our team's done a really nice job of moving past that. I think Val is obviously, he feels terrible about the way it happened and what happened. So, we have to forgive and move on. And he's such a huge part of our team. I think, where our team is at right now and how hard they've had to grind, they know what Val can mean to our lineup, and everyone's excited to get him back.
We're so nice on this show. You're so lucky you're not. You're so lucky you're not in Chicago, that you have three nice dudes to talk to on a weekly basis.
Yeah, I
ain't that right, Kaner?
Well, I don't know how closely, because you're in the middle of your season, Coach, how closely you're following the NFL right now, but the Chicago Bears are having a problem with their head coach. And he does a weekly interview in Chicago like you do with us. And their offense is really bad in Chicago, and they're unhappy about it. And I'm going to play a clip from the coach's interview that he has his weekly radio show with the guys in Chicago. Listen to this.
During the course of this year, we got to pull those experiences.
Coach, your cell phone's as bad as the offense right now.
All right, we'll put them on hold and see if we can reestablish.
So, Coach, if your phone cut out and I said your cell phone service is as bad as your penalty kill,
PK,
would you punch me in the face the next time you saw me?
Probably not. I
you said probably, though. You said probably.
Think about it. Absolutely.
Yeah, I don't know. I understand everyone's worries that at times through the course of the season when they see things they don't like, some of them are justified, some of them they aren't. You're going to go through challenges, and it's coach's job and team's job to work through those things. I'm okay with justified criticism. I think a lot of the criticism on a lot of these teams is a reach. But there's high expectations there, right? They got the quarterback they wanted, and things aren't going well. But, it's on everybody in that organization, not just the coaching staff. Obviously, he's going to take the heat, but he's the man in charge. So I get the justified part of it. But if it's coming out of left field and not really justified, just sort of heat of emotional criticism, then I don't understand it as much.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, Coach, you better make sure your cell phone service is perfectly clear on this show.
No more walking the dog. No more mowing the lawn.
Coach, you're the best. Good luck tonight. We'll talk next week.
All right, appreciate it, guys. Thanks.
Head coach of the Avs, Jared Bednar. Our conversations with the coach brought to you by Quantum Fiber. Internet that's everything you imagine and then some. Visit quantumfiber.com.
Do you know how lucky?
This is 2024. Can we get a freaking landline?
Do you know how
Last night at the Mile High Dreams Gala. Great time, right? I couldn't even see Coach last night, Vic. He was surrounded. He was completely packed.
I didn't see him at all.
You didn't?
saw him.
He was right next to us. When you were standing over on the side with Bear and your wife across the way, and I was on this side, remember that? He was like right down there.
Oh.
Yeah. A couple things. Number one, all your wives looked lovely last night. My wife looked lovely last night, right? Great time. Did your wife like getting dressed up like that and having, getting kind of fancy
Occasionally,
sometimes?
yeah.
Did she dress you?
A little bit?
She said, "Don't wear that shirt. Wear this shirt." She gave me
my
one of
wife,
those.
Last night, I was going to wear something else. She goes, "Nope." I go, "Why?" Because you have to match me. I go, "What do you mean?"
That was a big thing.
Mine said the same thing. She was mad that I didn't wear a black suit to match her.
But I see. This is what I don't get.
I mean, she wasn't mad, but she's like, "That's the way it should be." I'm like, "Well, I like this."
You guys know my fashion is not. It's not great. Okay. But she was very particular about one of my 2 sport coats that I own. There's a gray one and a blue one, and I had to wear the blue one. I had to wear it because it matched. And then she wears a black dress, and I go,
"Yeah,
doesn't that kind of match with everything?"
No, but so did my wife. She wore a black dress. She looked beautiful. You know who looked good last night, Vic?
Me,
Terry.
Terry looked great. Yeah, your wife looked great. Michael Porter Jr. That dude's flying high right now, man.
See, I got
didn't see him.
You didn't see him?
I didn't see Porter either. I saw somebody.
Here's what ticked me off.
AG looked good last night,
Here's
too.
what ticked me off
AG
about
looked
Michael
great.
last night.
What's
This
that?
is what ticked me off.
Okay.
And this really drives me crazy. He's already a very tall man. All right? He's already a large human. He's 6'10".
Yeah.
Okay?
He's listed at 6'10". I think he's taller than that, too.
Okay, whatever he is. He was wearing heels.
Like elevator shoes?
I don't know what they were.
Like Gene Simmons and Kiss? Like platforms?
Can you leave those shoes for
goldfish
those
goldfish in them and
of
stuff?
my size, please? What is the excessive nature of tall people trying to get even taller? What are we doing?
Yeah. Moj, you said something that I was going to say. AG's so cool. He's just so cool. I wish I was as cool as AG.
He had a bunch of people around him, but the Bear wanted to meet Aaron. She met all of her faves and all that kind of thing, but she really wanted to meet Aaron Gordon back. She's like, "Oh my God, that's Aaron Gordon."
Mm-hmm.
I said, "Yes, that is Aaron Gordon." She's like, "Well, let's go get it. I want a picture with him." I said, "Well, you're not." I said, "You're not going to." She's like, "Well, what do you mean I can't go?" I said, "I can't get you. I can't get you what you want right now. I'm sorry."
Do you know what I should have done when I saw AG? I should have walked up to him and said, "Can I smell you? Let me get a smell that cologne. I got to see what that. What is it? What does a bottle cost? Like $100 or something like that?
Yeah.
I got to see what $100 smells like real quick.
He's so cool, man.
Did you guys take your picture?
With whom? Oh, with each other? No, we got a bunch of pictures though from last night.
Hey, really interesting and really good news. As we just talked to Jared Bednar. If you guys missed it. So he said something. He snuck something in. He goes, yeah, we expect some guys to come back Friday. And me and Moj both went, did you have an S on that?
We knew there was a guy. There was a guy.
We knew there was a guy.
Val.
Val was a guy that was coming back on Friday, but he said guys. And we said, well, who are the guys?
But you know what? Like now when we're at the point where we are at 8-8, I'm really happy with it. I would have liked to see it come around a little bit earlier. But to be fair,
I think that was the answer before, Nelly. So just go to the next one. But when we say guys with an S, who exactly is that?
Yeah. So we know Landy doesn't have a timeline. Colton is a 6 to 8 week injury, right?
But he's walking. I saw him last night. He's walking around. That's good, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is good. Yeah. He's still in the boot, but he's got a 2-week doctor's appointment that he's, they're going to keep imaging him, but hopefully that's closer to the 6-week mark. But Val is Friday for sure. Drouin and Wood are both making great progress. Won't go tonight, but we're hoping they could be in Friday. So we could get 3 guys. We could get Nichushkin, Drouin, and Wood, which can make a big difference. And it's just Colton and Landy on the IR yet. So
how about that? You could get a 3-fer on Friday.
That would be awesome.
What a boost. Dude, I'm telling you right now, I get it. Winnipeg is lapping the field. I understand what they're doing historically. The Avs are even Steven. I like this situation right now. I feel good right now. I like where they're coming from right now.
If this team went on a run when everybody is constituted, winning 14 out of 18, would that surprise you at all?
No.
It wouldn't surprise me either. And that's the kind of run, or even 10 out of 16, whatever. You make up ground like this, right?
Well, you know what needs to happen, and he mentioned it too. It can't be the same guys scoring. It's got to be everybody else contributing like they did in years past. Gerard, Taves. And we've seen it. We've seen it now. All right, they got on the scoreboard. Let's go.
They have the highest scoring blue line in the National Hockey League the last 3 years. And so to see Gerard get his, what a shot that was, too. I love Sammy G's post-game interview with Rachel Toss on the ice. He's like, it was a great shot. Yeah. You know what, Sam? You're right. It was a great shot. Tasers, and you look from the point of view at the end of the rink, and you try to see that puck get through. It's amazing how those pucks sneak through all those legs and all those bodies and through the 5-hole. It's good to see those guys, get untracked a little bit, and then everything can open up for
the
this
game
team
tonight. Who's got the game for TNT?
TNT.
Who?
Dynamite. I don't know who's in town. I don't know. They have a rotation. It could be. I don't know. I really, truly don't know.
Just getting back to this for a second.
Probably, maybe Kenny Albert.
This is,
unless he's got the East Coast game. Sorry.
This is huge. The Avs are going to go from, hopefully, on Friday, if all 3 of those guys are back in the lineup, Val, Miles, Wood, and Drouin. If they get all 3 of those guys back, the Avs go from a team that is decimated with injury to a normal hockey team again. Okay, so Landeskog's out, Colton's out. Yeah, everybody deals with injuries, okay? But the extent that you dealt with for that 2-3 week stretch, whatever that was insane. And finally, hopefully on Friday, we'll get a clear look at kind of what this team is supposed to be, right? Because we haven't seen that the entire season so far. It's always been, can you just hang on until you get some bodies back? But now you can start evaluating the Avs as they were supposed to be built. Like, you're going to have a top 6 in your forward group that looks like what the top 6 should be. I am so bleeping excited for Friday now. I just need it to get here because I want to see it so badly. Because it's hard to look, man, beginning of the year, you got the optimism. It's beginning of the season. You got the big dreams of what this season could be and playoffs and championships and all that stuff. And then right out of the gates, you're just dealt sucker punch after sucker punch. And it kind of deflates you for a second. You can get this back now on Friday.
Yeah. It just dawned on me that Friday we have a double dipperoo. The Nuggets and the Avs.
A double dipperoo.
Where's our boy? Where's Juice? Where's Juice?
Double dipperoo.
He's the only guy allowed to use that term.
So the Kings are in town coming up tonight, and the Kings are a pretty good team. They're playing some pretty good hockey. They got some good players. You realize the Capitals will be in town coming up on Friday. They're 10-4. Dude, Alex Ovechkin, Wayne Gretzky said it's not a matter of if. He is going to catch my record. Ovechkin, he's got 10 goals on the year already. His career total is 863. He's 31 away. He could get there. Theoretically, he could get there this year if he continues on the same kind of pace. Now,
that's crazy.
That's going to be difficult, but he's going to get there. If you told me last year at the start, I thought he was really dipping down. He did not have a good start to the season. Then he started to pick it up and so on. This is going to happen. Can he just go insane this year and get there, or will it bleed into next season?
Can I ask you something? Okay, on the Ovechkin category.
Either way, these last 2 games of this homestand, they're going to be tough tonight and Friday.
On the Ovechkin thing, though, so maybe you guys think differently. Remember when Emmitt Smith broke Walter Payton's record?
Yes.
And I had this feeling that Emmitt Smith would have played until he was 49 if he had to get that record. And maybe that's the wrong way to look at it. But you know what I'm saying? Like, he just would have kept at it and kept at it and kept at it until he held that all time.
So you're talking about, 500 yards a year until he's 42, and then he's.
When Barry Sanders retired at, 30, 29, 30, something like that, he would have had, one more season. All it would have taken for him to break it, and he probably would have set an unbreakable record if he played a regular
until he's
career.
36 years old.
Right.
Yeah.
Smith was like, I'll be 42, and I will tote that rock for a yard of carry if I have to get this record.
That's
how it felt
is
to
that
me.
why he went to the Cardinals?
Just
keep it going?
That's what I'm saying. Is Ovechkin the kind of guy, let's say he does take a dip now after this hot start to the year, Moj, and he only has, he puts together another 10 goals, so that'd make him 21 away. Would he just does he feel like the guy that would continue just to bang it around until he finally breaks it?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
100%.
Hey, you know what else is Friday night in addition to that double dipperoo? The border war in Fort Collins. CSU hosts 2-7 Wyoming. And we have seen the pain that CSU has withstood the last few years against Wyoming. This year, given where CSU is and where Wyoming's gone, this is a must-win, no circumstance. I mean, you cannot lose this game. You cannot lose this border war. Cannot do it.
Well, not only that, dude.
Can't happen.
You're number 2 inside the conference. Your record is 4-0 in the conference. Man, this is really cool for the Rams. They're already bowl eligible. They're going to beat Wyoming, I'm sure. And I predict they're going to run the table and finish really, really strong and then get a really good bowl. Fresno State's going to be tough, but they're going to beat up Wyoming, and then they're home against Utah State to close the season. At the very least, they're going to have 8 wins. I think they're going to get to 9. That's what I think, and that's my hope for sure. It's a great season for Coach Norvell. Great season for the Rams in a rebound way. He's getting his guys in there. It's looking really good up there. Really like it.
Well, I'm telling you, the big game they had, all of these kind of came around the same time between the Broncos, the Buffs, and the Rams. It's like early in the season, all of their beginnings to the year were pretty bad. The Nebraska loss in week 2 really brought up some question marks. The Broncos started 0-2 to start the year. The Rams had, the awful Texas game, and then they followed that up with the loss to the Buffs. And then they kind of hit that fork in the road. And they've stepped it up ever since then. It was the San Jose State game, if you guys remember. They were 2-3 at the time. San Jose State, I think, was favored in that game. And it felt like if they lost that one, who knows what could have happened. Like, they could have made possibly an in-season coaching change, being 2-4, who knows? They win that one, and they've won now 4 straight, and now it feels like the tide has totally turned.
Hey, you know what else is Friday night, as texters remind us? It's Tyson versus that YouTube guy.
Oh, God, yeah. I'm going to watch it.
I'm going to watch it, too.
I hate myself.
But I'm telling you right now.
Well, how much does it cost?
It's free. It's on
Netflix.
Oh, yeah. It is?
Yeah.
I'm telling you right now, as much as I don't like the YouTube guy, he's in shape. He's proven he can fight. We all admire the legacy of Mike Tyson. We've seen it. We've been it. Mike Tyson is a legend in the sport. He's also 31 years older than this man. If he doesn't knock him out in the first round, Tyson will get pummeled. I hate to say it.
This is what I hate. It's just like, Jake Paul, he's in shape. He's a good fighter. I was like, then why does he fight 60-year-old men and other YouTube stars?
Because it's a money grab.
Well, yeah,
that's
of
why.
course.
It's a money grab. But we all want to see Tyson knock him out. Of course. I mean, does anybody not want to see that?
How many times has
Maybe
Tyson...
Jake Paul's girlfriend? I don't know.
How many times has Tyson been a lovable figure in one of his fights?
He is now.
That's what I'm saying.
But I'm telling you,
because
age,
he's 50. He's 50. How old is he? 50 what?
He's 58.
58 years old, bro.
Age is undefeated.
Yeah, Father Time is completely undefeated.
You get in that ring, and Tyson already toward the end of his career was getting slow. If he didn't get a knockout early, he would. He's 58 now, and I don't care what kind of shape you're in. And I get what everybody says. All it takes is one punch.
Hey,
well, if you don't get that one punch, watch out.
Hey, I heard Tyson say something. Tyson is still terrifying.
I understand that.
No, Vic, hang on. What he said was he's a manufactured killer. Media and the internet has made him a, quote, killer. He goes, I was a killer when I was born. And I was like, whoa, okay, all right. I don't care if Mike Tyson is 97 years old. I'm not stepping to him, okay? I'm just not.
He said this, I'm bringing the devil himself with me. My own mother should be very careful if she has to get in the ring with me. When it's over, it's over. But while the process is going on, my intention is to hurt him.
303-504-0925. Back after this. All right, I got a question here because there's something in the back of my head that I can't get rid of. And
What's the question?
I usually like to take people at their word, but might be kind of tough to hear. But I just saw this again this morning. ESPN headline: Deion Sanders, Cowboys, coaching, blah, 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 blah. Deion was on with Speak on FS1. Michael Irvin was on there, naturally former teammate, former Cowboy, trying to ask him the question. Here's what Deion said.
And can I segue with that? Because no place needs people to encourage people to be better than they really are, besides Jerry Jones and the Dallas Cowboys. Now, I know you focus day-to-day. I know you're a day-to-day man. But can you think about some days?
Let me take the computer here, because you starting to talk that talk. I got to show you where I am. I love it where I am.
What are you trying to say? What are you trying to say?
I love it where I am.
What the hell's going on right now? That is chaos.
It is chaos.
What is going on?
Well, that's what happens when Michael Irvin is talking. He's a lot of very, very boisterous people talking at the same time. What he did was he grabbed his computer because he was in his office at Folsom Field, and he just showed the view outside of his office, which was the Flatirons with Folsom in the background. He said, "I love it where I'm at." Here's my question. Deion has said over and 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 over again, "I like it here. I don't want to be anywhere else."
We're sitting here again talking about the same things.
Why don't we believe him?
Because things can easily change. A position can come open. An opportunity could suddenly be thrust in front of him. And as much as he loves it here, as much as anybody loves it anywhere, everything changes next year when his kid is gone. Now, he may have full plans to stay. And again, his recruiting is showing you that he does plan on staying. Otherwise, he wouldn't be recruiting, right? He's recruiting players, including that Juju kid.
Mm-hmm.
If he weren't recruiting so heavily, why would he want to stay? So he's showing you that he has interest in staying. He is. But things can change in a hurry. If somebody makes an offer, if a job comes up that is too good to be true, you never know.
What is that like, by the way? Because here's what's different from Deion than virtually everybody else in college football. Deion doesn't need money. He wouldn't be motivated if somebody dangled a giant Brinks truck in front of him or backed that into his driveway.
Well, it depends how much money there is. Come on. Anybody can be wooed by money.
Deion Sanders strikes me, and maybe I'm wrong on this. Maybe I'll have egg on my face at the end of the season. Who knows? Deion strikes me as somebody who just wants to be in a comfortable situation. And there is, I say this all the time, and I don't know. I just think that there's a benefit to being at a place like CU where the expectation isn't, if you don't win 10 or 11 games every single year, we'll find somebody else. Like, that's a different level of pressure that I don't know why coaches feel the need to thrust that on themselves unless they just wanted a ton of money, right? Like, am I wrong here? Deion could be at CU for 20 years if he wanted to, and he won, 8-9 games a season. There wouldn't be this overwhelming pressure to like, hey, you didn't get us to the Big 12 championship 4 years in a row. Get the hell out.
I think maybe, listen, this is still a learning process with Coach Prime. He's been in Colorado less than 2 years, bro. Less than 2 years.
Yeah.
Basically, it's what, 19, 20 months is essentially what it is?
Sure.
Something like that, 20 months. We don't fully maybe know or can't even really glean what his total motivations are. Right now, it's to coach his kids and to coach Travis and
nailed it.
And get this team to a good bowl game. Heck, maybe get into the playoff if they win out. That'd be awesome. I mean, they will get in if they win. But what's his ultimate goal? He hasn't really expressed that. So right now, because we don't really know, for some people, like, you could say, oh, my ultimate goal is to coach in the SEC at Alabama.
Yeah. Mosh.
I really don't know what is. What?
That was a good one.
Okay.
That's it. You just said something I went, that's exactly what I'm thinking right now. I don't know what his motivation is, because here's the motivation right now. I'm coaching Shiloh, and I'm coaching Shedeur, and I'm coaching Travis Hunter. And next year, that motivation's gone. So what's next?
Well, can I ask you, like, when you look outside the window, you're in the Folsom Field area, and you're looking at the beautiful mountain ranges and crisp, clean air of Colorado. This is a man who grew up in Florida. He's from the South.
I don't look at windows.
And I believe him when he says, look how beautiful it is up here. But do you think that's his ideal picture? Like, that's what...
I don't know.
He's got a ranch in Texas. I do know that. He likes the warm. You remember he'd never... Didn't he say he'd never even been in snow before? Is that what he said? Or
yeah.
Yeah.
He never played in snow in his NFL career. He's never been around. He's out walking in the snow and crunching around and stuff.
I'll ask the two of you a simple question. We've talked about this on the show all the time. When you wake up in the morning and you look outside your window, what is your idea? When you're all said and done, you're not working or you are working, and you got to snap your fingers and you give me the ideal where you live. What does it look like?
Absolutely mountains.
Brett?
Lookout Mountain. Golden, Colorado.
That's Mark Mosier.
Oh, I'm teasing. I don't know, Vic. I don't know.
Brett, what is the ideal? I mean, I'm looking at the landscape.
Probably a beach with somebody giving me a margarita.
Okay. And that's fair. I always said I haven't been to Hawaii in 14 years.
But this is this is the same though. I love this.
But when I was in Hawaii, last time I was there, I said to myself, and I'm walking and the sun is rising over the volcano. And I'm looking at the ocean and there's nobody around and there's flowers and birds. That kind of thing. Like, why not just quit life and whack surfboards and live in a hut, like right here? You know what I mean?
See, but this is...
I mean, a cardboard box on the side of the road, it's...
But listen,
okay, that's cool. That's good.
What Vic's asking, though...
What?
...is a great question. I have no idea what Dion wants.
Well, because he's selling that. He's selling that, why would I leave this view? Why would I leave this? When I don't know if that's really his ideal.
Well, what's your ideal, Cernia?
For me?
Yeah.
Warmth. Just you know me, I don't like the cold.
Okay,
I'm
so
not
you're
a
talking
cold.
Malta.
It doesn't have to
Malta,
be the beach.
Sicily.
I'm not into sand. I don't want to bring that sand in the house. Get that sand out of here. Get that beach out of here. I don't need this.
Phoenix?
I don't need the water.
What, Phoenix?
I just want warmth.
Okay, you don't do water at all, do you?
I don't like water. I don't
Right?
like things. I don't like sand all over the place.
So
dirt.
So hang on. Here's what Vic wants. Vic wants to be in a place that's warm, where he's always standing on carpet, even if he's outside. And there's a cask of wine around.
Yes,
like that's the ideal thing for you.
Pretty much. No mountains.
Carpet.
No use.
No mountains.
No use for mountains.
It's like a desert that's carpeted.
Pretty much. That's
no wind.
That's it. No
wind,
rain. No rain.
Right in the middle of a golf course.
Okay. Well, it sounds like Palm Springs to me for you, buddy.
A little too hot there sometimes.
Yeah, maybe.
But again, I know one thing for certain. Dion is motivated by coaching his kids. And he can't do that after this year. And after that, I have no idea.
I mean, he could. Theoretically, he could. As they move on to professional career. I don't know. I don't know.
Think that would be I swear to God, would you guys agree or disagree? The only thing that would shock me about Dion and what he does after the season, whether he stays, leaves, whatever, is him going to the NFL. That's the only thing that would shock me.
He's not going to the National Football League.
You know,
He can't do what he does being a coach of professional players.
Can I offer this? I am so tired of trying to forecast Prime's next move. Can we appreciate what he's done before we forecast? Do we have to always think of it as, oh, what's his next move? Can we just, I'm of the opinion now, hey, man, give the dude his flowers. He's got the Buffs in position to do something no one anticipated, certainly no one on this show, and appreciate what he's done. And if he moves on, he moves on. Big deal. You know what? If Prime leaves the minute after the end of the bowl game, the minute after, he's done the CU Buffs a lot of good.
Yeah, 100%. You know what I say? I say, Coach.
Thank you.
Bless you.
Yes.
Thank you. Have a great life.
Would you agree?
Appreciate it.
Sure.
We'll always he's going to leave this program, whenever that is, in 1,000 times better shape than he inherited.
And there's going to be a lot of criticisms. He did things certain ways.
So what?
He bristled. He rubbed people. Fine. The end result is CU is in a better place today than it was 2 years ago because the college landscape has changed so much that only a guy like Prime could have escorted CU to this place.
The program was on life support, and now it's healthy as an ox.
Can listen to us anywhere on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It's powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injury lawyers go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com.
I don't like sand. It's coarse and rough and irritating, and it gets everywhere.
All right.
That's pretty heavy duty right there. What is that, Nelly?
This is Avenged Sevenfold.
Is it really?
Yep. Afterlife.
Holy gosh.
The hell is that stuff?
Is this the only music you don't do, Vic?
I don't do the Satan music.
I don't really do it either. It's too much for me.
Wait. Listen, man, more power to you people. I don't know what the hell you guys are what the hell is that?
I hear
Maybe
that every once
dance.
in a while. Like you get in the middle of summer, somebody's got the window rolled down at a stoplight, and it's just they're jamming stuff like that. You're like, what are you getting ready for?
What is that?
What's happening here?
What is it? I mean, and I'm you're making me mad now. Like, what do you gain from that?
Like that dude's listening to that and then going to the grocery store. I'm like, dude,
got to get some coffee.
yeah, you're getting some chips. It's like, goodness.
I know we're going to do something here in a second, but I'll be honest with you. You know what I've been listening to lately? And I'm not sure how I even feel about it. Mongolian metal.
Oh, The Who.
A band called The Who. H-U. It's pretty awesome because one dude plays this Mongolian traditional instrument. It's like a giant stand-up violin with 2 strings. Nelly, how the hell did you know that?
I've heard some of The Who before, yeah, and I love the crazy singing they do where they yeah.
These
guys are just insane.
I just want to watch Pitch Perfect. I mean, can we just?
These dudes are straight up Genghis Khan, bro.
What's
like, I'm
wrong
not
with
even
the Glee Club? What's wrong with going to a nice Glee? I mean, what are we doing here? What is going on? Why can't people just sing?
I don't even know how to feel about it. Like I am 50 years old listening to Mongolian metal. I like it. I'm going through a phase, I guess. It's a phase.
All right. We do this occasionally.
Uh-oh.
And I want to bring this back. Nelly, hit that music.
Oh, no.
Little NFL true or false.
Oh, here we go, baby.
Start here.
Well, Vic is he's terrible at this. His true or false are either both false or both trues. He doesn't give you an option.
Start with the Broncos and get more broad as this game goes along. But the Broncos will hold off the Bengals for a playoff spot.
I'm going to say true.
True.
The Cincinnati's terrifying me, though. Like they barely lose to
Dude,
Baltimore.
they have some big games though. They got Steelers. What else do they got? They got another.
They get I think it's at the Chargers this weekend.
Yeah, they'll go. I think they'll lose at the Chargers.
Chargers. Hey guys, Chargers are going to be good.
Well, gonna be.
Well, yeah, good point. But I mean, at the end of the season, the Chargers are going to be one of those teams to watch out for.
Yeah.
Right.
Can Bo Nix still win Rookie of the Year? Or that's not true. False. Sorry. Bo Nix can win Rookie of the Year.
No.
I'll say false. I just don't think his numbers are going to be good enough.
Something to keep an eye on, by the way. Bo Nix, his numbers are elevating. He's the leader in touchdowns amongst all rookies.
Mm-hmm.
Jaden Daniels has 3 touchdowns in the last 3 weeks. He's kind of dipping here a little bit mid-season.
That's when you get film on guys and you start to game plan specifically for that guy.
Jaden Daniels is still the overwhelming favorite, but Bo Nix is creeping up. He's like plus 1,200 now, which is still a long shot, but give it a few weeks.
It could change. You're right. If Bo Nix has the second half that Jaden Daniels had first half, yeah. Sure.
I'll say false right now, though.
True or false? Russell Wilson has revived his career.
Well, we have 2 weeks.
I think the Pittsburgh Steelers revived Russell Wilson's career. That's probably the best way to ask that question.
Okay, but he is throwing dimes, Vic.
He is, and I think he's got the perfect pieces to work with, too. He's got the tall receivers who make those acrobatic catches. He can throw it around that area. Hey, man, did I read somewhere where Russell Wilson has the longest active touchdown passing streak in the NFL right now?
Really?
You might be right.
He's done like 22 straight games with a passing touchdown.
22 straight games. Yeah.
That is incredibly surprising.
Russell Wilson from a whole pack of Badgers.
Thanks, Russ. Is his career revived? I don't know if it's revived. He's playing pretty good ball for the Steelers, though.
The Chiefs will have 16 wins this season.
False.
So I'm not saying unbeaten, but 16-1, their final record. True or false?
I'm going to say false.
Vic?
Ask me the question again. I was reading the text line. Somebody ticked me off. Sorry.
The Chiefs will have 16 wins this season.
No, false. Hard false. Capital F.
They
false.
could be. They'll have.
No.
How about this though?
I think they'll win. I think they may lose 3 or 4 games.
Yeah, but how about this? They'll have at least 14 wins.
Okay.
How about that?
True or false? The Panthers are no longer the worst team in the league.
God, who would that be? if that's the case?
Man,
you got Jacksonville.
And let me think.
Played well.
You got the Raiders.
I think
You got the Titans?
I think the Giants are the worst team.
You got the Giants.
Yeah, you're right. That's like a grab bag of bad teams.
Giants are terrible. Jacksonville's no good now.
God, Carolina looked so bad when they were here, though.
Trevor Lawrence is out. Yeah, golly.
You're right. I don't think
played
there's
their way to
one
3
really,
wins.
really bad. I think there are a bunch of bad teams. So I would say true on that.
True or false? Lamar Jackson will win his 3rd MVP this season.
True. At this rate, man, if he
True.
continues to put up those numbers.
Dude, you saw it firsthand a couple of weeks ago. The guy is 100% grade A stud.
I mean, who's going to compete?
He's absolutely the man. I'm in love with that guy's game.
Here's the thing: if Joe Burrow actually had a good record, he would be competitive with Lamar Jackson.
The
but they're
numbers
4
are
and
there.
6.
Right? They're not overall as a team that great.
True or false? This is Aaron Rodgers' last season in the NFL.
Oh, that's a great question.
It should be true, me too. It should be true, but I'm gonna say false because I don't think his ego allows him to go out like this.
Man, that's a great question. I will say false.
True or false? The 49ers will still be in the running for the NFC Championship by the end of the season.
True. I think they'll win the division.
It looked a little different with C-Mac back in there.
I think they'll win the division.
Yeah, because that division is so scatterbrained, I would say true as well.
I can't believe the Rams got by Miami.
That was a bad loss for the Rams.
It really was. And again, Tua makes all the difference in the world for those guys, but I can't believe we were talking about the Rams and their weapons are coming back in this sort of thing. They got by the Dolphins, man, at home. That's a toughie.
True or false? A team not named the Chiefs will represent the AFC in the Super Bowl.
True.
Gosh, you guys didn't hesitate.
I am out on the Chiefs. I don't think they're that good.
It's gonna be Buffalo or Baltimore, and that's it.
See, this sounds insane to say.
Buffalo or Baltimore.
It sounds insane. The Chiefs haven't lost, and I'm like, yeah, they're fine. They're like not that good. They're just okay. Like I felt that way all year.
They cannot get those kind of breaks every week. They can't do it. You cannot get those kind of breaks. It cannot happen. It's got to stop
Vic,
somewhere.
We say that, but yet it keeps happening. It's like at the most inopportune time for the opposition, things happen for them. I don't know what it is.
I want an internal and external investigation.
Yeah, this
Both
is really
internal and external.
Yes, you want to get internal? I'll get internal.
I want deep internal and heavy external.
I will climb on up in there. Brett, this is almost like a deal with the devil stuff. I don't. There's no other way to explain it.
True or false? The Cowboys' future is unsalvageable.
True.
God, you would think if you gave somebody Dak Prescott, CeeDee Lamb, you're like, you should be able to do something with that, shouldn't you? Micah Parsons. And it feels like they're just stuck now. They just gave Dak a contract.
I don't like what Micah said about his coach. Whether or not you feel that way, like, he can go
that
wherever
was
he
weird,
wants.
wasn't it?
Yeah, it really
deal.
was.
Yeah.
Somebody made a good point.
If you guys missed it, by the way, I'll just play it real quick. This is Micah Parsons on Mike McCarthy.
Mike's on the final year of his contract, so outside there's, of course, going to be questions. What's the sentiment inside the locker room, and what do you tell people who are wondering about whether McCarthy will be your coach next year?
You know, that's above my pay grade about if Mike is coaching again next year. But, you know, all coaching aside, Mike can leave and go wherever he wants. But the guys I kind of feel bad for is guys like Zach Martin and guys who might be on their last year or on their way out, because that's who I wanted to hold the trophy for. You want to win games and do great things with those type of legends who put in more time and work than Mike McCarthy ever did. So those are the kind of guys that I have so much sympathy and hurt for.
I don't like that
What's
at
that?
all.
I'll
tell you what that is. Somebody made a very good point the other day. You know what that is? That's a team that is not about winning. That's a team that has far too much time on its hands.
Hey.
And a player who's got far too much time on his hands. Teams that win and teams that focus on winning, you don't have time to say crap like that. You don't have time to worry about crap like that because you're too busy preparing to win. This is a team that's dysfunctional and right now is a joke. And I like Micah Parsons, but that's so far out of the realm for a player to say that midseason. It's ridiculous.
Micah's done this a couple times now this year. Remember when they were talking about
I'd trade him.
Top quarterbacks in the league, and they didn't even mention his own quarterback at all?
Yeah.
Which, okay, you want to be honest, but it's also a teammate. Anyway, true or false? This comes from a report out of Chicago that veteran players went to the coaching staff and wanted Caleb Williams benched last week, mid-game. Will Caleb Williams be benched at some point this year?
False.
Or true or false, he will be benched.
He will not be benched.
I don't know how you can.
No.
Who's that? The backup kid? The
agent?
Yeah, his old man was what?
Tyler Bagent. No, he's not. No, you can't bench him. You got to live through it. You got to survive it. You got to deal with it. He's your future. He's your current. He's it. No, can't bench him.
It's Tyson Bagent, by the way.
What'd I call him?
You said Tyler.
Oh, did I? Close enough.
What's his old man? What was his old man's story?
Professional arm wrestler.
That's what it is. I was going to say wrestler, but his old man was a professional arm wrestler.
Got time for one more here. True or false? The Dolphins aren't dead yet.
I'm going to say true. As much as I hate to say it, I'm going to say they're a 3-6 football team.
They're different with Tua, though. They're just different.
So here's what they got. Back-to-back at home, Raiders and Patriots. That's 2 more wins. So now they're 5-6. At the Pack, it's a toughie. They got Jets at the Texans, 49. I see 2 more. I see maybe 3 more losses.
I think they're dead. I'm looking at the other teams, the wild card chasers, man. They got a long road. They almost have to be perfect here.
Yeah, but dude, with Tua, they look so different, it's not even funny.
There you go. A little NFL true or false. God, that Micah stuff is really weird. I've heard from, you guys know this person too, talking about some guys within the Cowboys front office. Look, you can't get rid of Micah Parsons. He's like an insane talent. But they're very concerned with his work ethic there. He doesn't feel like practicing ever. A lot of these, he has some injuries midweek that kind of crop up because he doesn't want to get out on the practice field. And then this stuff on top of it.
Yeah, less time on the microphone. Less time on the podcast, more time on the field, bro.
Here's the thing, though. He's going to be he's going to make over $30 million a year when his contract's up, and they're very, very scared about throwing him that kind of money because they don't know how he's going to react.
Let somebody else throw him that kind of money. You can lose with him and you can lose without him.
Dude, you can't just find those, man. You can't find Micah Parsons players.
What good is it doing them?
Yeah, you can find guys who are committed.
We've talked about this before.
Last year they were in the postseason. They won a game.
I know he's an unbelievable talent, but do you want to deal with that for the rest of your life?
Jay, maybe try and rein him in.
Hey, let me see your hair.
I don't know that that's
quick.
possible.
Take your hat off. Let me see your hair again because I saw it last night and it just threw me for such a loop. Let me take your hat off. Yeah. All right, so if those of you who watch this show every day, if you saw Kane without his helmet in the grocery store, would you have any idea that's him? Because even when your wife said, "Hey, here's Brett," I almost didn't even know who the hell you were.
Wait, his wife said, "Hi, Vic. This is Brett."
I swear to God, last night we're sitting there talking. She turns, she goes, hey, Brett's here. And I'm looking like, where? I'm looking right at him like, where?
Well, if Lindsey's there, it's a pretty good assumption Brett's there.
But his face with his hair makes him look so different that I couldn't, my eyes wouldn't focus. It was unsettling. I just couldn't do it.
You ever see those
Would you trust me if I looked like I did last night? Would you trust me with responsibilities?
Yes, I would.
Would you? Last night you looked like a guy who knew about car insurance.
Yeah. I would agree with that, actually.
You ever see those makeover, like a makeover?
Which is why all those people are fake.
For a dude. Like a dude's all jacked up, and then they do a makeover on dude, and he looks like a businessman. You ever seen that before?
Yes.
Okay, last night you looked like somebody I would trust in life.
With the Johnson report?
That's correct.
Or the Johnson account?
Yeah. Hey, listen, I need that.
I'll take care of the Johnson account.
I need that report by Friday at 5.
Mhm.
And I would trust you to do it.
Honestly, Brett, you had the white dress shirt with a few buttons undone, no tie, the blazer, and a gold chain visible through the opening in your shirt.
Man.
You honestly looked like you stepped off the plane from South Beach and just came straight to the gala.
Can I ask you something about the gold chain? Because
what's up with that?
Normally,
It's not gold.
that's
It's not
What is it?
gold.
What is it?
It's
Well,
not
whatever.
gold. It's silver. But it's something I got when I was like 15, and I've just never taken it off.
Exactly, yeah. Because normally, my people, we wear the chains.
Mm-hmm.
We wear the chains.
Hey,
we're chain wearers.
Hey, don't
It's just-
stereotype. Hey.
But that's just part of our deal, right? So to see you with your face
Mm-hmm.
and your hair wearing that chain, it just throws me for a loop. I'm like, but this guy's trying to go to Jersey here? What's going on?
It's honestly, my wife hates it. She wishes I would take it off. I'm like, I will die in this thing. I'm going to die with this
You
on my
did
head.
Miami Vice it last night, though. I don't know what this whole, trying to show your chest off thing is.
I don't do the top button. That's not going to happen.
Well, I
I feel like I'm being choked by a very weak person.
It felt like you had a couple more that as the night went on, you started to get a little bit.
Would you ever wear a bow tie like I did last night?
No. No. I wouldn't even know how to tie it. What are you talking about?
It's hard to tie.
Yeah. Back after this. Texture says, I was shocked last night, not only at Brett's hair, but his height. I've said on the show all the time, I'm 6'3". Why is my height shocking to people?
Because I've established this already.
Yeah, someone thought you were
this-
a little guy. Who was it that said? I'm sorry, Vic. Somebody said, "Yeah, he's a lot taller." He said it's on when I watch the show on Altitude or on Twitch or whatever. He looks little.
Well, because he's sitting down, and we're all small people. All right, the three of us are considered smaller profile people, and so now you got this this gentle giant here among us, and I think the reason people are shocked, and I brought this up before, to do this job you have to be pretty intelligent. Most intelligent people are small, so to see a taller person like yourself display intelligence at times is shocking to the system.
I'm 5'11", bro.
Take it, Moj. Listen. Be sure of who you are. just don't. You're too old to play these stupid games. You're too old. You're beyond high school now. Just accept who you are. I've accepted myself. I am who I am.
You says the man who on Monday demanded we go back to back. And everybody goes, yeah, Moses, he's a couple inches taller than you, Vic, at least. Yeah.
Just accept it, dude.
You know what sucks? My old man is 6'2". My deceased mother, like 5'1". She really screwed me over here.
I'm not saying anything.
I mean, God bless her.
Bro, I got a mom who's 4'11", and a dad who's 5'6". The fact that I got to my height is a miracle.
It pretty much is, especially with all the gene pool mixing and stuff. I mean, it's amazing.
Texture says, you and Sanford both look short as hell on Twitch. Sanford is taller than I am. Sanford's huge.
He's a big dude. Yeah, he's a big dude.
Anyway, by the way, the guy who sent that initial text, that was Spencer. He was the guy rocking the cowboy hat last night.
Great dude.
That hat.
Good hat.
I wish I could just wear a cowboy hat, but I can't pull it off. Can't do it.
Because your head's too small, or?
No, he actually, I put it on. We had, the same sized head. But it's just, Vic, I don't. When I look at what AG wore yesterday, I'm like, never in a million years can I pull that off.
You just want to roll around looking like Doug Dimmadome, owner of the Dimsdale Dimmadome?
Yes. You know who you would look like? If you wore a cowboy hat, you would look exactly like that dude on Yellowstone.
Yeah.
100%.
Jimmy.
Yep. No, I know.
Listen, but that hat was a good hat. I'm thinking about getting a pork pie hat. I told you that, right?
What?
Vic, you've got a good collection of hats. You got some of those little Italian jobbies.
Fedoras. And
I need one. I need some of that. I want to get some of that.
I want the cowboy hat that's like they shave down the brim to where it's a smaller.
I just got one of those.
Well, they can do it. They have that machine.
Well, no, I know that, but I also don't want to spend $700.
Dude, dude, those things aren't cheap, bro.
I know.
I bought one and I was like, whoa. Those things are not cheap, but I tell you what, when you wear one, I'm gonna start wearing mine because it makes me 6'2".
I want
you want to wear a 10-gallon hat and be 6'2"?
One of my favorite musicians, Gary Clark Jr. You know who that is?
Oh, he's a great guitar player. Yeah.
I want his hats.
Oh,
he's got
phenomenal hats.
See, I don't look like this human being.
Yes, you do.
Yes, you do.
100% you do.
You look just like Jimmy.
That is you.
That would be you.
I don't
on the
look
left,
like
right?
him.
Yes, you do.
You are 100%
like
him.
if you croaked, your wife would definitely go for him. Absolutely. Yeah, there he is. There's Brett.
Look at you. If you shaved, that would be you. 100%.
Dollar store Carson Wentz. Absolutely, both of you.
Anyway,
look at KJ.
Not impressed
Am I right,
with
KJ?
that.
Dollar store Carson Wentz.
I was not impressed with the return of Yellowstone. The first scene was great. The remaining, it was boring. Come on, let's go. Come on, Yellowstone. You got to be better than that.
Did you watch the finale of The Penguin yet?
Oh, I saw it yesterday.
Okay,
Brett,
you can't. No spoilers.
I was going to call you, and you know how I am about cartoons because it's based basically on a cartoon.
But it's not a cartoon.
But it's not. That is so good.
How great was that show?
It was a bit. I didn't like what happened at the end.
Look, man.
I'm not gonna lie.
There's very few times where you feel super icky at the end of a show
I
that you
felt
really
bad.
enjoy.
Yeah.
But icky in a good way. Like, ugh.
Yeah. I don't like the fact that they're making him the Penguin.
Well,
an empathetic
yeah.
figure.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't
Well,
think
can
that
we have
happened.
can we have this conversation about 10:01?
Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. We shouldn't do this.
Moj, sometimes
You got the whole rest of the day to call Vic, and you guys can spit your chiclets all over the place about Penguins.
Moj, here's the thing. We talk about things that are happening in the world, okay? And when things are happening in real time, like that show, that other people watch because it's super popular, it's okay to talk about. When you want to talk about it inevitably in 5 years when you first watch the show, that's when it runs its course.
I know. Mosier wants to bring this back up like years from now.
That doesn't
when
even
we've
look
already gone
like
through
Colin
it.
Farrell, though. He looks weird.
Mosier, that thing you sent me, by the way, this morning, of the dude doing the Jason Statham and the other guy doing Tony Soprano,
Yeah.
was maybe the best minute of video I've seen in a long time.
If you
I mean,
close,
we can't
if you
play
close,
it because of all the cursing.
Right. If you close your
It's
eyes,
Arias
though,
Spears.
he's
Who's the other
great.
guy who does Jason Statham? Because it's so
He's a
perfect.
comedian as well. I don't know who it is.
So good. So
but if you
good.
close your eyes, you think that Tony Soprano's having
Oh
a
my
conversation with Jason Statham. It's amazing.
So a couple things here. Avs playing tonight. If you guys missed it, Jared Bednar said on Friday there's a chance that 3 guys return to the lineup, which is Val, obviously. He said, no question, Val is coming back Friday. And then he said, Drew in, Miles Wood, both also have a chance to play on Friday. But there's a couple other things that were mixed in between that. One of them being, and can we cue this up, Nelly, the reception of Val. I thought it was a good question from Vic. So Val is coming back to the lineup, and you asked, it was something along the lines of the reception in the locker room of Val Nichushkin. How has that been? And Bednar was pretty honest about it.
It's been pretty easy to manage. You know, a lot of time has passed. He's been around. Our guys obviously are interacting with him. They've talked. You know, like the guys are just they know how good of a player Val is. Everyone really likes him as a person. We know he's gone through some things and put us in some tough situations, but I think our team's done a really nice job of moving past that. I think Val is obviously you know, he feels terrible about the way it happened and what happened. So, like, we have to forgive and move on. And he's such a huge part of our team. I think, like, where our team is at right now and how hard they've had to grind, they know what Val can mean to our lineup, and everyone's excited to get him back.
Now, operative word there. I'm not trying to rain on any parades here. Operative word. We have to forgive. Do you think if the Avs as an organization were given the choice to forgive, the choice to make a move when this happened, that they would have forgiven or just parted ways?
I don't know.
That's a very difficult question to answer, Vic.
Because there's something that's baked into that question that is an unknown. What do you mean by get rid of that?
Well, open up that salary and, you know, when it happened again, and if the NHL didn't hold them to
If
this
the NFL gave him an out, or sorry,
Yeah.
the NHL, if they gave him an
NHL
out.
said you can lose that salary, and they had the entire offseason to fill that salary with somebody else, would they have done that?
They very well could have, Vic. Yeah, because I think you want certainty for your organization. Uncertainty is a bad thing, is it not? You want certainty. Now, I will argue to you that there's no player really like him in the league.
Totally. Hey, there's no. You'll never
You
have me challenge
and
the
by
player
the way,
as the talent.
You couldn't just like say, hey, let's say there's free agent quarterbacks out there, and you say, hey, I'm gonna throw $40 million at this guy because he plays as well as my guy. Okay, fine. But what he does, you can't. There's first of all, it's very rare. Second of all, those guys aren't out there, so you can't just throw bread at a guy and say do Val stuff because they can't.
Right.
Because they're not that all-around player like he is.
I'm actually, you know what?
I'll tell you this, though. I'll tell you this. Right now, as we sit here, and he's going to play Friday, they're very happy about that.
Well, that's
and they
what I was
should
going to
be
say.
because he's going to help this team.
Do you know what is a blessing in all of this in a way? The length of that suspension really helped. Because it gave you time to sort of remove your emotions from the situation. And then when he's coming back this far afterwards, it's not as raw anymore.
Well, remember
and
how
you'd be
raw,
a lot more willing.
Remember how raw your emotions were the day after, right?
Oh, God.
On this show. Could you imagine feeling the way you do today? After that, the day after?
No, Vic, because you're dealing with it. It's incredibly disappointing, right? And the future is this. He's going to play and probably play very effectively. And if something should happen ever again, then that's it. That's it.
Here's the thing, though.
And I don't think that it will.
The man, he's good.
I can say this with 1,000% confidence. The Avs will be so much better with him on the ice.
So much more dangerous.
So much better.
So much more. The ability to now mess with your lines, right? You can put him anywhere, Moj. You know how you can put him anywhere, and he'll thrive. And he does so many things.
No doubt.
So good.
Well, and you think about
I'm going to keep an eye on this.
What's going to do for Casey Middlestat?
Oh,
Theoretically,
sure,
he's going to be on that
sure.
line, right? It's going to be awesome.
Think about this for a second. I know I've brought this up, 100 times, but the with Val, without Val record of the Avs, 8-8 is right on track. 8-8 without Val is exactly what the record seems to be.
That's a great question. Would you have taken, if I've told you 8-8 without Val or Gabe to start this season? In the grand scheme of things, even
and
though it's
everybody
been choppy,
else.
Yeah. You'd have taken that.
Absolutely, you want to win. But did we not say, even in the month of October, hey, man, and we couldn't even anticipate that Ross Colton would have the start that he had. But didn't we say, hey, man, just try to keep your head above water until the and you don't want to think, okay, well, the cavalry's coming because you got to go play hockey games. But you know what? Realistically, hey, man, let's get through this and let's get some dudes back and then let's go.
I have updated numbers, by the way, because the Gazette just had this 5 days ago. So hang on. So add a win, right? Last 5 days, what's the Avs record been?
Huh? They've won 3 out of 4.
Okay. So whatever.
Right.
This is as of 5 days ago.
I mean, they beat Seattle, they lost 1-0 in Winnipeg, and then they beat Carolina and Nashville.
I'll just take the numbers off here, whatever.
Okay.
So as of 5 days ago, the Avs record with Val Nichushkin since 2019-2020 when he joined the roster, 195, 67, and 27.
Oh, my God.
Without him, 43, 34, and 6. Like I said, 8-8 record, 500 hockey club is right on track for what it's been the entire time that he's missed games. When he's in, 195, 67, and 27.
That's crazy.
This team will be so much better with him.
That's a sobering stat.
Yeah.
Excuse the pun.
But truly, the Avs are like, you go from cup contender and one of the favorites to win a cup with Val in the lineup to a decent team in the NHL when he's out of the lineup.
And you've got 3 superstars leading the way. I mean, look at the season McKinnon is having. He's still the leading scorer in the NHL. The season Kale is having. And then, of course, Mikko has jumped his way up there, too. Playing great.
The other thing, real quick, before we get to a break, that he also mentioned, because we clarified this, Kakinen waived, so they're going to roll with Juice and Georgiev. And we said, is there a number 1, or are we just going to do the hot hand thing? And they said, basically, hey, we're riding hot hand the entire year.
And I wonder if that's just a product of the way Georgie's played, or if playing him so many games.
He mentioned that.
May have worn him out.
He mentioned that last year. He goes, we can't play one goalie 60 games out of a season. There's got to be more of an even rotation. But I think also, Moj, it's nobody has truly stepped up and grabbed a hold of it either. So it's like if somebody's playing well, then ride the guy who's playing well. If he has an off game, all right, back to the other dude sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
But if you missed that, it'll be on the podcast shortly. iTunes, Spotify, Spreaker, Moj, Lombardi, and Kane. The Avs play the Kings tonight. 8 o'clock puck drop, which in hockey speak on national television means 8:15, 8:20 probably.
Probably.
But you can hear that right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 as we await this little mini break for the Nuggets. They get back at it on Friday. And what's all going on Friday? So it's the Avs, it's
so
Nuggets, it's what
Avs,
else?
Nuggets, CSU border war, Tyson versus YouTube guy is going on Friday night.
Yeah, that's a lot.
there's a lot of sports Friday night.
Double dipperoo.
Double dipperoo.
That's a quad dipper.
That's a quad dipper.
Voice of the People on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It's powered by the Freaky Law Firm. They're in your corner.
You ever quad dipped?
Yeah, let me get one in.
Okay.
Hang on, Vic. Hopefully you can see out here. That is Mosier in our little kitchen area.
Yeah.
He's dying because
What's he doing?
He just put an ice cube in his mouth.
Uh-huh.
There's some sort of hot chicken challenge going on at the studio today.
Huh?
And he ate a Carolina Reaper chicken sandwich.
Oh, he's done.
And he looks like he's having trouble breathing at the moment.
Yeah, I can't.
So I don't know if he's going to be back or not.
Hey, if you missed it, the Broncos announced yesterday Mike Westhoff, who is the special assistant to Sean Payton, was his special teams coordinator for years in New Orleans, helped operate the Broncos special team, stepped away yesterday for health reasons. This is coming off that special teams gaffe over the weekend, and people wondering what's going on. Mike Westhoff did offer something via Twitter, said, I want to thank everyone for the well wishes. I want to assure you I'm okay. My body gave me a warning this week. I had to listen and put my health first. So Mike Westhoff is no longer coaching.
Yeah.
I know that he's been dealing with the battle of prostate cancer, and I'm hoping the best for him. I hope it's not too serious.
Right.
And hope the best, obviously. So we wondered, is this just one of those things where he stepped away or pushed away, whatever. I'm not alleging anything, but I'm hoping that he's okay. That's all I'm saying.
I do too. Obviously, you leave in the middle of a season. You hope whatever's going on gets better in a hurry. And I'd love to participate more in that conversation, Vic, but I'm staring at Mosier, and he's just breathing and crying.
Why would you do that while you're still hosting a show?
I wondered the same.
You don't need me.
So who are you eating these chickens with?
Oh, my God. Hang on, Moshe. Get right up in that camera. I want you people to see the sweat and the tears on his face right now. Look at this. He's glistening.
Who's participating in this?
Mamma mia, Papa Pia. Coach Sanford's doing it right.
Are you guys crazy?
Oh, my God. Look at Sanford is... Gosh, why are you guys doing this?
He's crying real tears. This is Dave's hot chicken, by the way, who's in the house.
I mean, it's good. The flavor's good, but man, what on the Richter scale is that? Like an idiot.
I don't think it's called a Richter scale.
Well, you know what I mean.
The Scoville scale.
The Scoville scale, yeah.
Yeah, it's probably a lot. See, here's the thing.
I like spicy. I'll put Tabasco on chips and just eat them like that. That's hot, mother trucking.
The spice has to be. Gosh, Sanford's crying too, and he has not put down that water bottle.
I know.
Like, all right, bye, Moshe.
You know certain people who can just withstand that? Like, my mother can eat the hottest sampling of peppers you could take the hottest pepper on earth, give it to my mother, and she'd be like, not a big deal. The rest of us, not so much.
He looks like his dog just got hit by a car.
Yes.
That's the sadness level.
I was making this this.
Okay, I'm okay.
Sort of teriyaki chicken the other day, and it said, put some of these Serranos, I think is what they're... No, it wasn't Serranos.
Habanero?
It was some sort of chili.
Okay.
And my wife does not do spicy at all, and I like some spicy, but I can't have spicy overpower the entire thing. And so I was like, all right, I'm just going to chop a little bit of this chili, take a bite, see how hot it is. And my tongue burned for about 20 minutes. And I go, why would I put this on my food? Why would I need that level?
Yeah, what is it, you guys, that enjoy that? What is it? Is it an adrenaline rush? Is it a...
No, the spice is good, man. Like, I've got all different kinds of hot sauce at home. I love it. But it's on the edges right now. It hurts. But it's with the flavor. The flavor combined with the spice is good, but not the pain. Like right now, the roof of my mouth stings.
Like these
literally stings.
These people are doing this. Like all of these salespeople outside, like, don't be a wuss. I'm like, I'm not going to do this. Like, why would I ruin my day? For what? Your own entertainment? No. How about no is the answer to that.
Don't eat that sandwich and then like touch a body part. Because it will burn.
I'm not going to eat the sandwich in general. Like, I see all of your reactions, and I'm like, yeah, it's great.
hey, don't be a wuss. Let me punch you right in the face as hard as I can.
Oh, what? No. It's for content. I'm like, I don't care.
Yeah, I'm content not eating it.
Let me pull a tooth out with a pair of pliers real quick, just for content's
But
sake.
it'll be funny on Instagram. Okay. Well, then how about you yank one of your own teeth out? I'm not doing this. By the way, I don't know what this was for. It looks like some sort of celebrity tournament thing. So Caitlin Clark, I guess, is a decent golfer.
I think she really likes the game, too.
So can you pull up this video real quick,
I saw
Nelly?
this, man. This is hard to watch. This is everybody's nightmare. I had this nightmare when I was lining up at that Pro-Am.
At the BMW?
Yeah.
You made it,
nightmare.
though. You made it.
But here's the thing. She's lining up for this, and if you're watching on the Safeway Twitch feed or out the television, don't put the sound on. Very, very good. There's cursing in here. They're lined up along this tee shot on both sides. First swing goes right into the stand, like right into the gallery. I don't think anybody got hurt or got hit with it.
She just pulled that so hard. That literally had no chance from
She's
the
probably
get-go.
nervous as heck, man.
Of course.
But here's the thing. She then re-tees and hits another one. And by the way, after she did that the first time, nobody moves. Everybody stays in their same spots.
Again?
Well, so that was the first one.
God.
That was the first one. So Nelly, let's go to the second one. Nobody moves as there's still the galleries lined up down the tee box.
People are crazy.
Sets up for another shot. And you got to think the nerves are at an all-time high now. You almost killed somebody.
She
and now
almost
you got to
ripped the dude's head off. Right.
So now she lines up. She doesn't look all that nervous. Little practice swing. All right, let's line up over the ball again. Let's give it another swing.
Okay. Come on, Caitlin. You can do
Now
this.
the correction. This is going to go hard right. I can just feel it.
Oh, she's got too many waggles going on.
Right left again.
She still, it got past the gallery, but guys, it skimmed right by the edge of it. And I'm like, if you're going to watch a celebrity who is not a professional golfer play golf, why would you line up like that in front of them? Okay, I don't care if you're really good. Like, Vic, you're what, like a 5 handicap? What's your handicap?
7.
You're a 7? Moj, you're right around there too. You guys are good?
I would never line up in front of anyone that's not a professional golfer.
Never.
Ever.
Never. Never.
And let me tell you, these Pro-Ams, they're probably coming to see her play because she's a very famous athlete. People aren't going to a Pro-Am to see Moj and Vic hit the ball, but when you're in front of a giant gallery like that, it's pretty terrifying.
Dude, I told
Hold on a second.
My lips are burning.
I've never in my
Look
life.
at reverse angle here. Look at somebody had the video right by the gallery. Look at the ball goes right over the top of the phone.
Oh, my God.
Brett, when I was on number 10 at Castle, I have never in my life been as nervous as that moment. Ever. In an athletic sort of ever. Because you don't know how your body is going to react.
Well, yeah. Dude, Peyton Manning, I think he's been in some high-pressure situations, hasn't he? Remember his first tee shot at that BMW? Just dunked it, 5 yards away from him?
Yeah, he did, yeah. Duffed it. I mean, these guys could go out there. Who was it that said, I play pro football in front of 80,000, no big deal. I'm not nervous at all, but I step on a tee box in front of people, terrifying.
Gabriel Landeskog told me he's never been that nervous in his life, more so than any Stanley Cup final, Stanley Cup, anything. He said he's never been that nervous in his life.
Yeah. 303-504-0925. Champ Mazda text line. So, just quickly here. Avs tonight. The scheduled puck drop I was just told was 8:22 tonight.
That's pretty late, man.
8:22.
So, Vic, aren't you the one?
Wow, bro.
Aren't you the one that said if you ever became, like, if you were elected, you'd run on the no games after 8 o'clock platform?
Yeah.
Who's that? Whose platform is that? One of you guys. Said no games after 8 o'clock, period, end of story. After Mountain Time, 8 o'clock, never.
Correct. It always starts at 8, no matter what.
You know, the worst part about these late games, though, is in the playoffs is when they hit you with them more than anything.
Oh, yeah. Yep. Just a couple things real quick.
My lips are still burning.
Yeah, I know.
Like right here, like not so much here or here, but like right here on this rim, right there, like on this edge right there.
Just a fun fact here. CU and CSU are a combined 10-0 against the spread versus conference opponents. They're the only two teams in college football have covered every single one of their conference games. How about that?
You're kidding.
How about CU being the only team in the country with every single televised game being on national television?
That's pretty crazy. It's really crazy.
The
only team in college football?
In the country.
You're telling me that Georgia and Alabama, their games aren't on national, every game's not on national TV?
Mm-hmm. SEC Network for at least one of them.
Yep. Really?
And Notre Dame had one on the Peacock.
Oh, the dreaded Peacock.
Before we get to fact checker, Nelly, if you got this ready, I would like to play this. So Deontay Johnson was traded from the Steelers, and Mike Tomlin was asked about this because he is facing Deontay Johnson this week in the Steelers matchup this weekend. And somebody said, how's it going to be facing your former wideout? Go ahead,
to be honest with you, I hadn't thought a lot about it. He's not on a lot of their video, and so, at this stage of the week, I don't know that I've weighed, what he might mean to the matchup. They got more significant pieces with larger roles that are occupying my attention at this part of the week.
Oh, baby.
I
love that.
They've got more significant pieces that occupy larger roles.
I love that dude, man. He don't play. He
Does
doesn't
not care.
play. I love it. Yeah, whatever, dudes.
Oh, yeah, your former player. Yeah, he was, he's not even a thought in my mind.
I'll tell you what that spice also does. It goes right through you when you don't have a gallbladder.
Oh, God.
Well, that was a smart move then.
Yep. Really smart.
Move on your part.
Nelly, got a fact checker?
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker.
Today's Fact Checker.
Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
Have a great day, Moshe. See you.
All right, well, as Mosher leaves...
He's sprinting! He's sprinting!
As Mosher leaves, I looked up some stats about what he called the Richter scale, but is actually the Scoville scale of hotness. So, for reference, jalapenos range between 2,500 and 5,000 on this scale. The Carolina Reaper, which is what those wings are based on, 2 million. So that
Good
means
Lord.
they are 400 times spicier than jalapenos.
Yeah.
What are we doing?
400 times.
What is that?
What are we doing? What is the point?
That's it. Like, why would you order it? It's only a gimmick, right? There's nobody that eats it and like, no, I just think this tastes delicious. It's only a gimmick, isn't it?
Man, Mosher just did, in Scooby-Doo when they see the ghost and then they run in place, but they don't go, and they pew! He just did that out of here.
I mean, that was, Vic, I don't know what Mosher's full sprinting speed looks like. It had to be close. Really had to be. And he looked at me. He gave me one of these looks right here. He was sitting there, and he was staring into space, and he goes like this. Paused for a second, and just beelined out of here. So I hope Coach and Raj enjoy all of Mosher's extra things that he has on the table, because those aren't going to get cleared out for a minute. iTunes, Spotify, Spreaker, Mosher, Lombardi, and Kane is where you can find the podcast. Had a great conversation with Jared Bednar. Check that out. That was 8 o'clock this morning.
We on the road tomorrow?
We're on the road tomorrow at Adele Golf. And we'll talk to you all from there. Have a wonderful Wednesday. Love you all very much. Goodbye.
Matchup. They got more significant pieces with larger roles that are occupying my attention at this part of the week.
Just say we get 25 high school players. How many is going to play that freshman year at the most? Let's say 4 or 5, right? And so now you got 20 guys redshirted. So when you go through that spring with that 20 guys redshirted, how many are you going to retain after that spring? Or how many are going to jump in the portal on you? Let's just do it. If any one of you going to go statistically and try to calculate this, I already done it. So it's going to be how many? Half. Okay, why don't I just focus on 10 guys that can – see, when we grab a freshman, we expect that guy to play. We're not looking at, hey, man, we can just redshirt you, develop you. No. We're looking for you to come in and play some football. I don't give a darn if it's a walk-on, if it's a Cash Cleveland. We expect you to play.
Deion Sanders at his presser yesterday. We had college football playoff ranking number 2 last night. And it looks like this: Oregon in the 1 seed, Texas in the 2 seed, BYU in the 3, and the Miami Hurricanes coming off of a loss. Again, these are projected rankings for what the 12-team playoff would be, and the committee coming out with them last night. Miami at number 4. Your 12-5 as it stands today is Boise State visiting the Horseshoe and the Ohio State Buckeyes. The 9-8 matchup is Notre Dame going to Rocky Top in Tennessee. Mississippi will visit Happy Valley and Penn State in the 11-6 matchup, and Alabama 10-7 as they'll go into Indiana and face the unbeaten Hoosiers as it stands right now. The first team out, according to the committee, the Georgia Bulldogs. The second team out, the SMU Mustangs. It's the Morning Sprint, Alex Ryan-Emy and Coach Mike Sanford.
Raj, how we doing? I loved that sounder from Deion Sanders yesterday. I thought it was absolutely brilliant. As a college coach that was raised a certain way in terms of high school recruitment, 25 signees a year, and then develop your players, retain your players, all the things. That's the paradigm I came up in. That's not the real world anymore. And Deion Sanders is ahead of his time. He's brilliant, frankly, in how he broke it down, even so far as to talk about the expectation that if you do sign, say, 25 high school players, half of them probably are not going to stay with you anyway. So you're not even going to have the chance to develop them. He's dead on right. And the fact that he did commit to this, I can say with a full throat that I am going to eat my words that at the time when Deion Sanders turned over the entire roster, I thought it was wild. I wouldn't say crazy because it's the new world of NIL and portal, but I just thought it was crazy, wild, nuts. And it's working, and not only is it working, it's the right solution, which is why college football and college athletics is a very, very tough vocation to occupy from here on.
Is it a tough enough vocation for Deion, however, to leave Boulder? This is what he had to say about the rumors between Sanders and the Dallas Cowboys.
And can I segue with that? Because no place needs people to encourage people to be better than they really are, besides Jerry Jones and the Dallas Cowboys. Now, I know you focus day to day. I know you're a day-to-day man. But can you think about some days?
Let me take the computer here, because you starting to talk that talk. I got to show you where I am. I love it where I am.
What are you trying to say? What are you trying to say?
I love it where I am. I love it.
You already know you're going with it.
I love it where I am.
I know it's a Chuckle podcast with his buddies, Shannon and who's it? Keyshawn does that as well.
It was Keyshawn, Michael Irving.
Oh, Michael Irving, that's who it was.
Yeah, and who's the third guy? I don't know.
I know it's a Chuckle podcast and you're just messing around with your buddies, but if you're taking him for his word, you really think he stays in Boulder?
What was his word, Raj?
I like where I am.
Is that a word?
I don't know.
It's a word that you're currently in a place and you like it and you're in the middle of a potential college football playoff race. So, I mean, you're not going to say, yeah, I'd be interested in coaching in the National Football League.
But what is getting the job done in Boulder? What does mission accomplished look like for Deion Sanders? Because if we have learned one thing about Deion, while it has been coaching his kids at every single level, he's accomplished his mission everywhere that he's gone. So what is mission accomplished? So then he checks that box off and then he leaves Boulder.
CU ends up in the Big 12 championship game. That is a unbelievable glow up.
All right.
Now, for what I believe Coach Prime's what his desires are to finish the job. And I do think this might be one of the best years to do it because you're going to have 2 of the top 3 players drafted on your roster right now. Are you going to have that next year, Raj? Are you? Like, you have to deal with reality here that Shedeur Sanders and Travis Hunter are not normal college teammates. Doesn't happen year in, year out. It's a window. It's a championship window, Raj.
Isn't that amazing? You're talking about a title window for CU.
It is.
And it is 1 year.
And so I'm not, the thing is, you just got to enjoy it while you have it. It's the same thing when I talk to, fans that are in Boise, Idaho. They got a unbelievable running back in Ashton Genty. He's not going to be here next year. You got to enjoy it right now, and you got to maximize and optimize what you do have in this particular season. And Coach Prime and the staff did such a good job of acquitting the surrounding pieces well enough so that you can illuminate and highlight the strengths of your all-world quarterback and your all-world two-way player. And you're playing really good defense. You're playing really good collective football. But you also do have a quarterback that I love this Juju. Is it Juju Lewis?
Lewis.
Love him. Is he going to be Shedeur Sanders next year?
Is he
in my
flip?
humble opinion, no. Is he going to be Shedeur Sanders in 2 years? In my humble opinion, no. Shedeur Sanders is going to be the number one. I think he's going to be the number 1 player drafted, period. I used to say it was the number 1 quarterback. I said that 4 weeks ago. Now that I see the Raiders and the Cowboys in the positions they're in, like certainly the Raiders, why would they not tank right now and make sure that Shedeur Sanders is their quarterback? He's the number 1 quarterback in college football, and arguably I think will have a phenomenal rookie year because of how well he sees it, and he does not miss throws, Raj.
You take Shedeur over Cam Ward at this point?
Absolutely do.
Really?
Absolutely do. Without hesitation. Let me ask you a question. Who do you trust with the football in their hands at the end of the game to win you a game down by, let's say it's 16-14?
Cam Ward's done it many times this year for Miami. And that's a team that, say, CU's defense has gotten better. Miami doesn't have a defense to sniff on.
Yeah.
They've got nothing.
Cam Ward's a good player.
He puts the
I'm not going
rookies
to
in
throw
good
shade at
positions.
Cam Ward. He's a really good football player.
And he doesn't really throw picks either.
Yeah, that was a growth. That's been a big growth for him. Certainly from, his time at Wazoo and Incarnate Word before that. Like, he's had a really good job. He's done a great job of taking care of the football this year.
think they're kind of the same quarterback.
I think Cam Ward, a lot of what he does is more of your traditional lean into the athletic aspect of the dual threat part of his game. Whereas I think that Shedeur Sanders is much more of your traditional elite NFL quarterback, sees it great from the pocket, extends plays enough, but does it with the intent of throwing the football down the field, not taking off and running. Whereas I think Cam Ward has the ability to take off and run. You have probably the stats in front of you. Cam Ward is a rusher. He's got to be north of 300 yards rushing on the year.
Cam Ward has, give me 1 second, 182 yards rushing.
How much?
3 touchdowns.
How many? See, the college stats, you got to take into account sacks.
That is true.
What's
Last
his
year he had
negative?
144 yards and 8 touchdowns on the ground. This year, 182 and 3 touchdowns. He has taken 20 sacks. They don't have the yards on ESPN. Sorry.
Okay. No, you're good. I'm guessing that he has over 300 positive rushing yards. Like NFL stats, he probably has over 300 rushing. He's got to be 20 sacks.
I think that's the decision that has to be made between Tennessee, the Giants, Cleveland, and the Raiders, all at this point. Those 4 teams at the top of the draft that don't have an incumbent quarterback. So, like, Jacksonville's not going to draft a QB at the top, even though they could have the number 1 at this point. Like, if the draft was held tomorrow, the Jags have the number 1 pick. They're not taking a quarterback. Trevor Lawrence is their guy, despite, being injured and not playing last week. New England's not taking a quarterback. The Saints could, but the Saints would have to fall off. The Jets could take a quarterback after the debacle that's happened with Aaron Rodgers. But the 3 teams or the 4 teams at the top of the draft right now, Giants, Titans, Browns, and Raiders. the conversation will be between Shedeur and Cam Ward. I think that the original conversation of like, is it Carson Beck out of Georgia? That's gone away. Is it Jalen Milroe or Quinn Ewers? Those things have gone away. I think those guys are going to be more along the lines of back end of the first round quarterbacks or second round QBs at this point. It's coming down to those two players. And I think they both do the same thing just as good as the other guy. And they bring their teams back from the brink. That's the big thing about Shedeur going into the playoff is if you can run the table and you get a really tough matchup as a Big 12 champion because you're going to be the lowest ranked power conference champ, without a doubt, even behind the ACC champ if it's Miami or SMU at this point.
Correct.
You're going to need a performance that he pulls out of his back pocket. You're not going to run away with that first game. It's going to be, you have the ball, you have one chance. Can he do it? And I think the answer as of right now is going to be yes.
The answer is yes for both guys, for both Cam Ward and Shedeur Sanders. The only thing I'd say is from an accuracy standpoint, off platform, running to his right, running to his left, throwing while retreating, Shedeur Sanders is better than Cam Ward, period. That's what I've watched throughout the course of the year. He is insanely accurate. Insanely accurate. And I'm not talking about completion percentage. I'm talking about the types of throws that he makes in tight windows, dropping perfect throws down the field, driving the perfect throw in at that 20-yard dig area. He has already shown the entire catalog of throws for the National Football League.
It's the throw that we had been waiting for Bo Nix to solidify as an NFL quarterback. We started to see it in that Kansas City
game. And he still had his misses. Yeah. I mean, that's one thing I like. I think that it's easy to gloss over. I'm not going to glaze here. I'm going to gloss. It's easy to gloss over because of what he did at the end of the game and how he started the game. It's a bit easy to gloss over some of the misses that Bo Nix did have that led you to not scoring points for such a long stretch of time. And that is part of the reason you lost that football game. Part of the reason.
So much more to get into today with Coach Sanford and myself, Alex Ryan-Emmy. 303-504-0925 is where you can reach us in the Shop Mazda text line today. We will have your NBA baseline report with Chris Dempsey coming up at 10:45. NFL notes are at 11:15 today. PhD takes over from noon to 3. Nate and Andy 3 to 6 before we have the Avs late puck drop. 8:22 puck drop, 7:30 p.m. pregame show right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Jared Bednar joined the morning show as he does every single Wednesday at 8 a.m. We'll hear from him later on in the program. But next, this one on the text line for you, Coach. And we will get into it on the other side. Coach, you asked me to reach out to you about Bo after week 10. Are you sold on this kid yet? I'm super encouraged, and I'm ready to say that we have our quarterback of the future. Your Carbon Valley buddy, DJ and Firestone.
Love it, man.
Coach answers it next. Morning Sprint with Coach and Raj. Take us wherever you guys want to go on the Altitude Sports Radio mobile app powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. They're injury lawyers. Go to wilhitewins.com. That is wilhitewins.com. The question on the Shop Mazda text line was your buddy DJ in Firestone.
Hey, DJ, how are you doing, pal?
He said, Coach, he asked me to reach out after 10 weeks and ask you this question. Are you sold on Bo Nix yet?
I am completely sold on Bo Nix and what's between his ears. The competitor that is Bo Nix, the responder to adversity that he's shown time and again, the ability to operate in a very complex NFL offensive system that Sean Payton runs. Check, check, check. I am sold on Bo Nix, the athlete. The ability to extend plays, take off, and move the chains at least 2 or 3 times a game with his legs. Check. Now, unfortunately, there is this thing called advanced metrics and stats. And if you go through the NFL Pro website, stats are for losers. Well, unfortunately, it does confirm some of my questions that I still have. Is Bo Nix a top 10 NFL quarterback, a perennial top 10 NFL quarterback? And that's what you want. If you got a top third quarterback in the NFL, you got a chance to be in the conversation for the Super Bowl. And it's played out that way. Certainly, it feels like the Chiefs have won it just about every other year for the last 7 or 8 years. But if you got a top 10 quarterback, then you got a shot. And right now, the stats are not friendly to Bo Nix. The traditional stats, we'll start with those. Just straight up rating. And this is not even QBR. This is the stupid ESPN metric. This is just the NFL passing efficiency rating. Bo Nix, currently 26th in the National Football League, behind Drake May, Dak Prescott, Aaron Rodgers. Ahead of Andy Dalton, Caleb Williams, Gardner Minshew. That's the neighborhood that you find yourself in. That's a very traditional metric that just takes into account yards per attempt, completion percentage, touchdown to interception ratio, and the like. We go a little deeper. We go into this new deal called the CPOE, which is completion percentage over expected. And so what completion percentage over expected is, Raj, is you pause the film and you see who's open and the ball is delivered. If the guy's open and you complete the ball, you get 0%. It's plus over the number. If you make a tight window throw, he's not open, that's an extra point. Your minus is if a guy is open and you do not hit the open guy. You're inaccurate with the football. Right now in the National Football League, Bo Nix is 34 out of qualifying passers. There's only 35 of them. Number 35, Aaron Rodgers.
Did you see what happened with Aaron Rodgers yesterday on the McAfee show? That he got?
I did not see it. I might need to get the audio for a later. Was it bad?
It was funny.
Okay.
So what happened? We'll get back to Bill. There was a tweet that was sent out by a guy on X called @MasterCiv, C-I-V. He said, interesting. This is now Jared Goff's 7th career game with at least 4 interceptions. His record in those games, 6-0. And then he would improve to 7-0 in those games in which he's thrown 4 or more picks, right? Unbeaten when he's that bad. It was a completely made up stat. And Rodgers went on the McAfee show, regurgitated the stat as if it was true. And the rest of the show just kind of bought it. And then Master Civ clips it and says, I was laying in bed, made up the stat, if you've wondered how easy it is to spread fake information on the internet.
All right, well, let's hear some from Mr. Number 35 in completion percentage over expected in the National Football League, Aaron Rodgers.
The amazing stat, though, is this a true stat that he's done 4 more picks 7 times and he's won every single one of those games? Is that real?
Yep, 7-0.
I love it.
That's wild. I mean,
I love it. Just take it as gospel. I love it. You know what? Actually, for the rest of the day, 303-504-0925, send us fake stats. See where you can get us. Send us fake stats constantly. And if we regurgitate them, that's our problem. Get us. I'm about that.
Well, I'm going to continue to regurgitate some.
That's wild. I mean,
real stats here. Pass EPA. EPA, for those that are wondering, you look at pass attempts, and the EPA is for expected points added. So based off this play, you come with an aggregation of how many points are added to your team based off of pass snaps. Number 1 in the National Football League, Lamar Jackson.
Makes sense.
Yes, but apparently he can only run. Strange. Anyway, Jaden Daniels.
Makes sense.
Number 2 in the National Football League. Also a rookie. Number 3, Josh Allen. Pretty good top 3. It's actually the top 3 for me right now, and I would put it 1, Lamar Jackson, 2, Josh Allen, 3, Jaden Daniels in terms of MVP, where I stand. I'm not saying based off the Vegas odds where I stand, depending on how it all plays out. All right, let's see who is number 30 in the National Football League in EPA. That would be Daniel Jones, Danny Dimes. So on pass plays, Danny Dimes, who is rumored to be benched here anytime soon, he's one spot ahead of your quarterback right now for the Denver Broncos, Bo Nix. He is number 31, and his expected points added as a quarterback is minus 55.6. Why is that important? Because you are getting top 5 defensive play every single week minus 1 game, which is the Baltimore Ravens. And even with that abysmal performance, this is the number 4 scoring defense in the National Football League. And you know what you are right now? You're 5-5.
So how do you marry the fact that you're sold on a guy who has the toughness, who has the mind, who has the general athleticism to be a starter in this league and to probably to be a top 15, top 10 guy in this league? All of those 3 things that you said you were sold on. How do you balance that with the advanced metrics not looking great? Because it's very easy for an armchair quarterback sitting at his house who has never coached the game, who has never been around quarterbacks, to look at the advanced stats and go, that guy sucks. That guy is not as good as a 12th overall draft pick. It is much harder to do that when you look at it as a quarterback's coach.
Just to make sure I qualify this argument that I'm making, a lot of people would say, well, he's under pressure all the time. In the National Football League, they measure TTT, which is time to throw. Right now in the NFL, Bo Nix has the 6th most time to throw of any quarterback.
Is Williams the highest?
Caleb Williams is, he looks like he's in the middle. He's number 11. He's number 11. So Bo Nix is being protected. His QB pressure rate, the percentage of which he is pressured, he is pressured at the 28th most frequent rate of any quarterback in the NFL. Therefore, he is getting a lot of time. All right, so all this is a lot of stat reading right there. I feel like my guy Nate Kreckman right there. I went deep on the metrics of quarterback play.
The stats are rolling in. The fake stats on the text line are rolling in.
Oh, yeah. Well, here's what I want to say, Raj, is that what it all adds up to is the mind's there, the toughness is there, the competitor is there, the athlete is there, but we haven't yet confirmed that he is an elite passer of the football. And frankly, right now, the stats would say he's a bottom-tier passer of the football. And that is the only thing today that separates you from being in an automatic playoff spot with this roster right now.
What are your
only thing?
What are your
I
eyes
don't
telling
understand
you?
anything that you said.
My eyes tell me that there's growth, but like I expected, it was going to be a roller coaster of a growth. It wasn't going to be a steady ascent up, whatever collegial range mountain in Colorado you're hiking. This is an up and down. I mean, Baltimore to Kansas City, right? I mean, it was down. Really, the Baltimore game was not great. Wasn't good. It was okay. Game against Kansas City was good, but he missed throws in the middle. That middle section, which helps you to differentiate from having a chance to seal that game or have a chance to kick a field goal to win that game.
It's kind of who Bo was in college, too. While he did get incrementally better as his 5 seasons went on, and he certainly peaked in his 2 years at Oregon, and that last season at 4,500 yards and 45 touchdowns, 78% on, or 77 rather, percent on his completion percentage. He made that long journey up to that point.
But he never won a championship.
Never won a championship, but he scared the living hell out of teams a couple of times. Like, you remember when he was a true freshman at Auburn, right? Beats Alabama. True freshman, if I'm correct. I'm almost positive he did. He beat Alabama as a true freshman. And that is like, that's a stellar moment.
That's an arrival moment.
Arrival.
I am a 5-star quarterback. He was the number 3 rated dual threat quarterback. Actually, some recruiting services had him as the number 1 recruited dual threat quarterback in America.
And then what happened the next year?
It was,
kind of meh.
Yeah.
Like 12 touchdowns. Auburn ends up losing 5 or 6 games that year as a sophomore. It gets a little bit better as a junior, but nothing to keep him there as a Tiger. So it was that type of like up and down, up and down, up and down.
Yeah, and if you look at the play style from Oregon, it's what I go back to is that the play style that Oregon ran, it fit his skill set so incredibly well. But to win a championship, you need to have some of those like big boy throws, man. And he's made some. Like, that's the thing is I don't want to ever say that he hasn't made some, because he has. The conversion on 3rd down to set up what should have been the game-winning field goal, that was an awesome play. A little bit off platform. He gets vertical in the pocket, and he finds Cortland Sutton in the biggest completion of his career as an NFL quarterback. But then there's other throws that you're just like, dude, you got to make that, man. And that's what I don't see yet. That's why the grade is incomplete. Is he the future quarterback of the franchise from my perspective? Yes. Is he a future NFL winning quarterback for the Denver Broncos? Major incomplete. And you can't say that unless you're just ignoring what you're watching on a week-to-week basis, because there are moments where he doesn't look like a top 10 NFL quarterback, even kind of. And then there are other moments where you're like, yeah, I see it. And so I think this is a really complex conversation, Raj, and I'm glad we had it. Where are you at with it?
I'm kind of convinced on the fact that he's the guy for the next decade. But unfortunately, it matches up in the time that like Patrick Mahomes is still playing in the AFC West. And
he'll be 35.
As a result, you must get top 10, top 7 guy to compete directly against Patrick if you want to get to where Broncos fans expect their team. And that is competing for Super Bowls. Like, you're not the Tennessee Titans. You're not just hoping to be relevant. You're not hoping to get into the playoffs. This organization is a historical winner. And therefore, success means AFC championships, Super Bowl appearances, Lombardi trophies. He has to turn into a top 7 guy. I think he's the guy for the decade. I don't know if he's going to turn into, because you talked about the MVP candidates, right? With the quarterbacks. Jaden Daniels, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson. You throw Mahomes into that mix, he's not going to be an MVP candidate this year. But Bo then has to be in that conversation with those types of guys to get the Broncos to where they need to be. And as of right now, through 10 weeks, it's nowhere near complete enough for me to say, yeah, he's the guy.
Brock Purdy, unfortunately, Brock Purdy's a good comp. And
I think he's going to be better than Brock Purdy.
I think he's got more physical attributes than Brock Purdy does. As a athlete, I think he's built better than Brock Purdy. I think Brock Purdy has made more wild throws this year, and he's in his 3rd year as a starting quarterback. So it's different. He's gotten more confidence. But you look at what Brock Purdy is minus the slew of weapons.
They don't win.
He's a 500 quarterback.
Yeah.
And so what is Bo Nix right now without a slew of weapons? And also an elite defense.
It's not like San Francisco has a bad defense. What does Bo do with McCaffrey, Samuel, and Ayuk, as well as Kittle on offense?
Does what Brock Purdy did last year.
Probably.
No, he does.
Probably.
He does. Is he going to ever have that? Does anybody ever have that? I mean, it's like a cheat code what John Lynch has put together there when healthy.
And the fact that they traded away all those picks and still found a way to do it is insane.
And the fact that they still haven't won a Super Bowl with that crew is
also insane. That's the craziest thing is that they did everything wrong. You traded up and you didn't get the guy. You traded up for a dude who's now in Dallas and isn't good enough to be the starter over Cooper Rush. That's nuts. The fact that you overcame that and you were a perennial contender but haven't gotten it done, it's the most baffling thing in the NFL right now.
And that's why they'll be the most overrated Super Bowl contender in NFL history.
If they don't get it done, man, you'll look back on that and you'll go, Kyle Shanahan, how did you bungle that? How did you bungle it? McVay got it done and you couldn't? I'm not saying that the window's closed.
Raj,
you want to hear a fake stat?
I love fake stats.
Radio shows the Finnish with a host that has a Finnish bloodline has an average height of 4'8". I love it.
Hey. You know what else was great from last night's gala? We haven't even talked about it at all. Was the soda weight loss version of Darren McKee wearing the pre-soda weight loss version of Darren McKee's suit.
Oh, we need to get D-Mac a fitted suit stat.
Is he going to stay with soda though? Because he might grow himself back into it.
I don't know. He's a very active guy. He rides his bike to and from work every day.
Crushes his face, glasses explode in his eyeballs, and he's back on the saddle the next day.
We need to get that guy to State and Liberty. Get him a little tailored suit. See how he looks. Because he does.
KJ, where are you at with Bo Nix? I want to hear where you're at with Bo Nix.
All right, I'll sum it up quickly. I am not sold on Bo Nix, if I'm being honest with you. When you think about a quarterback who has the ability to go out and win you a game on his arm and his arm alone, there will come a time where he will be asked to do that. And I understand that as a rookie, we can't necessarily grade him on that right now. But I think within the next 16 to 18 games, that's something that needs to be graded a little bit more heavily, because if he's going to be the face of this franchise, he has to have the ability to carry this team on his arm, because there are going to be seasons just like this where the running game isn't clicking.
We'll extend the question out to Chris Dempsey, who joins us on the other side. We'll ask him about Bo Nix, but he's going to give you a run around the NBA with his baseline report. That's next on Altitude.
2 for 1 is open. You got to shoot it, though, Kyrie. He goes to the left, shoots a 3. Blocked by Watson. Loose ball down to Porter. Outlet pass over to Murray. Bucket here. Denver takes the lead. Difference between game and shot clock is right at 4 seconds. Denver wants to wind it down and hit a game winner. Jokic has it at the point. 10 on the shot clock. A bucket here. You can win the game. Hands it to Murray. Murray picks up the dribble. Now Porter. 3 on the clock. Jumper. Good! Michael Porter Jr. Denver leads it by 2 with 6.5 seconds to go.
Let's head out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident. You need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Find them at ramoslaw.com, where we find our friend from Altitude TV, Christopher A. Dempsey. Nuggets looking for 6 straight as they start a 3-game road trip coming up on Friday. So a handful of days off for the Nuggets, 5 days off as the NBA's in-season tournament has started. Demps, it's time for a baseline report. What's going on? How are you? What's happening in your hardwood world?
Well, Raj, your favorite thing, the in-season tournament is happening.
I saw blue courts last night, and we were at the gala and having a couple of glasses of wine.
Can I go?
Be my guest.
So I took my wife. She got all dolled up. You know, the one person that she wanted to see. It wasn't Nikola Jokic.
Wasn't me.
It wasn't Raj. It sure as hell wasn't me. And it wasn't even Aaron Gordon, who I know a lot of lady friends were excited to see AG. It was Chris Dempsey, man. She wanted to see some Demps. We missed you, man.
I wasn't there. Yeah, I had the kiddo last night, so I couldn't be there. But you know what? It's a fun event. You know, it's obviously a chance for everybody to kind of mingle and introduce themselves to the players and hang out with players and do all the things. And I wanted to be there. Hopefully next year, I'll cross my fingers, but I had to have the little one.
Demps, what's happening in the NBA that should concern Nuggets fans right now? Team's hot, 7-3. All of the concerns that they had at the beginning of the season feel like they've gone away because Nikola Jokic is he playing the best basketball of his career right now?
Yeah, you know, it seems like it, which is crazy to think just because of what his career has looked like already. But he's, you know, guys, I just think from a standpoint of, especially when Jamal Murray went down and then Aaron Gordon went down, and with the youth and some new players added to the mix, I just think he just finally said, you know what, I will score and I will put this team on my back until we can all get up to speed. And what that's just led to is just this incredible start that, quite honestly, has him on the short list again for MVP, and rightfully so. And then the Nuggets as a basketball team, I just think, you know, they're starting to come together a little bit, and especially on offense in the month of November, guys.
Debs just broke from our guy Shams Charania that San Antonio Spurs head coach Greg Popovich suffered a mild stroke on November 2nd. Obviously, that news is just coming out, but that was a team that I had my eyes on as a potential threat to the Nuggets in the West. What do you make of the Spurs so far? They're 5-6 at this venture. You know, obviously they have an elite player and they're building some good young talent. But do you think that the Spurs, even with everything that's happened with Greg Popovich, will factor into this and see something maybe in the postseason where Nikola Jokic is matched up with Victor Wembanyama?
Yeah, you know what, Coach. You know, I think maybe the Spurs might be a year or two off. And I think it's because of the thing that you just said. It's not the Victor Wembanyama piece. I mean, he's awesome. It's what are you doing around him and the grooming and the seasoning of the young players around Victor Wembanyama. And I just think that that's just going to take a little bit more time. And especially if you're going to be missing your, Greg Popovich for, a significant amount of time, that kind of just sets back the process from a philosophical point of view, from a game to game. You understand what your coach is looking from you point of view. So I think that the Spurs will make a run at a play-in spot, and then, anything can happen from there, right? But I think they, as a bona fide playoff team, probably are a year or two away.
Lakers are 6-4. Who has the most credit in that 6-4 start? Is it JJ Redick or is it LeBron and AD?
It's JJ Redick. He's been really good. And look, when I watch the Lakers play, they look like a competent basketball team on offense. But I think more so than anything else, he's really leaned into Anthony Davis as a hub of the offense, more so than LeBron James. And that's kind of blasphemy there in Los Angeles over the years, because like the ball is in LeBron James' hands, everything kind of runs through him. But since they started doing this with Anthony Davis, it has kept Anthony Davis engaged, and he's playing great. He's playing MVP level basketball. But B, just everything around him seems to make more sense. They're getting good performances from Austin Reeves and Dalton Connect off the bench, the guy we know here from UNC and then the University of Tennessee. So I just think that it looks like they really like playing for JJ Redick in a way that they didn't like playing for Darvin Ham. And JJ Redick is really smart with his X's and O's. It's showing for them. But we'll see. I mean, the sustainability is a big thing, and we'll see if they can sustain it over the course of the season.
One of our fine friends from the Safeway Twitch feed, Cacti, says that, are the Lakers copying the Joker model? Was JJ Redick kind of sitting around and just watching how this offense was run through a very skilled big, obviously? That's all fine and good, and it's good that you're starting out 6-4. How will LeBron James do if the postseason accolades don't necessarily follow this model of the offense not running through him? The head coach, the general manager, and the star player, as LeBron James is.
Yeah, he'll just take all the power back, right? Is what he'll do. I think there is some validity to that in terms of the running it through a center exactly the way the Nuggets do Nikola Jokic. Guys, I just think that when Nikola Jokic's career is done and we look back at his legacy, what he left the game of basketball, what he left the NBA, it's going to be this era of centers who are hubs of offenses, and they have been asked to do more. I don't think in the last 20, 25 years, any position on the court has undergone more of a metamorphosis than center has in this game. And, what Nikola has shown is you don't necessarily have to have a traditional point guard to run your offense. You can have if your center is skilled enough to be able to do it, you can do that too. Houston with Alperen Şengün is the same situation. You see some offense run through Domantas Sabonis in Sacramento. So, and certainly Bam Morris in Miami. So you see this trend, and I just think that Nikola Jokic has opened everybody's mind as to what they can expect or what they will expect from the center position.
Nuggets have won 7 of 8. Honestly, should have won 8 straight after that loss at Minnesota. It should be 8 straight at this point. The biggest reason why they've won 7 of 8, you're not allowed to say Nikola Jokic, and you're also not allowed to say Christian Brown.
Okay. Now I'll just use the team in general. I'm just going to rattle off some stats for you. These are the Nuggets stats offensively in November. Number 1 in the NBA in points, 124.5 points. Number 5 in the NBA in field goal percentage at 50.1. Number 2 in three-point percentage at 43.1. Number 2 in free throws made per game, 21.3. Number 2 in offensive rebounds, 13.7. Number 5 in total rebounds, 46.8. Number 1 in assists, 33 per game, and number 5 in plus minus at +7. Guys, the offense is working in a way that maybe we have never seen with this basketball team. And I think really it begins with their ability to be devastating in transition. They're one of the top teams in the NBA in fast break points per game, and then to be very opportunistic in turning teams over and then turning those into points as well. They're one of the top teams in the league is that as well. And we look, when this season started, we talked about their pace and how I thought that philosophically this was going to be the biggest change that we've seen in them play in the Michael Malone era. It's turning out that way. And it's putting a lot of pressure on the rim. It's getting them easy transition buckets. And then it's putting defenses in situations where they are not organized. And then the Nuggets are just hunters in terms of getting to the matchup they want and then cutting around everybody, just not including Nikola Jokic. So offensively, Raj is the answer. They are devastating. And as long as they continue this road, they're going to be very difficult to beat.
So for the big fans of the in-season tournament, the very European style, almost UEFA Champions League-esque type tournament that, by the way, picked up a sponsorship that was right on brand with Premier League tournaments, Emirates, right?
Yep.
Does this form for the side of the Denver Nuggets give some hope to in-season tournament lovers like myself that the Nuggets might actually factor into it this year?
Yeah, you know what? Because remember last year, Jamal Murray didn't play in, I think, any of those games. So it was, they were shorthanded from that standpoint. But yeah, I mean, I think, the thing about this is players, when you put them on a court and you tell them you can win something, then they want to win that something. I watched an interview actually with an old Nugget, Malik Beasley. Detroit Pistons won last night, and he talked about how they want to go to Vegas. They want to win the in-season tournament. And I just think that these players, if you say, hey, there's a trophy to be won, then they are going to want to win it. I think it's fun. Coach, we're on the same wavelength here. Emirates, it's hilarious that it is a sponsor, because that is exactly on brand with what the NBA was trying to do and making it similar to Premier League soccer. So, we'll see. We'll see. There's a lot of injuries in this league. That's a big storyline here of late. So teams are playing shorthanded, including the Nuggets' next opponent, the New Orleans Pelicans, who are down 6 rotational players, 6 of them. And I believe that is a cup game. So maybe that's one that he can get on the road.
Nuggets in-season tournament starts with group play on Friday evening, 6 p.m. tip right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. That's Chris Dempsey's NBA Baseline. We appreciate you, brother. Thank you so much.
See you later. Oh, Nick's here and he says hi.
Dempsey,
give it to him, KJ.
Yeah. Dempsey, courtesy of the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor, and attorney. Find them at ramoslaw.com. Running you through the biggest stories of the day. Coach and Raj, Morning Sprint, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Watch us on twitch.tv/AltitudeSR on the Safeway Twitch stream. Jump in there in the chat room. You guys can text us as well. You can talk to us on the Voice of the People on the Altitude Sports Radio mobile app. It's powered by the Freaky Law Firm. They're in your corner, and all you got to do is go to the mobile app, scroll to the bottom, hit the little microphone, scream into your phone, and if KJ likes what you have to say, he'll play it on the air.
You can yell at me if you hate my Bo Nix stat recap, or you can yell at DMAC if you agree with my stat recap.
Yeah, give us some fake stats, much like Aaron Rodgers got duped on the Pat McAfee show with the fake Jared Goff stat. Nathan McKinnon, a .236 CER. Is that what we have? Cookies eaten per year. Coach is 0-156 on good Bo Nix takes.
Yeah.
Ouch.
That
fake stats.
Whoever texted that certainly is a Bo-lever with a Bo Nix.
We're halfway in, halfway out on the show. Of
Can I make it clear that I love Bo Nix? As
I know you do. It's
as a
very
human
clear.
being, as a competitor, as an athlete. My take is that with a defense that is a top 3, top 4 defense in the schedule the Broncos have had, to be where you're at, which is 5-5, is largely due to the fact that the offense isn't scoring enough points.
I think you're exactly where you should be, though, with a rookie quarterback. If you had a veteran quarterback in here, let's say Bo Nix is in year 5, you should be competing for the AFC West. Even if Bo's in year 3, you should be competing for the AFC West. As a rookie right now, man, 5-5 is where you should be with an elite defense.
The preseason prognosticators did not believe in this defense.
Oh, I didn't at all. I thought the Broncos were going to 5. Sorry, as I stumble over myself, I thought they were going to win 5 games.
Yeah, Vegas set it at 5.5, and then this was either a bottom or bottom 2 roster in the National Football League. But guess what? Some of those George Payton picks in the draft have hit big. Nick Bonito hit. Riley Moss hit. Jaquan McMillan hit. Jonah Ellis is hitting, as a really good piece of this defense. The offseason acquisitions hit. Brandon Jones did. Barton hit. So you got to think about it, that what's different about this season than what everybody thought? The defense. Everything else is about where it should be. The offensive numbers are right in the 20s across the board. And that's good. The one thing Bo Nix has not done this year is make really bad decisions. And that goes back to what's between the ears.
Hold on. The first 2 weeks of the season, those are losses mainly because Bo makes bad throws and bad decisions in the red zone.
And they're also...
But he's learned from it. He hasn't done it since.
Exactly. And that's what's between the ears. It's a really good processor. It's somebody who does not make the same mistake twice. Like, how... He's not the guy that fans are sitting there watching him week in and week out and say, he did that again? He's not that guy. That's great. But it's about the high-level throws and the consistency of making those throws that just keeps this old, not needed by anybody in America coach watching and saying, that's what's going to either show up in the remaining 7 games or it's going to stay the same. And if that's the case, that I think you're going to knock on the door of the playoffs but not get in, or it's going to actually get worse, which I don't know. Because he did look really good against Kansas City.
Does the defense continue to stay, well, take your term, elite against Atlanta?
I'm nervous about the Atlanta game. I think it's a huge game. I think it is going to be the trajectory game for the Denver Broncos 2024 season. And I've talked to you off the air, Raj, that one of my biggest questions during this season, after we'd say the Broncos were at 5-3, was in the AFC West. Everybody knows about the undefeated Chiefs and the witch that is Patrick Mahomes. But you're vying for that next man up spot, that next team up spot, and you're doing it with the Los Angeles Chargers. And right now they're trending. Justin Herbert has 100 passer rating in his last 6 starts or every game this year or something crazy. He's playing at a high level, and they're running the ball, and they also have a top 3 defense, arguably maybe the best defense right now in the NFL. So I go back to this game being one that, with the weapons that the Atlanta Falcons do have, if they come up with a really good protection plan for this game at Empower Field to keep Kirk Cousins upright, It's going to involve max protection. You're going to have to use your tight end, your running back, your extra tight end, maybe even some 12 personnel. You do have scary weapons on the perimeter. Mooney is playing out of his mind this year, who is a cast-off from the Chicago Bears. Drake London is playing really good football. Kyle Pitts, who can be utilized in some of the protection, and then you can...
he's not known as a pass protector.
You just need... It's going to be interesting to see what this protection plan looks like, because if they protect, they have the skill players and the quarterback to make some big-time throws and catches. And if that does happen, you might have to show for the first time as a Denver Broncos team in 2024 that you can keep up with another team as it relates to scoring in the mid to high 20s, even into the 30s.
I'll put it this way. Yes, it's a very, very big game. That goes without saying. I'm more confident in Denver's ability to win this game because of the pass rush. I think there's a better chance that you see Michael Penix Jr. in this game than the Broncos pass rush not getting to Kirk Cousins. Because I think you need to be at least elusive to stay away from those edge rushers. And I don't think that Atlanta is going to be able to play big enough, heavy enough to protect a guy who can't move in the pocket against, I don't know if they're elite, but they're bordering on it in terms of their pass rush defense.
As a unit, they are elite.
Okay, as a unit,
is there
they're
any
elite.
one? I think that Nick Benito is. I think that Jared Allen is, in terms of elite at their position. But as a unit, you throw in Jonathan Cooper into that. You can throw these linebackers into it if they're involved in some of the pressure packages. Yes, they are an elite pass rush unit. But the best way to neutralize good edge rushers is to have tight end chip presence and or running back chip presence on every single snap. And if you do that versus man coverage, you're going to have an opportunity to exploit some man-to-man opportunities.
Fake stats. DMAC versus bicycle paths, 0 and 7. So good. So good.
DMAC's face would actually argue with that stat and say that's a real stat.
Yeah, look at the other guy. Because you know what? DMAC's facial injuries, they heal. And they're actively healing. You know what never goes away? Darren's face in the pavement. It's just there. It's just an imprint.
His glasses are...
DMAC has made a lasting mark on the Denver metro area. Yes. I love Fake Stat Day.
It's a national monument.
Fake Stat Day is my favorite right now. Jared Bednar joined the morning show as he does every single Wednesday, thanks to our friends at Quantum Fiber. He had updates on injuries. He had updates on goaltending. They have released Kaapo Kähkönen, who does get picked up by the team that originally released him in the Winnipeg Jets. He'll go back into the Manitoba Moose system, I believe, is what Winnipeg has in the American Hockey League. This is what Coach had to say about the team accepting Val back into the locker room.
It's been pretty easy to manage. You know, a lot of time has passed. He's been around. Our guys obviously are interacting with him. They've talked. You know, like the guys are just they know how good of a player Val is. Everyone really likes him as a person. We know he's gone through some things and put us in some tough situations. But I think our team's done a really nice job of moving past that. I think Val is obviously, you know, he feels terrible about the way it happened and what happened. So, like, we have to forgive and move on. And he's such a huge part of our team. I think, like, where our team is at right now and how hard they've had to grind, they know what Val can mean to our lineup, and everyone's excited to get him back.
Contrition, Coach. Val back in the lineup on Friday.
Big fan of this. I'm a big fan of this. I love Val Nichushkin. My very first Avs hockey game in person, I've watched a ton over the last couple of years, was a Val Nichushkin hat trick in the postseason. Winnipeg, right?
The team is vastly better with him on the ice. And again, unfortunately, I think you have to, as a teammate in this situation, you have to move forward and not even think about the possibility of that happening again. And I don't know how, honestly, it might be like a mental performance coach thing that, like, you have to get with the team and just go, this is how you leave this in the past. Don't think about it, because when he's on the ice, it's arguably the most underpaid contract in the league right now.
Sounds like marriage counseling.
Seriously. I talked about contrition. Mea culpa. Let me move on. They're getting healthy at the right time. You're 8-8. Miles Wood and Jonathan Drouin participated in morning skate, not in red jerseys, but they're not playing tonight. They are a possibility to play on Friday. Nichushkin is 100% coming back Friday evening. And the fact that you got out of this nightmare scenario at 500, for me, should put Jared Bednar in the conversation of Coach of the Year.
Agreed.
It's early, but if the Avs get healthy and start to win a bunch of games, he should be nominated for the Jack Adams.
They should show the opening month and some change and point to it, that he coached his ever-living tail off. From the Shop Mods text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. There's an expletive here, so I won't utilize that. But it involves the F word, and then it says Val Nichushkin subsequently thereafter. And I want to have this conversation, Raj, because you reacted a certain type of way.
Yeah, I lost my mind when it happened.
But it's bleep Val Nichushkin, unforgivable what he's done to this team, won't watch another game while he's in the lineup. I completely validate and understand that take. But my background is from one of somebody who has coached a lot of very flawed human beings. And a lot of the flaws that you learn about when you are coaching at the college level, I've never coached at the pro level, they never see the light of day. Like, this stuff is happening in real time. This became public because it was an NHL league-wide suspension, multiple. I have a bleeding heart, Raj. I'm going to honestly tell you that I have a bleeding heart and I care about the human personally. And part of what I think is best for the human is to be in that controlled quality environment on a consistent basis. And I think that this is, of course, this is it for Val Nichushkin. I think it's it. And I know from my background, I've had players that did spit the bit the third time. And I'm rooting so hard that this is not the case with Val Nichushkin, because I want him to be a very productive member of society for the remainder of his long life. And I want him to be a goal-scoring Jesse for the Colorado Avalanche. So that's where I stand on it.
Val comes back Friday night. NFL notes are on the other side. That's Coach Mike Sanford, Alex Ryan-Emmy. You're listening to Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 presents KJ's NFL Notes.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football. Football's fun. Fun, sir. Fun, sir. It's fun.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
All right, listen up.
Every day here on the Morning Sprint, we go through the biggest stories in the gridiron with KJ's NFL Notes. Also, text in your fake stats. Try and get us like Aaron Rodgers got on the Pat McAfee show yesterday. Max, I can't read your text, but it's my favorite fake stat of the day so far. So put that in your pocket and enjoy it for the rest of the day. KJ, what's first?
Well, Broncos assistant head coach Mike Westhoff has reportedly stepped down, according to NFL Network's Tom Pelissero, from his role to monitor a potential health issue. Quote from Westhoff himself, "It's not easy to make this decision, but this was a wake-up call that I needed to put my health first. The team is very much headed in the right direction with a strong foundation and a winning culture. I'm grateful to Sean for giving me the opportunity to contribute to a first-class organization and wish the Broncos the best." It was an MRI on Monday that helped to discover what is a potential eye issue. And as of yesterday, the information was made official after Mike met with doctors and Sean, and he officially stepped down from his role as assistant head coach of the Denver Broncos. But we'd be remiss if we didn't put on our tinfoil hat just a little bit, because in life, what we've come to recognize is oftentimes when there is something that we don't know about, health issues is the reason people step down. Are we sure that there isn't a little bit of, you know, going on behind the scenes?
Yeah, it's hard to say. You know, I've been a part of some of these types of situations, not myself, but on staffs that I've been on, where there are things that happen. The thing that you cannot argue with is the fact that the timing is very interesting for the two-headed brain trust that was Mike Westhoff, who is a longtime lieutenant of Sean Payton, part of the New Orleans Saints mafia, if you will, and a bit of a younger, I'd call hipper special teams coordinator in Ben Kotwika. The only thing I can speak to is the fact that when I went to Denver Broncos training camp practices and there's special teams walkthroughs going on, there was a bit of a two different chefs, two different cooks in the kitchen type of a mentality going on.
The dude's like 77. I don't think there's anything to read into.
Okay,
here.
cool. Yeah, let's do it. I agree. He's got health problems. The timing is strange, Raj.
He had cancer at one point in his life.
All right, now you're going to make me feel like a complete a-hole.
2008, procedure to replace the missing femur in his leg that was cancerous with a titanium rod. We're thinking there's a little bit more to this story. Come on.
What website
the
can
guy's
you find?
77.
What website can you find coaches' injury reports and health reports?
I
Because
don't know,
that's a really unique.
I'm on Wikipedia.
I wonder if
right
they
now.
have my
The most trusted source ever.
I wonder if they have my 2017 torn meniscus after celebrating an interception when the Western Kentucky Hilltoppers were down by at least 3 scores against Marshall on the road in 12-degree weather.
Did you put yourself on the injury report?
I don't know. I think I talked about it at some point.
You should have put yourself on the injury report.
I mean, I tore my meniscus, and I've been paying the piper ever since.
KJ,
never got it fixed.
What's next?
Roll the dice and let's see what happens.
Well, Raheem Morris spoke at his Tuesday presser, and a lot of it was based around him, saying, "Oh, Bo Nix, he's a great runner. He does, all of the things you'd expect him to do." Typical coach speak. And then he got to Sean Payton. And this is where things got interesting, because he talked about what you see on the field and what you see on tape aren't always matching up. And that could be tricky for the Atlanta Falcons.
Wednesday question again with Payton. I mean, you've had so much experience against him. Tendency-wise, do you feel like you have an idea of certain things, despite the fact different outfits, different quarterback? Is there anything tendency-wise you can hold on to from him?
Anytime you play somebody who has as much of a tape as Peyton, you always feel like you know something tendency-wise, but their deal is execution. And when you're a really good football team, they go out and execute better than their opponents a lot of the times. And he did it for years in the Saints, and he's trying to do that right now in Denver. So, we got to go out there and prove that our knowledge and tendencies that we got from him come to life.
Are you all going to go out early to get adjusted to the altitude, or just try to go in and play and deal with it that way?
No, we're going to land, wake up, and play. Okay. That's what the science says. I'll stick with that.
That's 100% accurate. That's what we did when we were at University of Minnesota and we played the CU Buffs, which we all know Folsom Field's even higher than Empower Field. And we flew as late as humanly possible on Friday and woke up and played a ball game and won big. So yeah, that science he's right on that.
This will be a really fun test as to see, did the Broncos get the right guy? Because Raheem Morris, after being the D coordinator for the Rams for 3 seasons, was one of the hottest names in terms of young coaches in the league. Name was thrown around. Could he be the next guy for the Broncos? They ended up not really being able to get a good shot at him as he goes to Atlanta. It'll be a good test as two teams that are, Atlanta's probably outperforming expectation right now, right? And Denver outperforming expectation, yes, or right where we think they should be now that we know what the defense is.
Correct.
But at the beginning of the season, outperforming what we thought the Broncos were, correct?
Correct. This is going to be
get the right guy.
This is going to be an interesting game to see that. I like Raheem Morris. I mean, he's a second-time head coach, if I'm not mistaken. First time, I'm trying to believe where he, remember.
Yeah, he was the head coach in Tampa Bay.
Tampa.
Right?
I get it. Brian Flores was the Dolphins head coach. Now he's the D coordinator at the Vikings. Now he's hot again.
He's doing great.
Yeah, they're similar in terms of the fact that they're both really good defensive-minded coaches.
Oh, actually, hold that thought, because I'm going to forget about this. My squirrel brain's going to go somewhere else.
Let's bookmark it.
Who gets a head coach job first? Flores or Vance Joseph?
Probably Flores. A little bit more nationally buzzy. Probably Flores. But
I don't know about that, man.
It's going to also depend on the situation. Flores and VJ are different personalities. So ownership and general manager and the fit will be important because Flores is he is a riverboat gambler as a defense coordinator now. I mean, he will blitz you with I guess both of them will. But just from a personality standpoint, Flores he's a dog. And VJ is a high-level professor.
I still think the Broncos did get the right guy, though. They got Sean's done an amazing job.
Amazing.
And there was a text that came in about 25, 30 minutes ago on our text line. That was right after you went through the litany of advanced stats that are showing you that, like, Bo has a really long way to go in terms
of passer.
As a passer.
Pure passer.
Not as, like, a cerebral quarterback, but physical passing. And the text goes, with all of those stats, Sean Payton's been coaching his ass off.
And I completely agree with that. Is that he is scheming his rookie quarterback into success, and he's playing to the strengths of his team, which is to be slightly risk averse because you know you're playing really good on the defensive side of the football. But the one question that we still do not necessarily have an answer for, Raj, can you outscore a high-scoring outfit on that day? We haven't seen it yet. And I guess you don't see it very often if you have that good of a defense. But could this be a weekend where we have a chance to see it? Would I put it past Bo Nix to go out and play great and shred the Falcons defense?
I'm waiting for that. I'm waiting for the shred game. That's the one thing that I'm waiting for.
I like
the
shred
Bo Nix
game.
Shred game.
Shred game's way better than the laser show.
Shred game. Yeah, shred game feels violent.
Yeah, it does. It's power stance. It's like 80s metal.
It's kind of how Coach...
Melting faces.
It's weird because you're sitting right now and you never sit during the show, and I'm having the power stance. It is the Coach Sanford power stance.
Yeah, and I think I'm not sitting in the... If I was standing in the power stance after that Reaper sauce from Dave's Hot Chicken...
It's working its way down my gut right now.
Yeah, I think that the power stance might lead and become a new stance called the poo-poo stance. So I'm going to go ahead and keep my cheeks tightly concealed here in this prone position that I'm in.
Colorado Sports Fanatic on Twitch goes, Raj is standing right now?
What are they trying to say about you, Raj?
We all know I'm a little guy. We all know that, and it's okay.
It's nothing wrong to being a little guy.
Speaking of my squirrel brain, Last night we're at the Mile High Dreams Gala. It was wonderful. We met
Tremendous event.
Met so many of you guys out there. We met Vincenzo Cortese. He was there. He's a real guy with a real name. I met him last night.
Say hello to me.
I don't know. He was walking around with one of his buddies. He was in the Avs quarter zip. Amazing story with how that guy actually won the Text to Win contest. He works as a teacher and isn't typically able to listen during the middle of the day because he's molding the youth. They had they had a snow day that Thursday that we're giving out. He goes, yeah, I tuned in. I won it. I'm here. This is awesome. So we had a great time last night. I had met your wife probably 3 or 4 times prior to that. And I had known that. Anne-Marie and I know each other. And I was like, hey, gave her a hug. And Coach does you guys know each other, right? And I was like, yeah, I think we met once at Coors Field. And she goes, no, we've met 3 or 4 times. When we inevitably go over to the Sanford residence for a nice Italian dinner.
Oh.
Should I introduce myself to your wife at the front door?
Yeah. Miss Sanford, it is so nice to meet you. Bring her a hostess gift. Like you've never met somebody before.
Just shake her hand.
Yeah.
Pleasure to meet you. Take your husband away.
Introduce yourself to all 3 of my degenerate children.
Who I've also met multiple times.
You sure, Raj?
Just blame it on the CTE, Raj.
Are you sure?
What's next, KJ?
Roll the dice and let's see what happens.
Well, let's get to the strangest story of the day that'll no doubt be talked about coast to coast. Indianapolis head coach Shane Steichen has announced that they are going back to Anthony Richardson. He is not only going to be the starter, he is going to start for the rest of the season. Shane, what do you have to say for yourself, sir?
And is he a finished product? No, he's not. And it's my job to help him get there along with the rest of the coaching staff. But he's a hell of a talent. Like I said, we've never lost faith or belief in him and his abilities. And he's shown strides. He really has. And with that being said, he will be our starter again. He's going to start this week. He's going to start the rest of the season. All right. And we're going to go from there. And I informed Joe of the decision yesterday. He's the ultimate pro. He respects the decision, understands it. I talked to the team this morning about it as well. I informed them of the decision.
Sorry,
who's the 1950s secretary buzzing around on a typewriter in the background?
That's a beautiful thing.
That was unbelievable.
That is awesome. What's a good brand for a typewriter? I want to open it up for our Shop Mazda text line. I was laughing so hard while that was going on because as we were talking about your squirrel brain and bringing a hostess gift for Mrs. Sanford, the Loop says, give Coach's wife a Bo Nix jersey as a hostess gift. That's pure heat from the Safeway Twitch feed. And what I would say to that is, listen, Loop, I bought my son, Griffin, my youngest, a Bo Nix jersey before the season started. So I'm not rooting against this quarterback. What I'm rooting for is I'm looking for the shred game. That's what I'm looking for. All right, back to AR5 talk. And Shane Steichen and the Colts that they flip-flop like nothing I've ever seen before as a franchise. Which direction do you want to go? Because you cast him to the side and all of a sudden he's back in business?
I'm fine with it. Normalize sitting young quarterbacks that are struggling out of the gate. You don't have to just continue to throw them into the fire if they're not succeeding.
He said it was for the rest of the year at the time. That's a benching.
You can flip-flop. Look at what happened with Carolina. Bryce Young's won 2 straight games.
But that was because of injury. Joe Flacco may have 62-year-old plantar fasciitis, but he's not sitting because of injury. And I don't even think he has plantar fasciitis. It's just old guys like us have the fascia. We get fascia problems.
Sorry about your fascia. Sounds dirty. One more, KJ.
Roll the dice and let's see what happens.
You know what? I in life, and my wife is amazing, but I in life just want to be loved like Jim Harbaugh loves Justin Herbert. I mean, he absolutely loves this guy. Here is a quick supercut of what this week sounded like from Jim Harbaugh and how that love bromance thingy is about to take off.
Before you hit that, if you've ever heard us use the term glazing, this is the definition of glazing. In game. This is as glazy as it gets.
Spinning good, Justin. Wow. Coming out clean, huh? Put it wherever he wants right now. Ready, fire, 10. Shot, nice shot, 10. Everybody fire, 10, yeah. Oh! Love you. Let's go.
And they're going to go empty. Herbert rolling to the right, and here he goes, Herbert into the end zone.
That's a beast. Beast mode, baby. My guy. That's my guy. He's such a beast for holding on to that ball. That Herbert, I mean, he's incredible strength to hold on to that ball. Right. You guys made the right call on that Justin Herbert. His hand is so big, and his strength is so, he just held on to it and threw it. Yeah. Oh yeah, way to go, Beast. Just calling him Beast from now on. He's a beast. Justin's a beast. Way to run. You're a beast. Just calling you Beast from now on. Yeah! 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 Yeah!
You spent so much time around Coach Harbaugh.
Yes.
Has he glazed anyone as hard as he's glazed?
Andrew Luck.
Really?
Andrew Luck. This relationship reminds me of the recruiting process and then the overall coaching of Andrew Luck. It was so funny because
I love that guy.
Andrew Luck hates it. He hated it. Like he was like, "Hey, can you somebody tell Coach to
cool
stop it?" We didn't have glazing back then. Can you tell him to stop talking about me that way? Like, I just want to be a regular teammate. I love it, man, because Justin Herbert's had his fair shares of ups and downs, and he's building the confidence of a quarterback. And it's hilarious to listen to. What was so funny about that sounder is Jim Harbaugh's talking to the referees about Justin Herbert's hand size. And he tells the referees that you guys got it right with this guy. The referees. Like, what did he do with the referees? Like, the referees did nothing with Justin Herbert. They didn't draft him. They didn't evaluate him. They don't run a blog that talks about NFL quarterbacks. It's just amazing.
Text line goes, does Coach have a daughter? I think he wants Justin Herbert to marry her. And yes, he does.
Which coach are we talking about?
Jim.
Okay, not me.
Your daughter's like 12.
She's 14.
Okay. 12, 14.
Not of the marrying age. At least,
no, certainly not.
At least on this side of the Rocky Mountains. Maybe on the other side of the Rocky Mountains. I'm not going to get into that.
It's more of a holy war marriage situation.
Yeah, it's coming to town, though. It's coming to Folsom Field on Saturday morning at 10 a.m.
We'll talk about that big matchup, Utah and Colorado on the other side. That's Coach Mike Sanford. I'm Alex Ryan-Emmy. It's the morning sprint on Altitude.
Justin Herbert is the toughest quarterback in the history of the National Football League.
Morning Sprint. Coach and Raj, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Avs will take on the Los Angeles Kings. Their old buddy, Darcy Kemper, back in town. Speaking of the other goaltender, Alexander Georgiev getting another start tonight.
Ooh.
Georgie.
The old hot hand methodology.
Yeah, you know what?
Go with it. Go with it.
Bednar would go on to say in the morning with Moshe Lombardi and Kane, he joins them every Wednesday at 8 a.m., talking about the hot goaltenders, and he does want to give some runway to guys who are playing well. But I loved this.
Yeah, I think for now, both guys have done a really nice job, right? They've been basically equal in time now from the start of the year, and like currently, I like the way both guys are playing, so we're going to keep them both active.
Gotcha.
The Avs are moving toward a 2-goaltender system, and they have needed to do that. The money has told them they should have done this earlier than right now. And maybe it was just the fact that, like, Justus Annunen was too young and he was too green. He's only 24 years of age, right? Still has fewer than, like, 20-something starts in the league at this point in his career. I love the fact that the organization looked at themselves and went, we can't play a guy 60 times in a year. We have to balance the goaltending. That's what he told the guys in the morning. And I love that growth from the organization.
I am having my own squirrel brain moment. Before Justus Annunen factored in, like towards the tail end of the season, early last season, the 22-23 season. Is that right? 23-24 season. Was there an option for netminder 2 that just didn't pan out?
Pavel Francouz got injured. Career-ending, like, hip surgery, essentially.
So if you look at it, there hasn't been the real opportunity.
No.
Because of Justus Annunen was a bit of a revelation late, and then now he's playing very well in his second-ish year in the bigs. But yeah, I think that this is a good problem that the Avs find themselves. They have 2 netminders that are playing well right now. And that's a good thing. And I think that Bednar, he pushed the exact right button, Raj, by sitting Georgie when he sat him.
At the perfect time.
At the perfect time. And then you built up the confidence of your young netminder, 1A, 1B, however you want to look at it. And now you put Georgie back on the ice again. And you know when you did it? You did it in the scene of the crime where you actually got going last postseason at Winnipeg.
Why is it okay that Jared Bednar can do it with his goalies, but it's not okay to do it with a quarterback in the NFL?
Because I think they're 2 different positions. I do. I
Pretty
think
similar.
Very different in the sense that you don't touch the puck with the consistency that a quarterback, every single play is going to start with the quarterback directing what your offense is doing and actually handling the football every single play. I'd say there are comps. There's more comps to a netminder to a quarterback than, say, I think in some other sports, a pitcher in baseball, I think is not a good comp. I don't. Because they literally have one job to do. Locate a ball. Quarterbacks have to get the protection right. They have to get the run scheme correct against the defensive look that they're seeing. They have to read the defense. They have to deliver the football based off what the defense does. It's such a high-level intellectual position. Would you say that being a netminder is that intellectually challenging?
I do. Certainly not as much as quarterback. That is the most intellectual position in all of sports. It baffles me how someone can just do it at a baseline level.
Yeah, but Raj, like, it's standard operating procedure in the NHL that you don't play the same human every game of your season. That's standard operating procedure league-wide. It's just what you do.
Yeah, there's not many teams that have, like, the one dude that plays 70 games. Again, I always go back to, like, the Patrick Waugh and Marty Brodeur days. There's, like, a couple of teams that do that now. Winnipeg's one of them. The Rangers are going to be another. Most of these teams are moving toward, like, splitting games. The Avs haven't really. They've had, like, 2 or 3 seasons in their history where they've gone 1A, 1B.
Thanks to Eugene from the Shot Mazda text line here. He reminded me it was Prosvetov. That's who I was thinking about.
Ivan Prosvetov.
And that was kind of the stopgap possible netminder 2 towards the tail end of last season, but before Justus Onanen was called up from Colorado.
They really haven't had that guy. Again, it was Francouz before he got injured, although he was an older backup goaltender. He played many years in the Czech League and in Russia. But before that, like the last time that they really split games was like 2018, 2019 with Varley and Grubauer. Outside of that, like Varley was a heavy starter. Waugh certainly took the bulk of the games when he was here between 1996 and 2003. When he moved on, David Abisher started 62 games that next season. The only other year that they really split netminders was the season after that. Peter Budaj at 23 and Abisher at 27 went 43 games and 34 games respectively. The organization historically hasn't done the 1A, 1B thing. This is uncharted territory for the Avs.
And for those out there that are just dying to know an update on Ivan Prosvetov, he is back in the KHL playing for HC CSKA Moscow.
CSKA.
There we go.
Yeah. Utah and Colorado. There's been some happenings with the Utes that should be really, really good news, Buffs fans.
They have so many injuries. They lost their superstar tight end that's going to be an NFL starting tight end, Keithy or something like that. It's like Kuithe, Brent Keithy. And then their quarterback, which played well, he was first-time starter last week. He's out for the season after just one start.
I don't feel bad.
Played well against the BYU Cougars. And now we get to finally see what myself and Andy Lindahl have been asking for since training camp. We get to see a regular season game with a Wilson at quarterback. It'd be Isaac Wilson.
Is Zach Wilson's little brother a Ute?
He is the starting quarterback now.
Come on!
For the University of Utah Utes football program.
What do we know about him?
He's talented. He was a 5-star, 4-star, highly recruited. Actually chose Utah over BYU. He's talented. A good player. You know what's funny? So during training camp, this is just weird. So I recruited, I offered Isaac Wilson at CU when I was quarterback coach, offensive coordinator. So like I follow him on X, he follows me because of the previous relationship. He shoots me a DM about 3 weeks into training camp when Zach had been removed from the starting competition by reps. And he's like, hey, none of us in our family can really find out what's going on with Zach in training camp. How does he look? I was like, Isaac, he looks great. I just think it,
He's not going to get a chance.
Yeah. He looks great. He's doing great out
throw
here.
Football, but like he's not going to play here, man.
His reps with the threes have been great.
They look like they're identical
twins.
The Utes should just pull a Bobby Valentine. No one's going to miss Zach Wilson on Sunday. He's here in the area. Throw him in a Utah Utes uniform. You might be able to beat the Buffs.
The other thing that's great about Isaac Wilson.
No one would know the difference. It's the same guy.
I cannot believe you just said that into a microphone, Rod.
If you ain't cheating, you ain't trying, KJ.
Well, I mean, you got to think Zach wants some reps. He got to play for one of the Power 5 programs, now Power 4 programs in the state of Utah.
He was dominant in college.
He's really good. You know what's crazy is that
they put up like 65 points. The NCAA goes, hey, something's fishy here.
Do you remember that 2020 season for the BYU Cougs when Zach Wilson was throwing for like 350 yards every game and 5 touchdowns? He wore like the throwback Jim McMahon?
Yep.
Yeah, he wore the throwback headband to honor the great Jim McMahon. Guess who also wears the same headband? Isaac Wilson for the Utah Utes. You'll be seeing it at Folsom Field.
Imagine how funny that would be. Come on. Just try and pull one over on the entire country. Zach, psst, get up here. Get up here. Everyone can think you're a freshman, 6 foot, 200 pounds.
Isaac Wilson so far this year, 55% completion percentage, 8 touchdowns, but 8 interceptions.
It's going to do it for us. From KJ Granderson, for Coach Mike Sanford, I'm Alex Ryan-Emmy. PhD is coming up next on the other side. They start turning the page. Game planning for the Atlanta Falcons. Does PhD think this is as big of a game, as tough of a game for the defense as Coach Sanford does? We'll answer that next.
Does he send you a tease?
I've been asking him to send me a tease.
That's cool. I like that.
Plowing your trenches all afternoon long on this gorgeous Wednesday afternoon with the Avalanche back on the ice. I think at midnight they drop the puck. And we'll have pregame for you.
It is like 8:20.
Yeah, I assume we'll have pregame at 7:30, but 8 o'clock is the puck drop. But it really is, according to Connor McGahey, more like 8:22. Late one, TNT game. But if you got Altitude Plus, you're all set on that bad boy. So hook yourself up, man, with that Altitude Plus. But late night at the rink, but big game for the Avs. We'll hear a little bit from Jared Bednar, who's on with the boys this morning. I do have a surprise, a treat for you two.
Okay.
Right now. And then I've got an ethical dilemma.
Candy canes?
I'll tell you what it is in a second. And then what time? In about 18 minutes, I've got an ethical dilemma. Probably more for Scott than Tyler. But both of you
I would do the right thing.
Both of you can benefit from it.
Well, I had an ethical dilemma pop up in my life that I didn't know. And then I found out, and it's like,
You want to explain that?
This sounds like it's about to be heavy, but well, it is heavy. It's funny, and I did talk to guys. So I'm on a group thread with all my Kansas boys, and they're all Chiefs fans, right? I mean, and it's usually dog and dog and dog, and I'll I send back stuff. One likes the Cowboys, so I'm just the memes out there killing the Cowboys are easy pickings.
Mm-hmm.
So there's this one meme, and it's of Patrick Mahomes, and it's basically. The right tackle moves, flag goes before the illegal procedure. The all great and mighty Patrick Mahomes, the defense pass interfered, ball wasn't even snapped. Pass interference, touchdown Kansas City for the almighty. And it's all this that basically kissing Patrick Mahomes. Boom, I send. Bing, bing, bing. Didn't read the thread. I just sent that.
Mm-hmm.
Get up today, and I do open the thread today. I look at it, and my buddy writes, "Hey, guys, my dad's funeral is going to be Saturday at 10.
Oh, dear.
And I went, what?
Yeah.
So I went back, tried to find an obituary, boom. So I just called him because he's one of my best friends.
Mm-hmm.
He goes, yeah, it happened. He told me all the circumstance. He goes, I said, man, I put it in the thread, but I figured you didn't read it when about 3 minutes after I said my dad died, you wrote,
oh, geez.
You put a meme out there on the Kansas City Chiefs. And I went,
yikes.
But like I said,
you want to get away?
He and I have been best friends since 7th grade.
That is brutal.
But
my dad.
That's like our group thread.
Yeah, my dad's dead.
Well, you guys were funny on that one today. You guys aren't paying attention, the two of you. Well, one of you.
Are you kidding me? The last 3 days you've said stuff after I sent it.
I sent it today because I was just being funny because who sent the first one? I sent the third one today.
Which one?
I sent one about Dion, and then you sent one about Dion.
Well, I said mine as a joke because we already got doubled up back to back. It was, let's see, who was Tyler initially sent. Michael Irvin asked Deion Sanders about the Cowboys.
Well, I said mine last night, didn't I?
Oh, you know what? It was. That's right. It was. No, you were right. It was Tyler. Scott sent the clip. Scott sent the clip, and right under it, Tyler sending the same exact clip.
There you go.
Yeah. So I sent the same clip this morning when I saw you two dummies doing that.
I got it last night, so I said
I was about an hour after you.
Yeah, but it's so funny on the group thread because it is the same exact clip back to back.
Boom.
Yeah.
So much for looking at the thread. But sometimes that happens. Sometimes you just parallel thinking. Well, you don't check the thread before you send things out.
Well, to be fair, Scott and I were on the same vine, as Scott would call it. I'm not sure who calls it vine anymore, but we were on the same vine that Andy Lindahl had sent us that. So shout out to Andy for providing that information.
So then I just earlier today I just sent the same thing out too because I just wanted I didn't want to be left out.
But what I do is either late at night I got that from Andy. It was late, and as soon as I got it, I said, "Boy, we got to share this because this is what we're talking about because we talked about it yesterday. So let's send this out, baby, boom." And the same thing. I get up in the morning if I can't sleep. I get up at 6. I just start reading stuff, boom, 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 and I don't even look at the thread. I just start boom, boom.
Well,
boom,
we
boom,
might
boom,
as well
boom,
play
boom.
it if all three of us think it's important and we're threading it.
I'll tell you this: the Cowboys deal, it's like the Lakers, man. Like you got to talk about the Lakers, you got to talk about the Cowboys. So every team, every coverage, every channel, whatever, they're all talking Cowboys. They all got to talk Lakers, and it almost gets exhausting at some point.
Well, they went on and on about it for like 10 minutes. Like I was like, oh, this could be a good little clip, and then it's 10 minutes on Get Up with Mike Greenberg and Dominique Foxworth and boom.
Who to this day, Dominic Foxworth head looks like a light bulb.
Ex-Bronco.
Yeah, it's a little big.
It's a light bulb.
Here is Prime. Michael Irvin insinuating Prime should be with the Cowboys, and everybody having a big laugh when Prime shows him Folsom. Go ahead, Dan.
When I came to practice, we walked out on practice. I'm your boy. The first person you went and showed to me was that walk-on. You see that right there? That's my hitter. That dude just started, he cranks my practices up. You know what I mean? And that's encouraging kids, encouraging athletes, and really encouraging people to be better than they really are. And can I segue with that? Because no place needs people to encourage people to be better than they really are, besides Jerry Jones and the Dallas Cowboys. Now, I know you focus day-to-day. I know you're a day-to-day man. But can you think about some days?
Let me take the computer here, because you starting to talk that talk. I got to show you where I am.
And he goes over to show him Folsom Fields. Folsom Fields.
What are you trying to say?
I love it where I am. I love it.
And it is a beautiful view from his office.
Oh, it's gorgeous.
Yeah, it's incredible.
Sun's out, flat irons, green field stands. I mean, that's a hell of a spot right there.
Hey, call me naive, but I believe the dude. I do. I think Deion Sanders is happy. I think he's content. And I do not think he's going to the NFL next year.
You're only naive if you say there's not a possibility that he would consider it.
If there is a direct path that let's say the Raiders, for example. The Cowboys, to me, it doesn't make sense. It makes sense from Deion, Dallas, all those things. I understand that. But if there's a direct path to say, I can guarantee I could draft my son, yeah, it'd be hard to not consider it.
That's funny because on ESPN, they were speculating about him being on the Cowboys without Shedeur because it'd be a $100 million cap hit, the financial reasons. So I was like, wow, I hadn't even thought of that. Would Prime go to the Cowboys and not coach Shedeur? Shedeur would just be on another team. I honestly, God, had never thought of that. They were speculating that would still be a good idea if the Cowboys did that.
And it might be. Cowboys do need an influx of something new. That being
curtains.
Yeah, curtains.
And a new coach.
I had a great conversation the other day with somebody about Deion. Last night, I think it was. And here's where he believes Deion's staying too. He says Deion's whole thing is about turning, and you listen to how many times we praised the way he talks. You talked about yesterday. He said he does some of his press conference. You get up and go, oh,
it's a sermon, man.
Hallelujah, right?
It's a sermon. It's a good sermon.
That Deion is about raising boys to men, kids to grown-ups, type scenario. You ain't doing that in the pros. And, I mean, if you could do what the Celtics did a handful of years ago and cut absolutely everybody and just draft and go with rookies for 3, Brad Stevens worked because he got college kids and he's a college coach. As soon as them guys start getting a little older, what Brad Stevens do? We go upstairs, let somebody else handle these guys. I don't think Deion's shtick works with already grown-up men as well as it will work in college. Now, does that mean Colorado forever? I don't know, but I think it will be in college forever.
He's just perfect for college football. Absolutely perfect because the name Deion Sanders is the recruiting tool, and you recruit in college with names, with coaches, and now you recruit with dollar figures also, but it's a free agency process every single offseason. And Deion, just yesterday, we played a clip of Deion mocking the Broncos that even Jesus himself couldn't have saved the job that Pat Shermer had with the Broncos, right? Mm-hmm. And I think he would be looking at the Cowboys like, what the hell? You want me to take on a team with a cap problem? Nah.
We'll see. I was thinking about you guys last night because I know you couldn't go to the gala or the gala. I got you some Entenmann's. And I know they're not Entenmann's, but you call them Entenmann's.
What are they called, though? Entmann's?
Got one for you?
Thank you.
Fabulous.
Got one for you. I'll get
Instrom.
I'll get 2 for Scott because he indicated it. And I picked up 3.
Colorado company, and they're fabulous.
So
I
was thinking of you.
Well, I appreciate it.
Very few things could actually be like just packaged and taken because most of those things were freshly prepared and out there.
You take a little sheet and then you can order them online. I ordered that for Christmas one time.
Dan Jacobs was there.
Oh, lawyer Dan Jacobs.
Dan Tanner
Judge
was there. Oh
Judge
my God.
Jacobs.
Oh my God.
Judge Jacobs.
I am so sorry. Dan Tanner was there.
Oh,
Oh my God! I'm like, why are you
Wow.
talking about Dan Jacobs?
Because I was
right
trying
now?
to say Dan
Well,
Tanner.
I
am
saw
so
Judge
sorry.
Jacobs there last year.
That's a weird slip on my part. Of all the things for me to slip on, Dan
Freudian
Tanner,
slip?
Dan Tanner was there. Sorry.
Yeah.
Well, you look like a
Goodness.
judge too, Dan.
And Dan Tanner looked fine. No suit, but looked fine. Chris Marlowe did not wear a suit. Looked fine.
I told you.
Michael Porter Jr. looked like he looked like a cross between Neo from The Matrix and a Milan, Italy runway model.
Ooh.
Michael Porter Jr. won the night in terms of
Dress.
Look at this. I think Jamal Murray was wearing sweats. He doesn't really care. And every single Avalanche player looked like they bought their suit off the same exact rack.
Yeah. And
Hockey players may be the
they just
most.
got off the team bus.
They may be the most boring dressing players of professional athletes with absolutely zero personality for their style whatsoever.
Little short pants, a little tight, and a blazer with a turtleneck or T-shirt.
All look the exact same. But it was good to see Gabe. Colton was in a boot, even in a suit. Wood was dressed a little bit differently. He's a little off kilter. Miles Wood is that dude is just a little like, yeesh, askew. And not in a bad way, but just.
How'd Bednar's hair look?
Better. Like, at least he needs a haircut, but at least he's sort of designing
It's
it
before
better.
the sweat and the in-game kind of getting loose and the hair
He's
flops.
in no man's land right now.
He-
I'm chasing him, by the way.
I think-
I'm going down the path.
I think he needs to go high and tight and just, I don't know where his midlife crisis has taken him, but just go high and tight and he'd be all right.
You guys
High
are
tight with a
anti-freedom
cool
of expression.
beard. High
Why,
and tight
why
with
are
a
you guys
cool beard.
anti-individuality? Why? Let the man be the man. I like the hair.
You're one of the few, but sure. I'm just giving you a rundown from last night. Katie Wingy, who's tall anyways. This is the one event where tall women can wear heels, and it's cool. So it's got to be awesome. Because you're tall, maybe you're a little like, I don't know about this. Just put them heels on. Does not matter.
I had a dude last year that was with a tall woman that had high heels. She was 6'7". Had to be 6'7".
Well, that works last night because of the amount of bizarrely tall people all in one place at one time. Because it's weird in the NBA because it's not just the players. It's the coaches. It's the announcers. It's the administrators. It's like it is the land of the Amazon people when it comes to basketball people gathering in one place. You must feel like right at home, like, my tall people.
Well, but,
here we are.
But that's been my whole life, and that's what I'm around. So when you say you think you're normal, don't you? Yeah. I never realized. I think I'm normal size.
It was a fun event, a great charity occasion. Proud of our big overall company for putting it on. Had so many great conversations with listeners and people who are into the show, and so nice. And I did get yelled at. I did get yelled at about CU. And they were upset there. It's so personal against Prime. Not against Prime, with Prime. People take it so personal that even bringing up a conversation is, how dare you? How dare you mention that Prime may leave? How dare you? And that's the vibe I have out there. So even for the record, maybe I should state, I don't want him to leave. Perhaps people misconstrue me bringing up it as a conversation as an indictment that I want him to go. I don't want him to go. I do not want him to go. We are all better off with him staying
But
here.
you do seem to think it's very likely.
No, I don't think it's likely. I think it's a possibility.
Okay, but I can understand why listeners listening would think that you are presenting in a manner that you think it's very likely.
I think there's no chance now after some information I got last night that he leaves. I don't know what I can say it.
Well, why
tell
don't you
during the
think?
break.
Why don't you think about it?
I'll tell you in the break, and you say whether I can say it.
And I have an ethical dilemma for both of you.
Not even Friday.
But it's a tasty ethical dilemma.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Stick around for that next.
Hey, if you're out there struggling with hair loss, first off, know that you're not alone, man. It happens to the best of us. And if you're anything like me, you probably got on the internet and you're searching for solutions. You might have spent some good money, hard-earned money on the lotions, the pills, the creams, the potions. Nothing is working. Your pocketbook is getting thinner, and dang it, your hair is getting thinner at the same time. Well, why don't you do something about it? Invest in yourself with my friends over at Advanced Hair Restoration. Guys, you want the best modern technology with top-rated physicians, and that's what you're going to get at Advanced Hair Restoration. And best of all, it's guaranteed to work. They have completely redefined hair restoration from the experience itself to their unmatched results. They can address all of your concerns, whether you've got receding hairline, thinning hair, or a bald spot. They can fix up all of those issues. You will be in a calm, relaxed environment with the most experienced professionals. Advanced Hair has performed tens of thousands of these breakthrough treatments, and now it's your turn. It's guaranteed to work. Check them out today. Call 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get a free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free hair grafts. 720-459-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
All right, time for to solve an ethical dilemma. And Scott, I'll let your conscience be your guide about the Prime stuff. We'll get to that in just a little bit, but let me go through this with you. So you remember last year, Sean Payton was sending out ice cream to everybody. Well, not everybody, but just, an assorted amount of inside muggles. So I saw
the muggle hose.
So I saw a bunch of digital media because I famously got that ice cream last year. In fact, I still use that little case that it came in.
Little cooler thing.
That little cooler I use to this day.
It's like a storage bin.
I put my little headphones, my little coffee cup, and ding. So it's been very effective. So I see everybody open up their ice cream and post it, and I'm like, oh, where's my ice cream? And then it hits me, well, I did move. And it looked like it was mailed to people. So I did reach out to the Broncos and I go, listen, if I'm off the list, it's fine. I'm not looking to be on the list. But I did move. And they go, oh yeah, we know yours got returned. Come on over and pick up your Sean Payton ice cream. The boys?
What is the story?
Here is Sean Payton ice cream for the holidays that I'm offering to the two of you from Jenny's Ice Cream. We've got 7-layer bar. We got gooey butter cake, boozy eggnog, white pepper, chocolate peppermint. What we got over here? We got pistachio macaroon, whatever that is, and iced molasses gingerbread for the holidays. What would you guys like from the Sean Payton ice cream?
I don't know. I'll take a little bit of whatever anybody does want. I'm not afraid to take Sean Payton ice cream.
Okay. Dan, would you prefer anything? So you will take some at some point.
Yeah, it's ice cream.
I'll put it back in the freezer. You can take whatever you want.
Sure.
Dan?
I'm curious about the gingerbread.
Gingerbread? I'll set this aside for you.
That sounds pretty tasty.
Oh, wait.
Yeah.
So you want the ginger... Tyler goes first. Which one would you want the ginger...
No, let Dan go first.
So, Dan, you get the gingerbread.
I just want to taste it.
You can have the whole pint, brother. You can have the whole pint, my man.
Hey, I'll share a spoon with you.
Deal.
Getting romantic. Scott, what would you like?
Not a darn thing.
Scott with his morals.
Anti-establishment.
I will not
Scott
accept
over here.
a Sean Payton
So
ice
you're
cream.
2 years in a row rejecting the overtures from the coach.
He hasn't had overtures to me.
Can we back up here, though? Like I feel like we're glossing over the biggest point of the story.
He went and begged for ice cream and
yes.
got it. Yeah.
Like, are you freaking kidding me? Are you kidding me?
Well,
you actually approached the Broncos and you're like, hey, I didn't get my gift.
I said I moved, and you might not have had. I didn't give the Broncos my new address.
So Scott, you caught that as well. I didn't even have to get it out. You knew exactly what I was going to say.
Oh yeah. Oh,
like are you like what?
He was a little butthurt.
Holy cow! Hold on.
Got my name on
Hey
it.
Broncos, I didn't get my gift.
Well, not I didn't get it. Not I didn't get it. But am I still on the nice list?
And how do I get on? And how do I
fine.
get back on the nice
Broncos, it's totally fine if you don't like
of
me anymore.
all the
but
Buggles, I mean, you're
just,
right up there with all of them.
I just want you guys to know, just in case, I did move, okay?
Mm-hmm.
But do you guys like me?
But there you go. They saved the box for me.
Yeah, you went Oliver on him. Please, sir.
Please.
Can I have more?
I would never do that.
Do you want a... Yes, you would.
No, I would not on my life. I would never, ever do that.
So you wouldn't accept gifts from the Denver Broncos?
Of course I would accept a gift.
Okay.
No, but I would never go to the Broncos and say I didn't get my gift.
Well, would you tell them that you had moved? So if they wanted to contact you for, say, an appearance or something as the Broncos alumni, that perhaps they could know how to get in contact with you?
Wait, are you asking me if they wanted to pay me to do something, would I want them to know?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, you would?
That's a little different than a gift.
I mean, a few more zeros behind that gift, but I mean, it's still a gift.
I just was curious if Scott would accept that Sean... Now, why wouldn't you?
Give me
what do you want?
Well, let me see that box.
Yeah, take whatever you want.
Yeah.
Take whatever you want.
Let me see that.
We're here to be bribed. By Sean Payton.
Boozy eggnog.
Oh, that looks
what
good.
What kind of booze? Does that mean? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure there's not real booze
Can't
in there.
do that one.
Is it gin or vodka?
It says Uncle Nearest Whiskey.
Well, wow.
Oh, that's right. Whiskey goes in eggnog. You're right.
Gooey butter cake. No thanks.
No?
7-layer bar. Nah.
This is high quality ice cream, by the way.
Gingerbread.
Again, from Jenny's, though, not local. Not the local ice cream.
Yeah.
Well, I'm kind of with Dan, though. That the most attractive sounding one is definitely the gingerbread.
Wow, boy, you guys can fight it out.
I'm in the Christmas mood already.
No, but since I'm a giver, Dan gets it.
So you're gifting Dan the gift I gave?
Yeah.
Okay. A secondhand gift.
Oh, re-gifted.
Merry Christmas,
is
Dan.
Is that not smart?
Yeah, Tyler just gave you your Christmas gift. Congratulations.
I appreciate that.
Enjoy.
But see, didn't that feel nice, though, that I gifted you something that DMAC gifted me?
It does. It feels great.
You're just moral grounds will not let you take a delicious pint of ice cream to be influenced by the head coach of the Broncos.
That is on the list a little bit. But
you really don't like this, do you?
Well, I think it. Yeah, I mean,
just don't like Sean Payton does this.
It's buying, favoritism. I mean, it really is.
Elway did the same thing,
but that's beside the point. I mean, it's honestly beside the point. I'm trying not to do sugar, so I don't need a pint of ice cream. There's other
people in your life,
and B, I'm not on their list, so obviously I'm not important enough to them to be on their list. So why would I take somebody else's list?
It's just
a gift.
It's a gift from
not to me.
From Sean to me.
Well, there you go. If you're going to give me a gift, I do not want ice cream.
You have a daughter who burns calories faster than the sun rises in the east.
That's okay.
She could pile through some of that and work it off in 20 minutes.
Well, then the third or fourth limit starts coming in there that it's still
Sean Payton.
Bought.
Would you eat Michael Malone ice cream?
No, not necessarily.
No.
I mean, he hasn't. I mean,
so you hate Mike Malone?
He's been there 10 years and hadn't even tried to bribe me.
I think it's a funny tradition. It's 2 years in a row sending ice cream to the media. So I say thank you to the Broncos and to Sean Payton.
Does Sean have some involvement in this ice cream?
It's just a tradition he's
because
done.
Elway sent out his own wine.
Oh.
That's what Elway did.
Guess who did not get a bottle of John Elway wine?
Me.
Oh, okay. I did not either.
I talked to John just a week ago.
How's he doing?
Doing good.
Yeah.
Said life's good.
I bet it is. Yeah,
I got Elway.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no. There were like 20 bottles of wine that came into the old place. And myself and Mike Evans did not get a bottle. I mean, and it was not an accident. Everybody's name was on every bottle of wine.
Well, you are very loud in your hate for John Elway.
I am loud in my criticism of him as a general manager.
Yeah.
It's not hate of John Elway. I don't hate John Elway.
You used to hate Deion Sanders about 6 weeks ago.
I do not like
until the text line blew up on
and now all of a sudden, D-Back is CU super fan number one.
Hey, hit your face off the
Six
cement.
weeks ago, he was actively rooting against the man. You fully admitted.
I don't like
that,
bully
that
behavior.
You were not rooting for Deion, but you were rooting for Colorado.
Yes.
And now we're Deion super fan number one.
I'm admitting things that I do like when I do hear them.
I can dig that.
So, but I
Things
do not.
evolve. I get it.
I do not like bully behavior, and I think he should just be the bigger man and say, "Hey, Sean Keeler, you can ask me whatever you want," and be done with that foolishness.
So you don't like bully behavior, but you're okay with bribe behavior. So it's not just all the B words.
I guess I am.
Hold on,
Scott.
the B words.
I guess I am.
What is it if you beg for a bribe?
Well,
like you don't even need to be bribed.
You just wanted to make sure. I mean, and you know what? If they just said no, the next call would have been to Penner.
I'm surprised.
Greg, they took me off the list for free ice cream.
I'm surprised D-Mac when he's like, "Hey, you guys know I didn't get my answer. Hey, you guys know I'm a believer, right? You guys know how much I love Bo, right?"
I am. I'm not a hobo. I'm a Bo.
You're a hoe for Bo.
Ho for Bo. Right. The ho for Bo.
I'm a hobo. Hope for Bo.
Hobo.
Hopeful.
I got some interesting numbers about the Falcons. They're an interesting team. I do think the Broncos are going to win this game. I don't think it's going to be easy. The Falcons have the worst, not the worst. Well, maybe the worst pass rush in the league. Maybe the worst pass rush for whatever reason.
Okay.
They can't put pressure on the opposing quarterback, but they do okay in just about everything else. So it's a very middle of the road to slightly above average.
They're the
team.
Denver Broncos. They're very,
There's a
very,
lot of similarities.
very,
Yeah.
very similar football team to the Broncos. They're capable of beating just about any given team. They're a slight notch ahead of the Broncos. Okay, but if
From the offense, not the whole, Denver's defense is better than Atlanta's.
Oh, far better.
Yeah.
Far better. But I would say as a team, they're a slight notch ahead. But look, if there's I don't know how many categories you got in the NFL, but if you got the big leagues, Broncos ain't that. If you got the bottom feeders, Broncos ain't that. And everybody else is in the middle, right?
They're in the parity division.
Yeah.
Why is the pass rush so poor for them?
I can't say I've dug into the pass rush film of the Falcons all too much, so I don't know.
Because they just don't. They're 32nd in sacks. Their defense. They're 28th on third down, 16th in the red zone. They are below average in that department. They have actually a pretty decent amount of interceptions despite the lack of pass rush, but nothing they do defensively is all that great. They give up 23.6 points per game. They give up 130 yards of rushing, 223 yards in the air. They give up yards and points all over the place.
Well, this doesn't necessarily apply to the Broncos because the Broncos have a great pass rush group that can get after the quarterback even if they did not blitz. But a lot of times when you don't have good pass rush, you blitz the hell out of the team, right? And the Falcons do blitz a lot. I believe last I checked, they were 4th in the NFL in terms of how often they're going to blitz the quarterback. So when you don't get a pass rush, you got to make up for it by bringing 5. Sometimes you bring 6 guys. Now, if Bo Nix can be on top of things, and if he can identify that pre-snap, that means there's opportunities to be had. The problem is Bo so far has not handled pressure well.
Okay, well, he's going to get a great opportunity. Just for some perspective, the Broncos are 2nd in the league in sacks with 32.
Yeah.
And what are they in pressures? Because
they're way up there.
They were number 1 for a long time. I don't know where they are now, but they fell down a little bit.
Well, they didn't blitz any.
It was
at
after
all.
the Baltimore game.
Yeah, against Baltimore.
Yeah.
They changed exactly who they are against Baltimore.
But they went back to it against Kansas City.
Yeah, absolutely.
Nobody blitzes Patrick Mahomes as much as the Denver Broncos do.
Yeah, I think
defensive coordinator allowed to call the game.
I think I was listening to Brett Kane, and he was saying the percentage of pressures on Mahomes was the most any quarterback has faced this entire season. So they were getting after Mahomes. He's just, tricky to get.
And they were afraid of Jackson, and so they backed off and tried to play more.
Correct.
I get it. And you know what? At the end of the day, you probably stay true to your identity. But I understand the philosophy against Lamar Jackson, not wanting to, because when you blitz, you give him that field, you give him that boundary, dude, that could be house calls.
Okay. Early look at the Falcons looks pretty good in a close game for the Broncos. If Bo Nix can, I agree with you. He's got to recognize it, and he's got to deliver. Mike Sanford was crapping all over Bo Nix with his numbers earlier in the show, so,
D-Mac, if you have analysis of Bo Nix, you're crapping on him.
Yeah, if you have stats and facts.
You're crapping on the young man if you have analysis.
Well, everybody knows, analytics, analytics.
Lies are damn lies and their statistics.
Exactly.
Analytics.
And looking
unless those statistics back yourself up.
No doubt about it. And when Mike Sanford is looking at stuff,
At least you're honest with that stuff.
At least he wants to crap all over him, and you can just twist numbers however you want.
Sure.
So, okay, I'll tell you this. We should see a bit of a laser show this weekend. I don't have it. It's gone. I know it was here. It's gone. My lasers are gone, Dan. I don't know where the lasers went. I no longer have my lasers. I feel a little laserless.
Maybe they're muddling around in ice cream.
Falcons are 24th in the NFL in overall defense. So, yeah. I don't know. How are they in the pass defense? Let's see.
Not great.
Run and how are they in pressures?
So they're 24th in passing defense, and against the rush, the Falcons are 20th.
You can move
Should
the
be able to
ball.
run the game.
You can move the ball on him.
Estime ought to have his first 100-yard game.
Would love to see
Estime
that.
or Williams, whoever it's going to be, has over 100-yard rushing, they win. Fair?
Sure.
Totally fair, because if that's happening, play action is going to work.
It's absolutely in the play.
And if you can just lay it up there, like you showed nice touch with Cortland Sutton, you're going to finally get some a couple of deep connections and maybe some points off that.
Hey, can I give you talk about stats and everything, and it's completely squirrel, but you mentioned these stats. Somebody showed me the tweet today. After 10 games, Joker now is a 91.7% favorite to win the MVP.
What other choice is there?
91.7.
There's no
It's
other.
10 games.
Fine. It's an eighth of the season.
I saw the NHL. I heard Raj giving out the midseason awards in NHL. I'm like, midseason? What are we talking about here? We're already giving out awards?
He didn't say midseason.
Well, I don't know what he called it, but they were giving out awards.
Quarter poll.
Quarter poll. We're
16,
doing quarter poll MVPs.
Well, they're 16 games in. That's not even quarter. but hey, man, nobody is even close to Jokic in these first 10 games. They're not even close to him. So, okay. Congratulations to Yoke. NHL awards. Wow, really? So far?
This is what I need in my life.
Oh, my Lord.
I need the quarter poll NHL awards.
Oh, my God. Talk about having some space to fill. All right, I'll put the ice cream back.
How many times a year do
They followed this poll, though, by the way, with what's your favorite sports movie?
Well, is Pete Rose going to get in the Hall of Fame or not? Who knows? I'm going to put the ice cream in the freezer. You guys are invited to it, Tyler and Dan. If whatever you want to do.
I'm not above your briberies.
Okay.
Your begged for briberies. I got to find the right term for this. When you beg for a bribe, somebody come up with the term for that.
I'd like to think
Douche.
I was just giving them address information.
Well, in case they want to keep sending you the newsletter.
It's okay.
Those are both
It's
newsletter.
okay if you guys don't like me anymore. But just in case you do, here's my address.
I'm just saying we can all benefit. The ethical dilemma of ice cream.
I'll enjoy it.
You'll enjoy it. Dan will enjoy it. Scott wants to take the higher road.
I'm not doing sugar.
Okay.
You guys called me fat 22 times. You want me to eat a pint of ice cream?
You could bring it home for other people.
Well,
Are you saying you're that weak-willed that if it was in the freezer, it would
No,
be?
because then I mean
You just ate that piece of chocolate.
Well, Enstrom's. That's the first sweets I've had in like a week and a halp.
But you love the Enstrom's.
I love Enstrom's.
That was pretty tasty.
Now.
Did you eat the other one? I gave you two.
Oh, they're done.
I'm sorry, I didn't grab more.
Enstrom's, I could. That would be my kryptonite. I love the Enstrom's.
Okay.
Local Colorado company. Check them out. But no, I could eat it here, but I'm not doing sugar. Take it with me. Now I'm involved.
Bednar about Val game tonight with the Avs, bribes with ice cream, all the important stuff here on PhD. Andy has hate in his heart. Let it go, my brother. And I have a great opportunity. No reason to hate this. It's Mike Maroney, Auto Group in Longmont and Boulder. That's what I'm talking about. Black Friday savings all month long on their incredible lineup of Chevy Silverados, Ford F-150s, and GMC Sierras. If you want something tough that's ready to get going. And we have ski mountains open. The lifts are running. Come on. They've got you covered with amazing deals, low financing options at both locations. Remember, Maroney means more. 3-day money-back guarantee, no questions asked. Free delivery anywhere in Colorado. You heard that right. Anywhere in the entire state, from Loveland to Loveland. Don't let these peak savings slip away. The best vehicles will go fast. So start your journey now at MikeMaroneyColorado.com. And whether you're going up to the slopes to start skiing or taking a hike somewhere, I don't know, finding a pond to skate on. It doesn't matter. If it's in Colorado, it's MikeMaroneyColorado.com. That's MikeMaroneyColorado.com. Mike Maroney Auto Group in Longmont and Boulder can help you no matter where you live in state because Maroney means more. MikeMaroneyColorado.com. Tonight, Avalanche hosting the Kings. Late puck drop. I assume our pregame's at 7:30, but I don't think they're dropping the puck till like 8:20 when Connor said it was late.
I think Connor owes me an apology.
What is that?
He got very defensive when I challenged him on whether Georgie is the number one or not. He got very defensive. And then Bednar comes on the morning show today and says, nah, we're just riding the hot hand. We're going to see how this thing goes.
I got that here. We can play that here.
Yeah, I think for now, both guys have done a really nice job, right? They're basically equal in time now from the start of the year. And like currently, I like the way both guys are playing, so we're going to keep them both active.
Gotcha.
Okay. By the way,
he said that 2-3 weeks ago. We're going to keep playing the hot hand.
Well, I got more on that too here. It's funny. So they waived Kakkonen. Do you realize he got picked up by Winnipeg? He's gone. Like gone.
Well, he got a crack
risk.
at it.
The guy started a game for the Avs.
He had a good solid run.
Well, but don't you think goalies are like quarterbacks and starting pitching? May not work for you, but somebody else thinks we can always fix that.
Well, I think what happened was Winnipeg wanted to do the same thing, release him, probably sign him, that sort of thing, and the Avs were just like, we'll sign him. And then they did the same thing to the Avalanche to keep him back. So he's playing ping. But remember, he had tons of issues with immigration laws coming in here to get going. So he goes through all that. Now he's back in Winnipeg. And we'll see how long he lasts there. They're unbelievable. They're like 15-1. Winnipeg is like
and
14 points ahead of the Avalanche through 16 games.
The Avalanche played them well. I mean, that was a good 1-0 game.
Anyways, here is more about the riding the hot goalie.
So we're just going to ride the hot goalie, make sure that we're not playing a tired goalie, that he's rested. We look into a little bit of background on the opposing teams, what's coming, how have they played against those teams historically, try to put them in the right situations.
All right, well, that's cool. Goes from there.
We got a hot hand. We don't have a goal. We don't have a number one. We got a hot hand.
By the way, have you guys ever noticed
one of them gets hot?
That Georgie's nickname isn't Georgie, it's Gorgie. Yeah. Only us in the media call him Georgie, or the fans.
Georgie.
All of his teammates and the coach actually call him Gorgie because his name is Georgiev.
I used to call him Gorbachev.
How'd that go over?
Well, they laughed at first.
Anyways, so I don't know who's in the net tonight. They had a skater earlier. Who knows? Nuggets have a practice going on today. Hopefully get a little update as to what they're going on. Nice break for them, man. Really wild that you have this
for
big
as many
of a break.
quick games as you played right away.
Mm-hmm.
I think they've already had 3 sets of back-to-backs.
Mm-hmm.
Then all of a sudden you get Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Well, Thursday. It's a travel day, but
still. Where are you guys going?
New Orleans.
It's not that bad of a travel. How long was that flight? A couple hours?
2:15.
No big deal, right?
Oh, it's too. You're not playing Thursday, so I mean, you get in the hotel, get a dinner.
Hey man, ain't no
play
thing
on Friday
on that PJ and 5-star. You're doing all right. That combo meal of PJ and a 5-star hotel.
That's right. Grab a couple PJs off the airplane, get in those comfy beds.
There you go. Bednar on Val. All right, that's the big question with hockey this week. The return of Val Nichushkin.
It's been pretty easy to manage. A lot of time has passed. He's been around. Our guys obviously are interacting with him. They've talked. The guys are just they know how good of a player Val is. Everyone really likes him as a person. We know he's gone through some things and put us in some tough situations, but I think our team's done a really nice job of moving past that. I think Val is obviously, he feels terrible about the way it happened and what happened. So we have to forgive and move on. And he's such a huge part of our team. I think where our team is at right now and how hard they've had to grind, they know what Val can mean to our lineup, and everyone's excited to get him back.
The Avs might be insanely lucky that there was no way for them to get out of that contract. And I could be wrong here, but I do think that the Avalanche would have gotten rid of Val if there was a path to do it.
Why do you think so?
It was too hot. It was too heavy. It was too emotional. And when emotional things happen, you tend to make emotional decisions.
So you think the only reason he's here is because of his contract?
I do, but what I'm saying here is that I think they're very lucky because in hindsight, they probably would have looked back on it and been like, ooh, we reacted emotionally. And we really probably would have been nice to have Val on this team had they gotten rid of him.
All right, compelling question. Scott, you think he's only here because of his contract?
Well, I there is some truth to what I think Tyler says in that the immediate suspension by the league gives them time to take a breath.
Mm-hmm.
And you go from reactionary and emotional. You've killed us 2 years in a row in the postseason. We are done with you. Now you look at the contract and the strictness of the NHL salary caps. That's going to be tough to play with and deal with. If you don't really want him, what you do is you say you do. You let him come in here and play great, and then there's going to be somebody who'll want to take a trade for him. If you don't want him, even after he comes back.
Friday night at Ball Arena, are you applauding him? Are you sitting on your hands, or are you booing him?
I bet he gets a roaring
What
applause.
are you doing? You're there on Friday night. You applauding him?
I'd probably applaud him.
Are you sitting on your hands?
If I were in the arena, I'd probably get caught up in the moment of, hell yeah, man, we got Val back on the ice. Let's go.
Okay. You're applauding him. Scott?
Yeah, especially with the time being, and when you could sit back and think, you can't sit there as a person, media, fan, whatever, and say addiction is real, it's a disease, it's whatever. And then when a guy is having struggles or has had now struggles to beat that addiction, that demon, all of a sudden say, oh, F him. Well, which one is it? You think it is a horrible thing that is a bad health issue, a disease, or do you just not like him because he did it to your team?
So what are you doing? Applaud, sit on your hands, boo.
I may not be like screaming and whistling, but listen, here's another thing no one's talked about. His addiction is public. A lot of people go through a lot of addictions that they have to get over and fight alone, quiet, in the darkness of their house, whatever it is, and can deal with their own head and their own emotions. This is public.
Yeah.
This is in front of all the NHL fans, all the Russian fans, all the European hockey fans. This is the world of hockey and maybe sport that he's playing this out from. I think it actually takes courage to go and get the help and get back out and now face this, because there will be slings and arrows by some. And you know what? They have earned the right, if they want to boo him, to boo him.
I would be shocked if we could hear a single vocal enough section of boos at any point. I don't think there will at any point be enough people that are booing that you could actually hear it.
I would not be booing him, but I would not be applauding him because it was 2 years in a row. And I understand. So I am, and I hate being a fence sitter, but I am going to firmly sit on my hands when it comes to Val Nichushkin until he proves his trustworthiness through the playoffs. If he can prove himself through the playoffs, and that's what it's going to take for me, then I'll be happy to stand up and applaud him. But right now, I am sitting on my hands when it comes to Val Nichushkin. So I don't know if I can trust him.
And if he's honest, and if he's honestly gotten help and all that stuff, he has to understand that there is a earning of trust. And the last thing that's going to come back from teammates and fans is going to be the word trust. That's going to be the last thing.
But I'm not going to boo him.
Block to fall.
I'm not going to boo him.
I honestly just think that so much time has passed, and in hindsight, it was a great thing that it got taken out of the Avalanche's hands. Because when emotional things happen, you make emotional decisions, man. And if you got rid of him, you see him having success down the road, you would be having a lot of regret. And I think that the team right now, it might be a little bit different because they're kind of okay. They're it's not like they're.
Oh, they need him.
They need him.
But, they need him.
But they're also getting 3 guys back. And there's a lot that comes along with it. So I don't know, man. There's a lot that goes into it. I just think so much time has passed that he's going to be welcomed back with open arms.
Friday night should be plenty of drama down there at Ball Arena. But
we got to get the people to either text in or whatever what their feelings on that.
no doubt about it. Sure. 303-504-0925. And perhaps even on Friday, we can circle in a little bit more because that's going to be quite the moment when he's back on the ice. It'll be fascinating to see how that goes. Meanwhile, there was a fascinating twist in the Broncos personnel department yesterday. Did not see this one coming. Details next.
Hey guys, you deserve to feel your best, so don't settle in life thinking that you just don't have energy and you're never going to get it again. Don't settle in life thinking your workouts can't go as far as they once did. And don't settle for gaining weight. Guys, you could do something about all those things. Call my friends at Revitalize Health. They'll come up with a customized game plan that can include testosterone, peptide therapy, hormone replacement, and medical weight loss options. They'll come up with the game plan. They'll test your numbers. Once you get your numbers where they belong, you'll be amazed at how much better you can feel. And believe me, you probably are deficient somewhere. Revitalized Health has 3 locations, so they're close to you no matter where you live. Let them know that Tyler sent you on over. Find them online at revitalize-health.com.
What's going on? C-Mac for Premier Heating and Air. Every Saturday morning at 7:30, it's the Premier Heating and Air Show, powered by American Standard Heating and Air Conditioning. My guys Reed and Tom and I chop it up about sports and making things more efficient and affordable for you when it comes to your HVAC system. 720-547-8009. 720-547-8009. Put that number in your phone and hit them up. A $49 furnace tune-up could be yours. They're offering a $1,000 trade-in credit, 0% financing for 60 months. When I moved into my new home a few months ago, I needed the whole shebang. And these systems last 18 to 20 years, something like that. I mean, it's an investment for the rest of your life of your home. It's worth it, for sure. And they make it affordable as well. They're even offering a gift card up to $500 if you sign up for a free estimate today. 720-547-8009. PremierAirColorado.com. Premier is an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer. All right, I got a bunch of. Let me go through these texts right here, and I'll tell you about the Broncos situation, which is quirky to say the least. About Val, because we threw it out there, 303-504-0925. With Val, I'm willing to separate the hockey player from human. So in that regard, I applaud Val, the human, for not giving up the fight, the demons about substance abuse. But booing the hockey player for playing a big part in this club not having another cup. Oof, okay. That's a little tricky.
Empathy for the human being and still a little angry at the hockey player himself.
Hard to separate it, but
took a big talent away from the Avalanche.
I think that's actually a well-written message.
Disagree with Tyler. I think if we had the chance to cut him, we'd look back on it as a culture-setting move for the team, regardless of future success. He let us down 2 years in a row at the most important time of the year.
Well, what's more important, culture or talent?
Whew. Can't win without talent.
Nope.
I have mad respect for Val coming back to a public appearance after his battles with the demon, but I'm with D-Mac on this. He's got a lot to prove before being raised to glory. Yeah, you could just sit on your hands with Val. You can wait.
Yeah.
You don't have to. I'd say that's fine. I would not cheer for him. I may even boo him because 2 years in a row is absent for the team. From every angle possible to continue on the playoffs, blah, 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 blah.
But then what are you going to do after his first hat trick?
There you go. Oh, stop it, D-Mac, you self-righteous little squirrel. Val doesn't owe you shizzle. I'm sure you'll clap if he scores a goal. You're not the judge. We're all on our depraved journey with God. Okay. Calling a Val Hattie, wouldn't that be something on Friday night if he scores a hat trick? It would not surprise me at all.
Well, that'd be good.
I'll be surprised if he doesn't score on Friday night.
We've talked about it before, but before, I think the first one gets a Kraken. You were talking about him being a top 2 or 3 player in the entire league.
No doubt about it.
That's how well he was playing. He was playing just as well the next year, too.
Yep.
He's got to own that sometime. And I don't know the 12 steps and all that stuff to recovery. But I got to believe one of them is admission.
Yep.
And you know,
the biggest one.
And you can't care if people forgive you or not, but there has to be an admission. And, you know, maybe he's done that with his team. I got to believe, I was thinking about this a while ago. I don't know if he sat down with every individual member or if he sat in a group, but I'll bet you he's had conversation with Gabe.
Mm-hmm.
I bet he sat down with Gabe.
Oh, I'm sure he's addressed the whole team.
Gabe
I think this one's too big. This is one.
See, but it's so big, I think he needs to go to every individual.
Well, that's probably be a very classy thing to do, for sure.
I remember last spring when remember that press conference? We're like, Gabe's having a press conference. What is this all about? And it really was kind of about nothing. It was at the end of the year. It was just like, you know, he's going to continue to work and whatever. But there were questions to Gabe at that press conference about Val. He was critical. He was let down. He was disappointed. And you could sense his anger. But as expected, time heals a lot of wounds. Maybe not all of them, but it certainly, you know, you move on to a certain degree.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't trust Val right now, but I'm more than happy to see him earn the trust back. But I'm not the one he let down. He let his teammates down, and he really let down the fans. Not that I'm not a fan of the Avalanche, but really the hardcore fans, you know. Never mind his teammate and coaching staff. And frankly, it's pro sports, man. There are so many people whose livelihoods ride on the success or failures. I mean, tons of people.
Right.
Yep.
So you represent a lot of folks out there as a pro athlete.
And I agree with that 100%, but I've got to stay true to what I've always said. He's going to be a professional hockey player, hopefully for him, an eighth of his life, maybe, right? So what's he doing the other 7/8 or 6/8, whatever it might be? He's going to be a human. I call it. He's going to be a human being a lot longer. He's going to be a pro hockey player. What's that look like? What does that look like for a family going forward? What does that look for you? He really does have an opportunity. Listen, we're all flawed, He's got an opportunity if he can get on this right path. Get the hockey player, he can play. But as a human, he can change a lot of other people's lives. I mean, he has an opportunity right now to listen. We've already seen a couple guys with the Avalanche have to go through therapy, right? You think the Avs the only team that's got guys with drinking problems?
I'm sure they're not.
Right?
I'll tell you this: not many pro athletes get the kind of opportunity he has right now.
True.
So we'll see what he does with it.
And he has a great opportunity to really make a difference now.
The NHL, I think, deserves a lot of credit for whatever the culture is. First off, it does seem like there are a lot of guys that struggle, but I promise you there's just as many guys that struggle in NFL and NBA. I don't think it's unique to hockey. There might be certain things that are a little bit more unique with specific drugs, but I give the NHL a lot of credit that it seems much more socially acceptable to, hey, I need a timeout. I need to go get some help here, right? Can you think of a singular example? An example of an NFL player stepping aside in the middle of the year and saying, I got to go get help.
Only for medical reasons, not for psychological reasons.
I can't think of one.
Or the wife.
Oh, you know what? I can think of one, actually. And it was like last year. It was Stetson Bennett. But that was a mental health deal.
Okay. I don't even remember that.
He was having mental health issues,
Okay.
and he stepped aside. What was alcohol involved? Maybe. But there's certainly nothing involving like, hey, I'm going into program, I'm getting help, right? So I actually give the NHL some credit that it seems like guys are like, all right, step aside and get help if you need help.
All right, we'll see you on Friday night. Another Broncos note for you. Quirky timing here. Mike Westhoff, who is kind of a special teams poobah.
Yeah.
He's not the coordinator. That's Ben Kotwica. But Mike Westhoff, who's 77 years of age, is kind of this special teams guru on the staff. Now, from what I was told, the offensive side of special teams is Kotwica's responsibility, and Westhoff had the defensive side of special teams, if you can parse that.
So, yeah.
However,
it's a weird setup.
Okay. I was also told that although Kotwica was in charge, there were moments where Westhoff would just kind of walk in and be like, blah. And, okay, Mike, that sort of thing. He stepped down yesterday for health reasons. I heard that Sean Payton had no interest in him leaving, didn't want him to leave. But so I am believing the health issue thing probably brought on by stress that Coobs had to deal with. And I think it's probably exasperated. I practiced that word. It's probably...
Exasperated?
No. Dan, how do you say
Exaggerated?
Exfoliate.
Highlighted.
Excommunicated.
By or brought to a higher level, the stress
extraterrestrial
of the field goal block. I do wonder if that's all packaged together, that moment was so kind of, and it does make me wonder if there's been a little bit of a banging of the heads on how this special teams thing is really working with two guys kind of in charge.
I don't think the timing's coincidental. I'm sure he's got some health stuff, and just like Gary Kubiak did, right? But, how long did you have that health stuff? Was it there before? Were you coaching? Did it work? And I'm not doubting all that. I'm sure he's got something, and hopefully, first off, let's not glance over it. Hope he's okay, okay? And I mean that very sincerely. But, I was talking to Coach Sanford on the phone this morning, and it's a bad setup, man. Anytime you've got one of these czars that come in to kind of overlook a coach, Alex Gibbs did it here in Denver with offensive line coaches. I think it was Clancy, or I can't remember
who
the
weird.
line coach was.
Well, do you remember when the Broncos had like two offensive line coaches?
Yeah.
That inside guy and an outside guy? And I think Gibbs was around even then, too, as like a weird sort of working with the practice squad offensive lineman. Alex was back for a period of time that was odd, to say the least.
Mm-hmm. It's a bad setup. It always is. Whenever you got two coaches that are in the same room, well, who's the dog, man? There always has to be an alpha, and of course Mike Westhoff is going to feel like he's the alpha. Of course he's going to, man. He's 80 years old. He's been around the league forever, and he's Sean's guy. He's in the Saints Mafia. He's one of those guys. So if you're sitting there and you're Kotwica, and I played for Kotwica in Washington, Very good coach, knows what he's doing. You're like, dude, like, can you, if you want to handle the defense, fine, but don't come over here. Don't come over here. And I do wonder, was there specific things like even Alex Forsythe, whose decision was it? Did
Right.
somebody disagree with it? Did somebody else was on a different page? I don't know, man, but it's not a healthy setup to have those czars.
Well, can you imagine they go back and they're looking at film on Monday trying to figure this all out? And then he steps down on a Tuesday.
Yeah.
It's the timing is interesting.
Yeah,
to
the
say
timing
least.
becomes interesting, but then again, we saw Gary Kubiak pass out on the sidelines in Houston,
Mhm.
and we thought that was going to be done for coaching.
Remember when Foxy kind of collapsed there?
We
and,
saw Greg Popovich is finally announced he had a
Yeah.
stroke while he was on the bench in a game.
You hear stories about Sean Payton death gripping the steering wheel after winning a game against the Packers last year. Why can't I be happy?
Was it because he didn't win a game, or because he was thinking, "Do I really have to eat sushi?"
It was probably
they won the game and he wasn't happy.
He won the game and wasn't happy, and he had to eat a meal he didn't want to eat.
Yes, that's what it was. Let's be honest.
NFL coaches are not healthy. You know, the whole field goal thing, I know it's a tired conversation at this point, but Scott, this one's for you, okay, because I know you love offensive guard breakdowns, right? It is still such a heavy subject. Nobody can get over it, right? Alex Forsythe, that's it, right? And I actually went back and I put together a little clips on my Twitter.
Well, let's go through that. I
Okay.
am interested to go through that because today
Yeah, me
is
too.
Today is
I was just for you, Scott.
today is a fascinating day because how is that not broached? Well, I mean, what are you going to do about this particular thing? Let's get there next.
Hey guys, the end of the year is always a great time to buy a new car or truck from my friends over at Phil Long Denver. This is Tyler Columbus. And guys, if you're waiting to buy until you've got lots of choices with colors, models, equipment packages, incentives, offers, all those things, well, you don't need to wait anymore because the wait is over. Guys, at Phil Long Ford, they've got over 1,000 vehicles to choose from. Pickups, vans, SUVs, electric cars, electric pickups, you name it, they've got it. And it's a great time to go give a test drive to the electric in those electric cars. Guys, the Ford Mach-E Mustang, the F-150 Lightning, incredible vehicles. They've got big rebates right now. It's an exciting time to try and buy an electric vehicle. Get plus, guys, the incentives and interest rates over at Phil Long Ford, they're rock solid. So now is the time to go over to Phil Long. Now's the time to find the vehicle of your dreams. Whether you're looking for new or pre-owned, it will be at Phil Long Ford. This is one-stop shopping. Don't have to drive all over the state of Colorado. Go to one car dealership, find the vehicle of your dreams, and they've got an award-winning service department, so keep your vehicle service there. You'll have a beautiful ride for a long, long time. Guys, feel free to shop for the comfort of your own home at PhilLongDenver.com. You'll find all the cars, all the vehicles, the best prices, and you're going to have a fantastic experience. You'll build a long-term relationship at Phil Long. PhilLongDenver.com.
All right, we get to No Dumb Questions in 8 minutes. 303-504-0925 if you want to throw it in on the Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. Happily, we're here in the Backus and Shanker studios. Their passion is justice. What are you seeing? And I know that this topic may feel worn out, but I find it pretty fascinating at this point. We got Mike Westhoff now stepping down. What changes will they make? Was it really Forsyth's fault, or should the coaches have known better?
Mm-hmm.
It does seem like a silly thing to obsess about, aside from the fact it costs you the game. And if it costs you the game, it's probably big enough to focus on.
Well, we don't need to go into depth on the clips I put out there, but the point is I put together a montage of the right tight end. Okay, so everybody put out all these clips about Alex Forsyth getting knocked on his ass previously in other games, right? Oh, man, Alex is terrible. How could be in there? So I said, all right, fine. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go watch every single field goal that the Broncos had this year, and I'm going to focus in on the right tight end so you guys can get a clue about what the job really is in this thing. And you're going to see the right tight end for the Denver Broncos get knocked on his butt just as often as Alex Forsyth does, okay? So is any of this a defense of what happened in Kansas City? No, it is not. It is not, okay? There was a handful of things that went in there that were bad. Alex Forsyth did not have great technique. Matt Pert laid him out to dry. And I even thought he could have used a little bit better help from Mike McGlinchey. All those being said, it was an indefensible play that cost the Denver Broncos a game. Here's my question. Here's my point. There's a lot being said about Kansas City scouted this thing, right? And I kind of call BS on that. I do. I know they said it, and that's fine. So if you want to be like, all right, they said they scouted it, fine. I think teams say that all the time whenever they have success. Yeah, we saw something and we attacked it. I call BS on them scouting it because it happens on every single team in the NFL. The tight end gets put on his butt. There's only about 2 different ways that you can attack something on field goal, and the main way is going 3-on-1 on the tight end, and you always go to the field side. So when you watch the clips, when the right tight ends get knocked on his butt, it's when he's to the field side. When Forsyth gets knocked on his butt, he's to the field side. I don't think there is this huge glaring deficiency of issues with Alex Forsyth in previous games. But yes, he did cost the game against Kansas City.
Will they make a change?
It's a good question. I'll tie it back to our conversation with Val. When emotional things happen, you make emotional decisions. So I do think they'll probably make a change. I don't think it's because Alex Forsyth has been bad all season long, but I think when emotional things happen, you make emotional decisions, and they probably do make a change.
Was it happening throughout the course of the game, meaning it was getting worse and worse for Forsyth, the degree he was getting knocked on his butt?
It was normal.
Normal.
That's what I would refer to it as. You're going to die. You got to die slowly. You're going to get knocked over. And I would say of the clips that you watch, if you watched every single field goal kick, probably out of 10 kicks, 7 of the times the tight end is knocked on his butt.
Did Palczewski
Hold on
get...
real fast. There's a difference, though. And let's go back to old Western cowboy movies. Dude gets shot.
Got me,
oh, got me. Shot my paw. That's dying slowly.
Mm-hmm.
Boom, taking one to the brain and just going down right away.
Which is what happened in Kansas City.
That ain't slowly. So he didn't do his job. That is a position of no win. I get you that, but he did not do the slowly part.
He didn't die slowly.
He did not do the slowly part.
No, you're exactly right.
Wasn't
Scott,
the Western death
on the one that he got beat, and there's no defending the one that he got beat on.
He was me going into cement on the bike accident.
Yeah, it was that quick. Well, I knew they were going to hit me. I just didn't know that. I mean, he rolled. I mean, seriously, that was a teaching a 4-year-old how to do a back roll. You know, he went down that way and almost went all the way over.
But to D-Mac's question about the other kicks, he did die slowly. And
the one before that was kind of slow.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to get the semantics of what slow is, but yeah.
They were fine in little pieces. There's no doubt about it.
I mean, they almost got him on that missed field goal.
You know what's funny? Like, when a pitcher faces a batter, first at bat, hardest at bat is being a leadoff hitter to start a game.
You don't know if the guy's on or
Yeah,
off.
guy's not tired. You don't know. Who knows? You're the leadoff guy. It's great sitting there hitting 4 or 5. First of all, the pitcher's gonna get a little sweat, and you can look at him for a little bit. You're the leadoff batter. Well, the second time around, you come in that lineup as a leadoff batter. All right, I've seen him face 8 other guys, and here I go again. Tell you what, man, that third time around, all right, I got you.
And that's why no hitters are so special.
Because then you have to face guys usually 4 times around.
Yeah.
And to get a guy out the 4th time, well, that was the 4th time they were going after our guy, Forsythe.
So,
4th time.
Here's my only thing on that, though, D-Mac. And you're right. But you also have to understand the context of how you attack a field goal. And there's only about 2 ways to do it. So that is the specific spot, whether you scouted anything or not. That is where you are going to attack almost every single time.
So I would go back to the question. I understand Palczewski got knocked on his ass too, but he didn't die as quick. And if it's on the field side and you know it's going to be more of attack there and Palczewski is better, why didn't you just simply flip the 2 dudes?
Well, nobody does it. I'm not saying that there couldn't be a coach that could try that at some point. When I played at University of Colorado, we had a strong and weak tackle with Gary Barnett. It was old school, man. As old school as you get. So I played the split tackle. I went to the open side. It was the most challenging side. So I had to go right side, left side.
Depending on the situation.
In hindsight, and I've said this to Gary, that's crazy. Why the hell were we doing that? That was nutso, right? It's kind of you come the jack of all trades, master of none type of situation.
Maybe he kept you in the NFL for 8 years, though.
Well, maybe. And you know what? You're right on that for sure, based off my style. What happened?
Being able to get experience.
Yeah, no, you're right.
Let me say common sense. It is insane how much time they practice football without looking at things sometimes through a common sense lens. Common sense would tell you if the field side is where you get attacked, you should have your strongest players always on the field side. That is just literal common sense. And for whatever reason, it didn't happen and it cost them a game. And maybe you say that's just football. And I'll be like, okay.
I'm not telling you it's a bad idea. Maybe it is a good idea. But I would ask you to find me a clip of anybody that's ever done it.
Dude, the fact that we're talking about this for the 3rd day in a row when 99 out of 100 field goals go off without, every now and then they get blocked, but it's every now and then. And a walk-off block, block.
That's tough.
3-2-1-0 block, game's over. Show me the last one besides that one. We are in some rare freaking air. And don't tell me you can't get a little creative to know that's where the heat's coming from. We got to be the strongest we can on that. Call a timeout. We're going field side timeout. Let's look. You could see what they were about to do. There was no pass rush on the right side.
Well, trust your defense who'd stifle them all game long, that at 35 seconds,
here's the thing.
Try to kick the field goal at 35 seconds and call the timeout there.
D-Mac,
Then you got time to go back and run and whatever.
Here's what you're struggling to grasp. They trusted him. They didn't think it was a deficiency because the film would tell you he was doing his job over the course of the season.
Mm-hmm.
So the coaches didn't look at it like, oh, we've got a problem with Alex Forsythe, because they didn't have a problem with Alex Forsythe. He was doing his job. He didn't do it that moment, and you cannot defend that moment. But what I will defend is that the Broncos weren't stupid. They didn't have some glaring deficiency that they were unaware of. They had a dude that was doing his job in an effective manner, and they got beat. They just got beat.
I think they got outcoached more than a player screwed up.
On what, though?
The field goal concept completely.
There's only 2 concepts. I mean, you can't. I don't know how you get outcoached on field goal. You got out executed for sure.
It's one thing and another. You got outcoached or the player just totally screwed up. I mean,
and that's what I think it was. I think he screwed up.
That if the player totally screwed up, he shouldn't be out there. I mean, in that moment, or frankly, any moments. Because again, how do you trust him?
But are they not looking at the film on the long field goal before half and going, dude, they almost got in here?
You would,
and I'd go to Alex or go to, hey guys, make sure we're sealing this down. You got to make sure your center of gravity is lower, that you can absorb for a little bit longer. that's going to be trouble.
You would think with film and 172 coaches on the sidelines, every little thing would be picked apart and noticed. I would say that.
And that'd be the question to ask. Was that looked at before then?
And yes, it probably is, and it always was. I mean, I know when I was playing at that specific spot, every time I'd get knocked on my butt, my coach would come up to me on the sideline with the clip of it and be like, "Hey, dude, you got to get your pads down low."
Mm-hmm.
So I'm sure it did happen.
You're sure, but we don't know.
No, yeah, fair. What we can't get on the same page of is that you think that the coaches screwed this up because they didn't identify a problem. And what I'm saying, I don't think there was a problem previously.
But let me ask you this. If that wasn't addressed and talked about after that field goal, is that a coaching thing?
Sure.
I do have a no-dumb question to roll into this. It's really a no-dumb question.
Yeah, hit the button.
All right, I'll hit the button. Well, I will.
Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC
I pay
present
people that mow my lawn.
No Dumb Questions.
Clay.
This is your safe space.
I like to use no dumb questions as parenting advice for myself.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions. With thanks to Old Chicago Pizza and Tap Room. Visit oldchicago.com for a location near you.
Okay, I'll ask this, and I think this is the epitome of no dumb questions. Why don't you just kick a field goal extra point deeper? So instead of snapping it like 7 yards, why don't you snap it 10 yards? Is there a rule? And I really do not know the answer to this. Is there a rule how far back?
The further back you go, the easier it'd be to block it.
Why is that?
Think about a quarterback in a pocket, okay? An offensive tackle is setting with angles based off, I need you to be at 7 yards, okay? If you go to 10 yards, my life goes to hell as an offensive tackle because now you've got a shorter corner. The longer you go, the shorter the corner gets, meaning I can't cut it off, right? So if you back that thing up, number one, it would take longer to kick. And number two, you would give them a far superior angle to get to it. If anything, you would want it closer, in my opinion.
You'd have to make your splits different. Then you're opening up all sorts of holes, too. I will say this. 1 year, Mike got mad at David Diaz-Infante, who was the long snapper. And he came in out of shape and pulled a hamstring in preseason, and Mike ended up cutting him. He was a long snapper, I think, for the first 2 Super Bowls. Just cut him. Mad at him. And this is from Tom Ruin. The next guy that came in and do it, and I don't even know who it was, didn't have the ability to get back the punt quick enough and hard enough to Tom Ruin.
Mm-hmm.
And early in the season, they got like 2 or 3 blocked because it was on the ground and whatever ding and blah, 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 that he had to move it up 2 yards so the guy could get the punt place in time. They had to make an adjustment and still almost got a bunch of them blocked.
I think I remember that year because wasn't Doc doing some work at KOA or the stations at the time? Because I could have, I know this for a fact. I was in the building. This is early 2000s, KBPI days. And I see Doc, like, I'll never forget this. He was struggling with like an HR thing. He had to go see Chandra about something. And he was like, I don't know. And I'm like, oh, I'll just go see Chandra. She will. And 2 days later, he was on the Broncos in the middle of the season. And I think it was for that exact, I think he got brought back to do that. That is an amazing skill to be able to have.
It's when Joel Dreesen retired.
Yeah.
He trained for like the next 3 years as a long snapper, trying to get back into the league strictly as a long snapper.
I remember talking to Joel about that because he said, my knees are bad. I can't go side to side, but I can go straight up and down. So if I can long snap, I could get back in the NFL because you could just, I don't know, figure that out. It never worked out for him, but he had that ability to do.
He trained for like 3 years trying to do it.
I don't blame him. Good for him. All right, that was my no dumb question. I'm just like, you're telling me the angle is this. So is that the optimal amount? 7 yards is like it? Like that's it?
I mean, I'm not a kicker, so but yeah, I would tell you that that's why every team's got the same idea.
Follow up.
But I can promise you this. If you backed it up further, it would be far easier to block it.
Okay. So if that kick was happening from 3 yards deeper, it's more easy to be blocked?
Yeah.
Because of the angles?
Yes, because you give them a short corner.
I'll give you the science on it. I don't know.
Well, it's also in that part of the same science why that you see less and less 7-step drops because it gets these speedy outside guys, a bigger angle, a deeper angle, and more pressure on the outside guys.
Just think about this for a second, okay? All right, if you're lined up right here, I'm here, okay?
Yeah.
Would it be easier to beat me to right here behind my back or beat me 7 yards back there.
Okay, I'm not arguing with on the science. And I'm not a math guy, so I'll just take your word for it. Why are
It would be
punters?
impossible for you to beat me directly behind my back because you're already at the same line.
So why are punters 8 yards further back than kickers?
I would imagine that it has something to do with the process of kicking the ball itself. You catch the ball, you take 1, 2, 3 steps and kick it. That would be my guess on it.
Okay, all right. I don't know. I told you it was a no dumb question. I don't know. Just trying to help the Broncos. What else we got here, Scotty?
I just got one. Is this the last time we got to talk about this?
Yeah. Well, we'll see if they address it today. Probably not. I mean, we'll have to see whatever they do to it. Listen, I hate this too.
You will not be satisfied until a coach says, I messed up.
Well, somebody messed up. So
A player messed up.
Okay. What you got, Scotty?
That was it. You took all my life force.
Come on, you can kick something out.
You took my life force.
You can do something. You can muscle through it.
Screeched
Hold
my
on,
life.
Scott. Hold on. I'll give you Calvin Throckmorton breakdown coming up next.
He got benched. He wasn't even in the game. You must have something stupid.
I can't remember. Yeah, I had one about a woman driver, but I don't know if this is
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, you should do that. Yeah, let's do that.
I don't remember what it was. You took my life force.
Dude.
This conversation absolutely
Did I have
sucked
anything?
every single piece of life force away from me.
Done with it.
Sucked every inch
I will not bring
of
it up.
life force.
I won't bring it up again. We're moving on. We're moving on from the stupid Chiefs game. Done. Done.
Until he sees Forsythe starting next
I
week.
won't even mention it. If it really does suck your life force, I won't even mention it.
All right, here's no dumb question. Who's the happiest guy besides anybody on the Chiefs that thing got blocked? And this is a very loser's mentality. Will Lutz probably going,
Hey, you know what, Scott?
Well-
By the way, nobody talks about Lutz in that either.
Yeah, that was a little low.
He had a low kick.
Yeah.
There were 3 things. Forsythe got beat. Matt Pert went outside instead of inside out, and we had a low kick.
How do you know it was a low kick?
You can look at the angle.
Really?
The dude blocked it with his wrist, not his hand.
You can tell by that it was a low kick?
D-Mac, he blocked it with his wrist.
Well, I don't know the trajectory of most kicks.
Put
I
that
mean,
kick
I
up there. We'll look at it.
I have no idea.
You can tell. For sure you can tell.
All right.
So then again, is the happiest guy besides anybody in Chiefs red happy that the Forsythe blew it? Is Will Lutz going? Phew.
Well, I tell you this.
Come on, man. Come on.
Nobody was exactly clear in the locker room after the game. Will Lutz was asked about that.
Here we go.
So you can tell from this it's a low trajectory kick.
Yes.
All right. How do you tell?
Because he
How can you
blocked.
possibly
'Cause
tell? The ball was off his foot for like a half a
speak
foot.
some common sense into this man right
How
now.
can you possibly tell?
Oh my gosh.
That thing was going to clear. Somebody could have blocked that from over the center. That's how low it was.
Really?
You are so blind to this thing. This is like you talking about a quarterback.
No, I get it. It was a
You just
terrible.
want a coach to be to blame.
I'm dazzled that you can tell 6 inches off his
All right,
foot
I'm
that
gonna
it's a
give you-
low trajectory kick because that's where it was blocked.
Yeah, he's happy. Last no dumb question.
Yeah.
Kind of cool that the greatest quarterback in the game today, Mahomes, we're not arguing that, right? Goes to Bo Nix afterwards and goes, "Great game, brother. We're going to have a whole lot of these together."
I did not know that happens.
That
He
was,
said it was the first of many, right?
Yeah, first of many, brother, or something like that.
He said,
that's
hey,
cool.
hey,
I thought that was kind of cool when I saw that.
yeah.
Well, then you can't be a hobo. Then you
I
got to be.
did see Garrett Bowles
He said that to Paxton Lynch too. But
Bowles was like hugging and whispering sweet nothings into Patrick Mahomes' ear. I was like, oh my gosh, like let it go, man.
Really? Little
was that before
bromance.
or after the official asked for Mahomes' jersey?
Hey, Bowles.
I think Bowles asked for it.
Bowles ain't no fool. He's got a contract coming up. He's
you
not.
go.
He's not.
They got-
Bowles may be looking out for Bowles. And I'm not blaming him. Get your money, Garrett. This is. I'll give you something that's crazy about Garrett Bowles and Blue Courts.
Oh my God, they're back.
Thank God we have something to play for. It's PhD on 92.5. Hey, it's C-Mac for AAA Home Improvements. If you've been thinking about remodeling your home or adding living space, where do you start? What do you do? Go to AAAHomeImprovements.com. They are the premier design and build contractor in the metro. They've helped hundreds of families transform their homes from tired and dated to beautiful and modern. So here's what you do. Go to AAAHomeImprovements.com. That's AAAHomeImprovements.com. Their schedule fills up quick. Get a free, no obligation on your dream renovation. My guy, Kevin in Aurora. We've worked with AAA Home Improvements for several projects since moving into our new home. And I say, without exaggeration, our experience working with them has been nothing short of phenomenal. The reviews are in. The before and afters are phenomenal. And you can find it all. Whether you need a new kitchen, you want to open up a room, maybe make that theater room, put a bar in there. I don't know, whatever you want to do. AAAHomeImprovements.com. That's AAAHomeImprovements.com. Quality at a fair price. All right, a couple things going on. Broncos do have media. You know what? I'm burned out of I'm sick of it too, okay? I don't love this. It's a painful moment. It sucks. I just don't want it to happen again. That's
He's still talking about it.
Yeah, if you wanted to talk about the
I'm done.
The holding.
Why do you keep telling us you're done?
So today we'll see who brings it up and puts it to bed, and we'll see what they do. The blue courts are back.
I did not have a clue that the in-season tournament was going on until I saw blue court.
Blue courts are back.
Nuggets get to play on one Friday in New Orleans. That's their first one.
What's the bracket for do you know it off the top of your head?
Denver's bracket is New Orleans, Dallas, Golden State.
By the way, is Golden State for real?
Let's see.
They're off to a damn good start.
Good start, making shots.
Yeah. Okay. Dallas is like...
Got rid of Clay Thompson. I feel pretty good.
Yeah, Dallas is a little... that was an interesting game.
Well, they said that Doncic right now, and what'd you call him the other day?
Fatchich?
In the last two games, in clutch time, he's 2 of 7 and 1 of 5 from 3.
Don Chips?
Yeah.
He looks a little hefty out there.
He always does.
But it's a world of very skinny guys, so his degree of heftiness is very relative to the situation.
Yeah, we'll see.
So what's our first home?
How many years do I have to
Dallas.
look at this blue court till they give me a different one that doesn't make me have a migraine?
They got to get their $250,000 worth out, right? I mean,
Wait, are you guys sick of the in-season tournament? Dan Tanner, I'm talking to Dan. He's just like, hey, this is
I would
get
talk,
off my
I
lawn.
could talk field goals all day long over in-season tournament.
well, they're just basketball games, but you put value to some of the games. They sell it as, well, we want to keep the interest early. Well, the interest is there in the first 20 games.
Dan and I had a fun conversation before the show, just how to make it more valuable for the fans, because the tournament's played there in Vegas. What if you got a free lap dance at the Spearmint Rhino after the game for all the fans that were there? We're like, what other things could you throw in there for the fans that would make it fun?
Well, $100 million a season for the league. That's what they like.
Should you just pay the fans of the winning team? Would that be funny?
That'd be funny.
Be creative. What would be
a lotto ticket for every fan? The ticket, the game ticket, reverts to a lotto ticket at the end of the game.
And what's the grand prize?
Whatever the lottery's at.
So you have a lottery for $5 million? Have some fun with it. And if you buy a ticket, you automatically go into a lottery for $5 million? Would that make people care more?
That'd make those tickets skyrocket. There'd be a whole bunch of people that sell tickets happy.
We caring now?
Yeah,
They should do a lottery for every game. Not the big one, but a small one for every game.
What about this? You win the tournament, and in the playoffs, you get a 6-0 lead for every playoff game. Game starts 6-0. You win the in-season tournament for every playoff game you're in.
You a little bit.
It starts 6-0.
Yeah, but then Denver has to go 6 games to beat LA.
I'm just trying to be creative here. Dan, you got something?
How about the winner of the in-season tournament gets a guaranteed 6 seed minimum in the playoffs, and if they finish above the 6 seed, you move up 1 spot in the standings if you win the in-season tournament. So if you're a 4 seed, you move up to the 3 seed.
Well, a guarantee of at least a 6 seed. Well, no, because that's those 7, 8, 9, 10's playing.
So you're telling me
a 6 seed is big.
So you're telling me if I'm in the hunt for winning the in-season tournament, I'm concerned about getting the 6 seed?
Well, the Lakers would have. They won it last year. They would have gotten a higher seed.
I know, but I would like to think that if I'm winning the in-season tournament, I got higher goals than that.
The in-season tournament. This is what
it's an interesting one that Dan brings up.
They're making a whole lot of money by doing this, and that's what a business does: make money. They're making money. The interest that if you want to say we want to make these games in the middle of the season more interesting, well then do it games 30 through 50 instead of games 12 or 10, 11.
It's way too early.
Through 20. It's awful early. Or just do, you know what you do? Do a big-time preseason tournament instead of having all these stupid preseason games. Just do a full-on tournament.
Actually, that would be kind of fun.
For your preseason. Like
college
Big 12
basketball
used to
style.
do that. Big 12 basketball used to do that. Had a preseason Big 12 or Big 8 at the time.
They still do it, don't they?
The point, though, is why should the fans care?
Because it's a blue court.
Listen, man, I think you go into a game and it looks a little bit different. It feels a little bit different. But I get where you don't
Yeah,
feel
I
like
I got a migraine.
I gotcha. I get where you don't feel like it's enough. I think Dan's idea with the playoff spot is pretty interesting. And that's for the winner. It guarantees you that you'd be at least at the worst a 6 seed.
Win the All-Star game and you have home court advantage in the playoffs.
Well, that fell apart in baseball. Nobody really cared.
We've seen how all these incentives work for him.
But the fans would care about something like that.
Listen, good teams care about winning every game. Malone tried to go that direction last year, and I think people didn't understand it. You're never trying to lose a game.
I think it's a funny idea. If you go to one of the in-season tournament games, you are in a lottery drawing for $5 million. And one fan who's a fan of the team that wins will also win $5 million.
You can only win the lottery if your team wins.
Yeah, you can only win the lottery if
Which
your
means
team
you
wins.
also
That's
had
right.
to have gone to one of the games.
That's right. So you go to one of the games.
But again, you're making the secondhand market of tickets really valuable.
Not really.
Well,
I'm not spending any extra money for a lottery ticket.
Yeah, I don't know if they can do that or not. I get the, oh my
I could
God.
go to the gas station and buy a lottery ticket.
For the coaches like Malone, he just feels every game's a game. It doesn't matter. It's,
Most coaches do.
Right. That it's all kind of silly.
Yeah, I think so. New Orleans game at New Orleans, the first road game, you play 2 on the road, 2 at home. And then I think Dallas comes back next week or next Friday or Saturday, and that's your second one. That's your first home game.
Maybe Embiid would play in an in-season tournament game.
Well, let's see. Tonight they're playing.
Is he tapping out of some of them?
They're playing. Well, if it's a back-to-back.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Oh,
which
that
I'm
would be
assuming they're
interesting.
not having a lot of back-to-back for in-season tournament.
Dan, you have another brilliant idea?
How about the winner of the in-season tournament is guaranteed a lottery pick in the draft the following year? 14 pick.
Yeah, but
minimum.
I don't think players care about that. I really
But
don't.
the fans would care about that. That's the whole
The
point.
fans
of this.
would, for sure, but
What makes it more interesting for the fans? Why should we care more?
Well, that's right. It's got to be something for the fans. Because right now, the whole thing is who cares from the fans' point of view. You have to do something for the fans to make this interesting. And right now, all you have is a blue court for the fans. You really don't have anything else, right? There's no other benefit for the fans on this. Something for the fans.
I don't know, clone DMAC?
The fans won't appreciate more of me. I just see somebody telling me to shut up, Darren.
Do you still feel the same way about it as you did last year?
I like it because I think it's fun and it's different. And I go to a lot of these games, and to me, just anything a little bit different at this time of the year is kind of cool. But if you're just telling me nobody gives a crap about it, nobody gives a rip, then whatever.
To the same degree that they care about any game that they watch. I mean, you're a fan, you care.
Here's what fans don't like. I'll tell you this. This is what I don't like either. Being told something that you think is kind of cool isn't. To have coaches and players just sort of like,
Yeah, but
when you give off that vibe as a fan, I hear that from a coach or a player, that is a instant turn off to me because I don't want to feel stupid that I like something that you don't think is important.
Yeah, but I don't think many fans think it is cool.
Well, then what are we doing here? What's the
They're
point
making
of
money.
this? How are they making money?
With
Corporate sponsorships.
Yeah.
Okay.
What's
then forget
what's
it.
the name of the award?
The Emirates Cup, I believe. They got a corporate sponsor. It was the IST last year.
Well, they do get an extra game out of
the
it.
Emirates NBA Cup.
Listen, if you want to chalk this up with field goal blocks in terms of nobody gives a rip about, I'm fine to bury this one too. But it is happening. It just started.
Yeah,
and the Nuggets are playing on Friday.
See, I think the Nuggets want to win that game. It's not a detraction from the games. Excuse me, the games to win. It's not some sort of.
Are you all right? You
No.
need a second.
Don't you go dying on
Get
me.
some water. All right, we'll have
Someone's
the,
saying the Nuggets court is yellow this year. Is that right?
I don't know. I hope they have changed the color of the court. I cannot
I
wait to
hope
ask,
they have too.
I can't wait to ask
yellow
Malone
would
about
look
it.
a lot better than blue.
They've changed the color of the court.
According to somebody.
They bought a new court?
There's a dude that says so.
Or painted it.
I have
the dude can't be wrong.
I have rich person news. Big news about rich people thinking about courts. We'll get there. Plus the big question of the day. 2:00 right around the corner here on PhD. What's going on? It's D-Mac for Mike Marooney, Chevy GMC in Longmont, Mike Marooney GMC in Boulder. Black Friday savings all month long on our incredible lineup of Chevy Silverados and GMC Sierras at Mike Marooney in Longmont, Mike Marooney GMC in Boulder. If you want someone ready to rock those mountains, I know the slopes are open. I know the lifts are running. They've got you covered with amazing deals on low financing options at both locales. Remember, Marooney means more. A 3-day money-back guarantee, no questions asked. Free delivery anywhere in Colorado. You heard that right. Anywhere in the state. Don't let these peak savings slip away. The best trucks will go fast, so start your journey now at Mike Marooney Chevrolet GMC.com. That's Mike Marooney Chevrolet GMC.com. Or visit Mike Marooney Chevy GMC in Longmont or Mike Marooney GMC in Boulder. And tell them your pal D-Mac sent you. Together, let's drive. GMC, we are professional grade. The big question is how the Broncos match up with the Falcons. We'll get to that in just a second. But we do have a couple of pieces of interesting news because we have the world's greatest listeners, and we appreciate, especially those listening in the 2 o'clock hour. You guys are great. It's a quirky hour to listen. Like, I guess you should be
Are
back.
you at work? You at lunch? I mean, if you work here, you're still at lunch.
Yeah. Yeah. What exactly is your life like at 2 o'clock? So those who are listening right now, my hat is off to you. You're making an extra effort. The truth is, you're just a little bit better than people that listen at different hours. You're a different group. We thank you for that. The court's totally different for the Nuggets.
So much better.
That's good.
It is so much better.
Are you looking at it?
Yeah.
You see the photo?
It is night and day
I
better.
think it looks good.
It's yellow. It's basically all yellow.
But it's trimmed in that burgundy red.
It actually looks kind
Yeah.
of cool. It looks like championship. It looks like we're still the champions is what it looks like.
It's got the Emirates Cup with the Nuggets pickaxe basketball logo. It says Mile High City. That looks really cool. I guess if you're in the 300 level, maybe you can actually see it saying Mile High City. It's pretty subtle. It's all yellow except for the cup leading out with a little bit of blue. It's trimmed in burgundy red.
It looks like a championship themed court to me. That's what it feels like.
What they do with the old court?
They probably
Well,
just
it's
painted
probably
it.
the same court, and they
What do you
just
mean?
sanded it down and repainted it.
Okay. All right. Well, very cool. Very, very cool.
So now when you ask Malone, you can ask about the gold court.
Oh, this makes it way easier to ask
I
about
think it looks more gold than yellow.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Well, but they start with it. Oh, no. So when is the first home game for this?
Next week, Dallas.
What day of the week is that?
Oh, you
No. It's all right. Because I know they go Friday, Sunday, Monday, something like that. Friday, Sunday, Tuesday. So it's like next Wednesday or Thursday or something like that. Whatever.
Blue jacket, yellow court. Who gives up?
Next Friday?
Yeah, that's what I thought.
All right, cool.
Mavericks Friday.
That is a yellow court game. All right.
Got a burgundy wrap around
8
it.
o'clock start for you, too.
No, it is not. Is it really?
Yeah.
Oh, brutal.
And then they play, how about this? You play Friday at 8 o'clock against Dallas.
Yeah.
Back-to-back, you play in Los Angeles, 8:30 start here, so 7:30 start
Oh,
in
my
L.A.
God. Really? Seriously?
Yeah.
It's okay.
They're going to do everything they can to make it hard for Denver to go into the Lakers and beat them again.
First world problems. First world problems. Jokic is in good shape. Second thing, before we get to the Falcons and the Broncos. The Broncos have redone their field again.
Yeah.
So, according to Adam Schefter, for the third consecutive year, the Broncos have proactively installed a brand new field in season.
Pretty amazing because the Broncos are not one of those teams that are notorious for having a bad field. They'll have like every now and then they'll have a year in which it gets pretty rough, but for the most part, it stays in good shape in comparison to others. I was at the stadium this weekend doing a watch party, and I looked out there and I thought they were preparing for a concert or something because it was covered up. It almost looked like they were setting up a stage on it, but what they had on top of it was actually it was heaters. It was like long metal heaters that were preparing the turf for it. So yeah, they're investing in it again, which is pretty cool for our team.
14 truckloads of Kentucky bluegrass from
You go out and play 18
25.
holes on it and come back and get stones of Jesus.
Pool or a pond. Pond's probably better for you. It was
It's a cross between Kentucky bluegrass and Sinsemilla.
completed the field replacement in 36 hours ahead of the game.
Is that enough time to get a field to
This,
set?
I think it's like $400,000 to do this. I think it's something along those lines. They ain't cheap. The Broncos owners, man, they ain't cheap. So awesome. Awesome for them.
When we got to go to London for that game, we went to Arsenal's new stadium. They won't even let you walk on the turf except for games. Like we got to go down field level, sit on the boxes of seats right there against the turf. And it's the first time I've ever seen it. I mean, they got grow lights. I've seen grow lights before, but not in a stadium. My buddy's brother was trying to get a PhD in agriculture.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
How's that going for him? 5 to 10?
Well, it was free in college. but But it's amazing what they do. Good thing about it, they play soccer in the dead of winter in England and Europe, right?
Mm-hmm.
And these fields, for the most part nowadays, are still just pristine. So
the Broncos have great ownership. The issue with Dallas with the Sun is comical. It is comical what they're dealing with in Dallas with all things. Just lower the blinds, dude. That's all you need to do.
How about just 10 them?
Whatever.
Something.
So, I mean, it's
Jerry says it's a home field advantage. Not Jerry.
Can't you just put that reflective stuff on the outside that's still see-through that would cut it down?
well. Listen, it definitely could be.
Do you know that
a home field advantage if the other team has got them in there? Actually, that doesn't even make sense because if you're trying to pick the pass off, no matter what,
No.
it could not go your way. That's silly.
Do you know that wasn't an accident? They intentionally designed the stadium this way because Jerry wanted it to be an indoor stadium that felt like they were outside. He intentionally designed that thing.
I don't know what to say about Dallas.
I love how this conversation pops up like once a year, and it's like breaking news. Dallas Cowboys have got a sun glare.
It's unbelievable. It's ridiculous. I saw the thing to CD Lamb. There is zero chance he would have seen that ball. Zero. There's no way he could have seen it. He almost got hit in the chest with it.
You see what his paycheck is?
Look at his paycheck.
Didn't baseball players
here's my
catch
question.
fly balls all the time, much smaller ball all the time in sun glare?
Why don't they all just wear 10 advisors?
This is the dumbest conversation. You built a stupid. It's not a stupid stadium, but the Penners are throwing $400,000 worth of grass for no real reason aside from it's the right thing to do. How long do you think it would take for the Walter Penner Group, if they had that same scenario, to put up some shades or whatever? It would take 5 seconds. It would just be done. It would be a non-issue. You should see the family player room because they got a bad review on that last year. Wowza, did they just turn that around like that? We are lucky here, guys, to have ownership that is willing to do whatever it takes. It is a nice sort of turnaround, don't you think?
This right here is why he got on
the ice cream. Yeah.
He got on the
Hey,
list.
did you guys hear all the nice things I said? Can I get some ice cream?
Yeah, I changed my address. But
yeah, I know that you wouldn't let that happen to your players.
I don't mind a little cream on my cheek.
You get fined if you wear a 10 advisor in the NFL unless you have a medical condition. Jerry should absolutely pay the fines for all his players to wear 10 advisors at home.
You can't just make some shades. How about throwing up some towels, Jerry?
How about some tint? I keep throwing that out
I know
there.
you want the tint. You and the tint.
But isn't that why you tint your car to cut down the sun glare?
I got you. But you also have, when you go into a hotel, my favorite hotel rooms, they have those just dark shades. They just have those the
every
dark
hotel
out.
room?
Well, maybe every hotel room you go to.
They got
but-
those in Motel 6?
Exactly. Motel 6, it never quite closes. You're always just on the level.
Then you always get to bed right by that air conditioner. It won't ever shut off. And
Won't
you
shut
freeze
off.
to death, right?
There's always like handprints on the windows that are like,
In the bathroom mirror.
Let's get to the big question, and that's how the Broncos match up with the Falcons. They dig into it. Sean Payton should be speaking shortly during Let's Football Go. We'll hear what he says today about things. How do the Broncos match up with the Falcons?
They match up fine. I got a bad vibe about the game just because I don't know if this team is mentally prepared to handle a 2-game slide and not let negative things happen. Bo Nix probably is. I think we learned that based off the way that he responded in the fourth quarter there in Kansas City. But is the team prepared to handle a slide? It's a very difficult thing for a young team that is learning to get rid of bad juju. In terms of the matchup itself, look, Atlanta's got a bad defense, but the Broncos got a bad offense. So I don't know if that's a specific advantage for the Broncos. It's just bad on bad. And defensively, you're going up against one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL, an underrated quarterback, but he's limited in his mobility nowadays. And I do think there's a great opportunity to get some sacks on Kirk Cousins.
What do you think, Scotty?
You're not a bottom feeder, and you're not an elite. And I think there's probably 17, 15, 20 maybe teams that are right in there that can actually win almost every single weekend. I think Atlanta is a good team. Well, I don't think they're great. Playing an easy division, they may come out in that division. You got a veteran quarterback that you would assume has seen absolutely everything. Their strength is defense, and other than the Ravens game, which they played off script defensively, they've been great all season. I gotta believe the Cousins' mobility has never been super great, and especially coming back from an Achilles now, I gotta believe he's got to be running for his life. If he's running for his life all game, he's going to make a mistake. Denver's going to turn it over, and Denver can win the game. Bo Nix can keep throwing his little 1 yard ding, ding, ding.
It's why
ding,
he's
move it down and let's go.
It's why he's playing in pistol this year. It's not ideal. I promise you, Zach Robinson, who comes from a West Coast background, he doesn't want to run his offense out of pistol. That's not what you want to do when you're a wide zone running team.
And you got Bijan Robinson too.
Yeah, right. Exactly. But they're doing what they got to do for their quarterback to make it work. They've got a lot of guys listed on their injury report, but it's very early in the week, and that's pretty common. They've got 16 guys on the injury report right now. A bunch of those guys were limited in practice, and they had 5 guys that did not practice. But I don't see
Jackson didn't practice till Friday.
Exactly. Yeah. And at this point in the season, it's very common to have a long injury report.
Yeah, Robinson has not quite the numbers that Derrick Henry had, but he has 748 rushing yards, which is twice the amount, or not twice the amount, more than the 2 top rushers for the Broncos. Do you know who the 2 top rushers for the Broncos are?
Bo Nix and
Williams.
That is correct.
Yeah.
Javonte Williams had 1 carry for 1 yard last week. So the leading rusher for the Denver Broncos had 1 carry for 1 yard.
I will say this, no dumb question.
Yeah.
If Sean Payton has built a doghouse, the lead doghouse is running backs.
I would agree.
Right? Because Estime's been in the doghouse. Williams been in the doghouse. Williams comes back out.
The doghouse of the doghouse is Greg Dulcich right now. But
we can throw that in there.
Okay. But if you want to say the most frustrating part for Sean Payton, the doghouse, if you want to put it, it's got to be the running game.
I honestly think putting Marvin Mims back there at the beginning of the game last week, he had 2 carries as a running back. That was as much a statement to the room as it was anything else.
Absolutely.
All right, boys, if you can't get it done, we'll let somebody else get a crack at this thing.
No doubt about it. I think he's probably at his wit's end with all of it, frankly, and they got to figure it out. You got to get better at it, or play action isn't going to work, and then Precious Bo is going to have some problems. I can be a little snarky about Bo.
Precious Bo.
Mm-hmm. You're still a hobo, though.
I am a hobo.
Hey, how about Prime? Going out and saying he's still going to be deeply involved in where his 2 sons, and Shiloh ain't one of them, are going to play in the NFL? You'll hear that with Let's Football Go coming up next. Hey, man, it's the holidays, a time of love and joy. But if you suffer from erectile dysfunction, that season can be a little rough. It's DMAC for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. And if you and your partner are experiencing struggles because of ED, change it up this year. Give the best gift you can give to the one you love by treating your ED and restoring your relationship. So many guys out there just go through a mediocre sex life like, it's good enough. Don't need to because of the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They work when the pills or herbals fail. With treatments, success rates well over 90%. Some treatments can have you last an hour or more. They've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, successfully treating tens of thousands of men. So schedule a consult today. The initial visit's only $99. Get that consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a TNPSA test. If advised, a test dose. Hey, if it doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. They got 5 locations: Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. So hit them up today, 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
All right, what's going on, guys and gals out there? If you want to look and feel better, sleep better, get more energy, call my friends at Revitalize Health, the best in the industry. I know there's a lot of options out there for testosterone, and of course, Revitalize Health can help you out with that if that's what your body needs. But there's so much more to your health and wellness, and that's why Revitalize Health specializes in testosterone, but peptide therapy, hormone replacement, medical weight loss options, vitamin B12 shots. Whatever your body needs, they're going to come up with a customized game plan, and you are going to feel amazing. You will feel so much younger, fresher, sleep better, have more energy, all of the above. With 3 locations, they're close to you no matter where you live. Let them know that Tyler sent you on over. Find them online at revitalize-health.com.
Hey, before Dan starts, can I get a no dumb question?
Of course.
So your gift was Sean Payton, right?
Mm-hmm.
So has he just announced officially this is the Christmas season?
There's no doubt about it. Thanksgiving is just an event during the Christmas season.
Absolutely. Just an event, a day within the Christmas
season. I got to
season.
admit, it's been a long time, but my wife found some cute little stockings, just hung them up by the chimney with care.
Stop. I hate you
God
both.
bless you.
I got to
one
admit,
holiday at a time.
I tell you this.
It's a Christmas season.
I sat on the couch
November 1st, January 4th.
I
Guys
sat
are
on
so ungrateful for the Pilgrims.
sat on the couch.
We celebrated one day.
The Pilgrims can pound sand, and I've just flipped on the fireplace like most people do. Just
Because you got one of those fancy fireplaces.
hell yeah. And
you don't have a remote? You have it actually switched?
Oh, I don't have a remote. That would be tight.
You could probably get
That'd
that,
be the
right?
next level, man.
Yeah.
That would be.
You
That'd
could
be
change out
awesome.
that switch for one of those remote ones.
Oh, that'd be kind of cool. I'm not gonna lie, but I did the manual labor switch, and the little stockings. There's little cute little stockings. This is.
Take a picture.
All right, let's go, Dan. Let's football go.
All right, let's hear from Coach Prime. He was asked, will he step in if the wrong team drafts his son Shedeur and Travis Hunter?
Will you step in and do some of that if it's the wrong organization and say he ain't going there?
Yeah, but I'm not going to do it publicly. I'll do it privately.
Yeah. Okay.
So you said you're going to be dad. You're going to be dad. You're going to be dad.
I'm going to be dad. The cows come home. Yes, sir. And with Travis as well.
Oh, yeah. I keep forgetting that's your, I keep forgetting that's your other son.
That's your other son.
Yeah. But give us a little bit more insight on where you would like to. You don't even have to name teams. You can just give me region, style, whatever that Shedeur needs or you want to see him go and play for. You don't have to give me teams. Just give me regions.
I'm not going to give you regions. I give you understanding.
Give me understanding.
Somebody that can handle the quarterback that he is. Somebody that can handle understanding that what he's capable of. Someone that has had success in the past handling quarterbacks, or someone in an organization understands what they're doing, not just throwing you out there amongst the wolves. You don't have the support in the infrastructure of the team.
All right, what do you guys think about what Deion said there? And Shedeur's been linked a lot to the Cowboys and Raiders. Do they fit the mold that Deion just described?
Here's the thing. Your top 5 pick. You're going to a bad football team. So I don't know, like, how do you decipher what is the least of the bad football teams? So of the teams battling for the number 1 pick this year, you got the Jags. Well, they probably are okay with their QB. You got the Giants.
And they've got a guy who's done stuff at quarterback, so.
Okay, all right. You got the Giants. Seems pretty bad. You got the Titans. Seems pretty bad. You got the Raiders. Seems pretty bad. What doesn't seem bad of the bad teams?
It's an excellent point by you. And I just want to point out, anybody who doesn't think it's a possibility that Prime wouldn't jump to the NFL for those reasons right there, because he can't trust these teams that would draft his son, you're just naive. I'm not saying he's going to. I'm not wishing for it. But to think it doesn't exist in the realm of possibility after hearing that is naive. That's what I take away from that. A dad saying, I'm going to control, like there's the NFL is not good enough for my son. Well, there were other people that did that too. John Elway, whose dad was a scout, and Eli Manning, whose dad was a player. Like, they do have some significant experience.
1983 and 1990.
Whatever it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, whatever it was.
Right.
Wasn't it the 2000s for Eli? Was it 90? I don't know what it was with Eli. Whatever it was. Doesn't happen that often. But you want to tell me Prime, who's been that involved with his kids' lives, and he's making statements like that, isn't going to want to be part of the biggest step of his kid's life?
Well,
okay.
his best hope, if he wants to get to a good situation, start talking to the teams that are quarterback needy but are going to be drafted in 7 or 8 and figure out, all right, how do we get you to move up in the draft and try to get my son?
When you drive to a meeting with Shedeur Sanders at the end of the year, who's going to have a nicer car, Shedeur or the GM?
Shedeur. He'll have more money and he'll have better taste. Listen, man, I hope Prime does stay because what he's done for the program.
He's staying.
Okay.
Call me naive. That's
You're
fine.
only naive if you don't think it exists in the world the possibility that he leaves, and you haven't said that.
No, but I don't think it's as simple as you think to get his son. I think there's only a handful of teams that he could look at and be like, yeah, I would go there, and there's a realistic path for me to draft my son.
I really just think it for Prime it comes.
And hold on. Yeah, I'll go there. You're going to draft my son. Or maybe we draft fire the coach if there's one there. And then here's Deion. And then the team's got to say, sure, we want Pat Shurmur.
His best, if he really wants to coach his son, his best chance is probably sit out a year. Let him get drafted, let that team suck, and then go become the head coach for him.
I think it all could happen. I think there's many different paths for him to become Shedur's coach. We'll see. We'll see how it plays out. But the only reason this is even a topic of conversation is that Shedeur has balled out this year, which he has, and that Prime has done a great job as a coach, which he has too. And that means CU has succeeded, which again they have. And this game on Saturday with big noon kickoff coming back to Boulder. Here we go. Excitement in Boulder yet once again is pretty awesome. Are you going? You're going to that game,
I am
right?
going.
You're going as a fan. You're not working it?
Nope, just going as a fan, bringing my son, bringing one of his friends, and my assistant coach for the football team.
What time you leaving to get to that game?
You know, it's a good question. My buddy just texted me a few minutes ago. I don't know, maybe 7-ish.
Leave at 7-ish.
Yeah.
What time is big noon? Is that it?
It's 10 a.m. start.
10 a.m. start East Coast, so 8 a.m.
So the start
here.
is noon.
I don't need to go up there for all the pregame festivities.
Oh, you're not interested in any of that stuff?
Well, normally I do, but I don't really care for a 10 a.m. start, no.
Yeah. Yeah, I do wonder what that traffic's going to be like on Saturday morning. It could be – that could be interesting for sure. All right, next story, Dan.
All right, fellas, something we haven't mentioned yet, but Sunday's game between the Falcons and Broncos means that Justin Simmons will be back in town. He talked today about his return to Denver.
It's going to be a great game. I'm really looking forward to being there. But my focus, I wanted to make sure I gave love to the organization and to the fan base there, as they treated my family and I so well. And I do have nothing but love for the team and for the fan base and for the community. That's still home for us. But at the same time too, I'm a Falcon, and I'm really looking forward. I'm just to keep reiterating it. Going up there and finding a way to get our 7th win. I think it's going to be really important.
Okay, so thoughts on Justin's return to Denver, and how will Justin, in your guys' mind, be remembered as a Bronco?
It's a good question. He's an all-timer, frankly. However, he was an all-timer that never had any wins. Or winning seasons. It's a very weird one for somebody to be a beloved athlete of a team during a period they never had a winning season. It's really odd.
I mean, performance-wise, longevity, length of stay here in Denver, there's zero reason why Justin Simmons should not be a Ring of Famer.
A Ring of Famer, and they never had a winning season.
Well, that's where I'm going. So performance-wise, everything adds up for a Ring of Fame career, but I don't know if he'll have even a fighting chance at it because the team didn't have any success.
He'll be forgotten.
Because it was such a bad era of football.
It was a bad era of football.
The best player in the bad era.
Yeah, that a lot of people want to forget about. I think he'll be beloved. He's probably will make this his home. And, he'll be to all the alumni events, and I think all the people there will remember and love him. But it was a bad era of football, and he, like you said, he was the best player.
Ring of Famer?
He's got qualities to be the Ring of Famer.
He's got the resume for sure.
Yeah, except for the wins.
I do not know how he could go in the Ring of Fame and Emmett McCaffrey's not there. The win's got to mean something.
Well, but you can look at 1 Pro Bowl versus 8.
Was he in 8 Pro Bowls?
I don't know. Probably.
What was he really? It wasn't like that, was it really?
No, I don't know.
I know he was in a couple, but
You want stats, real stats?
Well, I don't know. Twice.
How many was McCaffrey?
4-time second team. Twice he made it.
Twice.
You're talking about all pro.
Okay. Twice he made the Pro Bowl. 4 times he was second team All Pro.
So how do you make it 4 times second team All Pro and you're not in the Pro Bowl 4 times?
Because Pro Bowl can be stupid.
Right?
That's stupid.
I mean, 4 times you're on an All-Pro team and you only make 2 Pro Bowls?
Ed made 1 Pro Bowl as a Bronco, and he was second team 1 time. But he's got 2
Super Bowls.
2 Super Bowls.
A cool one.
How many years did that player?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 years.
All right. Well, I think he's got 1 year on Justin. I believe Justin played 8 years here.
So he's got one more year. He's got one less Pro Bowl. He's got 2 Super Bowl championships. Justin doesn't have a winning season.
Justin was drafted in 2016.
16,
7
17,
seasons.
16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 1, 2, 3, 8.
8.
So,
and one winning season is rookie year.
So I would say Simmons could possibly get in, but how in the world would you put him in if Ed McCaffrey's not in?
Well, he made half the time he was here, he was on an all-pro team. That's pretty good.
Mm-hmm. He's absolutely has the resume to be a Ring of Famer.
As far as
I don't even
so does Ed probably.
Hey, as far as I'm concerned, put them all in the Ring of Fame. I think they get a little too picky with Ring of Famers. It's why are we waiting for these guys to be so old? I mean, Foley and Odoms just go in. I mean, come on, y'all. I think that has hit the Penners too. Like, what are we doing here with some of these? The 78 team had never been recognized until recently. I mean, why? I'm just bucking for some more ice cream. Next, Dan.
All right, fellas, some interesting news in Indianapolis. So the Colts will start Anthony Richardson at quarterback for the remainder of the season. Joe Flacco had started the Colts past 2 games in place of Richardson. The interesting part about this is the switch comes just 2 days after head coach Shane Steichen had said that Joe Flacco would start this week's game at the New York Jets. So is this a case of Jim Irsay coming downstairs and telling Shane Steichen, we drafted this guy 4th overall, he needs to play?
Well, they literally just said that Joe Flacco was going to start the remainder of the season when they announced him as the starter also. So which one is it?
I would guess Irsay is putting his foot down here.
Why wouldn't he? You got to find out. You haven't paid him yet, so that's good. And you find out in these last 7 games, you know what you find out? Are we a candidate for Shedeur Sanders?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, by the way, their season ain't over. They're 4-6. That AFC South is still, I mean, the Texans have a couple of games on them, but it's just 2 games at 6-4. It's not like they're totally out of it this year either. I have no idea why you would say the future's with Joe Flacco or that Flacco's really that good.
Well, but if your case is they're not out of it, then that's the reason why you continue with Flacco.
Well, but you just got, Flacco wasn't the answer either, though, was he? I mean, what'd you get out of Joe Flacco in the past couple of games? I mean, I get it. They lost to the Vikings and the Bills.
You got Flacco lighting up the team.
It's
after last game, right?
It's absolutely an owner decision. Of course, the head coach would prefer to play Flacco.
Flacco was 26 of 35, 272 big yards, but threw 3 interceptions with 2 touchdown passes, sacked 4 times. That is a wild up and down game against the Bills.
Wasn't that the big news? Either was it Sunday or Monday that Flacco just lit up the team? Guys ain't playing hard.
I didn't hear about
that. I read an article on it. He just lit them up.
Angry Joe Flacco strikes again?
Yeah.
I like Angry Joe Flacco. Angry Joe Flacco is the best version of Joe Flacco. But there's no future with Joe Flacco. It's got to be Irsay just being like, what are we doing here? That organization, and we see the Colts coming up here in a couple weeks.
Sorry, going back to, I just saw a text. This is good. Justin Simmons is the Charlie Blackmon of the Broncos.
Wow.
That's pretty good.
Ooh.
Charlie only had 2 winning seasons in his 14 years, whatever it was.
1 more than
2 more. Wait, what year was Justin drafted?
The rookie year was year
16?
after Super Bowl, yeah.
Oh, all right. He drafted in 16. He had 1 winning season. 1 winning season. That's pretty good. He's the Charlie Blackmon.
Is Charlie Blackmon, if they have a Ring of Fame?
They're going to retire his number. They are going to retire his number.
Different standards, man.
Different standards.
Way different. It's PhD on 92.5. What's going on? It's T-Mac for Mike Maroney for Longmont, 3rd and Alpine. All right, Black Friday savings all month long are going on their incredible lineup of 2024 Ford F-150s. And if you want something that's ready to rock the mountains, rock the Rockies, y'all. Let's go. They've got you covered with amazing deals and low financing options. Marooney means more. Every vehicle comes with a 3-day money-back guarantee and free delivery anywhere in Colorado. That is anywhere, free delivery. All you have to do is start the buying process by going to Mike Marooney, FordLongmont.com. That's Mike Marooney, FordLongmont.com. Hurry in. These peak savings will not last. The best F-150s go fast. So whether you're heading to the slopes or exploring the back roads of the Rocky, your adventure starts at Mike Marooney, Ford Longmont at 3rd and Alpine, or online at Mike Marooney, FordLongmont.com. Wow, we do not have media yet for the Broncos? Really? Is that right?
What?
Things are going a little bit late today. That's all.
So what do we do? Oh, you mean the PR thing?
We got a conspiracy theory about it or something?
I don't know. You tell me. When practices are going late on Wednesday, what does it mean?
I don't know. Coach had something to do.
Okay. If it means
Had
nothing,
to
it means
replace
something.
special teams coach.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know if you saw it happen this week.
Scott,
Really
don't tempt fate unless you want to talk about it.
I wasn't going to bring it up. I'm just bringing up what happened. They're just a little bit late today.
Fundamental breakdown.
You should do a coffee bet with him if he's going to bring it up again. I promise you, you'll win.
I'll bring it up if it's news. I'm not going to bet with you, but I want to hear what Sean Payton's got to say. I wasn't going to bring it up, though. But if there's nothing to bring up, if they're not talking yet.
But hold on. The Muggles that got ice cream, they're going to ask that tough question?
I don't know. They should. Yeah, they will.
The Muggles that got ice cream.
There's one Muggle with no filter. It's a non-filter Muggle, and I love him for it.
Well, one
Does
of
he
the
smoke cigarettes?
I do not know. It's Chris Thomason of the Denver Gazette.
Oh.
He is the
He did not get ice cream.
That is a damn good question.
No, two guys didn't get it to go there all the time.
Did Leggy get ice cream?
No way.
Oh,
You don't think
that's
so?
a good question.
No way.
He had to have gotten.
I bet he got it. Hit him up.
Well, he's the. But that is a great
Well,
question.
Leggy's
Leggy's
why
there.
didn't we have him on? Was today Tuesday or today's Wednesday?
Today's Wednesday.
Why didn't we have him on yesterday?
They had a training session at ESPN yesterday.
Training session.
Something going on there.
Jeff Legwald, who works by himself, was caught up in a 3+ hour training session with What could that have been about?
Ooh.
That must have been a fun
I
meeting.
went to one time with ESPN when I worked for them.
That must have been fun.
Oh, you sat down with the people and they talked about saying ahs and ums, and pause and d.
Really?
Oh,
Like a coaching session.
It was about a 3-hour coaching session.
Well, I don't
You know
want to.
who was in my class?
Mike Fratello?
No, this is my class in group. Think about it. Bill Pito, which you probably don't know of.
I know
Remember?
Bill Pito, short broadcaster.
And he's
I know
with
Bill
New
Pito.
York. He does MSG stuff now.
I know him.
Susie Colbert.
She got fired, but I know Susie. I thought she's great.
Yeah. Stuart Scott.
God rest.
God rest. So that was part of my rookie class that we went in together.
Oh, that's a good crew right there.
Good crew.
Hey, Scott.
Kind of like the NBA. All these stars were recruited, and there's Scott.
So your prediction is Leggy did not get ice cream, right?
If they put him on the list, no, Leggy does not have on his person the ice cream from Sean Payton.
Okay, so here's the question. Does Leggy call and beg for ice cream?
No, hell no.
Yeah, well, Leggy probably didn't move this year, and they probably got his address. The ice cream was shipped to people's home addresses. I'll be stunned if Leggy didn't get ice cream. However, that being said, his relationship with Sean Payton is really interesting. It is really interesting. So I guess I won't be shocked.
I bet he gets it.
I bet he gets it too.
I just texted him. We'll see. He probably won't respond because he's doing pressers, but
He may have been sent, but it will not be consumed.
Well, that could be.
It'll be in the trash or
In the trash.
or re-given.
Do
But it
you
would
hate-
not surprise me that him and Thomason did not get on the mailing list.
do you hate Sean Payton because Sean Payton hates Jeff Legwald?
No.
Wait, how do we don't know that Sean Payton hates Jeff Legwald.
Does he like Jeff Legwald?
I don't know that. There's a difference
I
between
think-
not liking and hate.
All right,
Payton.
I'm just being playful here.
I
but
think Sean Payton is harsher with guys that are harsh on him.
I would go with you on that.
He wants soft muggles that call for beg for ice cream. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
There are quite a few muggles that put out their gift
Listen,
on social
I watched
media.
a muggle give Sean Payton and Georgie a thank you card at the end of last season on the press conference I went to at the end of the year.
That's outrageous.
I saw it with my own eyes.
That is out. You talk about that's pay for play borderline.
What's the thank you card for?
For the season and letting him come to the press conferences, I'm assuming, and just thank you for this year. Appreciate all you've done for us. Da, da, da. He also received ice cream.
Is it wrong to send somebody a nice note after a season's over?
No.
It is?
It depends the context, but
Thank you. The question is it wrong for a reporter,
yeah,
a journalist,
yeah,
to send a thank you note to a team that your job is to just cover the team?
Yes. You're that's pay for play. You're trying to bribe.
Got to think about that one for a little bit. I mean, there's like relationship you have with people like the PR people and everything that are just, hey, it's nice to have a nice relationship.
Different. No, that's different. A PR
you're
guy,
talking about the coach, right?
I think PR guy is actually a nice thing to do. I mean, they do a lot for the media guys.
You know what you do? You walk up and tell them thanks. You don't get a card. You don't go to Hallmark and say, "Hey, here's a card. Thank you, thank you." What's the guy's names? Eric. Thank you, Eric. Thank you, Eric. I want to say thank you. But go to and say, "Hey, man, appreciate you helping me this year."
Here we go. Little Sean Payne here on the way out. Let's hear from Sean.
So I know he's gotten the treatment he's needed, and he'll continue to monitor that. But I would say this, because I didn't know him. I always knew of him, and we hired him mid-season in New Orleans. But
he's talking about Mike
it's not
Westhoff.
often that assistant coaches get into the Hall of Fame. And I'm just saying, if there was, he's one of those top special teams coordinators that certainly, if you look at our numbers in 2 years relative to where we've come, he's done a tremendous job here. So we'll miss him. Certainly we'll stay in touch. And I think he's already issued a statement. With that, back to our schedule. Today was, a normal work day. Any questions?
John, do you move any resources around special teams?
Well, this has been in place. All right, let's go back. The plan was 1 year, and then Ben, who's coordinated before, and Chris, that plan was in place. And then after last season, I actually went in and saw Greg and said, hey, why don't you meet with them and see if you can talk him into coming back. And just, he doesn't have to come back until training camp. And so Greg's a good salesman. And so that went well. But the plan was in place when I first got hired, relative. Look, Mike and Ben had worked together before, and we knew that Ben would be taking over those duties. And so it actually was extended, call it half a season.
Sean, do you think that competitively right now, are you guys kind of in a, if it doesn't kill us, it just makes us stronger mode?
Well, I think you have to be. I put on a film this morning. All right. And now I'm going to go back and date a lot of you. I'm a young coach at Indiana State, and we take a bus ride to Kansas State. And we stop halfway at Columbia, Missouri, I think. Holiday Inn, 2 to a room, pizzas. The next day, Saturday, game day, we get in. But we're not playing till Saturday night. And we're playing an opening game. It's about 90-some degrees in Manhattan, Kansas. This is a young Coach Snyder. All right, Bob Stoops, Mike Stoops. And we hang in there in this game. And we score late to go up 1. And it's the first year in college football where the rules changed, where the defense could actually score on a 2-point try. Now, when you're up 1 with, I think there was 3 minutes, 28 seconds, we went for the 2-point play and threw an interception, middle of this end zone, and the Kansas State player took it back 107 yards. And now the hard part about that, obviously it was devastating. It was hot. And then, 14 hours on a bus straight home. The next clip of film, I'm at the Eagles, and it's my first year in the
What
league,
is he talking about?
1997.
I'm a little
Cowboys,
lost.
Monday Night Football.
I think he's trying to talk about tough losses here.
This is.
Thank you.
I was trying to figure out where he was going there, though. I'm kind of curious.
I couldn't care less.
Okay.
There was an extra point returned.
All right, well, that's it then. We'll see what else he has to say. I'm really not sure where he was going. I think he was trying to make some sort of point about, what was the question?
Special teams.
Overcoming
adversity.
adversity.
He's been had a tough loss before on special teams, and it sticks with you and it hurts.
Back in 1980.
I am curious how he was going to land that plane. I'm not going to lie. I don't know where it was going to
You're
go.
assuming he's going to land it?
I don't know, man. Who knows? But hey, Nate and Andy, they can chop it up, and we'll hear what they
They'll
have.
land that plane.
We'll see if anybody asks about the thing that we can't talk about, the thing that should never be mentioned. Nate and Andy.
I love talking about it.
Nate and Andy can handle.
We'll talk about field goals all day long,
we talk
baby.
punting.
Baltimore.
What's that, Dan?
Can we talk punting?
Now
Is that still
punting,
allowed?
that sucks.
Nate and Andy coming up next on Altitude Sports Radio 925.
Denver, Colorado. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. Previously on Kreckman and Lindahl.
NBA Cup starts tonight. You ready?
No.
We got one game in West C action, Andy. Dallas at Golden State. Clay going back to the Bay. They're giving out captain's hats to everybody. But it turns out the Warriors are better off without Klay Thompson. They've been kicking ass. So Dallas and Golden State tonight in West C action. Nuggets will open up IST play /NBA Cup, brought to you by Emirates Play. I still like IST personally, on Friday at New Orleans.
Here's Nate and Andy, driven by Colorado Off-Road.
I gotta say,
an instant classic in West C play last night.
the soccer guy drop hits different without any context.
It does. It really does.
So anybody that missed it,
it just keeps going.
That was the soccer call of a Hail Mary goal. I'm not sure that's what it sounds like.
Do we have to put that disclaimer on it every time we play?
Might have to.
Yeah.
You just heard it right there. And I remember when Spring played it last night, I was like, all right, that does sound different when you're not talking about, when everybody knows we're talking about Hail Mary soccer guy.
It was Stanford. Who'd they score that against? Notre Dame?
Sure.
Could have been. Yeah. But the kid kicked the ball from beyond midfield.
Yeah.
And it went in, and it was like a viral moment. That's the problem, is like viral moments, they last for 5 minutes.
Right.
Like our Wheel of Fortune guy yesterday. We're going to start playing that drop regularly on the show, and people are going to be like, we don't know what that is. It just all I know is that what you just played on the radio made me uncomfortable.
Who's Wheel of Fortune guy? You got that ready, Spring? Let's give everybody a taste. I missed it.
Treat yourself a round of sausage.
Right, because we all do.
Treat yourself.
I mean, I thought about sausage the whole ride home. We did that bit so late. Yeah. Here's the soccer guy.
Ooh. I think the round of sausage kicked in at the very end.
Yeah.
It's a number 2.
Sure.
Andy, you saw game 1 of West C play last night. Unbelievable. Golden State and Dallas. Phenomenal game.
I love that you're right back into it.
Can the Nuggets win the NBA Cup?
Yeah. Who's in our group?
I'm talking about.
Who's in our group?
We've got Golden State,
New Orleans.
We've got Dallas. We've got New Orleans. We've got Memphis. And your Denver Nuggets. That's West Group C.
In all seriousness, how are Memphis doing? How is Memphis doing?
Memphis is
Ja's
good.
back to being Ja?
Ja's been great, and even when they don't play, they can still beat Portland by like 70 points. No, Memphis, they're kind of back. It's still a good young team. They still D up. Memphis is good. Pelicans, Zion's already banged up. Not surprising right there. Maybe the Pels can get gotten. But Dallas, we've already seen the Nuggets play Dallas, and that was a classic. Kyrie went off. Tight game. Jokic with an all-timer. That was amazing. And the Warriors are good again. Golden State right now, Andy, what are they, 7-2 so far this year? Like the Warriors have found something. It turns out, letting Clay walk and kind of filling in, and we've talked about this with the Nuggets, you sort of fill in that salary slot with, okay, here's 3-4 other dudes. You increase your depth and look at how well that team can play right now. Plus, Steph Curry is, he's ageless. He's such a phenomenal player. Last night, tight game, 3 minutes to go, and then Steph just finished that thing. In all seriousness, I heard a debate about this earlier today. Are we ready to say that Steph Curry is the greatest NBA point guard to ever play? Are we ready to move Steph Curry past Magic Johnson as the greatest point guard of all time?
All right. What are his assist numbers? See, I always get torn about this. To me, I see Steph as a scorer.
Yes.
And when you say point guard, I think of facilitators.
But he is his team's point guard. He's the guy that brings the ball up the floor.
I know,
that's your job.
But are you doing the job if you're the one that scores all the time?
Yes. Points are good. Scoring is good.
What are his assist numbers compared to Magic's?
Magic's are better.
But by how many? Magic didn't score as much as Steph, I assume, though, right?
Oh, God, no. No. Steph Curry career assist average is 6 a game.
Okay.
Pretty good.
That's pretty good.
Magic's, I want to say, is like 9.
9?
Probably 9 a game for his career.
Do we have to put a position on it? He's playing in an era of positionless basketball.
Actually, Magic's was 11 a game.
Okay.
11 assists a game.
Almost double.
Yeah.
Wow.
But Magic, 19 points a game. Steph, 25.
Okay, would it be fair? See,
Magic,
a
30% three-point shooter. Steph Curry is the greatest shooter to ever live.
What if I were about to say, what if I put it to, is Steph Curry the or one of the greatest scorers of all time?
Then
what do you think?
He's the greatest shooter of all time. He's one of the great scorers of all time. But also, ultimately, what do you want your point guard to do? Win you basketball games. Steph Curry's got 4 championship rings. Pretty good, right? Magic Johnson has 5 championship rings.
No, he's just nudging him out
Just
on
nudging
everything.
him out. Just nudging him out. Yeah.
The old Showtime Lakers.
That's right. Here's something else to consider, okay? The NBA in the 80s, they sucked.
Wow.
They did. Nobody could shoot. Guys were coked up most of the time. The effort was half there. There was like 5 good teams. Steph Curry revolutionized the game. You could argue for worse. You could argue too many guys just jack up too many threes now, and that's somehow Steph's fault. But also, Steph Curry makes them and wins. So give him a ton of credit for that.
See, I got to admit, when you go back to the 80s, it's kind of like why we don't bring up David Thompson all the time. Just didn't see enough of it.
Yeah.
I remember the 90s now. I remember the 90s Bulls. I remember the Bad Boys. I remember Portland. I remember the great Jazz teams. Frankly, I wish I remembered more of how good, like Vic Lombardi's recollection of those Nuggets squads, he remembers that better than I do.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And they're fun. The way they got up and down the floor, they played Doug Moe ball, they ran, it was high flying, sure. Yeah, good stuff. 85, magical season, all that. I mean, Magic and Larry thoroughly dominated that decade, but I will argue the quality of competition that they were up against is not what Steph Curry has been up against.
Okay, how about we do it this way? All right? Because I'm trying to be fair to the conversation for everybody that played or watched or whatever. You got Hastings all riled up.
Good.
I know. I almost wanted to call and just let you guys have a Mike Sanford moment. But maybe we'll do that tomorrow.
Yeah.
Here's the thing, okay? I feel like all athletes in modern times, I'll just go off my own experience. How about I take it that way, okay? I watch lacrosse players today. They have played so much.
Yeah.
They are magicians with their sticks.
Yep.
It goes back to kind of what I told you about the hockey players. Just the puck doesn't leave their stick. They're just going in and out and changing directions on a dime. It's like watching a different game from the
Andy, this is
Miracle on Ice or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
This is across sports.
Well, it is because the kids play all the time
the
now.
Present skill level, the quality of coaching that they have received, the time that they have put in, the commitment to it all, the level of the sports science that is now put into these games, the
travel teams constantly playing year-round,
the rehab that these guys now get to go through and everything else to get their bodies back right to be able to go out and play.
Well, I'm just saying, you're creating better athletes at a younger age. Look, when I coached those kids over at Mountain Vista, I couldn't believe what some of these kids, these kids were doing things at a freshman level that took me into college to figure out. But I didn't play lacrosse growing up.
Yeah.
I played soccer, I played baseball, played a little football, played basketball. That's what we did. And you know what? Our parents told us, worry about the grades. Worry about the grades. There's more now. I've got so many folks, so many friends of mine that are parents that dedicate to, let's get out there. You're playing all the time. Like you and I think you're part of this generation. Half my time playing sports was of my choice at a park, football, basketball. We were always playing something, but we just, whatever kids we could go get to play and do it, that's what we did. Now, my friends' kids don't want to do that because they've already played 100 games, however many in a month or whatever.
Steph Curry is a second generation NBA star. His dad was a very good NBA player. Steph got to grow up. He and his brother Seth got to grow up with that level of direction that they got to develop as players. And he He was able, and again, you give Steph all the credit in the world. He put in the work to be that kind of shooter. The guy's incredible.
Now here's the only thing I would add in. See, here's where I feel like it gets tough in any sport. Again, this is sports wide. Because to your point, the shooting in the NBA, they are shooting better. The passing game in the NFL is better.
Yeah.
Baseball, they're pitching better now, I guess, is what you constantly
They do everything
talk
better.
about, right? But yeah, you got
they do
monsters
everything better.
hitting the ball. But again, in the 80s, at least when it came to basketball and football, they're also allowed to mug each other. Nobody was worried about CTE. Nobody was worried about you losing a tooth. Like, again, Scott Hastings there. I watched Scott Hastings. One of the things we liked about Scott Hastings was if you messed with a dude, Scotty simply slugged him in the head, and then he got up, and then there was a fight. Right. Like, again,
you can't do it
with
anymore.
Some of today's shooters, and I've told you the story of Steve Atwater. He'd love to go put a helmet into Tyreek Hill the way he was allowed to back in the day. It's not allowed anymore. He told me flat out, I'd really love to see how often are you going to come near me under his rules. So I guess some of the caveman element has been taken out of the sport.
It's been taken out
so
for
that's
the
where I think
sake
it's tough, but there's no
of
denying there's
improving
better shooters now.
the televised product. Nobody in the 80s could handle the rock the way Steph could.
There's no doubt.
Nobody in the 80s
I
could
don't
shoot the
think
ball
so.
the way that Steph Curry could. And again, like different era, all of that. Look at the longevity with which Curry has done all of this. I mean, he's a 2-time MVP. Again, he's the greatest shooter to have ever lived. He's a different player than what Magic Johnson was. This Warriors group has been a different team than what the Showtime Lakers were. But Steph is what, 34 now? 35? You got to close out a game? Guy still got it.
No, I'm
He's
not
incredible.
arguing any of that.
He's incredible.
The problem is the argument comes down to when you talk to some of the old schoolers, and I
Sure.
remember Atwater talking about this at camp. You know what I mean? Or would you be so bold in their era? Probably not, but
No.
that doesn't mean you could. That doesn't deny the guy is an incredible shooter.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
I just, and again, I feel like.
Oh, and foul him all you want. He'll go to the line and knock down 92% of his free throws.
Right.
You know, that's what's so incredible about it. The skill level, I mean, Nikola Jokic.
I know.
Look at the skill level of that basketball player getting to grow up with excellent coaching like he got in Serbia, getting developed with guard skills as a guy with that kind of body, and then he hits the growth spurt, but he still develops all the skills, team basketball, everything else, the benefits of the international game, the globalization of basketball, and you end up with a player like Nikola Jokic today. The sport has never been in a better place.
Victor Wembanyama. We're just learning about what this guy can be.
He's 7'4",
right? I
and he'll
know.
put
You're
up
not supposed to move that way.
11 threes a game.
You're supposed to be Manute Bull, just kind of saltering around the court, not flying through the air like a guard.
It's amazing. It's amazing what these guys are able to do.
Everyone's all spicy right away.
Good.
Spicy Wednesday.
Yeah.
That's how you start
That's
it
what
off.
I'm talking about. Yes. That's when it's the day after day one of the Emirates NBA Cup. This is the kind of
This is
sports
what you
talk
gotta do.
you get on
And
this
hell
radio
yeah,
show.
the Nuggets are winning it this year.
And guess, let me
Are we
tell you.
putting up a banner? I don't think so.
Tell me what else those guys in the 80s. You know what else they didn't do? They didn't play for an NBA Cup. It's not real basketball until you got a cup
You're
on
right,
the line.
though. They did do coke.
It's Kreckman and Lindahl. We are here with you on a lovely Wednesday afternoon. I'm excited to talk to Scott Hastings tomorrow. That'll be fun. We have so much to do on this show. We'll take a quick break when we come back. Andy, Broncos got to have this game.
Gotta have it.
Broncos got to have this game, and I think they got this one. I'll tell you why next. Hey, what up, Denver? It is Nate Kreckman here to tell you why you need to pick up a new e-bike from my friends over at Rad Power Bikes, because Rad Power Bikes can replace your expensive car. Rad Power Bikes, super easy to ride, so comfortable. Anyone can ride an e-bike. You don't got to be wearing spandex to get on a Rad Power Bike and go and rip it. Rad Power Bikes were the first widely sold fat tire e-bike, and they're great year-round, any inclement weather. I had that thing out last weekend going through the slush. Rain, snow, cold. Rad Power Bikes can handle it all. Rad Power Bikes are fully customizable, super low maintenance. They'll get you 50 to 60 miles per charge. They are the perfect holiday gift. In fact, they're a super affordable holiday gift. When you purchase a Rad Power Bikes, you are eligible for Colorado's e-bike tax credit, saving you $450 per e-bike to make it more affordable. That's right. Go to radpowerbikes.com, check out the entire line, or go to their store at 3863 Steel Street in the York Street Yards and test ride any bike. Their staff is super helpful. They'll get you all set up over at Rad Power Bikes. That's Andy. I'm Nate. It's a Wednesday afternoon. Our buddy Nick Kosmider will join us at 3:40 today on the show. Oh, best time of year in sports. The NBA Cup is here. And the Broncos have a must-win game, Andy, on Sunday against the Atlanta Falcons. First off, just right away, let's get into the semantics of it. Are we okay with calling this a must-win game?
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
You know what?
As in you must win
Beginning
it?
of the year when we didn't think this was going to be the record at this point, and I know some had blind faith and did, and good for you. But, also we didn't understand how bad the Jets were going to be and all that kind of stuff. Did not think they'd be 5-5 at this point. Not afraid to admit that. You and I had talked a couple of times during early October, late September. I don't think there is a must-win for this team.
Yeah.
Because all it was about was getting better, proving that you got the right guys, all that kind of stuff. Well, guess what? You're in a playoff hunt. Your defense is outstanding. Your offense is getting better, it feels like, every week. Now, your offense can win you some games when you play the right way. How about I put it that way? Sometimes the play calling doesn't allow you to play that way. That said, this is a must-win because you and I we've broken it down. We've talked about playoff percentages. We've looked at the playoff pool that they're going to be going against for what is likely the seventh seed wild card spot, whatever.
Yep.
Atlanta's not going to be in it, but if you're going to have enough wins, you're going to need to beat Atlanta and Cincy. I think those are the two key games because that accounts for you beating the Raiders, beating Cleveland, beating Indianapolis, who just went back to Anthony Richardson today.
Yep.
So your two key games to probably get you near 10 are going to be the Falcons and the Bengals. And probably you and the Bengals, if the Bengals can get on a heater, which I don't know if they can with that defense, there's a good chance you and the Bengals are playing for the final playoff spot the second to last week of the season.
Game's going to be massive. We talked about how good Cincinnati's offense is. It's a top 10 offense in the game. I think as long as you score points, you have a chance to win every single time you go out. Cincy's in a brutal division. That's the tough thing that they've got going for them. The Broncos still, they get another Raiders game. They've got that going for themselves right now. Indianapolis, I don't buy that team. It was announced today Anthony Richardson will go back into the starting lineup. Should have never taken him out. I guess I get what they were trying to do. Fine. But developing Anthony Richardson is the thing that's going to make the Colts good, not trying to, scrape out a 6th or 7th wild card spot with Joe Flacco in there. So Here's an interesting note on these two teams, on the Broncos and the Falcons getting ready on Sunday. Broncos 2.5-point home favorites. Right now, Andy, the Broncos have 5 wins on the year. 3 of their 5 wins have come against the NFC South. Sean Payton beat Tampa, beat his old team in New Orleans, and beat the pants off of Carolina. The Falcons have 6 wins on the year. 4 of their 6 wins have come against the NFC South. Yeah, these are 2 teams that have basically beefed up their win resume by handling the worst division in football. You can only play the schedule that's in front of you, but this is also a Falcons team that is 6-4. Their point differential on the year is +2. It's negligible. They are an average NFL team right now. And a couple of things to keep in mind going into this game. Reasons why I like Denver going into this game right now. Broncos have 35 sacks on the year, second in the NFL. Giants the only team with more. And the pass rush is spread out. This isn't like one dude is having an all-pro season. Bonito leads the team in sacks, but Cooper, Zach Allen, and John Franklin Myers all have at least 5 sacks. So you're getting it from a lot of different areas right now. And Kirk Cousins is not the most spry individual out there these days, is he?
No. He's still he gets more recovered from the Achilles every week.
Yeah.
But certainly doesn't look like he wants to move around too much. He doesn't want to threaten the edge like he once maybe did.
Bijan Robinson is good. Broncos are top 10 in terms of being able to stop the run. They have an elite corner in Surtain who can slow down Drake London. Again, Kirk Cousins, he's got good stats, but he's not hitting explosive plays. And Atlanta's got no pass rush. So Broncos offensively, Bo Nix should be able to have time back there.
Yeah, we saw against Carolina, no pass rush is a problem.
Yeah. I know the Falcons, again, they're 3-1 on the road, but it's mostly beating up on their garbage division is what they've been able to do.
Okay, so much like you broke it down for CU versus Texas Tech last week, you like the measurables.
Yeah.
For this matchup for the Broncos. My question is to you and everybody else out there, 303-504-0925. And thank you to everybody that texted in that last segment because we got speaking of spicy, we got the spicy sandwiches out there and we got spicy texters. You got Hastings all spicy.
I enjoy everybody telling me how smart I am. It's been another great day.
I'm glad. Yeah, you got that Russ toxic positivity going on when you read
just
these
nothing
things.
but people
Yes,
agreeing with
yes.
my obviously correct
Nothing but
sports
affirmations
opinions
every day.
Yes.
It's like a Stuart Smalley deal on the text line. Here's my question for Broncos country. Have we hit the point where you trust
What
this
about Bronco
team?
Nation?
I don't know that they count yet.
Does Bronco
Land?
No, thank you. They need to chime in as well. Anyway,
You know what's
continue.
weird? I get a Bronco Nation email all the time now.
That's cool.
I got
Broncos Nation.
I got my daughter a Ford Bronco Bronco Sport. And every time I see Bronco Nation, I'm like, why is Vic Fangio emailing me?
That's what Boise State calls their fans.
Is it Bronco
they're,
Nation
They're
there,
Bronco
too?
Nation up in Boise.
Yeah, this is simply a Ford Bronco. If you'd like to go 4x4ing, they got a whole bunch of clubs to go do it at.
Talk to Sandman. He does the Bronco Nation news all the time.
He should be on it.
With our buddy BJ
Well,
Raines.
he's got the same email. He owns the same vehicle
There you
practically.
go.
Anyway, Broncos country, do you trust this team right now? Seriously. Do you trust this team to handle their business?
The trustometer.
Well, I am curious because for most of the year, I feel like if they're facing a lesser opponent, Sean Payton has shown I'm going to outcoach you. Technically, I can't say, look, we can't just wash away the fact that the offense basically didn't score 3 of the 4 quarters last week.
Yeah.
But I don't want to say he outcoached Kansas City because he coached the way he needed to get the win.
They did everything, which is what
But
you have to
then
do.
they got outcoached by the special teams coach by knowing where to go to get a block.
In a divisional game on the road, there are always going to be coin flips. And Sean Payton, let's put it this way, Andy. If we're calling division games coin flips, which I will, even in a game in which Kansas City was favored by 9 points, the Broncos did the thing where they gave themselves the 50.1% chance to win. What are you going to do?
What are you going to do?
By the way, last week, we're talking about the Falcons. They lost in New Orleans. Did you see that game? Younghoe Koo? He was 1 of 4.
Oh, yeah.
Kicking field goals in that game. This is one of the most dependable kickers in the NFL. Missed from 53. Had a kick blocked from 35. Sound familiar? That was right at the end of the half, and then he hit an upright from 46. Like that. If Younghoe Koo just has his standard game kicking the football, Falcons come into this game 7-3. They're rolling. Maybe it's a different conversation.
Did you see what happened with Arthur Blank? He was walking off the field.
He was real nice.
Blank gave him what looked like a pep talk.
Fatherly.
Now, we don't know. Nobody was mic'd up.
You do this again.
Yeah, could have been Mafia style, where he brings him in real close. I know where all your family lives.
Don't ever do that again.
Don't you ever miss field goals on my field again.
By the way, did you happen to see? So that game was at the Superdome, right?
Yeah.
Did you hear the quotes from after the game from the Saints interim coach, from Rizzi?
No, what do you have to say? Was he all big up in his field?
He admitted he clogged the toilet.
What?
At
the Home Depot Center?
In the head coach's locker room. He had never been in there. And he was like, yeah, I had to get the plunger this morning.
Wow, what did you eat, my guy?
Don't know.
Holy cow.
He had those.
He went to the heavy brunch stop.
He had those first game ever as an NFL head coach nerves going on. Yeah, whatever crab boil that he went to before that game. Yeah, here was the quote. This Darren Rizzi, the interim coach of the Saints, after he got his first win last week against the Falcons.
You guys know me. I'm a pretty open guy, so this is how my day started. I get down here to the stadium, I get down here to Superdome, I go in the head coach's locker room, which I've never used before, right? So here I am early in the morning, I go to the bathroom, and this is how my day started. I clogged the toilet. And I'm like, this is going to be a crappy day, pun intended. And so we listen. I'm like, okay, this is not really a great start to the day. Here we go. And so, I'm not really feeling like a head coach of an NFL team right now. So I'm like, really? This is really how we're going to start my day? So
I like also that his voice makes it sound like he's doing John Fox cosplay right there.
He's John Fox impersonator.
Hey, crap.
Yeah. Who's the guy that
Totally
does all the
clogged up
coaches?
the crapper.
Who was our used to do Gruden all the time? Caliendo, yeah. That's Caliendo, John Fox. Man, was he full Dumb and Dumber? But see, the toilet was broken there. The flusher didn't flush.
No,
that was the problem.
This guy
there.
did it himself.
This guy. All right.
Got to look out for those Superdome crappers.
Did you ever hear the story? Get back to the football talk in just a second.
Sure.
Did you ever hear the story of the Home Depot? This was on the news.
Oh, the bomb?
Yeah,
Yeah,
the
yeah,
bomb.
yeah.
They thought the bomb threat.
Oh, yeah.
Until they figured out.
Oh, yeah.
The guy basically said
We've all-
everybody should leave the because it's about to go down like the coaches. First off, the head coach has got his own locker room.
Yeah. That's the benefit of having that gig. Because they get the little office.
What else you doing there?
You get a private shower.
Okay, but the private shower, I guess
You got the bathroom. This is the benefit
but you
to
need
getting the big office.
solitude?
Yeah.
Don't you want to be with the guys, yucking it up?
Oh, head coach, Andy, you're a committee of one. You're the guy with all the heat coming down
So now,
on
hold
you.
on.
You need to be able to sit down with your phone and do the Wordle in peace before you go coach an NFL game.
You know what during the Josh McDaniels era, I had to always give him my headset so he could talk to Dave after the game.
Yeah.
For some reason, Josh would take us to there was a little gathering area and then a restroom, which I think is probably then the head coach's locker room now that you've told me this.
Yeah.
Okay. And we were always there. And I was just always like, why are we doing this right by the John? Because inevitably somebody came at it. It wasn't really marked. But there were a couple times where you're just hearing the flush in the back. I'm like, why are we here, Josh? Shanahan would literally come to me in the middle of the locker room and just do it in the middle of the locker room. Kubiak would maybe go just outside those double doors, but again, right by the locker room. Josh, we had to go walking halfway around the dang stadium so he could talk to people. What's your deal, guy?
Apparently, it's where the man was most comfortable, where he gets his best thinking done.
What, are you afraid to say anything in front of the players? You know the other one that's always interesting?
I bet you he was.
You're probably right.
Yeah. That guy, the way that he would piss dudes off, if he was standing in the middle of the locker room ripping him, he'd probably afraid somebody was going to throw something at him.
He would never look at me.
Yeah. By the way, from the 256, head coaches need a lot of places to cry. Yep. They do. It's a brutal gig. It really is.
You know what was always interesting was Manning. Because I also would give my headset to quarterbacks somewhere, which is always fun when they're done being sweaty and you got to put the earphones back on. Just
need the towel.
Don't think about it. Don't think about it. Manning would practically shove himself in the locker. He would turn around and take the stuff and he'd talk to Dave, but then he would, everyone just imagine the locker in front of you and there's no stool or they had stools.
He would stick his head in
practically be in the locker
in the cubby?
talking to Dave. Yeah. He would not turn around and make eye contact with anybody either. Now I think about it. Brian Griese never cared. Tim Tebow was always the best. Tim was just wherever, man. And for the ladies, he never had a shirt on. Maybe for some of the fellas too. Just never had a shirt on. I was like, bro, you don't want to.
Lucky you.
Don't want to. Can you? Oh, yeah. That's what I needed. I got a lot of body self-image, positive body self-image. Just let's stand together. Someone get a picture. Trying to think who else. Trevor. Dude, did I ever. See, I feel free. I feel like I can't get busted for this stuff anymore.
Yeah.
Trevor, when Trevor
you're in
hurt
the
his
trust
shoulder.
tree with the nest right now
When
here at the
Trevor
Craig and
hurt his
Lindahl
shoulder
show.
in Tampa.
Yeah.
And then the Paxton start against Atlanta. Is that the last time Atlanta was here, right? 2016? No, they had to be here since. No, we went to Atlanta. So I think the last time Atlanta was here was 2016, the Paxton start after they lost to Tampa.
Oh, and Atlanta's offense was a machine that day.
Remember, that was Kyle Shanahan, exposed Wade Phillips linebackers, couldn't cover running backs.
Matt Ryan, that was like that brief 3-year period where nobody could stop Matt Ryan.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, they were good.
He was really good.
I want to say the next year was that the Super Bowl year? That was the Super Bowl year, 28-3, if I'm not mistaken. Because remember, that was because Manning was doing the bid about Tom Brady getting another win, all that. Anyway, so the week after that Atlanta game, they basically get Trevor to play again. Trevor had the shoulder injury.
Mm-hmm.
I had to help Trevor take his pads and stuff off because...
Well, that's nice.
No. The lump on his shoulder, whatever they shoved in there, imagine let's call it maybe just about a golf ball to tangerine-sized lump.
Okay.
Sat right here near the collarbone,
Gross.
and it was like 3 colors of black and blue.
Gross.
And it was kind of veiny. And I always had to rip the pad off.
Hey,
and then
bro, you
help
got
him.
a veiny lump.
Yeah, like he could, it just was, I mean, I'm telling you,
By the
dude.
way, I'm looking at that game.
Which one, the Atlanta game?
Matty Ice threw for 267 that day. Devontae Freeman ran for 88 yards and a tutty. Tevin Coleman.
How many receiving yards?
4 catches for $132.
Yeah, that was like 3 screen passes and a cloud of
Just
dust.
absolutely killed them that day. Paxton Lynch, 23 of 35, 223, a score and an interception. He was sacked 6 times that day.
Oh, it was.
That was a good Falcons offense.
Well, it was. And remember, that's where we learned in 2016 just how much stuff Peyton Manning was covering up for the offensive line. Because they couldn't block anybody.
Yeah, he was pretty
All right, so I want to know
good.
who trusts this team. Do you trust them? Do you trust them to handle business against what's probably, is it fair to call Atlanta an equal opponent? I don't think they're better necessarily, but I think they're probably on the same footing as you.
I like the matchup for the Broncos. I trust that they're going to win this
Do
game.
you think they're a better team?
We'll find out than Atlanta?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I like the matchup.
Okay.
If that makes sense. They're in the same weight class. I think the Broncos match up well with these guys, which ultimately is what the NFL is all about. That's why I think they win on Sunday. Nick Kosmider will give us his take coming up next.
I think the response, we had a good practice today, real good. So we get ready for this team. It's an entirely different type team relative to what they do schematically, how they run the ball, what they do defensively than the team we just played. So we've got to lock in and be ready for a different type of an opponent.
Thanks, Sean. So different relative to schematically something. Yeah, I would say Kirk Cousins isn't exactly Patrick Mahomes. Joining us right now to preview this matchup is our pal Nick Kosmider of The Athletic. He's also the host of the Not Another Bucking podcast. Nick joins us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. Nick, I was giving my take last segment. I love the way the Denver matches up against this Atlanta team. I don't think that they're all that spectacular defensively. I think they're very susceptible, and I like this Broncos defense going up against Kirk Cousins. Am I missing something in here?
No, I like that matchup as well. You know, this is a defense that has gotten after just about everybody that they have faced outside of Lamar Jackson, and obviously went with a different game plan as the Ravens were sort of max protecting in that game. Got back to what they do well yesterday, which is, mixing, disguising pressures, sending guys from all angles, and then really just allowing, guys like Jonathan Cooper, Zach Allen, JFM, Nick Bonito, that four, when they get one-on-one matchups, have been really good. And so, yeah, I think it's another opportunity for them. And I think it's a big opportunity for Denver's offense to build on some of the momentum that they've had and have a chance to put together kind of a complete offensive performance throughout 4 quarters, because this Atlanta defense is not very good.
Okay, so what can the Broncos offense do against this team? Who was it? Carolina that we were saying they need to get the big plays against, or maybe it was Baltimore. I feel like the last 3 weeks we've had kind of the offense should be able to take advantage of X. What's X this week?
Well, I just think it's the opportunity that you're going to get to find some explosive plays, because this is not an Atlanta team that is very good pressuring the quarterback. Like, they only have 9 sacks all season. They're toward the bottom of the league in pressure rate. This offensive line playing as well as it has, you should have time to kind of get down the field, exploit some of those matchups. Now, the Falcons do have a good secondary. Obviously, A.J. Terrell at corner, Justin Simmons back there, Jesse Bates. Like, they have good players in the secondary. But again, if you have that time, it doesn't really matter how good you are at covering if your front can't get home, and that's been the issue for the Falcons this year. So, look, the Broncos have been doing a lot better, kind of hitting that short and intermediate stuff. I was kind of going through some of the numbers of Bo Nix, like the line of demarcation is sort of the start of week 5. He couldn't complete much of anything past the line of scrimmage through the first 4 weeks of the season. Ever since then, any passes between 5 and 15 yards beyond the line of scrimmage right now, 72% over the last 6 weeks. So he's a guy that's starting to find it quite a bit in the middle of the field. Now, can you add, some deep shot elements to that?
So as bad as Atlanta's front seven is pretty much as good as Denver's front seven is. 35 sacks so far on the year. The guy that leads this team in sacks, Nick, is Nick Bonito. Is Nick Bonito a star now?
Oh, man, that's a really great question. I was talking to some guys about that today, in terms of just like, this is another guy now going into next year. His will already be his 4th year, his last year of his rookie deal. And
yeah, they're going to pay him.
Another decision to make, kind of like they paid Quinn Miners and Pat Surtain beginning of this year, and then Jonathan Cooper middle of the year. You're going to have another choice to make. It's fascinating. I talked to Nick Bonito in the locker room last week, and I said, did you know that you were like the pick that Denver used to select you, 64th or 63rd overall in 2022, was a product of the Von Miller trade? He had no idea. I guess when you get picked, you don't really care how the team that picked you got that pick. But he's doing stuff in terms of the production that a Broncos pass rusher hasn't done since Von was here. He has 7 sacks in his last 8 games. Nobody's had that kind of a stretch since Von did it in 2018. He's getting there. I think the one thing that he's been allowed to stay on the field more often, because he's been a little bit more stout against the run. That was kind of an issue for him the first 2 years. So that he was really challenged to get better in that regard, because that's sort of the way that it works on the edge. You have to kind of earn those opportunities to get the big, third and long opportunities, the one-on-one opportunities, and then he's really taken advantage of those. He's gotten a little bit stronger. He's finishing. He's had a high pressure rate really ever since he got into the league. He's just now finding more ways to get those plays finished, and just, man, the way that he can get off the line it's unique. There's not a lot of guys in the league that can get off and then bend the way that he's doing right now.
Nick, we can put last week to bed, obviously, but I am curious your take on things being there. It was a gut punch, not to beat that team in that building and all that kind of stuff. But at the same time, how do you balance with the fact that, A, you hung in there and you should have won the game? I mean, there is no more should have than that should have, right? You should have won that game. And the fact that everything is still ahead of you, that doesn't have to be a down point in the season, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, look, I mean, it's easy. The easy way to be motivated for what's ahead is by looking at the standings. I mean, they're right there. They're seventh. They're in the playoff position right now. The Bengals, probably the team most likely to be able to chase them down, only, a game back at 4-6 right now. They got to go to LA. They still got, a bundle of those AFC North matchups that are always difficult to handle. Like, the Broncos can completely, as Mike McGlinchey said, completely control this thing on their own terms right now. And so if that can't get you motivated for what's ahead, then, what will? That's kind of the mindset that they've been voicing over the last, 48, 72 hours. And again today, Sean Payton said that, he showed him a film reel, or a low light reel, I guess, of some of his, worst losses, that he's had. And then the point being that, every single one of those, there was something better on the other side. So they have an opportunity. Obviously, this game being huge. When you're 5-5, game 11 is a pretty huge flashpoint for how the season's going to go, and they recognize what kind of opportunity that is.
Yeah, got to have this one. We're talking to Nick Kosmider of theathletic.com right now. Nick, for this offense, Courtland Sutton is having his best season in quite some time, probably since his Pro Bowl year, the kind of numbers that he's putting up. I know he hasn't found the end zone as much as he did last year, but generally he is just a better player. Devon Vele has become Mr. Dependable. Troy Franklin's, his role is growing right now. You reported today the window is open right now for Josh Reynolds. In terms of like quarterback growing chemistry with receiving core, how is Bo Nix and this group doing through 10 games?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's coming along. And like I said, I looked at this, since week 5, you look at the numbers, and again, just being able to push the ball down the field more. And part of what you're seeing, I think, is this offensive line, as should have been expected based on how much some of these guys are being paid, the experience level, the continuity that most of that group had playing together. That group, by and large, for most of this season, has played really well. I think what Bo Nix has started to do, as the last 5-6 weeks have come along, is he's trusting now, I think, a little bit more of that group in front of him, like this understanding that they're going to give him that time. You go back and watch against Kansas City; he had ample time. In most scenarios. Obviously, they got caught on some third down pressures and things like that. Spagnuolo is going to do that to you. But by and large, in sort of even situations, the protection held up, and you just see Bo starting to trust that quite a bit more than he was at the beginning of the season. And then you add on to that, you're right. I mean, this is a group of targets that are new to this offense as well. When you're talking about Troy Franklin, Devon Vele, Josh Reynolds before he got hurt, his first year in this system. So, there's just so much new, and they've, to use Sean's term, they've been painting more of a picture around Nix over these last few weeks too. And it's interesting though. I mean, Sutton, to your point, Nate, he's on pace now, just barely on pace to have the first 1,000-yard season for a Broncos receiver since his in 2019. But the second leading receiver on this team is Javonte Williams with 222 yards. So it's just there is no identifiable clear number 2. So I'm going to be interested to see as this season goes along, whether that's something that kind of gets established. Maybe it's Reynolds when he gets back. Maybe it's Vele growing into more of a role, or will we just have this kind of thing where you never know from one day to the next, who is going to going to be the big contributor. And I don't know, maybe that's helping them right now.
I honestly wonder the same thing about the run game, but no, I think that has been to their benefit so far this season. Find it wherever you can get it because they don't necessarily have that clear pecking order. Nick Kosmider, he covers the Broncos. Read his stuff at theathletic.com. Subscribe to The Athletic and get yourself informed on all things going on with the Broncos. Nick doing great coverage as he always does. Nick, thanks, buddy. We appreciate it.
All right, fellas. Thanks a lot. Talk to you soon.
All right. Also, listen to Nick's podcast, the Not Another Bucking podcast. Andy, coming up on Sunday, we have got a no-fly zone reunion over at Mile High for this Broncos-Falcons game. However, this apparently is not without its controversy. We'll tell you what that is when we return.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and the holidays are upon us. A time of love and joy, but if you suffer from erectile dysfunction, this season can be tough on you. If you and your partner are experiencing struggles because of ED, change it up this year. Give yourself the gift of good health. Give yourself the gift maybe of even feeling like your old self. Go on by the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Find the right treatment for you to get your sex life back. They have treatments that work when pills and herbals fail, and they have treatments with success rates well over 90%. Some treatments can even have you lasting an hour or more. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade and has successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Here's how the first visit goes. You just go ahead and you schedule it at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. The initial visit is $99 and includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider. You get a T and PSA test and then a test dose. If the test dose is not working in the office, your visit is free. So you've got nothing to lose here. No risk. Go on in and have a visit with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and get your sex life back. Look, their expert staff will have you feeling like you did years ago, and you could be having sex the day after your appointment. 5 locations to serve you in Colorado: Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. 720-440-7900, the number, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
All right, it's hour number 2. Broncos and the Falcons on Sunday. Obviously, the headlining event is the thing where the Broncos need to get a victory to get to 6-5 and get back over 500 and stay in the 7th seed in the AFC, all that good stuff. The other thing here, Andy, the Broncos have announced the return of the no-fly zone on Sunday. That's right, big reunion. Obviously, the principals are going to be there. Chris Harris Jr., Aqib Talib, Darian Stewart, TJ Ward. Those are your core 4. Bradley Roby.
Starting 4.
When you go to the nickel. David Bruton going to be included in it. That's good.
Tight end specialist then for a while.
Special teams ace extraordinaire, but a guy that certainly saw his snaps on the defensive side of the ball. So we're going 6 deep for a no-fly zone reunion on Sunday to celebrate the great secondary that led the Broncos to the Super Bowl championship in 2015. However, there's apparently some light controversy going on right here.
I don't know if it's light to everybody. It's
not
light to one person.
We haven't done it in a while. Spring, can I get a little bit of jazz flutes? Because this comes to us from the internet. We've got a beef tweet. Spring, what or whom, more specifically, is having an issue with this reunion of the no-fly zone?
You know, I won't say his name to start. Let's let Von Miller say his name, because he was a huge fan of
Kayvon Webster.
The forgotten one.
Kayvon Webster, one of the he was a Club 58 reg. Another special teams ace, Kayvon Webster.
He was really good as a gunner. Really good.
Yes. Nice NFL player, Kayvon Webster. He
was a good dime back, too.
He was a Broncos 3rd-round pick, 2013 draft. He was, he played 15 games that year when they won the Super Bowl. Nice player. Kayvon Webster did his 4 years here. Rams, Houston, and Washington to finish out a 7-year NFL career. Nice career, Andy. He played 69 career games.
Very, very nice.
Yeah.
When it hits that number, you got to call it a day.
So Kayvon, by position specificity, was a safety. And he was he a corner or safety?
He was a corner.
Okay.
But look, man, he was a dime back.
Yes.
When they went to 6 DBs, he would go in there.
He was there to
He
hit
was
dudes.
praised a lot by Chris Harris and Aqib Talib. Guys praised him. They saw him as a member of the no-fly zone.
They liked him.
Apparently,
whoever puts together the game day events,
well, there's only room for 5.
Does not see him as
sometimes there's just 5 in the limo,
but there's 6. 7 is the
issue.
issue.
You know what?
7.
Can I just real quick?
Mm-hmm.
It is just always how it goes.
Of course.
Wherever you just cut it off and you think you're okay.
Somebody got hosed.
And it's like a kid's birthday party. Oh, of course I forgot Johnny 2 blocks over.
Every year,
my bad.
The NCAA tournament, they give out the 32 at-large bids, and team number 33 is like, look at our resume.
How dare you?
And it's like, you were 18 and 13. Calm down, okay?
Yeah. I love Kayvon, but Kayvon was, as you said, to begin this thing, was known more for his special teams.
Kayvon's not pleased he didn't get the invite. Spring,
I don't blame him.
Give us the beef tweet.
Yeah, so the Broncos announced the no-fly zone reunion on Twitter yesterday evening at 5:05. So right during the high five, the Broncos tweet this out yesterday. Just over an hour ago today, right before the start of our show at 2:56, Kayvon Webster on Twitter, at Kayvon Webster, quoted that Broncos tweet and said, "Coulda add me and at Omar Bolden, but guess we weren't invited at Broncos."
Okay. Number
now
one.
We're up to 7.
Number one,
We're 8.
I completely forgot about Omar Bolden.
But a good player.
Sure.
He was a good player.
Nice.
Not a great player, a good player.
Nice enough fellow, I'm sure. Honestly, you could have cut it off just at the 5. I feel like inviting Bruton's generous.
I love David.
Very nice guy.
He got, but no, look, there was a point
nice
where
guy.
he was the guy that covered the tight end. He was the Tiger safety, they called it, in the big package to go against the extra tight end sets, and had to deal with Kelsey and all those guys. But Bruton got hurt. Remember, it was like maybe Pittsburgh. Like Bruton didn't get to be part of it down the stretch.
This is the thing about groups, okay, is like when you get to the back end of things, for example, Andy, and this is apropos given the way that Heat Pistons game ended last night, can you name the entire Fab Five?
No, I never can. There's the one guard. I've got Chris Webber. I've got Jalen Rose. I've got Webber, Rose. Who's the guy that played here? Sam already.
Juwan Howard.
Juwan Howard.
And the other two guys.
No. Webber, Rose, Howard. Give me the fourth. The other four.
That's my point.
Weber, Rose, Howard. Shoot, I used to be able to name the fourth. Was it Jimmy Smith or something like that? Was the
Ray
guard?
Jackson and Jimmy King.
Oh, Jimmy King.
Ray Jackson and Jimmy King were the other two guys in the Fab
Never mind.
Five.
I'm only thinking of three.
Exactly.
That's
See?
my bad. You're right.
That's
you're
the
right,
thing.
You're right,
There's always the cutoff somewhere. And
Jimmy King.
With the no-fly zone.
Ray Jackson was a linebacker in my world. I think played for the Saints.
Wasn't. Oh no, I'm thinking of the former.
There's a few Ray Jacksons.
I was
out
thinking
there
of Mets
in the world.
infielder Ray Knight.
Well, Jimmy King, Ray Knight, Ray Jackson. They're all hanging out at a bar somewhere, not getting invited to the reunion either.
Exactly. There's always a cutoff. When 10 years from now, because God, it was damn near 10 years ago as we sit here.
Right.
Everyone's just going to go, oh yeah, no-fly zone. Chris Harris, Aqib Talib.
You know what? Don't say it again. Let's
Darian
do this.
Stewart and TJ Ward. And then somebody be like, yeah, but who was that nickel corner? And you have to go, what was that guy's name? And then somebody will say Reggie Roby, and you'll go, no, not the guy that played basketball at CU. No, we're talking about Bradley Roby.
Bradley was the smart rookie. You know what was interesting about that, though? Bradley would come in. Here's what I never understood.
Also, Reggie Roby was the legendary Dolphins punter.
Yeah, with the single bar.
Yes. He was always, like, his knee would, like, hit his face mask after every punt.
Yes. So I always found it interesting. Bradley Roby would go over and actually play outside corner, and Chris would go to the slot.
Mm-hmm.
Why was Bradley never as good when he got to be a starter? Because, again, he's playing outside corner, same position.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know if he had to cover more ones or whatever, but he was never quite to the same level. You remember that?
It turns out when you're out there with
Aqib Talib and Chris Harris, they don't want to throw at other...
a bunch of all-pros, you're going to look a little bit better. It's typically how it goes.
Who, if there was a poster child for the no-fly zone, who would it be?
Ooh, great
One
question.
face on the poster, no-fly zone coming.
All right, so to me, the debate is between Talib and Harris.
Got to be, right?
Yes.
Although T.J. Ward was pretty nasty too, but
to me,
he
it's
had a hell of a Super Bowl.
It's those two. Obviously Harris had the Bronco longevity. Talib brought the attitude, the eye poking,
the nasty,
all of that. Yeah. It's a great question. I
think we'd probably default to Harris because of longevity of career.
Okay.
And maybe weirdness of post-career.
Yeah, Aqib had that going for him too. But some of that also can help you make you be a really good football player.
Yeah,
Have a screw loose or two.
No, I'm with you there.
I can help.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So there you go. That's beef tweets. No fly zone edition.
Okay. So then let me turn it around because we got an interesting text, and I want to go and I want to try to text a couple of people to see what's going on. I didn't think about this. A texter asked.
By the way, Postal Brian says it's like Wham. You don't know who the other guy is.
George Michael and Andrew somebody.
The three tenors, Domingo Pavarotti and the other guy.
Yeah, that's right. With the poster.
Yeah.
God, now who else do you forget? Do you know all three amigos? Steve Martin and Chevy Chase are right there. Right?
Martin Short.
I know.
Yeah.
But how many people remember Martin Short? Only because he's in the damn commercials now.
Well, yeah, and I feel
Chevy
like
Chase and Steve Martin were bigger.
But I feel like what Steve Martin and Martin Short and everything that they've done together since then, I almost remember them better than Chevy Chase, who was faded away so badly.
Well, people found out.
Again, you go back to
don't care for
longevity.
his personality.
Yeah.
He did Community. Famous left out people.
And they all hated him.
Yeah, famous people left out.
The Garfunkels of the world?
Yes, there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah. Who are all the NSYNC guys? See, we could do this forever.
Lance Bass. Joey Fatone. Timberlake.
Yeah.
I don't know the other two.
The 98 Degrees guys? I don't know any of them.
Don't know.
What other boy bands can you the Backstreet Boys?
Remember
New
some
Kids?
Remember some bassists?
Remember the left out guy? Yeah, exactly. Now, seriously, somebody asked us, is there going to be a ceremony for Justin Simmons or some sort of tribute to Justin Simmons?
Justin Simmons, by the way, spoke to the media today and talked about having a chance to return to Denver. This was Justin Simmons talking to reporters today in Atlanta.
Yeah, I think like running out in the stadium, obviously all of those would be different, right? I'll be on the other side, the way locker room changing, and I'll be on the opposite side of the sideline. I won't hear as many cheers. I'll probably a little bit more boos. But again, I think that's part of it. You see guys all around the league go back to places where they played, and they embrace the challenge of working through whatever it is, the physical aspect of it, the emotional aspect of it, and so. I'm really looking forward to it, and thankfully, I don't have to carry the burden of that all on my own, right? I have amazing teammates. I'm really looking forward to this one because it's a tough place to go win at, and it's going to be a great time. I'm really looking forward to it. Go get a win there.
Okay, does he deserve some sort of recognition?
Like a video tribute?
Yeah, because here's the thing. Not to be snarky. I think he does.
Yeah.
I think he's a Ring of Famer.
I agree.
I think he's a great Bronco.
I agree.
realized his era of football sucked, okay?
Yeah.
But I'm being serious about this. Where are you pulling the great highlights from? He's got great highlights, but he doesn't have the, remember that game highlights. Remember? You know what I mean?
Blocked that kick against the Saints. That was pretty damn good.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
He's also had a bunch of picks against Patrick Mahomes.
Sure did.
Look, I think he should always be remembered as a great Bronco.
Right.
I really do.
Right.
It's not his fault you couldn't find a quarterback or keep an offense together for more than 2 years while he was here.
Mm-hmm.
And he played, frankly, on a lot of good defenses that gave you chances to win, but your offense sucked.
Agreed.
But seriously, where would you pull the highlights from? Like, when we get to the no-fly zone stuff, man, you got Super Bowl highlights. You got Aqib Talib pick 6 against Baltimore.
I know what you mean.
You know
it's
what
like,
I'm saying? There's not a game where you're like, oh, that game I missed. I remember that game.
Yeah, remember that crazy Week 4 matchup. Yeah.
TJ Ward stripping Cam Newton in the Super Bowl.
Right, I know what you're saying.
You know what I mean? Like, what is the highlight? You might have just hit it.
Mm-hmm.
Justin hopping over the line and blocking the kick against the Saints to preserve a victory in 2016.
Unbelievable
might
play.
be the peak highlight game that we could refer to.
Also, I mean, like, he's referring to boos.
I don't know who would boo him.
That's just
they cut him.
To me, it's just like Clay's return to Golden State last night, right? Like, the economics of pro sports say you cannot continue to pay veterans beyond their primes when, your team is structured in such a way and your team is trying to do what it's trying to do. Like Klay Thompson, they couldn't keep paying him the way that they were in Golden State. He can go to Dallas on a much more reasonable deal, and it makes a ton of sense. Justin Simmons can play for the Atlanta Falcons on a vastly more reasonable deal, and it makes sense for where that team is at right now. Broncos have $85 million in dead cap. He probably didn't want to restructure here, and I don't know if him and Sean Payton loved each other anyway, so it all makes sense. Very good Bronco. Give him a fine round of applause, and then cheer for your team.
Business. Just like they were booing Clay at the foul line, go ahead and boo if Justin picks off.
I really think and maybe I'm giving people too much credit. I know there's a lot of mouth breathers out there, but like I generally think the modern fan understands the economics of pro sports and the realities of it. And it doesn't have to be like, well, I hate you for not being on this team anymore.
No, you're right. I think most do. That doesn't mean those won't still. Yeah. There's still some that once you're not a Bronco, you're dead to me.
Somebody will throw a tortilla at him. Yeah. Kreckman and Lindahl rolling with you here on a Wednesday afternoon. Brought this question up before. I want to revisit this topic. Is Nick Bonito a bona fide star player now? Do the Broncos have an all-pro? We'll talk about that next. Oh, best time of year to be betting on sports is the NBA Cup, and you can be doing it right now at Sport Trade. Go to getsporttrade.com and download that app onto your phone. It's a premium sports betting experience. In fact, Sport Trade has a feature that I love. It's called the tape. All right. It's a tab right at the bottom of the app. What you do, you click on that. You can see every bet that's happening on the service in real time. Sport Trade shows you all the action happening on the site. With Sport Trade, you follow the smart money in real time. It's one of the really cool features of this service. Sport Trade also gives you the option of being able to bet games as probabilities and get away from the odds. For example, you bet a team to win a hockey game pregame 40%. They're up 2-0 at the end of the first. Boom, you sell your bet at 70% and you take your profit. For first-time bettors out there, this is your calling. You don't got to worry about confusing money lines. You simply buy low and sell high. It's very simple. It's very fun. Download Sport Trade today. Use code NATE. Earn 10% cash back on every bet in your first week. Again, that's Sport Trade. Sport Trade is regulated by the Colorado Division of Gaming. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. We talked to Nick Kosmider about this last hour. Looking at the Broncos pass rush that Atlanta's got to...
Dude, my thing was off.
Wrong button, pal.
I had it set off.
Swing and a miss.
Well, I turn it on because
Stop doing
I have
that.
to make sure.
Sometimes you talk and it's not on.
I get it. But I double checked and double hit. See?
Oh, the segment.
Anywho.
Anyway, get right to the topic, they tell you. The Broncos pass rush, Andy, 35 sacks so far on the year. That's number 2 in the NFL. Only the Giants have more with 36. 4 Broncos have at least 5 sacks. Benito's got 7, team high. Jonathan Cooper's got 6.5. Zach Allen, John Franklin Myers, 5 apiece. Right now, in addition to the 7 sacks, Fox Sports tracks Nick Bonitto as having 8 quarterback hurries on the year as well, which is 15th in the NFL. That's good, right? That's pressure. Ultimately, and this is one of those things where like sacks can sometimes have a slight degree of luck to them, but if you're consistently producing pressure and being disruptive, that's really when you win on the play. That's just the black and white, did you win? Sacks are kind of an added bonus. 4 straight games now for Nick Bonitto with a pressure rate over 20%. Think back to that Chiefs game, and he did have the 1 sack. He could have had 4.
Yeah, matter of fact, you telling me he had 1 sack
doesn't seem like as many.
Feel right.
There was the illegal contact on Brandon Jones that wiped out a sack.
Would have been 2.
And he was on him instantly. There was the throwaway by Mahomes as he's getting twisted down, and that's where, that guy is just Merlin and gets rid of the ball, and you're like, what the hell? You were getting sacked on that play. And somehow, despite not seeing anything, he manages to throw a dart in the direction of a receiver out of bounds, where you're just like, all right, screw you, man. And then there was the duck and scramble play by Mahomes in which he had him and then just lost him. Yeah. Like, Nick Bonitto is that good of a player. You're going to have to pay him at the end of the year. You got to figure out all of that. Where do you slot in that guy's contract? Because we know the number that Cooper got. I think Bonitto might have to get more.
How much more? Where are we at for Bonitto AAV?
I think you're wandering into the $20 million a year range. I don't think he's making TJ Watt money. I'm not putting
he's
him
not there yet.
No.
But he's probably going to make the Pro Bowl this year.
Yep. Seems to be on that way.
First team All-Pro or anything like that. Yeah, it could be 25. See, here's what's tricky. Is this the last year of his deal or is it next year?
Next year is the last year of his rookie deal, but this is the first year you can extend him after this season.
Yeah, you're going to have to do with what you did with Surtain or even Russ himself, the cause of the problem.
But you don't get a 5th-year option on Bonitto. Remember, he was a second-round pick.
Right, but no, what I'm saying is you're going to have to tack it on to the end.
Yeah.
They need to not, they're going to need to get out of next year's cap hell, which they're not in total cap hell next year, and everybody keeps saying
It's a lot better.
It gets better, but they've also got some dead money they'll be getting rid of and voidable, all that other stuff.
Bowls will go away. You're going to be doing better.
But the bottom line is you need to probably, whatever you do needs to go, you don't rip up the last year of his deal. You add it to 2026.
Yeah.
At this point.
Yeah.
But yeah, you got to pay him. Why would you? Look, it took too long to find him, and now he's rounding into shape. Don't let him be your next Shaq Barrett.
His burst off the line, he's gotten that much better at it. They've talked about how he's not listening for snap counts. He's watching the football. Like his instincts are improving. Right now, he's one of the most disruptive pass rushers in the game.
What are you going to do with the whole defensive line?
Great question.
You kind of need to keep these guys around. I think DJ Jones is up. He was only a 2-year deal, if I remember right.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know if he had an option or not, but DJ Jones is a guy you definitely, I think, are going to want to keep around. John Franklin Myers, got to keep that guy around.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, Zach Allen. I think Zach Allen, wasn't he only a 3-year deal? You have to be thinking, you could be having to re-up both Bonitto and Allen here in a couple years.
Yep.
Cost of doing business. Hey, these are problems they haven't had in a while, though, so it's kind of nice. Who's the last bona fide got to keep him guy? They kept Bradley Chubb, but we weren't. That was highly debated, and then, boy, they didn't even really keep him. They just
They gave him a 5th-year option,
and then they traded
him. Yeah. So he didn't stick around. Currently they paid Surtain, they paid Jonathan Cooper to stay around, which that's good. Benito's another one of those guys. He's also, he was the highest pick in George Paton's second draft. He's another guy you want to reward, and he's gotten better. Like there's, and that's what's funny. Like we have this one text is Benito is absolutely not a $20 million a year guy. He's had 10 good games, slow your roll. This is what you're supposed to do as an NFL player. You're supposed to get better. When you establish yourself, you get into the league. We knew what Benito was coming into the NFL. He was raw but physically gifted. This is a guy now that is learning his way. He is getting an arsenal of moves, and you're seeing it pay off. He's getting to the quarterback immediately. This guy's not getting try-hard coverage sacks out there. This guy's straight up blowing up pockets. Ask Patrick Mahomes what that was like going up against Nick Benito on Sunday.
Well, I laugh because, and look, I don't necessarily totally disagree with the texter, but the reality is he plays a premium position, and teams will be after him if you let him get to market. It's just that simple.
Also, if he had been good for 3 years, then you are looking at a TJ Watt deal.
You are.
Yeah.
But
this is the reality of the NFL. Some guys, it takes a minute.
I was just about to say, sometimes we forget it's not just quarterbacks who need a minute to round their game. It's why Benito was basically a late second round, practically a third round pick.
He's a guy that has absolutely hit his ceiling playing in Vance Joseph's defense.
Okay.
He's the best pass rusher on this team. I don't want to think about what this defense is like going forward without the guy, quite frankly.
That's the key. You know what? You said it right there. I just mentioned two guys that I think really like playing for Vance Joseph.
Yeah.
And their names are Nick Benito and how am I already forgetting? Who's our big guy?
Ray King.
Ray King. There it is. Now, our defensive lineman, the old Cardinal.
Wait, it was Jimmy King and Ray Jackson.
Zach Allen.
Yeah, Zach Allen. He followed Vance Joseph from Arizona to Denver.
You got to sweeten up Vance Joseph's deal. Your guy's about to be hot. He's going to be a hot head coaching
interviews. He's going to get head coaching interviews this year.
And I think he's a key. I think he's a key to you keeping some of these guys here. There's a lot of guys I hear like playing for Vance Joseph. I don't think we're going to talk about coaches and popular coaches in town and all that a little bit later on in the show.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if his name would ever come up amongst fans, but I think the players love playing for him, and I'm confident in saying that.
I'm thinking of like the jobs that are going to be open.
But if you lose him,
I assume
a Benito and an Allen could follow him.
Chicago and New Orleans will both hire.
New Orleans is already open, and Chicago's going to be open.
Yeah, they'll hire offensive coaches. The Jets will hire an offensive coach. Giants could go look at VJ. If they blow out Dable, they could decide we want to go defense. They could look at VJ and say, hey, this is a good culture guy. Look at how good things look in Denver right now.
Let me ask you this though. Let's talk about the head coach that's coming in this week with the Falcons. Raheem Morris waited forever to get his shot again.
Yeah,
but look, it's going all right. I think with the Falcons.
Yeah,
doesn't he kind of?
They're going to be a playoff team.
Doesn't Morris kind of set the bar to maybe you ought to look again at some and remember, VJ didn't play a lot in the NFL, but he did play. I believe he had some defensive back time with the Cincinnati Bengals, which is why he stayed there to start his coaching career, which is weird because he was a quarterback here. He was an option quarterback at CU.
At CU, yeah.
But anyway, I think at some point the league is going to start going, hey, we got to remember the defensive guys too. Like Spagnuolo, we talked about it, a couple weeks ago. Spagnuolo probably deserves another shot. Feels like he's never going to get it.
No, he'll never get it. He's not
a sexy candidate.
Well, and he's not a good head coach. There's a long track record of him not being a good head coach. VJ is going to have to battle against what happened initially here in Denver. The thing that people are going to have to recognize is that Vance Joseph was the head coach of the Broncos in a very dysfunctional era of Bronco football. And there's a long track record of Vance Joseph and Vic Fangio and Nathaniel Hackett and dudes that just came in here and fell flat on their face, and ownership was a disaster, and the front office was just piling up bad draft class after bad draft class. They couldn't find a quarterback, and the Broncos were a legitimately bad NFL organization after they won the Super Bowl in 2015. The wheels completely fell off.
A family feud broke out.
It was hideous. Today, with new ownership and a solid foundation of Sean and George Payton, the Broncos appear to be digging their way out of it. They're not there all the way there yet, but you got to love the trajectory at the moment. Things are going as planned.
If they're stock, and most NFL teams are viewed that way, they're stock on the rise.
Yeah.
It feels like right now.
Absolutely.
The TV crews they're getting would suggest they're stock on the rise.
Things are getting a little better. We got the Kevin Kugler, Moose Johnston crew this week.
Laura Oakman is going to be on the job. No, Benito's a good player. Broncos going to have to. You don't want to have to franchise that guy, though, right? Pass rusher, what's that number look like?
It's a lot.
It's large.
Yeah, you don't want to go
rusher.
there. You don't want to go there. And really, this is an opportunity to do, and George Payton was smart about what he did with Jonathan Cooper. This is another opportunity to go to him and see, okay, can we get something done now? Okay, vibes are good. You're having a great season. Can we lock you up now? Now, if you're Nick Benito, that's a tough decision to make because you were a late second, damn near a third-round pick, and the specter of injury is always hanging over every football player. So that can be an opportunity.
What do you think Nick Benito takes from the Baron Browning experience? Because remember, Browning got hurt. Everybody thought Browning was going to be the Benito.
Right.
He gets hurt. Never quite. I don't know. Did he ever quite get back to form? I don't know that we can tell. Again, I felt like Browning's best days were opposite Bradley Chubb, who was taking on the physical matchups. And then Bradley Chubb got traded, and all of a sudden they turned their attention to Browning, and he was never quite. Like, Browning's a 2 to me. He's not a number 1 pass rusher.
Browning, by the way, made a nice impact play against the Jets last week.
Well, good for him.
It's sometimes you just got to be in a new place.
The Jets are terrible, right?
Awful.
Aaron Rodgers, is he done?
Should be.
Aaron Rodgers made a comment today. Spring sent us the tweet that he still wants to play. This bad year hasn't changed his feelings.
If I was the Jets, I'd be encouraging him to retire.
Right.
Go away, please.
If he leaves,
we need to rebuild.
Does he have a market if he leaves? Because I try not to count the guy out as being a former MVP and a guy who I used to love watch playing quarterback.
Some owner will talk his way into it.
How, though?
Some owner will.
How?
Yeah.
You're not giving him everything again. Like, does he get that? You can keep playing, but you don't get everything again. We're gonna do to you what Cougs did to Peyton Manning. Hey, man, we recognize your greatness, but guess what? We're going to have a real run game. You're going to run the plays that I call.
I don't know if the
You're
Jets...
not going to go into shotgun all the time. What do you think of that?
I don't trust Woody Johnson to have the brains to do that.
How do you need any more evidence? This is terrible. Terrible. Jets fans are showing up with bags on their head.
Well, they've been doing that for the better part of 2 decades, Andy. They're Jets fans.
Oh, no. Fireman Ed.
That's their life.
Is it Ed or Al?
They don't even want that guy around anymore.
Well, I don't know that he wants to be around all of a sudden. Did you see earlier in the year he was blaming it on them not showing him on the Jumbotron?
They don't show
enough?
me on the Jumbo.
So
That's
now
why the
we
team
suck?
loses.
No,
Yeah.
man, that ain't how it works.
No, it's just because nobody wants
By
to hear
the
from
way,
you.
speaking, he's a fairly famous fan, right?
Fireman Ed?
Yeah.
Sure.
Help me out here, out of town guy. And I'm not saying that facetiously.
Mhm.
I do want to know if you knew of him. Somebody hit me up with a tweet of what the hell is going on here. There was a kid dressed as Barrel Man for Halloween.
Okay.
Like, the person suggested they didn't know who Barrel Man was. Should Barrel Man be a guy? Like, you know Barrel Man with the Broncos, don't you? Is that just showing my age that people younger set doesn't know who Barrel Man was?
He passed away
A while ago, prior to the first Super Bowl, if I'm not mistaken. The first one Super Bowl. The first John Elway Super Bowl win.
Yeah, you're kind of going into the way back machine. I mean, people remember
But do
him
you know
because
who Barrel Man
you know,
is?
obviously, yes. Like clearly, like Summerall and Madden doing Bronco games on CBS, and they would show him, you know,
he was TV every week
because it was snowing and he's
out
not
there
wearing a
naked.
shirt, right? Like clearly,
boots.
Yeah, but not everybody knows everything, Andy. People of new generations don't know what's going on with
Spring,
things.
did you know about Barrel Man?
We didn't watch David Thompson
course.
play. We talked about
Okay.
that before on the show.
I'm trying to figure then what's the cutoff? Those that think John Elway was only a GM, is that what we're working with
I
here?
think-
Don't know about Barrel Man?
I believe the cutoff was mid-thigh. That's
All right, well done. That's well done by you. It was above the knees. He had to be able to get up and down those steps. Did anybody ever really find, I'll just ask, did anybody peek in the barrel?
somebody did. Somebody had a couple of drinks in and was like, "What do you got going on there?"
Did somebody get an eyeful that didn't want one going up and down those stairs at Mile High? It was the 70s. It was a hairier time. You weren't hitting up your local Manscaped, I don't think.
There's a Wyoming's got a barrel man too.
Okay.
His name's Cowboy Ken. Okay.
Is he
He
no sweaters in the pool guy?
Is
he Italian?
He really likes Wyoming, okay? He really likes Wyoming. Years ago, I'm doing a game at the Thomas and Mack. It's a Wyoming game, right?
Yeah.
I happen to look off, and there's a section of the seats. It's like a quarterfinal game of the Mountain West tournament, so the arena's not sold out yet. It's kind of earlier in the day. But Cowboy Ken's a Hardy fan. He's there, all right?
All right.
He's kind of got a section to himself.
Partly because of the barrel?
Pretty much. And I don't know if it's the width of the rows at the Thomas and Mack versus, the arena auditorium there in Laramie, the old AA.
Yeah.
But
we have to hike the barrel up.
He lost his balance and went down. And somebody had to go help him up.
Did he look like a turtle?
It was
just the legs kicking.
And I think it pinched.
Oh, no.
Like kind of caught up under the armpit. It didn't look comfortable. Oh! Yeah.
Are we garmented under there?
It's one of the...
Or do we worry about...
It's one of the risks of being a barrel guy. Now, I never saw Tim McKernan, the Broncos barrel man. I never saw him
ate it
fall.
that I saw.
Yeah, not that I was aware of, but it very well could have happened. I mean, those, especially at the old Mile High, those rows weren't all that terribly... They were narrow. You had to watch your footing.
Do you worry about wood burn on the plank?
Of course you do. Splinters?
You gotta. You can't be that sold to the build. If you're a barrel guy, are you like kilt guy? Are kilt guy and barrel guy of the same family?
I could see that. Yeah. I could see that.
Is there a Bronco kilt guy?
They give each other
You can't have a Bronco
nod.
kilt guy at a stadium, right? The kilts, we've already covered this a bit. We heard from a lot of kilt guys. You're not looking to climb stadium stairs in the kilt, right? That's frowned upon.
I mean, you got to get to your seat, though.
Okay, well, then you don't wear a kilt. Your seat travels don't.
By the way, Barrelman 09 passed away. That felt more right to me.
Well, when did he?
I would have guessed about 15 years ago.
Oh, good. Well, I'm glad he was around for the Super Bowls. But when did he quit being he quit going to the games for a while, right?
I don't know.
I think he did.
I didn't follow the travails of Barrelman.
He was awesome. Then we had the Leprechaun guy.
There was that guy. There's the Fry guys that are out there.
Fry guys are still there.
They're still there. Good. That thing looks uncomfortable. How do they go to the bathroom?
Yeah, that's got to take him. You can't get into a stall with that these days, can you?
It's Crackman and Lindahl. It's time. We need to bring back at least easily a top 56 segment here on the Crackman and Lindahl show. When we return, somebody has to apologize. However, it's not us. Nikola Jokic was owed an apology, and he got an apology. We'll play that for you next. That's Andy. I'm Nate. It is the Krebgen and Lindahl Show here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Nuggets open up NBA Cup play. West Sea action on Friday in New Orleans against the Pels. AG is still going to be out. You got Jamal battling his way back. Does Nikola Jokic care enough to win cup games? Because if he wants to put this team on his back and win, he will do it.
You know what? We're having a little fun.
Mm-hmm.
But in a serious tone, he's not there yet, right?
Yeah.
I don't think he does.
Well,
does he desire any trophy he can put in the case?
Let me tell you something else about the NBA Cup, okay? Now, we were just discussing sample sizes. We don't have a massive sample size, all right? So, last year, do you remember who played in the NBA Cup, the IST championship game?
Yeah, was it the Pels and the Lakers?
It was the Lakers and the Pacers.
Pacers.
Okay. They go to Vegas. They're playing to win it all in the IST last year. And Lakers hold out, but it was very entertaining basketball. That Pacers-Celtics game was a classic. Okay, so I'm looking at it right now, and after the IST ended last year, this is what happened to those two teams, okay? Lakers were 14-9 going into the IST final. They were 19-21 a month later. They were really struggling. They lost a game to the Spurs, who had just lost 18 in a row. The Pacers lost 6 of their next 8 after going to Vegas to play in the IST final.
And then they trade Bruce Brown soon after.
Now, it all worked out, okay? The Lakers eventually made a run and got a 7 seed and got to lose to the Nuggets in the first round. Pacers went to the conference finals last year. So clearly it eventually worked out, but those two teams struggled. While everybody else in the NBA was hanging out resting, those teams were in Vegas battling it out for an IST championship. Well, they struggled afterwards.
And they did care.
Right.
Like, as you pointed out, the Vegas teams cared, I think.
They did. And again, our 1-year sample size would suggest maybe going to play for an IST championship isn't the best thing for your full season. Now, again, it ultimately worked out for those two teams. So there's only so much that you can extract from this evidence right here. But now it makes me wonder, last night, Spo calling a timeout that he didn't have with 1 second left. Was Eric Spoelstra trying to pull some advanced Vegas avoidance and keep his team in good health?
Look at that.
Was Spoelstra playing chess last night while everyone else is trying to win their NBA Cup playing checkers out there?
No.
Something to consider.
I think the guy legit forgot he didn't have a timeout.
He had a real brain fart.
Because, again, you and I saw him both at the podium.
Oh,
they were playing it all over sports.
He felt terrible.
And I you know what? Big hats off to Eric Spoelstra. I'm such a fan of that guy.
Yeah.
Not only does he coach winning basketball, but, sometimes coaches say, hey, this is how we act, and don't act that way in their moment to act the way that they preach. He just said flat out, it is completely on me. I had literally just told the guys who don't have a timeout, I don't know what happened there. I got caught up. I got too spastic. I shouldn't have done it.
Yep.
You know what, bro? Hats off to you then. Cool. We can all move on.
Yeah,
You're not trying to spin it some way. You're
Accountability.
You know what I mean? You're not grumpy with the press.
Yep.
You're not trying to take it out on everybody else. I felt bad for the guy. I really thought he was going to break down and cry. Dude, if you're a coach.
That's such a bone.
I've never seen a guy literally cost a team a game. He gave him the technical free throw that won the game.
All on that mistake. Calling
Holy
a timeout
cow.
you didn't have. And you could tell, too, it was an emotional timeout. He was ticked.
Yeah.
He was walking out on the floor.
Doing the Malone rage side.
Right. And it was like, oh, crap.
Total muscle memory.
I love that Jalen Rose, by the way, was in the building.
Yeah,
just like, no!
They froze that screen where he's like, what?
Can't believe I'm witnessing this again.
Why does this keep happening to me? The other one was kind of a bigger deal than that one.
Slightly, I suppose.
Yeah.
Although this was the NBA Cup. So, Lou Williams, old sweet Lou Williams, legendary NBA sixth man. This is where I also have to admit, before we get into this, Lou Williams is one of my favorite basketball players of all time.
Okay.
I adored Lou Williams.
Fair enough.
Such a fun player. Oh, I wish Lou Williams would have been on the Nuggets. Anyway, so Lou Williams, 17-year NBA veteran, he does an NBA show with Michelle Beadle. And the other day, Lou Williams claimed that Karl Anthony Towns is a more skilled basketball player than Nikola Jokic.
Okay.
All right. This was prior to what Nikola Jokic did in the last week, in which he was the Western Conference Player of the Week, in which he went out and goes for 23, 20, and 16 against the Thunder, 30, 11, and 14 against Miami, 37, 18, 15 in a win against Dallas, and already moved into being the favorite to win the MVP award again. Today, Lou Williams, I believe this was yesterday, check that, yesterday, goes back on the podcast and want to bring back a famous or infamous or semi-memorable Crackman and Lindahl show bit.
When we remember it.
We like to call it, I'm Sorry. It's got a song. This time, it wasn't us that said something stupid and had to walk it back, although that's normally what this is reserved for. In this case, the great Lou Williams, Magic City MVP, Lou Williams, after saying that Karl Anthony Towns was more skilled than Nikola Jokic, was willing to admit when he was wrong. Roll it, Spring.
When I was an active player, and I used to watch ex-players on TV, and they used to say some wild things, and I'm like, come on, bro, you know better. You've been in this game.
Now we're that guy.
And yesterday,
Like if they say beef.
And
that's
yesterday
fun.
I said Cat was more skilled than Jokic. And I
Cap.
stood on it, and I gave details why I felt like that. And you know what? I'm real enough to admit that I was wrong.
That's growth.
Didn't see that coming.
That's growth.
I was absolutely wrong.
Proud of you, buddy.
I
Mr.
bumped
Lou.
my head, and as a result, Jokic went out and put up these gaudy, amazing numbers with a dub, beat the last undefeated team left in the associate. Oh no, Cleveland's still there, right?
Yeah, Cleveland's the last one standing.
That was a wild take, and I take responsibility for my wild take, and I was tripping.
He was tripping,
He was
baby.
tripping.
That's how you do it.
And he's taking responsibility for his wild take.
Good call. Hey, good on you.
Good job, Lou Williams.
What is happening that everybody is walking back their Jokic takes?
You have to. You can't stand on a Jokic take.
Okay, but I got to ask, is it just because he's scoring now? Is it getting just the proof that because he's just pumping in points whenever they need to, he's hitting the sweet threes?
It's scoring. It's everything. He's so... Also, here's the thing. Like, look around the NBA. Stars are just falling off with injuries everywhere. There was True Hoop had a great blog about this today, where they were just like, you could field like 2 NBA championship rosters with the amount of guys that are out with injury right now.
Yeah.
It's insane. Like, everyone's falling like flies, and there's Mr. Dependability. There is Mr. Durability.
Mr. Triple-Double.
Mr. Triple-Double. Mr. Consistency. Yeah, there's nothing left you can say about the guy. He's unbelievable.
By the way, how about your boy Joel Embiid last night?
Was he 2 for 13?
Dude, he was brutal.
Yeah.
And now they're already saying they got to rest him tonight because of knee swelling.
Can't play back-to-backs.
My God.
Uh-huh.
Is
Can't
he
play
done?
back-to-backs.
This happens with big guys sometimes.
Yeah.
It just goes right off the cliff.
They fall off.
He's got too much mass he's moving around. If the knee doesn't get right, and he's already had the back issues, right?
They're going to have to be fighting fines all year. They already got fined.
Well, at some point, doesn't the NBA have to admit, all right, yeah, the guy's messed up. We better quit fining him.
Seriously, that's the other part of it. And now the Sixers have to be transparent with the whole thing, but like that big 3 that they have is really good. But and people, I was listening to Windhorse talk about this the other day. He was just like, okay, these big 3s, the first year that they assemble these guys, they're always not necessarily great because you got to get the depth in place. The example he used was, look at what Miami was after a year or two when they got the big 3 together down there. Honestly, look at the way the Phoenix is playing right now. The organizational depth of that team is that much better. That maybe this isn't Philly's year, maybe it's going to be next year. And I'm like, is Embiid still going to be able to walk next year?
Yeah.
That's what I don't know. That's the tricky part there. We got the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. We got to dive into that. Plus, coming up at 20 minutes after 5 o'clock, Michael Malone is about to make history, but is he beloved in Denver, Colorado? We'll do that at 5:20 here.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl here for Colorado Off-Road. All right, are you looking for truck or 4x4 accessories? It's holiday time upon us. Before you know it, you'll be looking for some of those gifts. First off, great gift idea that I can give to you that I've given a couple of times is the floor mats. Floor mats keep the inside of your vehicle clean, and they're easy to get and quick to get from Colorado Off-Road. Also, if you're thinking about a bed cover, and I know a lot of you would like a bed cover, go down to Jerry's shop and check it out. Don't get caught ordering stuff online. This is a great local business. They've got a great showroom. And I go with the bed covers because Jerry has a number of displays that you can flip open some of the bed covers. You can see them roll out, whatever you want to do. Go and see the product before you buy it. You can do that at the showroom at Colorado Off-Road. They're located 3 blocks south of downtown Littleton on Prince Street. They're very easy to find. Step rails, tow hitches, whatever you may need for the snow. If you're a contractor, he can upfit your vehicles. He can put the plows on. He's got it all. Again, check him out at cooffroad.com. Give him a call at 303-761-1264. Colorado owned, Colorado grown. It's Colorado Off-Road.
We start the 5 o'clock hour with football news. Best 5 o'clock hour in the biz. There's a lot happening. It's Wednesday in the NFL. What's going down, Spring?
Let's find out in today's High Five, brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it is never ordinary at Bet365. Hey, after the Chiefs win over the Broncos on Sunday, Patrick Mahomes runs to midfield, and he talks with Bo Nix, and he said, hey, we're going to have many good battles with each other in the future. And then Sean Payton said today that Mahomes told him at midfield, you got yourself one in Bo Nix. Bo Nix was asked about Patrick Mahomes saying those kind things about him.
Well, I mean, that kind of stuff is awesome. That's, fortunate part of playing the game and competing against these, the guys that have been doing it on the stage for so long. And, it's an honor, but at the same time, those are the games that you got to continue to play and continue to compete in and ultimately win. And you get guys like that, their respect. And then when you get their respect, it's just kind of it's a special thing for you. It's not something to be complacent about, but it's definitely, you feel like you're on the right track and you're doing the right things.
Yeah, it's good to hear that stuff. Ultimately, how do you get all the respect in the NFL, though? Andy, you win games and you go to the playoffs.
Yeah, you win games. Now, look, it wasn't just Travis Kelce, it wasn't just Mahomes. Travis Kelce was quoted on his podcast. Maybe we'll dig some of this up at some point, saying, holy bleep, that Bo Nix was bleeping ripping it.
Yeah.
So, you and I said he had a fairly good day throwing the football. There's no doubt. Here's my thing. As far as we go with Bo Nix, because there's been a lot of discussion after, and look, fair enough, rightfully so.
He's getting better, man.
He is getting better,
He is
but
really progressing nicely.
There's still some throws that he's going to have to show us he can make.
Yeah.
Now, he's only a rookie. Can you get the footwork worked out? And I think the footwork stuff he's got to clean up really is going to take the offseason to do it. I don't think there's an in-season fix for it. So, but I am curious to see what this looks like now in the spring.
I mean, the other part of it, too, is you bring up that point right there of, like, there's throws he's going to have to show that he can make. He might just not be one of those, There's when you watch, obviously, the guy from Sunday, he can make them all.
Sure.
Lamar can make them all.
And you don't have to have that guy.
Burrow can make them all. Allen can make them all. I would argue C.J. Stroud can make them all. That dude's incredible. Flick of the wrist and that ball goes. Bo doesn't have that gift, okay? That's all right, though. To your point, it's going to be about, okay, how well do you develop pocket presence and everything else to get to a place where you can make the closest facsimile to those throws? You do it by having a solid base under you. You may not be the guy that can just wing it across his body like that. But he's figuring a lot of stuff out, man.
What he's going to have to develop is, I can't let them mess with my footwork. And you go back to the beautiful throw to Courtland Sutton.
Yeah.
Where his feet were set in the pocket. He didn't, and look, I'm excited to see what they can do against Atlanta now, because if Atlanta doesn't have a good pass rush.
They have 9 sacks this year.
And you carve them up again like you did the Carolina Panthers, let's see another repeat of that.
They have 2 more sacks than Nick Bonito does this season.
Bottom line is, dude, the throw, I love the third down throw. Here's the thing, and there is an I just want to say this. There's still an evaluation, okay? And you shouldn't be set on the negative nor the positive. There's still stuff to watch the guy do. But I will say, how many quarterbacks have you seen not make that 3rd and 6th throw in those key moments, and you got to punt, or you got to kick the field goal early and give the ball back, or whatever?
He made the play.
He made a throw Sunday that a lot of guys have screwed up in their career. You see it 3 or 4 times in a game.
High five.
All right, on Sunday, Justin Simmons will return to Denver. He will be playing for the Atlanta Falcons. He talked to the media today. We played one of his answers earlier. Here's another comment from Justin on, is there going to be any trash talk, any text messages between him, Pat Surtain, Jaquan McMillan, guys he's played with. Here's Justin Simmons.
Yeah, probably. Most of the DBs there, right? Like PJ Locke. Pat, those guys, those are my guys. Jaquan McMillan. I mean, there's so many of them. And so, occasionally we're like in a little group text. So we'll be talking throughout the season, and I'm sure there'll be smack talk. I might just mute it and talk to them afterwards. But Yeah, no, it's going to be great, man. I know, and I know all this is, the highlight of most of it is going to be, the return back to Denver and what that looks like. I honestly, it's going to be a great game. I'm really looking forward to being there. But my focus, I wanted to make sure I gave love to the organization and to the fan base there, as they treated my family and I so well. And I do have nothing but love for the team and for the fan base and for the community. That's still home for us. But at the same time too, I'm a Falcon, and I'm really looking forward. I'm just to keep reiterating it. Going up there and finding a way to get our 7th win. I think it's going to be really important.
He's a Falcon.
Falcon.
Broncos and Falcons coming up this week. Is Justin Simmons a Broncos Ring of Famer?
I think so.
Mm-hmm.
I think this will be a hotly debated topic as the week continues to go out. I think he is. Bottom line was. He was the best player of an era, and just because you didn't do a lot of winning, this goes back to the Vance Joseph take too. Not his fault.
Yeah, not him.
That he had to come into the most dysfunctional time probably of this franchise's history.
Justin Simmons was drafted at the exact wrong time for the Broncos. 2016, 118 career games as a member of the Broncos. He's top 10 franchise history in interceptions, top 3 in passes defensed for a career. He's one of the great DBs in the history of the team. No, it's not a great era of Bronco football, but it's a long stretch. We're talking about an 8-season run of Bronco football. I'd put him in the Broncos Ring of Fame.
I'm with you.
He's one of the great safeties in the history of the franchise.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't have to be an NFL All-Pro to be one of your better players.
No. And I think he actually, looking back on the career resume, a couple of Pro Bowls that he went to in his career. Very nice career. I'd put him in the Bronco Ring of Fame.
Yeah.
Yes.
What are we going to – I mean, come on.
It's a long stretch of Bronco football.
Hey, if you're worried about too many being in there, he might be the only one of the last 8 years to go in there. So don't worry about that. I'm not even being facetious. Who else are you even going to put up for candidacy?
By the way, he was a 4-time second-team All-Pro.
How about that?
That's pretty good.
Yet only a 2-time Pro Bowler.
You're right. Make that make sense. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
All right, let's talk about Deion Sanders, Shedeur Sanders, and Travis Hunter in an NFL light. So Deion Sanders went on Speak on FS1, the show formerly known as Speak for Yourself. It's now just Speak.
You speak for everybody on that show now?
So he goes on this show.
Treat yourself a round of sausage?
Yesterday evening when we were on air, and a couple things. One, Deion's name has been brought up. Could he go to the NFL? Could he be the Cowboys' next head coach? Well, Deion got up, carried his camera over to a view of Folsom Field, and he essentially said, "I love it here in Boulder." But what about his son, Shedeur? Could he pull an Archie Manning to Shedeur's Eli and control which team he goes to in the NFL draft? They asked Deion about that.
Will you step in and do some of that if it's the wrong organization and say he ain't going there?
Yeah, but I'm not going to do it publicly. I'll do it privately.
Yeah. Okay.
So you said you're going to be dad. You're going to be dad. You're going to be dad.
I'm dad. The cows come home. Yes, sir. And with Travis as well.
But give us a little bit more insight on where you would like to. You don't even have to name teams. You can just give me region, style, whatever that Shedeur needs or you want to see him go and play for. You don't have to give me teams. Just give me regions.
I'm not going to give you regions. I give you understanding.
Give me understanding.
Somebody that can handle the quarterback that he is. Somebody that can handle understanding that what he's capable of. Someone that has had success in the past handling quarterbacks, or someone in an organization understands what they're doing, not just throwing you out there amongst the wolves if you don't have the support in the infrastructure of the team. Forget the line. He's played with lines that hadn't been great, but he's been able to do his thing. But just the infrastructure of the team and the direction of where we're going.
Okay, I thought of you when I heard that clip because of your point yesterday about how long he holds the football.
Yeah.
So is Deion talking about, I want him to go to a coach because, let's be honest, it's kind of funny. The more we learn about Shedeur and the more we learn about Sean Payton, who showed up at town at the same time, I don't know that Shador is Sean Payton's type of quarterback.
I don't
Not
think
with
he
how
is.
long he holds the football.
I don't think he is.
Not how long he tries to improvise.
Yeah, apparently Sean Payton's draft board was Jaden Daniels 1, Bo Nix 2.
And I completely believe it. I don't think he's lying to anybody about that at all.
Get the ball out.
Yeah,
Get the
'cause
ball
that's
out.
what those two guys are doing.
Yeah, that's what Sean
and a
wants.
lot of people did not like Drake May's long delivery, long windup.
That's what Sean wants in his system. He wants the ball getting out immediately. And that was the knock on Caleb Williams, is that he runs around and hangs onto the ball too much. Drake May had a high sack rate in college as well. Again, pressure to sack rate, not necessarily getting sacked a ton, but pressure to sack rate. That was one of the things that Sean was focused on. A little bit of what Dion is talking about right there, and I really do wonder about, is like most of those teams like that have that infrastructure you're talking about, they have quarterbacks.
Right. They have the infrastructure, and therefore
they're successful.
Yeah. They aren't going to be. Well, I don't know. I keep saying they're not going to be high enough to draft a quarterback, but we had the Dane Brugler big board yesterday. And what? Remind me again. 32nd, I believe?
23.
23? Well,
Yeah, but it's not worth
dyslexia.
It's
No, I get it.
He's going to be drafted much higher than that.
Maybe, Nate.
But
Nate,
that's the big board, though.
Nate, you brought up a great point. Look, with the Caleb Williams thing going south right now, Caleb likes to hold the ball, improvise, and make his own plays sometimes. There is some of that in Shador.
It's going to get held against him.
So there's going to be some teams that's not going to be for them.
It's going to get held against him. You're right about that. By the way, the other popular topic of conversation is Dion going to take the Cowboys job that all the national Scream at You shows are doing?
No, he isn't.
All right. I have another name for you. Jeremy Fowler's got an interesting quote here on ESPN today, talking about a college coach that could take an NFL job, and it's not Dion. A league exec that Jeremy Fowler trusts brought up an interesting name, Dan Lanning.
I knew that was going to be it.
Saying that he's got some Dan Campbell to him, the exec said. Ducks are 32-5 since Dan Lanning took over. Sure, there's the Matt Rahuls and Urban Meyers of the world. And Harbaugh also had NFL experience, so I don't necessarily consider him a true college to NFL pipeline kind of coach. But could Dan Lanning draw interest from NFL teams? Interesting thought.
Yeah, it is an interesting thought, Nate. I'm not going to deny that, but man, the NFL gets scared of college coaches sometimes, right?
Yeah.
So, but he is different. What is Lanning known for? The offensive guy. See, he is kind of it's funny because I know that Dan Campbell's an offensive guy, but God, I hate the term. He's kind of the leader of men. You know what I mean? Tough guy in the room,
that's
whatever.
Campbell.
And that's kind of Lanning too.
There's all kinds of different football coaches, and sometimes you gotta be the vibey culture guy. Like some dudes are the X's and O's wizards, Sean Payton, and some dudes are that I build out the culture and I'm
hire good coaches,
keeping everybody in a good mood these days. Not saying Dan Campbell didn't know football, but that's what he does.
By the way, just real quick, although too late for that. How upset is the Big Ten going to be if Oregon keeps Ohio State out of like a decent seeding? Have you seen that with the CFP?
Oh, yeah.
Like Ohio State's not a top 4 now thanks to Oregon leading. They're going to win the conference, it looks like.
Mm-hmm. Well, they got a ways
should.
to go. We're a ways to go.
Yeah, are they going to face Ohio State back in the championship game? Is that possible?
I think they're going to get Indiana. Because Indiana hadn't lost yet.
Dude, then I'm telling you, from the breakdown I was watching on the CFP today, Ohio State
will fall, but there will be 4 Big Ten teams in that thing.
Oh, there will, but they could be like the 12th seed, although they probably don't mind.
It's Craigman and Lindahl. Michael Malone is about to get another massive career milestone as the head coach of the Denver Nuggets, but has he crossed a different bridge here in this town? We'll tell you what we are asking, what we mean next.
I've said this before, I've had a chance to spend time with Doug Moe, had a chance to listen to stories about Doug Moe from my father, and I think he'll always be, forget numbers, I think he'll always be, the greatest coach in Nuggets history. Everything he's done for this franchise, his personality, his imprint, and there's a reason that banner is up there. And on the other side of that coin that means I've been here for a long time, around some great players and some great coaches that have, helped me. And those types of things are always about who you surround yourself with. But I'm just worried about beating New Orleans.
Got to go win an NBA Cup. That'll really cement him as the greatest coach in Nuggets history. Michael Malone talking to reporters today. 431, Andy, regular season victories in the career of the great Michael Malone. If they win on Friday night in New Orleans, that would give him regular season win number 432, which would tie him with Doug Moe for the franchise's all-time lead. He does, however, Andy, have 44 playoff wins, which is the most in franchise history by a long shot. That's 20 more than Doug Moe at number 2 and 23 more than George Karl at number 3. But yes, Michael Malone will tie Doug Moe for the franchise lead in regular season victories with his next win. If you're combining regular season and playoffs, he's already the winningest coach in franchise history.
Okay, and he's got the championship, obviously. So Here was my question to you, seeing this note today.
Mm-hmm.
And then you tweeted it out. We already got some interesting responses. To me, and then you and I stumbled into a whole nother topic as to what makes this happen. So, first off, if you were to name longtime Denver sports fans, last 10-year Denver sports fans,
okay,
chime in. Well, if you just got here, then you probably only care about the 4 that you know.
Okay.
But look, I'd say 10 years, because in the last 10 years, Kubiak's got you a Super Bowl, Bednar got you a cup, Malone got you an NBA championship.
It's been a good decade.
The Rockies are the Rockies.
Who?
Right. So here's my thing. Give me your top 5 coaches. We'd love to see the list of just Denver sports history. You and I agree, Mike Shanahan, I think, is at top of the list. Which is funny because I forget about Mark Crawford, the guy that actually brought the first major championship to Denver with that 96 Avs team. By 2001, though, it was Bob Hartley. You know what I mean? And Crawford was out there. And like didn't Crawford go to the Flames or something? Things got spicy. But I think generally when you think of Denver sports and the most beloved coach, Moe is up there, Reeves is up there. You can go back to the 80s for the people that go far back enough, but none of those guys won you championships.
Yeah, most beloved coaches.
Beloved.
Yeah.
The fans love. You and I have been doing...
I would argue Clint Hurdle is a beloved Denver coach.
I think you're right. I would not argue with you.
Yeah.
He got him to the World Series, right? He was the man at the helm of the World Series.
A bombastic character. He had a very red face and a lot of excitement. People loved Clint Hurdle.
They did.
He said things like that Spielbergs can barrel up a baseball.
I think they liked Don Baylor, too.
Yeah.
You know, now part of that's just you're the first guy in town, your first love, whatever.
He was also Don Baylor.
See, there it is. It's the Canucks. I knew something was going on with Crawford. All right. I feel like Michael Malone should be Malone, Bednar, they got to be up there. They got to be up there on the list.
On the beloved list?
That's the thing.
Yeah.
I don't think they're on but I don't know about Jared. I think anytime you mention Jared's job status, Avs fans do get spicy to defend him. We don't get a lot of Bednar needs to go, or Bednar screwed that up last week, or Bednar. It's always a player, right? It's Georgie. It's Sammy G. It was Kadri. It was whatever. Pick your player that's the ire of the fan base at that moment, okay? I don't feel like Michael Malone is beloved as he should be. You've had a very good... Now, maybe it's just because everyone's so hyper-focused on Joker.
So there's no way to measure this, and that's typically what I work off of. But anecdotally, why do you think he's not beloved?
Because you and I sit here in the moment that they go into a bad streak, and we were even hearing about it at the end of the year that they won the championship. What were you and I getting on the text line? Malone's out if they don't do it this year.
Yeah.
Malone's done. I'm tired of Malone. Malone ran this guy. Malone play this. Malone this. Malone that. That's all we see on the text line.
People love to fire
That's what we
coaches.
get on Twitter as soon as the game is done.
Sure.
And that's where my impression of it comes from.
I made this point to you earlier today, okay? I put this on Twitter today. My top 5 greatest Denver coaches, okay?
And I like the list.
And I ranked them 1 through 5. I said Shanny at number 1, 2 Super Bowls, franchise leader in wins. He's freaking Mike Shanahan, okay?
He gave the town the Christmas present they wanted most. He's Santa Shanahan.
I put Malone at number 2. He's about to be the franchise leader in regular season wins. He's already the franchise leader in playoff wins. Only title in franchise history. You win an NBA championship with the Denver Nuggets, to me, you're sainted for life. I put Bedsy at number 3. Franchise wins record, tied for first in playoff wins. Got a cup. Greatest coach in Avalanche history. And people will argue this. The reason why I have Malone above Bednar is that, and this reasoning may not hold water with everybody. I get it. But Bednar won a cup with a number 1 overall pick, a number 2 overall pick, a number 4 overall pick, a number 10 overall pick. I mean, blue chip talent all over the place. Michael Malone won an NBA championship with the number 41 overall pick in the draft, a fat guy from Serbia, okay, who did develop into, and Jokic gets 90% of the credit here, but Malone made the right decision. On Jokmis, he said, I'm going to take Nurkic out of the starting lineup. I'm going to go with Nikola Jokic. I'm going to go with my gut on this, and it, boom, that was the genesis, the nadir of this team being able to go and win a championship. Also, and this is not Bedsy's fault, but Michael Malone did something that nobody has ever done, which is win a championship with the Nuggets. Jared Bednar did something that 2 dudes had already done, which was win a cup with the Colorado Avalanche.
Fair enough. And I would also say the players of the National Hockey League seem to embrace Colorado as a landing spot more than the NBA players ever did.
Without a doubt.
The reason why I have no problem with you putting Michael Malone number 2 on that list is because of all the leagues I thought we'd see a World Series, honestly, before we saw an NBA championship.
Yeah.
I just was convinced as a Denver
it would
native,
never happen.
we are never raising a Larry O'Brien trophy here.
And yet here we are.
Because we thought you would have to get it through free agency.
Yeah.
And, the
Nuggets did it through. They'll laugh. Tim Connolly will laugh about it. I always knew Jokic would be this great. No, you didn't.
Right.
But
look, you still found guys, you developed guys. Malone pushed all the right buttons down the stretch. I mean, look, Gary Kubiak probably deserves. I think Gary Kubiak should sneak on the list somewhere because I've never seen a guy manage the situation he managed between the 2 quarterbacks down the stretch, and to have the guts against the Chargers to put Manning back in and let him be the guy. I know that seems stupid to everybody now, but if you were living it in the moment, we thought Manning was done and the time was over.
On the list of greatest single season coaching jobs, Kubiak might win that thing.
Fair enough.
Okay?
Fair enough.
You have to account longevity in that profession.
You're right.
Even if Coobs walked away for health reasons, you got to count longevity. And I put so that was Shanny 1, Malone 2, Bednar 3. I put Dan Reeves at 4. That was a ton of winning, and I put Doug Moe at 5.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with the C. Yes. I feel like Baylor ought to sneak in there somewhere, but I don't know who I'd knock off the list for.
Right.
He's probably at 6.
That's just it. Who you taking out?
He's next one in or whatever.
Yeah.
What's that term? First one out? Is that what it is that SMU was?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. First 4 out. Somebody's got to be on it. Okay, so that's my top 5. But you asked the question, is Michael Malone beloved?
Beloved. Because I don't feel like he is. Am I getting a false read from Nuggets fans? Now, I will say we got a text from Trent earlier. This Trent says, please read this. If you're not a Michael Malone fan, you're not a Nuggets fan, period. That's how he feels about it. I don't get that sentiment said to me very often.
I think Nuggets fans should love Michael Malone that way.
I don't disagree.
But this is, and I made this point to you earlier, Andy. I think that when it comes to the term beloved, there is so much value in having been able to do the job before Twitter, before the internet, before everybody could go on and type onto a server that'll outlast humanity that this coach sucks and they need to fire him.
And here's 5 pieces of video evidence why.
Exactly. Or you may not even get the video evidence. It's
Yeah.
just this guy sucks, and I'm mad that my team lost or didn't cover, and I need to yell about it on the internet. If Mike Shanahan had to coach in the Twitter era, I don't think he would be remembered as fondly. You and I were producers for most of Shanny's tenure as the head coach of the Denver Broncos, meaning we were the guys that screened the callers, and this is back when shows took calls for 3 hours a day. We don't do that anymore because Andy and I are egomaniacs, and we think we should be the only ones that talk on the radio. But back then, sports radio was call-in shows, and that was what Twitter was back then, was we would pick up the phone and I need to get on and talk to the guys and yell about how Shanahan's play calling sucks. And they're like, all right, hold, and then you'd type their name onto the little screen, and then the guy'd get on the show and he'd yell about how Shanahan's play calling sucks, and Jim Armstrong would explain football to them, and it would all be a whole lot of fun, but that was what the exercise was back then.
Keats would tell you he hates you.
Exactly. But Mike Shanahan didn't have to coach in the Twitter era.
No.
One of the things that always fascinates me is the two greatest basketball players of our lifetime, Andy, are LeBron James and Michael Jordan. And LeBron had to play in the Twitter era and Michael didn't. And I'm telling you, if Michael Jordan had played in the Twitter era, he would not be as revered and almost looked at as a saintly figure in the sport of basketball, the way that he is, because people would have grabbed onto and complained and moaned about every last thing MJ did. He gets every call. He complains to the officials. He pushes off too often. He's a complete ball hawk. I hate that guy. You would have heard it all the time about MJ, okay? We watched The Last Dance. We got to know the guy. He's a psycho, all right? LeBron had to play in the Twitter era, so every last tiny foible of his existence is forever documented on the internet, and he's hated for it, okay? It's the pre-Twitter, post-Twitter thing. It's a very real thing, and so the fact that everybody can just go on the internet and instantly register their dismay means that I don't know how easy it is to be beloved in anything anymore.
No, I'm with you. You and I, again, we see, going back to the Shanahan thing, I was actually to the point where I got to fill in. And so there are a lot of end of years where it was Logan's show, Dave Logan's show. And so he's taking his time off at the end of the year that most of us do. And I'd be filling in on the show. Loved holiday weeks because of it. Got my chance to play talk show guy, right? And, man, you would feel nothing but call after call after call if we got to get rid of Mike Shanahan. We're talking about like 06 through 08 where they inevitably ended up 500 and everybody just had enough.
Yep.
But
Pat
like you
Bowlen
said,
eventually had enough.
Eventually Pat Bowlen had enough.
I bet Pat Bowlen was listening to some of those shows.
Could have been. But, yes, it is funny because we learn how there are some players that aren't not so nice guys that come. Well, we just talked about it in our first segment where I'm coming in with my helmet to kill you. That would have been all over. Look at this dirty shot of this guy, crown of his helmet, knows what he's doing, trying to just take the guy out. That would have been all over Twitter. It would have been slowed down. You would have 5,000 people weighing in as, what a dirty play. This guy should never play again. Da-da-da-da-da. A lot of these guys that we beloved from the past never had to go through that, right? We talked about it with Michael Jordan in our conversation. You know what Michael Jordan would have been? Michael Jordan would have, and I love MJ to this day because I just love his competitiveness. Well, Michael Jordan would have been the Kevin Durant that would have found these guys on Twitter, created a burner, and then gone after them.
He was that petty.
He was yes. Yes, he
was that petty.
And then he would have tried to hunt you down in the stands and made sure he never signed an autograph for you if he would have found out that was your Twitter handle.
Complete bully.
Yes.
Complete. You
His
saw it in The
whole
Last
career.
Dance. Right. He's like not on speaking terms with any of his former teammates.
No.
They can't stand the guy.
No. That's why I say, it's always why you and I are always like, yes, I love the player. You and I grew up in an era where we didn't know enough about these guys as people.
Exactly.
So I always laugh about the term role model. Yeah, his role on the field is all I was after. I knew nothing about the guy off the field.
Right. It completely changes things. And yet, here's Michael Malone, who, number one, take the L on the way out. He wears Denver's mid-market identity completely on his sleeve and totally embraces it. He will go to bat for any of his players sitting in front of the media. He was the original Jokic defender. Before I ever got on the scene, Michael Malone was already there to tell the world just how great this guy was. Like, he is that guy through and through, and yet, again, anytime a team loses a game, you got to fire that guy. There's something to that. I read the same text you do every day. Yeah, it's bizarre to me. He's the greatest coach in Nuggets history, with all due respect to the great Doug Moe. I don't think Doug Moe would disagree with us. Malone, very humble in what he had to say today, but this guy's the greatest coach to ever suit up in a Nuggets uniform. He's an unbelievable basketball coach.
I agree with you. We're getting a lot of questions about Bill McCartney. I'm just going to say it for what it is.
We're doing pro sports.
Okay, but I'll throw this out there too. And I'll just say what it is. Not his religion did not rub everybody the right way. That's just how it is.
Yeah. No, Coach Mack pissed a lot of people off.
And to your point,
great coach though.
He was absolutely a great coach. Yeah. But if you're a CSU fan, you don't give a darn. To borrow a word from you don't give a darn about how good CSU. If you're a Wyoming fan, you don't give a darn about how good CU was during those times.
Mm-hmm.
It's harder with the college. Not everybody comes together for the one college in the state. We got 3 or 4 of them here. They're always competitive. So I think it's tough to put him on that list.
Yeah, we're just doing Denver pros. But that was what my list was Denver coaches.
Denver coaches, yeah. Gosh, I want Baylor on there so bad, but you're right.
Who are you going to take off?
Okay, let me ask you this. Does Baylor have a shot at the beloved list?
I would agree. Yeah, I would say so. Yeah. And some of it was just, again, time and place.
Yeah, because I loved the Blake Street Bombers.
By the way, I did my worst coach list as well.
Oh, really?
Do you want to hear some of that?
Oh, of course I do. That might even be more fun.
We'll take a break when we come back.
Let's do it.
If Shanny Malone and Bedsy are 1, 2, and 3 and the greatest Denver coaches ever, well, who was the worst? I'll tell you exactly who it was next. Oh, the action is going on over at Rad Power Bikes. They've been in Denver for 3 years now, and their service center and showroom is at 3863 Steel Street in the York Street Yards. Guys, if you've thought about purchasing an e-bike, but you've wondered, is it really for me? Can I really afford it? Well, I'm here to tell you the answers are yes and yes. These e-bikes at Rad Power Bikes are built for everyday use, for commuting, for hauling, for deliveries. If you want to take the kids around, Rad Power Bikes are perfect for you. You can replace your expensive car with a super fun e-bike. They're easy to ride. They're comfortable. Their bikes are fully customizable, super low maintenance, get you 50 to 60 miles per charge. And oh, by the way, you're wondering, can I afford an e-bike? When you purchase at Rad Power Bikes, you can use Colorado's e-bike tax credit, saving you $450 per e-bike to make it more affordable. The guys over at Rad Power Bikes know exactly what they are doing. Go to radpowerbikes.com, check out the entire line, and go into Rad Power Bikes because you can test ride any bike that they have. You'll get on one, you'll realize just how easy and fun they are to ride. Again, that's radpowerbikes.com. Oh, you should always be listening to the Hives. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. You can listen to us every single day via the app, the Altitude Sports Radio app. It's powered by the Will Height Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to willheightwins.com. That is willheightwins.com. We're back out on the road tomorrow. We'll be out at number 38 there in Rhino. So come see us tomorrow.
Love that place.
We do. We'll be getting you all set for some hot Thursday night football as we'll enter week 11 of the NFL season. Manders Eagles, good matchup. Hopefully we get a good game. We had a good one last week on Thursday Night Football.
Can I give you some on-air homework? Is that all right?
You may. Assign away.
So both Good Morning Football and Get Up, my two stops today.
You need me to both say good morning and get up, okay?
Get up! Good morning. They both said that this is the best NFL weekend of the year, just looking at the matchups. I'd like your big brain to dive in and tell me, is that true or not by the numbers? They are calling this, hands down, our best Sunday of football that we're going to have so far this year. And maybe it'll be the best period because of the matchups. This is because of the matchups. You got Bills-Chiefs.
Bills-Chiefs is obviously the headliner. Seattle and the Niners, great NFC West rivalry, always a fun matchup. Baltimore-Pittsburgh, classic NFC North black and blue football right there.
That Super Bowl rematch between the Broncos and Falcons.
Bears-Packers. Legendary
by the
rivalry.
way, that got spicy too.
Yeah, Bears-Packers, legendary rivalry. You got that going on. There's plenty of stinkers in there as well. NFL's not perfect, but it's you've got several good rivalry matchups. Cincinnati and the Chargers. That's a massive game on Sunday Night Football.
Hey, Bronco fans need to watch that.
Yeah,
those are two teams square in your seating spot that you may want to focus on. All right, let's get it. Got to get the worst coach list. A lot of people got excited and fired off their worst coach list.
Mike Shanahan, Michael Malone, Jared Bednar, Dan Reeves, Doug Moe, best coaches. Worst coaches, this is what I jotted down.
Okay.
I only did a top 4 here. Because of the worst coaches, they don't deserve 5.
One from each team.
I put Jim Leland at number 4. Great manager. Never wanted to be here. Hated every second of it. Got out as quick as he could.
Boy, I hate to throw this name out here because I like the guy, but I got to ask. Walt Weiss is going to get the pass over Jim Leland?
Walt Weiss at least showed up to work every day. Wanted to keep doing the job. I'll put that over Walt. Walt also. Those are
come on. He was
bad clubs.
He was managing AAA teams.
Bad clubs. I put Brian Shaw at number 3 on my list. Brian Shaw once requested that everybody put their cell phone in a box so they would pay attention to him in meetings. Those were some awful, awful Nuggets years.
Who uses a pencil? Dude, I tried to write down Tyler's stupid lead pencil thing just broke. The mechanical pencil. The dumb lead just popped off. I thought it was a pen.
I haven't seen a mechanical pencil in years.
Are you kidding me?
That was like what my grandma used to use to do crossword puzzles.
Your grandma. Get out of here. Good night. Anyway, go ahead. I was trying to write mine down before I forget them.
I put Josh McDaniels at number 2. Complete crap fest. Started 6-0. Wheels went off. Got fired in a spying incident. Didn't even finish the list. And I got Nathaniel Hackett at number 1.
Oh, you put 2 on. I was going to say.
15 games. Didn't even finish the season. Replaced by Coach. They had to hire Coach
to help him coach.
Because he didn't know how to coach.
Could not manage the end of games.
Most annoying press conferences that have ever occurred.
By the way, it's not all Russ when you see guys, frankly, with both Sean Payton and Nathaniel Hackett, the quarterbacks going, come on, get it in here.
No, Nathaniel Hackett can't coach football. So I got, that's my top 4. Haxie, McDaniels, Shaw, Jim Leland. That's my 4 worst coaches in Denver sports history.
If I'm picking one from each team, which I guess is how I was looking at it, although there definitely would be more Bronco candidates because of their length here. But I got to go Paul Westhead for the Nuggets. That guy was brutal.
Yeah.
I mean,
very bad.
And I love my guy Bill Hanslick too much. I don't feel like it was his fault that Alan Bristow handed him just a steaming pile. And
yeah,
that was that.
Short sample size.
But Paul Westhead has got it. Remember, he didn't believe in defense. We're just going to play fast break up and down. That never worked for anybody except for losing.
Yeah. Jason Siegel, man.
Yeah. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to do it. I got to go Haxie for the Broncos. Now, I didn't see some of the early That was brutal. The further we get away from it, what a clown show. I mean, what a clown show.
He was horrific.
God, what have you got going on there?
Why did you hire him? George Payton may never recover from that in my eyes.
For the Avs, don't we got to go Joe Sacco?
He was
you
such a nice
gotta go
guy,
Joe
too.
Sacco. He was a nice guy, but he was not a good coach.
I know. Somebody said Patrick Waugh. He won a President's Trophy, didn't he?
God, he might have.
They had a great year.
Gosh, I think you're right. Did they win the President's Trophy, though? See, people are coming in with Patrick Waugh.
I might have
guys,
overshot
over
that.
Joe Sacco.
I might have
there
overshot
you go. Chris
that.
is in there with me.
But they were a 1 seed, weren't they?
They were a higher seed than Minnesota, but I can't remember if they were like the President's
13-14. They won 100. They had 112 points.
Look
they won
at
52
you.
games that year.
Good memory on you.
Yeah.
Did not realize
Lost
that's what
in
they
7 in Minnesota, but that team was fantastic.
Yeah, but they were up 3-1.
Yeah.
They were up 3-1.
Bad loss.
Yeah,
Bad
I
loss.
love I'm sorry, I just love Patrick Waugh.
It
too
ended
much.
poorly.
What about Tony Granato? Does Granato get a word with Sacco?
Real forgettable era of Avalanche hockey.
Yeah. And
He
again, a guy
replaced-
that you liked, but
Did he replace Quenneville?
he did. And then Quenneville came back, I think. Right? Berto should remember. Wasn't it Quenneville? Granato Quenneville? I gotta go look at all time.
I loved Joel Quenneville, by the way.
Top tier mustache. Tom Selleck level mustache.
Strong.
He looked like he smelled of Corinthian leather.
I think he does. Yeah.
Bud Black says Coley Walsh. Wow.
I mean,
Bud Black, he got you to the playoffs in back-to-back years.
He's got longevity.
How many managers? God, although I hate calling that one game play in a playoff.
It's the postseason.
Yeah, it's fair enough.
Longevity. Though, and that's something, in all seriousness, okay?
Does that count when you're talking Rockies?
Yes, because it really, in today in professional sports, really, if you want to judge quality of coaching, that might be the single best metric is how long have you had your job? Because if you're good, you keep your job. Right now, Malone, I'm trying to think. There's Pop, although the Pop's not doing well.
Yeah, Pop had a scary incident they revealed
Spo and Steve Kerr, I think, are the three. I think Malone might be the fourth longest tenured coach in the NBA. Bedsy in the NHL. Who's longer tenured than Jared Bednar right now? That sport, every team changes coaches every 2 years.
I was about to say, what Jared Bednar has done, now it's a credit to the management, too. And look, we're not saying that because we work here. Go look at hockey is one of those sports where they say, can't fire the players, get rid of the coach.
Right.
Every time, especially with how locked in you are to the salary cap, if they think that you're not even just playing right, they get rid of the coach just to change the mood in the room.
Okay. Bednar is third. John Cooper in Tampa Bay, our old buddy John Cooper, and Mike Sullivan in Pittsburgh. There's two coaches longer tenured. That's it, though.
Boy.
Bednar is the third longest tenured coach in the NHL. He's got 2 years on Rod Brindamore in Carolina. Wild.
See, Coley wants to throw out Dan Hawkins. We aren't doing college coaches. Who would be CSU's worst coach, though? They've been in a...
Oh, it's Adazio.
Oh, there you go. Adazio's worse than Hawkins.
Oh, yeah.
know, man. You know what? Coaching's coaching.
Oh, it's Adazio.
Hawkins at least got you to a bowl game.
You
had to pick a worse college coach.
Embo.
Ugh.
That era